Introduction asterisk. Honghuang traversed the primordial chaos and became the esteemed elder brother of the Jie Sect, albeit only at the celestial immortal realm. Though he attained the rank of the 9 sacred paths, the system had unceremoniously uninstalled itself, rendering him rather inept in battle. Nevertheless, everything he wrote, every painting he crafted, and even the simplest bowl of porridge he prepared resonated with the essence of the great Tao. Guiling asterisk elder brother, your painting is truly exquisite. Gazing at it has allowed me to break through. Jinling asterisk elder brother, the dishes you prepare are so fragrant. Eating them has enabled me to reach a new level. Wudang asterisk elder brother, please play another tune. I am on the verge of a breakthrough. Sanshao asterisk elder brother, our 3 immortal island lacks a male master. Would you consider residing here? Sure. G asterisk elder brother, please check my pulse. I feel as though my time is running out. Kaiyan asterisk elder brother, do you need a model? Am I suitable for your needs? Despite being merely a celestial immortal, Honghuang had become the highly sought-after elder brother within the Jie Sect. Honghuang asterisk, please cease this at once. If you continue in this manner, you shall soon surpass our master. Chapter 1. Attaining the 9 sacred paths, system uninstalled. Amidst the ethereal mists, with cries of cranes and howls of gibbons, a tableau of spiritual grandeur unfolded. This celestial realm was the sacred ground of the Tongtian saint, the Golden Turtle Island. Within the grand hall of the Bio Palace, the Tongtian teacher donned a purple robe, exuding an aura of Dao radiance, his divine voice resonating endlessly. The myriad paths of wisdom and the remarkable methods of the Dao flowed from his lips like a gentle breeze. The saint's teachings were profoundly intricate, the sounds of the Dao akin to sacred utterances, perpetually circulating within the Bio Palace. In an instant, the hall was adorned with celestial flowers and golden lotuses erupting from the ground as spiritual energy surged, creating an ambience reminiscent of the 9 heavens. The teachings of the Tao were natural and unparalleled, captivating all beings within the Bio Palace. Outside, countless newly awakened beasts, yet to take form, lay prostrate on the ground, motionless in their reverence, fearful of missing a single word that might bestow upon them the chance to attain their true forms. Meanwhile, within the Bio Palace, the disciples of the Jie Sect sat cross-legged on their mats, deeply engrossed in contemplation. The spiritual energy of the heavens and earth flowed through the Tongtian teacher's words, following intricate paths into the ears of each disciple. As the Tongtian teacher concluded his profound teachings, his gaze fell upon the multitude of disciples before him. The 4 foremost disciples, accompanied by 7 celestial attendants, along with countless outer disciples, filled the hall, bringing joy to the Tongtian teacher, for it symbolized the flourishing of the Jie Sect and its dominion over this tribulation. At that moment, the voice of Honghuang Daozu resonated in the Tongtian teacher's ear. The 6 saints must immediately proceed to the Zhixiao Palace to collectively discuss the establishment of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors for humanity. The Tongtian teacher rose, bowing towards the Zhixiao Palace. Disciple Tongtian heeds the master's decree. He then addressed the assembly of disciples. Your ancestral master has summoned me to the Zhixiao Palace. During my absence, your elder brother shall oversee the Jie Sect. Should you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, you may seek guidance from him in the back mountains. With that, the Tongtian teacher commanded the water and fire boys to bring forth the Kuan Yo, mounting it to journey towards the Zhixiao Palace beyond the 33 heavens. The disciples chorused, "We bid farewell to our master." With the departure of the Tongtian teacher, the disciples of the Jie Sect could not help but whisper among themselves, "Elder brother, is he truly the one who is still merely a celestial immortal? I cannot fathom the master's reasoning. How can a mere celestial immortal be our elder brother? He pales in comparison to Dao Bao. Our master even suggests we consult him if we have questions. If we do not understand, how could he?" Hearing the murmurs, Dao Bao Daoist's expression darkened slightly. "Cease your gossip about the elder brother. Should the master become aware, none shall save you." With that, Dao Bao Daoist flicked his robe and returned to his cave for cultivation. To be honest, if any disciple of the Jie Sect harbored discontent towards the elder brother, it was undoubtedly Dao Bao Daoist. He was the first to take Tongtian as his master, at a time when Tongtian was not yet a saint and the 3 Qing had not yet separated. Logically, Dao Bao Daoist should have been the elder brother of the Jie Sect, given the order of their initiation. Yet, the current elder brother was among the first batch of humans created by the goddess Nuwa. Merely because he was the first disciple accepted by the Tongtian teacher after achieving sanctification, he became the elder brother of the Jie Sect. Thus, Dao Daoist felt discontent, a sentiment echoed by the other disciples. Fortunately, this elder brother was relatively low-key and seldom involved himself in the affairs of the Jie Sect. He often secluded himself in the back mountains of Golden Turtle Island, absorbed in unknown pursuits. Honghuang, I have matters to attend to at the Zhixiao Palace to meet your ancestral master. You shall oversee the Jie Sect in my absence. While riding in his thatched hut, Honghuang suddenly received a secret transmission from the Tongtian teacher. This prompted him to shake his head repeatedly, inwardly lamenting, "Master, are you not placing a burden upon your disciple?" Reflecting on his time in the primordial world, he realized he had been here for at least tens of thousands of years. Yet, he brought disgrace upon all transmigrators due to his mere celestial immortal status. Moreover, this celestial immortal was innate, not a result of cultivation. Upon his arrival in this realm, Honghuang had bound himself to the great Dao System, which initially sparked hope within him. He had intended to grow cautiously, yet was unwittingly drawn into the Jie Sect by the Tongtian teacher and became its elder brother. To his dismay, the great Dao System, despite its grand name, proved utterly useless. It only taught him skills such as music, chess, calligraphy, painting, culinary arts, farming, and various crafts, with no further applications. As Honghuang penned the final character, the notification sound of the great Dao System echoed in his ears once more. The host has successfully attained the titles of the sacred musician, sacred chess player, sacred calligrapher, sacred painter, sacred chef, sacred farmer, sacred healer, sacred craftsman, and sacred tea master. As the host has successfully attained the 9 sacred paths, the great Dao System can no longer assist the host and will now begin the uninstallation process. Wait, what is happening? It's uninstalling already? This seems rather irresponsible. Regrettably, no amount of Honghuang's complaints could alter the fact of the great Dao System's uninstallation. Simultaneously, 9 rays of auspicious light suddenly erupted from the back mountains of Golden Turtle Island, each shooting towards the celestial bull. Even the 6 saints, en route to the Zhixiao Palace, found their attention drawn to Golden Turtle Island. Alas, what they beheld was a hazy expanse, devoid of any extraordinary phenomena. Consequently, they each channeled the path of the saints, attempting to deduce the heavenly secrets to uncover what transpired on Golden Turtle Island. However, as they began to concentrate, a surge of blood and energy surged within them. If they pressed further in their deductions, they might truly suffer injuries and spit blood. What is happening? What has transpired on Golden Turtle Island? This was a shared thought among the other saints, aside from the Tongtian teacher. At that moment, the Tongtian teacher bore a knowing smile upon his face. "Ah, young one, you have finally made your move. It was not in vain that I defied the odds a millennium ago to appoint you as the elder brother of the Jie Sect." Honghuang remained oblivious to the attention of the sages, instead sitting despondently before his desk. It's over, it's over. With my current abilities, and without the assistance of the great Dao System, once the time for deification arrives, I shall undoubtedly find myself listed among the renowned on the divine roster. Little did he know that even when the great Dao System was present, it seemed to provide him with little aid. At that moment, a handsome visage peeked in from outside the thatched cottage. "Master brother, what is the great Dao System, and what does deification entail? Why would you become a notable figure?" Upon recognizing the newcomer as the Turtle Spirit Saint Mother, Honghuang rose and exclaimed, "I have told you countless times, you must knock before entering. Why can't you remember?" He punctuated his words with a light tap on the Turtle Spirit Saint Mother's head. Chapter 2. The Calligraphy Containing the Essence of the Great Tao. The Turtle Spirit Saint Mother stuck out her tongue at Honghuang. "I promise I will knock next time." Observing her endearingly foolish demeanor, Honghuang found it impossible to feel anger towards her. He merely shot her a stern glance and inquired, "What brings you here today?" "Master brother, just now, radiant light shot forth like a meteor. Have you perhaps crafted some exceptional spiritual treasure?" Among the disciples of the Tongtian sect, only the Turtle Spirit Saint Mother shared a close bond with Honghuang. She often visited him, casually taking a trinket or two upon her departure. Honghuang remained perplexed as to why items that held no utility for her seemed to delight her so. Despite their camaraderie, he could not reveal his own achievement of the 9 saints of the great Tao. Thus, he picked up a brush from the desk and inscribed the character for sword on paper. "I was just writing when a sudden burst of radiance illuminated the sky. I was about to ask if it was your doing." The Turtle Spirit Saint Mother did not respond to Hongza's question, but rather focused intently on the character he had written. To her, the character appeared as if imbued with life, each stroke brimming with boundless sword intent, even containing a hint of the essence of the great Tao. Master Brother, I adore the character you crafted. May I have it? I have told you repeatedly, this is a character, used for recording information, not merely a drawing. Hongza then illustrated a sword on the same sheet of paper and pointed to it, saying, "This is what one calls a drawing." To not distinguish between characters and images is truly astonishing. This time, the Turtle Spirit Saint Mother did not engage in banter as usual, but nodded obediently. Understood, I shall remember. How about you take this paper with you, so you can study the distinction between characters and images and avoid displeasing Master Brother next time. Hongza was taken aback, pondering how this girl had suddenly become so earnest, actually taking his words to heart. Just as he contemplated praising her, the Turtle Spirit Saint Mother seized the paper with both characters and images and dashed out of the cottage. As she ran, she called back, "Master Brother, continue your work. I shall return when I have time." Watching her retreating figure, Hongza shook his head in resignation. In an age where humanity had not yet witnessed the emergence of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, writing could not possibly exist. The most prevalent form of communication among cultivators was the demon script, created by the great beast Guilin. Typically, it was inscribed onto turtle shells using carving tools, with no presence of brush, ink, paper, or inkstone. However, Hongza was no ordinary being. He was a transmigrator equipped with the thoughts of a later era, and thus would not resort to such primitive means. Consequently, he had devised the use of brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, a trivial task for someone of his celestial status. Clutching the calligraphy and drawing made by Hongza, the Turtle Spirit Saint Mother hurried back to her cave abode. Without hesitation, she unfurled the artwork and waved her hand, suspending it in midair. She then seated herself before the artwork, beginning to comprehend the sword intent and the essence of the great Tao embedded within. Gradually, the Turtle Spirit Saint Mother began to levitate, numerous phantoms separating from her form. Each phantom wielded a sword, executing distinct sword techniques. These phantoms then aligned in the air, gradually coalescing into the image of a maiden practicing swordsmanship. 5 centuries swiftly passed. During these 500 years, no one had seen the usually vivacious Turtle Spirit Saint Mother. Even the Golden Spirit Saint Mother, who was often pestered by her, felt an unusual discomfort in her absence. One day, the Wudong Saint Mother visited the Golden Spirit Saint Mother, and amidst their idle chatter, they spoke of the Turtle Spirit Saint Mother. Golden Spirit Sister, the Turtle Spirit Jr. has been remarkably quiet for the past 500 years, which is quite unlike her character. Indeed, she used to visit me frequently for mischief, and now, 500 years have passed without a sight of her. It's rather unsettling. As Wudong Saint Mother and Golden Spirit Saint Mother conversed, a beam of sword light ascended from the Turtle Spirit Saint Mother's cave, shaking the very foundations of Golden Island. In an instant, the Turtle Spirit Saint Mother appeared in midair, her phantom pointing a sword towards the heavens, emanating an aura of authority that instilled a sense of submission. As she drew her sword, a surge of sword intent erupted, forming the character for Sword in the Air. This character then slowly descended, merging seamlessly with the Turtle Spirit Saint Mother. At that moment, she radiated with a trinity of blossoms atop her head, her internal energies soaring like the sun, having undeniably transcended to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal, achieving the indestructible fruit of the great Luo Dao. This astonishing transformation left even the Golden Spirit Saint Mother in disbelief, not to mention the Wudong Saint Mother beside her. Among the 5 esteemed disciples of Tongtian, aside from Master Brother Hongza, the other 4 had long attained the realm of the supreme Golden Immortal. Yet the Turtle Spirit Saint Mother, previously the weakest among them, had only reached the mid-stage of the supreme Golden Immortal. The most accomplished was the Daoist, who had reached the pinnacle of the supreme Golden Immortal, on the verge of attaining the fruit of the great Luo Dao. Yet now, it was the Turtle Spirit Saint Mother, the least powerful, who had taken the lead to become a great Luo Golden Immortal, becoming the first among the disciples of the Jie Sect. How could this not astonish her 2 senior sisters? The Turtle Spirit Saint Mother's high-profile breakthrough naturally attracted the attention of Daoist and other immortals present on Golden Island. Before long, A multitude of Jie Sect disciples gathered before the Turtle Spirit Saint Mother's cave. Upon learning that she had achieved the fruit of the great Luo Dao, the expressions of the Jie Sect disciples varied greatly. Some were envious, some jealous, some indignant, and others incredulous. In short, no one could have anticipated that the first great Luo Golden Immortal of the Jie Sect would not be Dao Bao Daoist. Whispers of disbelief filled the air. How is this possible? Dao Bao brother has been surpassed by Turtle Spirit's sister. It turns out that our Jie Sect strongest is Turtle Spirit's sister, not Dao Bao brother. This is quite the embarrassment for Dao Bao brother. Do you wish to perish? How dare you gossip about Dao Bao brother behind his back? Even more so, some have already cast their gaze upon the Daoist Du Bao, their eyes brimming with inquiries. This inevitably rendered Daoist Du Bao's expression exceedingly grim, as he bowed respectfully to the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit and said, "Congratulations, Sister Turtle Spirit, on attaining the Dao fruit of the great Luo." Having said this, he immediately turned and retreated to his own cave dwelling. Upon witnessing Daoist Du Bao's departure, the disciples of the Jie Sect also offered their congratulations to the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit before turning back to their respective cave abodes to continue their cultivation. In the end, only the Holy Mother of Gold Spirit and the Holy Mother of Wudong remained within the cave of the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit. At this moment, the expression on the face of the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit once again transformed into that endearingly naive demeanor. Chapter 3. The sudden visit of Jinling and Wu Dang's sister Jinling. Turtle Spirit has finally ascended to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Isn't Turtle Spirit impressive? Observing the excited countenance of the Turtle Spirit, Jinling could only shake her head in resignation. Turtle Spirit, you have caused Brother Duo Bao to lose face today. You must refrain from such ostentation in the future. Turtle Spirit pursed her lips and nodded with a smile. Brother Duo Bao is just being petty. After all, we are fellow disciples. What does it matter who breaks through to the great Luo Golden Immortal first? Sister Wu Dang wore a look of exasperation. Sister Jinling, it is futile to speak to her in this manner. With a sigh, Jinling remarked, by the way, 500 years ago, your cultivation was merely at the mid-stage of the Tai E Golden Immortal. How could you possibly achieve consecutive breakthroughs to the late stage, pinnacle, and then directly ascend to the great Luo Golden Immortal in such a short span? Upon hearing Jinling's inquiry about her advancement to the great Luo Golden Immortal, a more enigmatic smile graced Turtle Spirit's face. Sisters, my elevation to the great Luo Golden Immortal is entirely due to the painting by our senior brother. She then produced the artwork and presented it to Jinling and Wu Dang. As they beheld it, incredulity washed over their faces. This is the essence of sword intent, and I can distinctly sense that this painting harbors the profundities of the Tao, Jinling stated. Indeed, you are correct. I too have perceived this. It appears our master has bestowed considerable treasures upon senior brother. At that moment, a twinge of envy stirred within Wu Dang, for she subconsciously believed that this painting must have been granted to Hong Zhe by the celestial master. After all, who but a sage could possess such power to imbue a word or a painting with sword intent and the essence of the Tao? Even Jinling could not help but nod in agreement, acknowledging that Master's favoritism towards senior brother was indeed a source of jealousy. Meanwhile, Turtle Spirit appeared utterly bewildered, her previously innocent demeanor becoming even more endearing. Sisters, what are you discussing? What treasure has Master given to senior brother that has made you all so envious? Jinling pointed to the painting in her hand, questioning, is this not a gift from Master to senior brother? Upon hearing this, Turtle Spirit erupted into laughter, unable to compose herself. Sister Jinling, you must be jesting. This is not a gift from Master to senior brother. Rather, it was senior brother who personally crafted it before me. As Turtle Spirit laughed uncontrollably, Jinling and Wu Dang exchanged glances, their expressions betraying disbelief, even questioning the reliability of their own hearing. When Jinling saw Wu Dang nodding in affirmation, she felt assured that she was not imagining things. Is this truly the handiwork of senior brother? Indeed, it is senior brother's own writing, which I managed to seize. The artifacts crafted by the elder brother, while beneficial to my cultivation, pale in comparison to the current circumstances, the Turtle Spirit matriarch remarked enigmatically. This revealed the reason behind her occasional pilfering of items from Hongza. What he deemed useless had proven to be immensely advantageous for her. Observing the Turtle Spirit matriarch's unwavering conviction, the Golden Spirit matriarch nodded toward the Wudong matriarch. In an instant, the two vanished from the Turtle Spirit matriarch's abode, leaving behind the scroll that gracefully descended to rest at her feet. What has befallen Golden Spirit and Wudong? Could their dwelling have collapsed? prompting such haste to return home? The turtle spirit matriarch murmured, reaching for the scroll. Meanwhile, in the thatched cottage of Jinling Island's rear mountain, Honghuang was preoccupied. Having just dispatched a mountain chicken, he was now intent on preparing it as a beggar's chicken. Just as he was about to crack open the clay encasing the dish, he heard the voices of the Golden Spirit and Wudong matriarchs outside. Is the elder brother in? Junior sisters, Golden Spirit and Wudong, wished to see him. Upon hearing that the two seldom visiting matriarchs had come, Honghuang was taken aback. Why have they chosen to visit me today, when they typically show little favor? Despite his skepticism, he could not turn them away. He opened the door to the cottage, greeting them. Ah, it is my junior sisters. What brings you here today? The Golden Spirit matriarch and Wudong matriarch had prepared their explanation in advance and spoke without hesitation. Our master has entrusted you to oversee the teachings of the. Should we encounter any uncertainties in our cultivation, we are to consult you. Currently, we find ourselves at an impasse in our training and seek your guidance. Honghuang was incredulous, pondering whether the two had lost their senses. Both were formidable figures in the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal, while he, a mere celestial immortal, could hardly offer them any insight. Surely you jest. While I am the elder brother of the, it is a title bestowed upon me due to my master's oversight, not by my own merit. How could I possibly illuminate the path for you, esteemed junior sisters? I am but an inconsequential celestial immortal, the least among the. The Golden Spirit and Wudong matriarchs had anticipated his reluctance, understanding that they were not as well regarded as the Turtle Spirit matriarch. Thus, they had resolved to emulate her approach and seize the opportunity. Confident in their assessment that Honghuang would never dare to oppose them, they were undeterred by his perceived limitations. However, since Honghuang regarded others with the demeanor of a celestial being, it was evident that he could not easily reveal his prowess. Thus, the two girls were quite certain of their advantage over Honghuang, paying no heed to the expression upon his countenance. Instead, they bypassed him entirely and entered his thatched cottage without hesitation. This left Honghuang momentarily stunned, pondering what peculiar mischief had led these two young ladies to behave so recklessly today. As he turned back towards the room, he found himself utterly astounded. For at that moment, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit and the Holy Mother of Wudong were rummaging through his belongings, thoroughly engrossed in their search. With a furrowed brow, Honghuang shook his head and exclaimed, "Might you two be here to plunder my humble abode?" His inquiry rendered the two Holy Mothers somewhat abashed. After exchanging furtive glances, they approached him once more. At this juncture, Honghuang could ascertain that their visit harbored a secretive intent. Thus, he resolved to observe their ulterior motives. Seizing the opportunity, he cracked open a clay-wrapped chicken, and as the yellow clay shattered, a fragrant aroma of lotus leaves, mingled with the unique scent of the mountain fowl, permeated the entire cottage. Chapter 4. Unable to resist, they took it away regardless of whether it was the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit or the Holy Mother of Wudong. Both had long abstained from earthly sustenance for millennia. Yet, at the moment the clay was broken, the dormant cravings within them were stirred anew. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit whispered urgently to the Holy Mother of Wudong, "What shall we do? It is overwhelmingly fragrant. I cannot bear it any longer. I feel the same. Shall we not simply seize it?" The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit nodded in agreement, and in an instant, both Tai Golden Immortals cast propriety aside. Before Honghuang could react, they had already torn off 2 chicken legs. What on earth? Were these two mad? In that fleeting moment of disbelief, the Holy Mother of Wudong and the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit had stuffed the chicken legs into their mouths. The taste was astonishing. It was imbued with innate spiritual energy. How could such essence reside within a mere chicken leg? Not only was there innate spiritual energy, but I sensed a trace of profound principles as well. Let us keep this a secret. We shall pretend to be oblivious. Today, we must extort our elder brother thoroughly. As the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit and the Holy Mother of Wudong conversed silently, their gazes fell upon the chicken in Honghuang's hands. This prompted a flicker of wariness within him, and he promptly concealed the chicken behind his back. I say, esteemed junior sisters, is it truly necessary for 2 Tai Golden Immortals to vie with me for a mere chicken? The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit smiled and replied, "Elder brother, why be so stingy? My sister and I have come as guests. Surely you must provide us with some food and drink." With that, she strode toward the wine jar, unhesitatingly lifting it. As she casually brushed away the mud sealing the container, the unmatched Holy Mother had already retrieved 3 wine bowls from the side. With a beaming smile, she placed the bowls upon the table and remarked to Honghuang, "Brother, this single chicken is insufficient for the 3 of us. Shouldn't the eldest brother procure a few more side dishes to accompany our drinks?" At this juncture, Honghuang realized that to send these 2 young ladies away It would be impossible without preparing a feast of delicacies. Reluctantly, he produced half a chicken from his grasp and laid it on the table before them. You are right. Dear sisters, today, the eldest brother shall treat you well. With that, he turned toward his modest kitchen, inadvertently eliciting smiles from Jinling Holy Mother and Unmatched Holy Mother. Unmatched sister, while the eldest brother is away, let us hastily search for any calligraphy or paintings, suggested Jinling Holy Mother. Nodding in agreement, Unmatched Holy Mother resumed her search within Honghuang's thatched cottage. Unfortunately, after an extensive search, they found no artwork, leaving Unmatched Holy Mother somewhat disheartened. Suddenly, she noticed what appeared to be a book resting on the table. Without hesitation, she seized it and began to peruse its contents. However, after some time, she realized she could not decipher a single character, for Honghuang's script was not of the demonic variety. Observing Unmatched Holy Mother's troubled expression, Jinling Holy Mother approached to examine the book as well. Yet, like Unmatched Holy Mother, she too found the text incomprehensible. Nevertheless, they decided to take it with them, sensing the profound Taoist essence woven through its pages. As Jinling Holy Mother concealed the book within her robe, Honghuang emerged from the kitchen, bearing several plates of small dishes. Sisters, please do not mock the eldest brother. There are no heavenly spiritual roots here, merely a few humble dishes I have grown myself. Please make do. He then placed the dishes on the table, stir-fried shredded potatoes, smashed cucumbers, and a plate of sugar-coated tomatoes. Upon seeing the trio of small dishes, Jinling Holy Mother's eyes sparkled with golden light. The eldest brother is subtly showcasing his prowess. The innate spiritual energy contained within these dishes surely surpasses even the finest innate spiritual fruits. Be mindful of your expression, Jinling. We must not reveal a hint of weakness to the eldest brother. Otherwise, we may find ourselves without any food in the future, she cautioned Unmatched Holy Mother, who nodded in agreement before promptly taking a seat at the table. She did not forget to fill a wine bowl for Honghuang. Eldest brother, we have been siblings for countless millennia, yet we have never had the opportunity to toast together. Today, I shall raise a cup to you. With that, she lifted the bowl and downed its contents in a single gulp. A surge of powerful and abundant innate spiritual energy instantly coursed through the major meridians of Jinling Holy Mother, nearly propelling her to the pinnacle realm of the Tai Golden Immortal. This inevitably brought great joy to the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, who hurriedly poured herself another bowl of wine. Thus, without even a morsel of food to savor, the three of them consumed an entire jar of wine. This led Honghuang to inwardly scoff, wondering if these two junior sisters were perhaps boisterous women hailing from the northeast. He then voiced his thoughts to the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit and the Holy Mother of Wudang, saying, Dear junior sisters, surely you do not intend to drink wine today, do you? If there is anything that I, your elder brother, can assist you with, do not hesitate to ask. However, I must admit my cultivation is rather lacking, so whether I can truly be of help is questionable. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit set down her wine bowl and inquired of Honghuang, elder brother, I have been trapped at the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal for 10 millennia. Might you possess any means to aid me in breaking through this realm? Upon hearing such a question from the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, Honghuang could only shake his head in resignation. It was not that he withheld knowledge, rather, he genuinely did not know how to assist her. Otherwise, he would not still be a heavenly immortal at this point. At this moment, the Holy Mother of Wudang quickly interjected, Elder brother, does cultivation truly represent anything? Do you think it is possible for someone with low cultivation to possess the power to annihilate worlds? Honghuang furrowed his brow and replied to the Holy Mother of Wudang, cultivation represents strength. Our master and the two venerable uncles are indeed great saints, which is why they possess such world-destroying power. If Pangu had not attained the realm of a great saint, how could he have opened the heavens and created the primordial world? Therefore, dear Sister Wudang, do not seek shortcuts to enhance your strength, for such paths may lead one to the demonic way, from which there is no return. Upon hearing this, the Holy Mother of Wudang nodded and then whispered to the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, Sister Golden Spirit, it appears that elder brother is determined not to reveal his true capabilities. Let us ensure he feels the sting of regret today. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit agreed, saying that they should see just how long elder brother could maintain his faade. She then stood up and addressed Honghuang, elder brother, your previous words have enlightened me, and I need to return for further contemplation. However, I cannot bear to part with these exquisite wines and dishes you have prepared, so I shall take them with me. Please do not mock me for my gluttony. Without waiting for Honghuang's consent, she waved her hand over the food and wine, summoning them into her cosmos pouch. Then, to Honghuang's astonishment, she took her leave from his humble abode. What on earth? Are they really packing up? Hongzhe was utterly dumbfounded by the antics of these two junior sisters. Chapter 5. The Embarrassment of Master Duo Bao's Sister Golden Spirit. Why do you think elder brother pretends to be merely a heavenly immortal? What could be his purpose in doing so? The Holy Mother of Wu Dang asked as she popped a piece of sugar-coated tomato into her mouth. Perhaps only elder brother knows the answer to that. I certainly do not believe he is simply a heavenly immortal. In a celestial realm, one might casually produce items that rival the innate spiritual roots of existence. Take, for instance, these seemingly unremarkable vegetables, which are imbued with primordial spiritual essence beyond our wildest imagination. As she spoke, the Golden Spirit Mother eagerly brought the delicacies to her lips. Indeed, these morsels contain primordial spiritual energy, rather than mere earthly essence. Following the cataclysm of the witch and demon tribulation, primordial spiritual energy has become exceedingly rare. Thus, while the Golden Spirit Mother and the Mother of No Constraints dined, they engaged in discussions about the enigmatic elder brother. Suddenly, both mothers felt a profound sensation simultaneously and decided to set their chopsticks down. They then seated themselves within the cave dwelling, entering a meditative state that lasted a full century. On one particular day, the Golden Spirit Mother manifested the 3 flowers atop her crown, as the 5 elemental energies danced within her being. This phenomenon, known as the gathering of the 3 flowers and the ascent of the 5 energies, allowed her to transcend her previous limitations and achieve the status of the second Great Luo Golden Immortal of the before the witch and demon tribulation. The title of Great Luo Golden Immortal was not particularly noteworthy, as the powers of the witch and demon clans were overwhelmingly formidable. Not to mention Great Luo Golden Immortals. Even quasi-saints were abundant during that era. The saying that Great Luo is not worth a dog and quasi-saints are everywhere aptly describes the period prior to the cataclysm. The calamity wrought by the collision of the head of Gongong with Mount Buzhou left the primordial world in utter ruin. Not to mention primordial spiritual energy. Even earthly essence had diminished significantly. Aspiring to become a Great Luo Golden Immortal had become the cherished dream of countless cultivators. Thus, when the Golden Spirit Mother attained the Great Luo, the aura she emanated naturally astonished the disciples on Golden Ao Island. Taoist Duo Bao opened his eyes, grappling with a tumult of emotions. What had transpired that led to such successive attainments of the Great Luo? Had his own potential peaked at the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal stage? As Taoist Duo Bao wrestled with self-doubt, a powerful pressure surged forth, revealing that the Mother of No Constraints had, following the Golden Spirit Mother, also achieved the Great Luo Dao fruit, becoming the third Great Luo Golden Immortal of the. This left Taoist Duo Bao in disbelief, his expression akin to that of one who had lost their parents. Alas, he had no choice but to step forward to offer congratulations, lest he be deemed lacking in decorum by his peers. With a flicker of his form, he vanished from his cave dwelling. Meanwhile, the 10 heavenly lords of Golden Ao Island, along with the immortal Han Ji, the fairy Kaiyun, and other disciples of the, including Zhao Gongming and the 3 daughters of the heavens who had just arrived, gathered outside the cave of the Golden Spirit Mother. Upon witnessing the successive attainments of the Golden Spirit Mother and the Mother of No Constraints, they hurriedly approached to pay their respects. Bai Xiao exclaimed, "I thought it was senior brother Duo Bao who attained the Great Luo, but it turns out to be the 2 esteemed sisters, Golden Spirit and No Constraints." The words of Bi Xiao were fortuitously overheard by Dao Bao Daoist, who had just entered the sacred abode of the Golden Spirit Holy Mother. This occurrence inevitably caused Dao Bao Daoist to feel an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, wishing he could simply vanish into the ground. However, it was too late to retreat, as a throng of disciples from the Jie Sect had already parted to create a path for him. Dao Bao Daoist's status and importance within the Jie Sect were undeniable, and the disciples looked up to him as their leader, subconsciously regarding him as their elder brother. Thus, Dao Bao Daoist had no choice but to muster his courage and approach the Golden Spirit Holy Mother and the Wudong Holy Mother. Congratulations, esteemed sisters, on achieving the Dao fruit of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. It seems I must strive harder as well, he proclaimed. The 2 Holy Mothers quickly rose to their feet and bowed respectfully to Dao Bao Daoist. "Brother Dao Bao, you flatter us. Our attainment of the Great Luo Dao was purely serendipitous. We are certain that it won't be long before you surpass us," they replied. Although these words were meant as polite compliments, they struck Dao Bao Daoist like daggers, causing him to feign a smile and nod in acknowledgement, assuring them, "Rest assured, I shall not lag behind." At that moment, Bi Xiao interjected, addressing Dao Bao Daoist, "Brother Dao Bao, in a millennium, the tri-religious debate conference will arrive once more. Surely by then, you will have broken through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal." Unbeknownst to her, A trace of reproach flickered in Yunxiao's gaze as she looked at her. Dao Bao Daoist could only force a smile and nod, preparing to concoct an excuse to depart. Just then, the turtle spirit Holy Mother unexpectedly appeared alongside the seldom-seen Hongze before the gathered Jie Sect disciples. Although Hongze was not particularly well regarded among the disciples, he was nonetheless recognized as the elder brother of the Jie Sect, appointed by the celestial master of the Tongtian. Therefore, despite their reluctance, the disciples had to pay their respects to this elder brother who commanded little of their admiration. Dao Bao Daoist naturally followed suit, bowing respectfully to Hongze. Brother Dao Bao pays his respects to the elder brother. What brings you to the front mountain today? He inquired. Before Hongze could respond, the turtle spirit Holy Mother spoke first. I brought the elder brother here to provide an opportunity for all of you, lest you find yourselves unable to break through before the tri-religious debate conference. The words of the turtle spirit Holy Mother left the Jie Sect disciples in a state of confusion, uncertain as to where this opportunity lay, and whether it had anything to do with the celestial level elder brother. Others might not fathom or wish to believe it, but the Golden Spirit Holy Mother and the Wudong Holy Mother were well aware of the implications. They promptly approached Hongze, bowing respectfully, and ushered him to the seat of honor. To have the elder brother personally come to congratulate us is indeed a great honor for both Golden Spirit and Wudong. Why not take this opportunity to impart some guidance to our fellow disciples? Hongze helplessly waved his hand. To me, as the senior brother, both the great Luo Golden Immortal and the Supreme One Golden Immortal are realms beyond my reach. Thus, I hope my fellow disciples will not mock me. Otherwise, I shall indeed have no face to leave the back mountain and meet you all. As for guiding my fellow disciples in their cultivation, I am truly more than willing but lack the capacity. Upon hearing these words, the disciples of the Jie Sect could not help but smirk, acknowledging that this senior brother possesses a modicum of self-awareness regarding his own abilities. At that moment, the long-eared Jinling Immortal jumped up, casting a disdainful glance at Hongze. As the senior brother, one whose cultivation is inferior to that of an outer disciple should have long relinquished this title. Long-eared Jinling was oblivious to the fact that as he uttered these words, the glances from the Golden Spirit Holy Mother and the Wudong Holy Mother were akin to those directed at a fool. Chapter 6. How the senior brother wins the crowd. Yet the gaze of the Golden Spirit Holy Mother and the Wudong Holy Mother did not capture the attention of others. Pai Lu Immortal promptly stepped forward, disdain evident on his face as he addressed Hongze. Since the senior brother has graced us with his presence today, why not seize this opportunity for all disciples to witness his prowess? After all, our Jie Sect is a holy order. If the senior brother cannot showcase genuine skill, it would not only fail to win the crowd, but also bring disgrace to our sect. Upon hearing Pai Lu's suggestion to have Hongze demonstrate his abilities, long-eared Jinling became even more animated. Indeed, if the senior brother is unworthy of his position, it would certainly bring shame upon our Jie Sect. Perhaps we should take this chance to re-evaluate our senior brother and sister. It must be said that long-eared Jinling is rather sinister. He knows that the Golden Spirit Holy Mother and her companions are great Luo Golden Immortals and deliberately proposes selecting a new Jie Sect senior sister, thus creating an excellent opportunity for Daoist duo Bao to vie for the position of senior brother. Pai Lu nodded in agreement, affirming that those who possess abilities must occupy the roles of senior brother and sister. As Pai Lu and long-eared Jinling collaborated in stirring the pot, several Jie Sect disciples joined in the uproar. Indeed, let us see the senior brother's grandeur today. Senior brother, if you cannot overpower the crowd, it may be difficult to win their favor. I believe Daoist duo Bao is the rightful senior brother, unless the senior brother can defeat him. This inevitably incited the wrath of the turtle spirit Holy Mother, who promptly interjected, "Silence. What kind of decorum is this ruckus?" Simultaneously, the imposing aura of the great Luo Golden Immortal emanated from her, causing the Jie Sect disciples to break into a cold sweat. Seeing the turtle spirit Holy Mother protect Hongze, Daoist duo Bao's expression soured. He then remarked, "Turtle spirit junior sister, do you believe the senior brother inferior to us? That you must come to his aid?" With this statement, he effectively declared his stance, instilling confidence among the Jie Sect disciples, who swiftly rallied behind Daoist duo Bao. Observing the current situation, it appears that even if Hongze wishes to retreat, such a notion has become utterly inconceivable. This realization fills Hongze with a modicum of concern, as his cultivation level is merely that of a celestial being. Not only does he stand no chance against the likes of Dao Bao Daoist, a true immortal, but even against other disciples, he may not prove to be their match. However, surrendering is not within Hongze's character. Thus, he begins to contemplate his course of action. Concurrently, The Turtle Spirit Saint Mother, the Golden Spirit Saint Mother, and the Wudong Saint Mother have gathered by Hongza's side. Their presence inspires some disciples of the to rally behind Hongza, for the endorsement of three great Luo Golden Immortals cannot be overlooked. This alliance leaves Dao Bao Daoist utterly perplexed. While it is understandable that the Turtle Spirit Saint Mother supports Hongza, given their closer rapport, it baffles Dao Bao Daoist to see both the Golden Spirit Saint Mother and the Wudong Saint Mother choosing to side with him. Thus, he proposes, "Dear sisters, first select a senior sister, and subsequently, our eldest brother." Upon hearing Dao Bao Daoist's words, Hongza cannot help but silently curse his cunning nature. Truly, he is destined to become a pillar of the Buddhist sect, adept in the art of sowing discord. The competition for the position of the eldest sister will inevitably lead to a rift among the three, as they are all great Luo Golden Immortals. This division would, at the very least, momentarily fracture their alliance. However, what Dao Bao Daoist did not anticipate was that the Turtle Spirit Saint Mother would directly assert, "Sister Golden Spirit, you are our rightful senior sister. The position of the eldest sister is undoubtedly yours." The Wudong Saint Mother nodded in agreement, affirming, "What the Turtle Spirit Sister has said is indeed correct. Do any of you sisters hold a different opinion?" With 2 out of 3 great Luo Golden Immortals in agreement, how could the others possibly dissent? Yet, the Golden Spirit Saint Mother shook her head, stating, "Dear sisters, ours was founded by a saint. The basic principle of seniority should need no further explanation. The eldest brother has been appointed by our esteemed master. Do we possess the right to alter his decision? Thus, our has only an eldest brother, Hongza, and no eldest sister." Her words prompted a chorus of agreement among the disciples. Sister Golden Spirit speaks the truth. We, as disciples, have no authority to amend our master's decree. I acknowledge only the eldest brother designated by our master. Should anyone aspire to be the eldest brother or sister, let them seek the master's edict. In essence, the sentiments of these disciples were directed at Dao Bao Daoist, further inciting his ire. He coldly retorted, "Indeed, the eldest brother designated by our master is beyond our jurisdiction to alter. However, as the eldest brother of, if he cannot demonstrate his abilities, how can he earn the respect of his fellow disciples?" Sensing Dao Bao Daoist's intent to humiliate him, Hongza has already devised a counter-strategy. As the moment arrived to speak, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother preempted him. "Brother Duobao, how do you intend to experience the prowess of our elder brother?" The Duobao Daoist was momentarily taken aback, not comprehending the intention behind the Golden Spirit Holy Mother's words. Of course, one must demonstrate their true abilities through action. Mere words cannot sway the crowd, she asserted. Shaking her head, she continued, "I believe it is not solely about high cultivation. Being the elder brother entails more responsibilities. After all, he is tasked with overseeing the teachings of the sect, and thus, it is essential that he can enlighten his fellow disciples, guiding them smoothly along their paths of cultivation. Therefore, I propose we amend the rules today, allowing everyone to witness the elder brother's capabilities." The long-eared Enlightenment Immortal scoffed, "In a contest of cultivators, how can one distinguish superiority without engaging in combat? If the elder brother is afraid, let him step forth and concede defeat. Surely, Brother Duobao will not press him unduly." The Golden Spirit Holy Mother fixed her gaze upon the long-eared Enlightenment Immortal, causing him to tremble involuntarily. Fortunately, she did not press him further, allowing him to exhale in relief. "Brother Duobao, the disciples have already expressed their stances, determining their support. Thus, I invite the elder brother and Brother Duobao to instruct them separately. Let us set a limit of 500 years. By then, the stronger and weaker will be evident." The Duobao Daoist glanced at the disciples of the sect gathered around him, feeling a surge of joy within. Most of the promising disciples were under his tutelage, while beside Hongza, aside from Zhao Gongming and the 3 Miao, there were hardly any others. He nodded in agreement. "Very well, it is settled. I wonder, does the elder brother dare to seal our pact with a handshake?" He also discreetly communicated with the Pilu Immortal, urging him to seize the opportunity to give Hongza a stern warning. The Pilu Immortal nodded subtly, then directed his gaze towards Hongza. "Elder brother, do you dare to exchange a few moves with your junior brother? Allow me to witness your extraordinary abilities." Chapter 7. An unexpected outcome before anyone could react. The Pilu Immortal charged directly at Hongza. With seemingly unremarkable hands, he thrust outward, unleashing a tremendous force of celestial energy directed at Hongza. Taken aback by the sudden assault, Hongza realized evasion was impossible in that instant. He had no choice but to channel his entire magical essence, preparing to withstand the Pilu Immortal's strike. After all, he did not believe that the Pilu Immortal would dare to inflict harm upon him. Moreover, he He wore the water and fire robe bestowed by the celestial leader, a top-tier defensive artifact. Simultaneously, all present were astonished by the Pilu Immortal's actions. The turtle spirit Holy Mother cried out, "Pilu Immortal, do you seek death?" She prepared to rush forward to rescue Honghuang, fully aware that his cultivation was merely that of a celestial. Unfortunately, at that moment, the Duo Bao Daoist intervened, directly blocking the turtle spirit Holy Mother. At this moment, the turtle spirit Saint Mother could hardly concern herself with the fact that the precious Taoist was her senior brother. With a mere wave of her hand, an overwhelming surge of celestial power was unleashed. The precious Taoist was forcefully propelled several feet away, barely managing to steady himself. Simultaneously, he felt a tumult of blood and energy surge within him, almost causing him to spit blood on the spot. This left the precious Taoist secretly astonished, realizing that the great Luo Golden Immortal was indeed formidable. Although the turtle spirit Saint Mother had successfully repelled the precious Taoist with a single strike, it was too late for her to rescue Honghuang. She could only watch helplessly as the Pai Lu Immortal's palms struck Honghuang's body. Yet, in the next moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A powerful aura enveloped Honghuang, so potent that it rendered breathing difficult for those nearby. This force sent the Pai Lu Immortal flying backward, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood. What was even more shocking was that the Pai Lu Immortal's cultivation level began to plummet, descending from the early stage of the Tai Golden Immortal to the initial stage of the Celestial Immortal, where it finally halted. The hierarchy of cultivation among the prehistoric practitioners consists of 12 major realms: Earth Immortal, Celestial Immortal, True Immortal, Mystic Immortal, Golden Immortal, Tai Mystic Immortal, Tai Golden Immortal, Great Luo Golden Immortal, Quasi-Saint, Saint, Heavenly Dao Saint, and Great Dao Saint. Each major realm is further divided into 4 minor levels: Initial, Middle, Late, and Peak. Thus, the Pai Lu Immortal had fallen a full 5 major realms, a feat likely achievable only by divine retribution. Even Honghuang himself was taken aback. He had not sustained a single injury and had inadvertently caused the Pai Lu Immortal's cultivation to drop to the Celestial Immortal realm. Although Honghuang did not comprehend the reason behind this outcome, he could not neglect the need for outward decorum. With a solemn expression, he gazed at the Pai Lu Immortal and declared, "This serves as a lesson for you. Should there be a next time, I shall ensure your complete annihilation." With that, he scoffed and turned away, striding toward the rear mountains of Golden Tortoise Island. As Honghuang gradually faded from view, all the disciples of the remained rooted in place, stunned. It was only when they could no longer sense Honghuang's presence that someone finally regained their composure. Is the senior brother not excessively powerful? He didn't even need to strike, yet he reduced the Pai Lu Immortal to a mere celestial immortal. If he had truly exerted himself, the Pai Lu Immortal's cultivation would likely have been utterly crippled. Such terror! How fortunate I am to have chosen to support the senior brother. It seems my days of fortune are finally at hand. While the disciples of the whispered among themselves, the Golden Spirit, Saint Mother, spoke up. "Precious Taoist, I do not wish for another incident like today to occur. Otherwise, I shall inform our master." With a cold snort, she turned and retreated to her own cave. The Turtle Spirit Saint Mother and the Wudong Saint Mother promptly followed her into the cave. At this moment, the Taoist Duo Bao stood frozen in place, scarcely able to believe the astonishing events that had just transpired. He murmured to himself, "How can this be? How can there be the aura of a saint? Could it be that my senior brother has already attained the path to sanctity, and that the celestial prowess he exhibited was merely a fade?" As Duo Bao pondered aloud, the disciples of the Jie Sect quietly departed one by one. Ultimately, Duo Bao left with a visage of desolation, as if even his cultivation had diminished. Meanwhile, the situation for the immortal Pilu was even more dire, requiring the support of the long-eared Jinling Immortal to follow after Duo Bao. Simultaneously, Zhao Gongming and the 3 Shaos were utterly astonished. Their support for Honghuang was not merely due to the backing of the 3 great Luo Golden Immortals, but rather because they felt they had no right to alter the choice made by their revered master regarding the senior brother. Even if Honghuang's cultivation was merely that of a celestial being, or even that of a mere mortal, Zhao Gongming and the 3 Shaos would find it inconsequential. Yet, the siblings never anticipated that their seemingly celestial senior brother possessed such formidable power. The 4 siblings exchanged knowing nods before heading towards the cave of the Golden Spirit, Holy Mother. As for the other Jie Sect disciples, each returned to their own caves, preoccupied with their thoughts. Within the cave of the Golden Spirit, Holy Mother, she spoke with a smile. It appears that neither I nor Sister Wudong was mistaken. The senior brother's cultivation is far beyond that of a celestial being. To her side, the Turtle Spirit Holy Mother proudly remarked, I knew our master would not allow a celestial being to be the senior brother. Now you see, he has long since achieved the sanctified path. Wudong Holy Mother nodded in agreement, still unable to quell the shock within her heart. At that moment, Bixiao spoke up, a look of confusion on her face. Sisters, if the senior brother is indeed so formidable, why does he choose to disguise himself as a celestial being? Bixiao's question left everyone momentarily speechless, for none could provide her with a satisfactory answer. Ultimately, Bixiao offered her own interpretation, one she deemed quite perfect. Though I am unsure how you sisters arrived at your conclusions, I believe the senior brother is concealing his power for the sake of the Three Teachings debate conference a millennium hence. It is his intention to shine brilliantly at that event, allowing our Jie Sect to decisively eclipse the human sect and the Chan sect, thus becoming the foremost among the three teachings of the mystical door. Though Bixiao's explanation was somewhat presumptuous, it garnered unanimous agreement from the others. After all, they could conceive of no other rationale. At that moment, Yunxiao turned to the Golden Spirit Holy Mother and inquired, Sister Jinling, it seems that your ability, along with those of the other two sisters, to attain the great Luo Dao fruit is inextricably linked to the senior brother, is it not? Chapter 8. The astonishment of Zhao Gongming. To Zhao Gongming's surprise, his master had indeed proven to be exceptionally generous, bestowing upon him a remarkably powerful protective treasure. Honghuang was acutely aware of his own cultivation level and instinctively believed that it was the water and fire Dao robe granted by the heavenly teacher that had led to a significant setback for the Pai Lu Immortal. After all, the sanctified status he had attained in the great Dao bore no direct correlation to his cultivation or combat prowess. However, Honghuang overlooked one crucial point. Even those who have mastered the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting are still considered saints of the great Dao. The accomplishments of a Daoist saint are not to be trifled with, and it would be impossible for a Tai Golden Immortal to offend them. The outcome indeed surpassed Honghuang's expectations, causing his initial plans to remain unexecuted. He had long recognized his inadequacy in strength, and thus it was impossible for him to confront the likes of Daobao Daoist head-on. Consequently, Honghuang resolved to rely on the knowledge he had acquired in his past life, employing a battle of wits to outmaneuver Daobao Daoist. In summary, as long as he refrained from physical confrontation and engaged in verbal sparring, even 10 Daobao Daoists would be no match for him. Even if Daobao Daoist were to become a prominent figure in the future Buddhist sect, he would stand no chance whatsoever. Now, this predicament had been alleviated, leaving Honghuang feeling remarkably at ease. Just as he was basking in this newfound lightness, the sound of a hen clucking after laying an egg reached him from outside the thatched cottage. This brought a smile to Honghuang's face, as he thought to himself that after nurturing these hens for hundreds of years, they had finally laid eggs. He hurriedly made his way outside, rushing to the hen house. Upon seeing 5 or 6 hens laying eggs before him, a grin spread across Honghuang's face. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, "You finally laid eggs. Otherwise, I was prepared to stew you for soup." At last, he could savor some fried eggs. However, just as Honghuang was returning to the cottage with the eggs, he noticed those hens shaking their heads in the direction of the thatched cottage. For the sake of our lives, we must lay eggs to please him, otherwise, we would surely be stewed ourselves. Meanwhile, Zhao Gongming had hurriedly arrived outside Honghuang's residence. He did not approach the thatched cottage directly, but instead called out from the small courtyard, "Elder brother, your junior disciple Zhao Gongming has matters to discuss." Zhao Gongming's presence was indeed unexpected. One might wonder why he had left the serene confines of Mauname as Luofu Cave to come to Jinao Island. If he were to overhear such a thought, it would undoubtedly break his heart, especially considering that he had just aligned himself with Honghuang. After all, it had been a considerable time before he realized that his presence had gone unnoticed. Regardless of his musings, Honghuang set down the eggs in his hands and stepped outside the thatched cottage. With a smile, he addressed Zhao Gongming, "Junior brother Gongming, what brings you here to visit me today?" Standing outside the courtyard, Zhao Gongming once again bowed respectfully to Honghuang. "Elder brother, have you perhaps forgotten our earlier conversation? You have indeed made a wager with Master Duobao, committing to 5 centuries of guidance for your fellow disciples." This reminded Honghuang of the agreement established between the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit and Master Duobao. He sighed, shaking his head, and murmured to himself as he walked, "This troublesome girl, how can a mere celestial being like me possibly instruct those whose cultivation surpasses my own?" As he spoke, Honghuang arrived at the gate of his fenced courtyard and opened it with ease, gesturing politely for Zhao Gongming to enter. Naturally, Zhao Gongming heard Honghuang's earlier remarks distinctly and could not help but shake his head inwardly. It seemed that the elder brother suppressed his cultivation to the celestial realm for the sake of tranquility, deceiving many disciples of the in the process. While contemplating this, Zhao Gongming began to explore the courtyard where Hongzhe resided. The area was modest, encompassing merely an acre or two. In front of the thatched cottage, a variety of unfamiliar plants grew, piquing Zhao Gongming's curiosity. While others cultivated spiritual roots and extraordinary flowers, it appeared that this elder brother tended to peculiar specimens. Intrigued, Zhao Gongming scrutinized the unfamiliar flora, and to his astonishment, he discovered that the round, red object possessed an immense reservoir of primordial spiritual energy, imbued with a trace of Dao essence. The elongated green plant exhibited similar qualities, as did the purple one. Everything here emanated potent primordial spiritual energy and Dao essence. He marveled at the realization that each plant cultivated by his elder brother was indeed a primordial spiritual root, likely of the highest quality. How absurd it was that the disciples residing on Jinling Island for millennia had failed to recognize the existence of such extraordinary spiritual roots and even doubted their elder brother's abilities. As Zhao Gongming internally lamented this irony, he followed Hongzhe into the thatched cottage. "Junior brother Gongming, upon your first visit, I have little to offer but a cup of tea," said Hongzhe, setting the tea set before Zhao Gongming and beginning to brew the tea. Every movement of Hongzhe was clearly observed by Zhao Gongming, who was left awestruck, struggling to close his mouth in disbelief. As Hongzhe presented the teacup to Zhao Gongming, the latter unexpectedly entered a state of enlightenment. Noticing Zhao Gongming's sudden closed eyes, Hongzhe felt puzzled. "I say, junior brother Gongming, do you not favor my tea?" Zhao Gongming remained silent, his eyes still shut. Has he fallen asleep? How exhausted must he be to doze off while seated? Hongzhe retracted his hand, which had been waving in front of Zhao Gongming, and sighed in resignation. Regardless of Hongzhe's incessant complaints, Zhao Gongming, seated there, remained blissfully unaware. At that moment, Zhao Gongming found himself enveloped in a unique realm. Surrounding him were tea trees, each emanating the essence of the Tao, with every leaf containing profound and unparalleled wisdom. In an instant, Zhao Gongming's spirit became one with these tea trees. Gradually, he began to comprehend the principles of the one, the two, the three friends, the four qualities, the five natures, the six flavors, the seven emotions, the eight difficulties, the 9 fragrances, and the 10 virtues from these trees. This enlightenment also revealed to Zhao Gongming the true meaning of grasping and letting go. Zhao Gongming's temperament had always been quite tempestuous. Otherwise, he would not have contemplated descending the mountain to incinerate the Fengshen list upon discovering his name might be inscribed upon it, ultimately igniting an unwarranted fury that rendered him a notable figure on that list. However, having grasped the principles of tranquility from the tea, Zhao Gongming's irritable nature was destined for transformation, marking a pivotal moment that would irrevocably alter the course of his life. Chapter 9. The Master Brother Who Squanders Heaven's Gifts. Having attained the understanding of tranquility, Zhao Gongming's cultivation soared like a rocket. When he opened his eyes, his mastery had surged from the initial stage of the Tai Golden Immortal to the pinnacle of that realm. Upon realizing his newfound prowess, an unmistakable smile illuminated Zhao Gongming's face. He rose and bowed deeply to Hongzhe, expressing gratitude for the fortuitous transformation he had experienced. This gesture momentarily stunned Hongzhe, for Zhao Gongming was offering a salute typically reserved for a half-master. In a flurry, Hongzhe placed the eggs he had been holding aside and stepped forward to assist Zhao Gongming to his feet. "Why such a grand gesture, junior brother? It would surely be an embarrassment for me." Zhao Gongming, however, did not perceive Hongzhe as oblivious to his transformation. Rather, he instinctively believed that Hongzhe preferred to remain silent on the matter. Choosing not to dwell on it further, he focused his gaze on the eggs Hongzhe had just set down. Upon seeing them, Zhao Gongming was struck with a deeper astonishment. "Master brother, what are you about to do?" Observing Zhao Gongming pointing at the freshly gathered eggs, Hongzhe nonchalantly replied, "I noticed you were asleep, so I thought to fry a couple of eggs for myself. I didn't expect you to awaken so quickly. Now that you're up, let's savor the scrambled eggs I prepared together." With that, he picked up the eggs once more and, without hesitation, cracked them open. As the egg liquid cascaded into the bowl, a distorted expression appeared on Zhao Gongming's face. Witnessing Hongzhe's fluid motions, Zhao Gongming shook his head repeatedly. "Master brother, you truly are something else, casually frying these few phoenix eggs. Such a waste." It became evident that, in Zhao Gongming's eyes, these eggs were not mere ordinary eggs, but rather rare phoenix eggs, hard to come by in a millennium. The Phoenix clan is the sovereign of avian beings, having dominated the primordial world for countless epochs. Regrettably, following the initial calamity of the Dragon Han era, they experienced a complete decline. Today, the Phoenix clan is exceedingly rare, and the quest to find a single phoenix egg is akin to searching for a primordial spiritual treasure. Yet, 6 phoenix eggs were carelessly fried by Hongzhe without a hint of remorse. Zhao Gongming, however, refrained from intervening, for he did not doubt Hongzhe's recognition of the phoenix egg. He could only marvel in astonishment, lamenting his failure to have met this illustrious senior brother sooner. Had he befriended this enigmatic figure thousands of years earlier, he might have already ascended to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Unbeknownst to Hongzhe, Zhao Gongming was lost in thought. Instead, he remained focused on frying his eggs. As the saint of culinary arts, Hongzhe infused the entire process with the essence of the Dao. This inadvertently granted Zhao Gongming substantial benefits, bringing him closer to a breakthrough into the great Luo Golden Immortal realm. This led Zhao Gongming to contemplate relocating to Hongzhe's abode. Even if it meant serving Hongzhe daily and humbly acting as his attendant, he regarded it as an immense fortune. Before long, Hongzhe, with the perfectly fried eggs in hand, approached Zhao Gongming, bringing along a jar of exquisite wine and 2 cups. "Junior brother Gongming, since you are not fond of tea, let us share a couple of drinks," he proposed, uncorking the jar and filling a cup for Zhao Gongming, as well as one for himself. Gazing into the cup, brimming with primordial spiritual essence, Zhao Gongming felt no surprise this time. He had grown accustomed to the astonishing occurrences surrounding his senior brother. After all, since entering Hongzhe's humble dwelling, he had been met with an overwhelming series of revelations. With a respectful gesture, he raised his cup and addressed Hongzhe, "Senior brother, allow me to toast you with your own wine as a token of my gratitude." With that, he downed the wine in one gulp, even turning the cup upside down to signify its emptiness. Observing Zhao Gongming's exuberance, Hongzhe could not help but sigh inwardly. Truly, the future lord of the Black Tiger Xiantan, his magnanimity alone is worthy of reverence. Alas, fortune has not favored him, ultimately leading him to become a notable figure on the investiture of the gods. If only my strength were greater, I would undoubtedly assist him in altering his fate, at least allowing him to attain sanctity in body. Hongzhe also finished his wine and then spoke to Zhao Gongming. "Junior brother Gongming, come, taste the fried eggs I have prepared and let me know if they meet your satisfaction." He then offered Zhao Gongming a pair of chopsticks. Without hesitation, Zhao Gongming picked up the fried egg before him. As he savored the egg, Zhao Gongming couldn't help but reflect internally. To partake in the phoenix egg, it seems Zhao Gongming, have indeed become a prominent figure in the primordial realm. Upon consuming the egg, a surge of fiery spiritual energy coursed through his body. It began to cleanse his meridians, even forming an indomitable flame within his dantian. This revelation astonished Zhao Gongming. It was the phoenix's rebirth fire. Could it be that the eggs prepared by my elder brother were laid by Yuan Feng, the leader of the Phoenix clan? The rebirth fire allows the phoenix to rise anew from the ashes, achieving a state of immortality. Had it not been for Yuan Feng sacrificing her own soul to safeguard the phoenix lineage, it is unlikely anyone could have caused her spirit to dissipate. Now that Zhao Gongming possessed the rebirth fire of the Phoenix clan, it was tantamount to wielding the art of resurrection through flames. How could this not move him deeply? He placed his chopsticks upon the table, stepped back a few paces, and knelt upon the ground. "My elder brother has granted me a chance at rebirth. From this day forth, I, Zhao Gongming, vow to follow my elder brother's lead. Whether through water or fire, I shall heed his call." Hongzhe was taken aback by Zhao Gongming's sudden display of reverence and hurried over to assist him back to his feet. "What has come over you, junior brother?" "It was merely a bowl of wine and 2 fried eggs. Why such grand courtesy?" Zhao Gongming perceived Hongzhe as one feigning ignorance while being fully aware, thus revealing an expression of understanding. He then addressed Hongzhe. "Elder brother, let us not dwell on trivial matters. I have committed all to memory." With that, he lifted the wine jar from the table and filled their cups with exquisite wine once more. The two then exchanged cups, indulging in their libations with great enthusiasm. As several cups of fine wine were consumed, their conversation began to flow more freely. Hongzhe seized the opportunity to inquire about a question that had long eluded him. "What is the true essence of your being, Zhao Gongming?" Chapter 10. The Secret of Zhao Gongming. Junior brother Gongming, may I pose a question? Is it appropriate? Ask away, elder brother. I shall speak without reservation. Hongzhe nodded, hesitating for a moment before continuing. "Are you and the Sanshao sisters truly siblings? What is the true nature of your beings?" Hongzhe hesitated because he understood that this matter was undoubtedly a secret shared between Zhao Gongming and the Sanshao sisters. After all, once one's essence is revealed, one's vulnerabilities become exposed to others. Thus, he hesitated, yet he added, Of course, if it is inconvenient for you to disclose, consider that I have not inquired. With that, he raised his cup once more, toasting Zhao Gongming. Zhao Gongming lifted his cup and drank deeply, then sighed softly. Since the elder brother has inquired, I see no reason to withhold the truth from you. The essence of my three sisters and I is akin to a vibrant cloud that emerged at the dawn of creation, later taking form and becoming disciples of our esteemed master. Upon hearing Zhao Gongming reveal his identity, Honghuang nodded thoughtfully. In truth, he felt no shock at this revelation. Such lore has been woven into the fabric of countless future tales of the primordial chaos. However, one matter perplexed Honghuang. Why, among the primordial clouds, did the venerable Honghuang manage to ascend to the Zishao Palace to impart teachings? Thus, he inquired of Zhao Gongming. Might you enlighten me on the connection between you siblings and the venerable Honghuang? Should there be any ties, it would merely be that we belong to the same lineage. Zhao Gongming replied. For at the inception of creation, there was not solely that one red cloud. Our own essence, that of my siblings and I, also emerged together as a colorful cloud. The difference lies in the fact that Honghuang manifested but a single consciousness, while our essence birthed four. This is why he ascended to form earlier than us. Nodding in understanding, Honghuang continued, Might I inquire if you have any grievances with the demon tribe? Or perhaps some entanglement with their princes? At this question, Zhao Gongming furrowed his brow, deeply reflecting on the past. Suddenly, it seemed a thought struck him, and he addressed Honghuang directly. Had the elder brother not mentioned it, I might have nearly forgotten. In the days of the 10 suns wreaking havoc upon the primordial realm, the great archer Hui of the Witch clan shot down 9 golden crows with his crimson bow and white arrows. These crows, upon descending to the earth, sought to resurrect themselves using the true fire of the sun. By chance, I encountered them and utilized the sea-calming pearl bequeathed by our master to quell the boundless waters and extinguish the sun's true fire. I then collected the bodies of the 9 golden crows, intending to refine them into a magical artifact for future use. Alas, after countless years, I have yet to discover a method to refine their remains. Thus, if one were to ask whether I have any enmity with the demon tribe, it would merely stem from thwarting the resurrection of the 9 golden crows. With a wave of his hand, the bodies of the 9 golden crows materialized before Honghuang. Realization dawned upon him. The root of the matter lay here. No wonder the Taoist Liao would risk his own entanglement in karmic retribution to seek Zhao Gongming's life with the 7-arrow script. It became clear that Zhao Gongming had rendered the 9 siblings devoid of hope, even claiming their remains. Were this to fall upon Honghuang, he too would not let Zhao Gongming escape unscathed. He then remarked, It is no wonder I sensed a profound connection between you and the demon tribe. Now the truth unveils itself. To resolve this karmic bond, the only recourse is to locate the last of the 3-legged golden crows, to either gain his understanding or to vanquish him outright. Otherwise, the esteemed disciple Gongming is destined to fall by his hand. Zhao Gongming nodded in acknowledgement, committing to memory the necessity of locating the remaining golden crow to resolve this entanglement of fate. The corpses of the 9 golden crows served no purpose here. It would be more prudent to deliver them to the elder brother today. Perhaps, with his elder brother's prowess, they could be refined into a magical artifact. As Zhao Gongming handed the 9 golden crows to Honghuang, a refreshing aura enveloped him entirely. Ultimately, this energy coalesced into a force of law within his sea of consciousness. This occurrence inevitably led Zhao Gongming to sense an imminent opportunity, with the breakthrough to the great Luo Golden Immortal tantalizingly close. He rose to his feet, drained the exquisite wine from his bowl, and addressed Honghuang. Thank you for your generous hospitality, elder brother. I shall not impose further today, but I will certainly prepare a substantial gift when I next visit to express my gratitude. With that, he performed a half-disciple salute to Honghuang. Upon witnessing Zhao Gongming's intent to depart, Honghuang spoke directly to him. If you have the time, dear brother, consider a visit to Wui Mountain. There are 2 individuals there who share a connection with you. If possible, it would be wise to take them under your wing. Although Honghuang doubted his ability to alter Zhao Gongming's destiny, he deemed it prudent to offer what guidance he could. Whether Zhao Gongming encounters Xiao Sheng and Xiao Bao, and thereby avoids the calamity of the Dinghai Pearl meeting the falling treasure money again, is contingent upon his own fortune. Zhao Gongming nodded in understanding, committing Honghuang's words to memory. After performing another respectful bow, he turned and exited the thatched cottage. Meanwhile, the 3 heavenly maidens on Santian Island awaited news from Zhao Gongming, curious whether he too had found fortune with Honghuang. Dear sister, do you believe our brother will uncover an opportunity with the elder brother? Bixiao inquired, gazing out at the sea as she addressed Yin Xiao. Sister Jinling and the others would not deceive us. The elder brother is undoubtedly an extraordinary figure. Yet whether our brother can find fortune there will depend on his own destiny. Yunxiao, a remarkable being within the Jiejiao, had reached the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal realm, her temperament surpassing even that of the directly transmitted disciples. Had it not been for her entanglement with the demon race, perhaps Tongtian would have accepted her as a direct disciple. Even without that title, she was greatly favored by him, receiving the innate spiritual treasure, the Honghuang Golden Dipper, and the weapon of slaughter, the Golden Dragon Cut. This elevated Yunxiao standing within Jiejiao significantly, commanding respect even from Daobao Daoist. Her two younger sisters, along with Zhao Gongming, listened attentively to her words. Thus, when Yunxiao spoke, a glimmer of hope appeared on Xiongxiao and Bixiao's faces. At that moment, Zhao Gongming's figure materialized in midair, swiftly arriving at Sanxian Island. Yunxiao had already observed the transformation that had taken place within Zhao Gongming, for at this moment, Zhao Gongming's cultivation had surpassed hers. She approached and inquired, "Elder brother, have you found your fortune with our master brother?" Zhao Gongming, beaming with joy, nodded. "Indeed, not only have I discovered my fortune under master brother, but I have also reaped numerous benefits. However, this is not the time for me to elaborate. As I am on the verge of breaking through to the great Luo Golden Immortal realm, I shall require the protection of the three junior sisters." Chapter 11. The heart of the many treasures Taoist stirred within the abode of the many treasures Taoist. A considerable number of disciples from them were gathered. Before these disciples lay an array of spiritual fruits and celestial elixirs. The many treasures Taoist then spoke. "The teachings I impart today are directly from our esteemed master. Upon your return to your respective abodes, you must engage in profound contemplation. Understanding even a portion of these principles will enable your cultivation to ascend once more. These spiritual fruits and elixirs are bestowed upon you to expedite your growth." The disciples, their faces alight with gratitude, rose to bow and express their thanks to the many treasures Taoist before taking the spiritual fruits and elixirs and departing to their own abodes. In the end, only the Pai Lu Immortal, the long-eared Jingguang Immortal, the Lingya Immortal, the Qiushou Immortal, and the Jingguang Immortal remained in the many treasures Taoist's abode. Noticing the absence of others, the long-eared Jingguang Immortal spoke, "Brother many treasures, the master's favoritism towards Hongzhi has become somewhat excessive. Not only has he made a mere celestial immortal our master brother, but he has also bestowed upon him the innate spiritual treasure that could enhance one's cultivation. If Brother Many Treasures does not seize this opportunity while the master is away to devise a way to distance Hongzhi from it is likely that in the future, there will be no place for you on Golden Ao Island." The Pai Lu Immortal further incited, "Brother Many Treasures, the position of master brother within the rightfully belongs to you. Who among the disciples does not know this? It is a pity that our venerable master feigns ignorance. Now, I, Pai Lu Immortal, have been rendered powerless by him. Should his cultivation increase, the focus of his ambition may very well shift towards you, Brother Many Treasures. For only by stepping upon you can he claim the title of master brother." At this moment, the expression of the many treasures Taoist darkened slightly. Yet he refrained from voicing any protest. The Lingya Immortal discerned that the many treasures Taoist had been stirred and harbored intentions to contend with Hongzhi. Thus, he spoke to the many treasures Taoist, "Brother Many Treasures, now presents an opportune moment to expel Hongzhi from the. If only you can surpass him in instructing the disciples. He would surely feel ashamed to remain among us. I have observed that while Hongzhi's faction appears formidable, their potential for advancement is limited. In contrast, the disciples here under Master Brother, despite their varying levels of cultivation, possess significant room for growth. Regrettably, they were unable to acquire the teachings passed down by our esteemed master, which has resulted in their slow progress in cultivation. If Senior Brother Duobao could find them a suitable method, within 5 centuries, they would undoubtedly ascend to a higher realm." At that moment, Immortal Jingguang stepped forward, affirming, "Senior Brother Duobao, Immortal Lingya speaks truly. This competition revolves around the guidance of fellow disciples, focusing on who can facilitate their advancement most swiftly. Thus, it is not merely a matter of whose cultivation is superior, but rather who can enhance their progress expeditiously. Senior Brother Duobao must seize this invaluable opportunity, otherwise, we may entirely lose our chance to confront the looming threat of Hongzhi." Duobao Daoist nodded, acknowledging the sentiment. However, a cultivation method suitable for all is not easily found. Upon hearing Duobao Daoist's remarks, Immortal Pilu could not help but reveal a hint of joy. "Senior Brother Duobao, pray tell, how do you find my current level of cultivation?" As Duobao Daoist scrutinized him, he was taken aback. For at that moment, Immortal Pilu had attained the pinnacle of true immortal status. In just a few days, how have you ascended from celestial immortal to the apex of true immortal? Immortal Pilu did not respond directly, but began to chant incantations, and his aura underwent a transformation. The ethereal radiance surrounding him gradually dimmed, replaced by an alternative flow of Taoist energy. Others may not recognize it, but Duobao Taoist was exceedingly familiar with it. He then snorted, "Impudent Immortal Pilu, I never expected you to covertly ally with the Western sect." It became clear that the method Immortal Pilu practiced was derived from the Western sect's Great Dream Sutra. This technique does not impose stringent requirements on practitioners and can even be mastered by anyone. Furthermore, it is a method that allows for rapid advancement, far exceeding the speed of the Qingjing Immortal technique. However, the Great Dream Sutra has a significant drawback. Upon reaching a certain level, one must undergo a baptism in the waters of the 8 treasures pool, or else further progress becomes impossible. Few are aware of this limitation, but Duobao Taoist is among those few. Thus, his expression shifted dramatically, for he suspected that Immortal Pilu had indeed allied himself with the Western sect. At this juncture, Immortal Pilu hastily interjected, "Senior brother Duobao, do not be angered. The method I practice is indeed the Great Dream Sutra of the Western sect. But that does not imply I have pledged my allegiance to them. If you have not allied with the Western sect, how then did you acquire the Great Dream Sutra? Did you simply stumble upon it?" Immortal Pilu shook his head, "Senior brother Duobao, you may not be aware, but the Great Dream Sutra is not a secret within the Western world. One merely needs to stroll through the Western lands to easily obtain it. There is no necessity to ally with the Western sect." Upon hearing this, Duobao Taoist furrowed his brow in contemplation, but chose not to press Immortal Pilu further. This inevitably presented an opportunity for the long-eared Jinling Immortal, who promptly addressed the Daobao Taoist. "Brother Daobao, the Pai Lu Immortal has managed to elevate his cultivation to the pinnacle of true immortal status in merely a few days. This indicates that the Great Dream Scripture possesses remarkable efficacy for rapid advancement. You must not let this opportunity slip away. If I were to have the disciples of the Jie Sect practice the Western teachings, even if it facilitated their cultivation, what would it matter? Once discovered by our master, I fear all would be expelled from the Jie Sect, and I too would face punishment." The Pai Lu Immortal smiled and reassured the Daobao Taoist. "There is no need for concern, brother Daobao. The Great Dream Scripture is unlike other techniques. All cultivation occurs within dreams. As long as practitioners refrain from revealing their progress, not even our master would discern any clues. Otherwise, after all this time practicing the Great Dream Scripture, our master would have likely uncovered it by now." With this, the Daobao Taoist felt a sense of relief, although a hint of indecision lingered. Despite these reassurances, the potential for gossip was a daunting prospect, and he feared the consequences of any breach of secrecy. At this moment, the Qiushou Immortal interjected, "Brother Daobao, such trivial matters are hardly worth your concern. Simply rename the Great Dream Scripture, and who would suspect that they are practicing it?" Thus, the Daobao Taoist resolutely nodded. Pai Lu, promptly relay the upper clear dream to the disciples, allowing them to ponder it deeply. At this juncture, the Daobao Taoist could no longer afford to hesitate. Should he lose to Hongzhe this time, he would become the laughingstock of the Jie Sect. Therefore, the Daobao Taoist had to take a gamble, regardless of the severe repercussions that might ensue. Unbeknownst to him, both the Pai Lu Immortal and the long-eared Jinling Immortal were secretly reveling in joy. A century passed in the blink of an eye, during which the three heavens goddess tirelessly protected Zhao Gongming. One day, Zhao Gongming suddenly opened his eyes, releasing a hearty laugh. Observing him now, one could see the flow of Taoist essence enveloping him, with the 3 flowers atop his head converging and the 5 energies within him rising like the sun. He had attained the great Luo Dao fruit. Having grasped the principles of tranquility, his power had far surpassed that of the golden spirit saintess and her companions. Moreover, Zhao Gongming appeared devoid of his former sharp edges, instead exuding a humble simplicity. This prompted Bai Xiao to express her delight as she approached him, saying, "Brother, you have finally become a great Luo Golden Immortal, and I believe your strength surpasses that of Sister Jinling and the others." Zhao Gongming nodded with a smile, attributing his accomplishments to his elder brother. "All of this is thanks to our master. Without him, how could I have comprehended the principles of tranquility?" Upon hearing that Zhao Gongming had indeed grasped the principles of tranquility, Yun Zhao's face displayed an expression of disbelief. "Brother, are you saying you have attained the power of the principles? What is the power of the principles?" Only a sage can comprehend the absolute power that lies within. Even those on the cusp of sainthood cannot grasp even a fragment of such profound laws. Yet, here stands Zhao Gongming, merely a Deluo Jinxian, who has already mastered the power of these laws. How could Yunxiao possibly remain unshaken? Seeing Zhao Gongming nod with a smile, Yunxiao finally confirmed that she had not misheard. She promptly inquired, "Brother, please elaborate on what you experienced with our eldest brother." Zhao Gongming rose to his feet, and in an instant, flames erupted around him. He had been refining the corpses of the 9 great golden crows, a fact well known to Yunxiao and the others. Initially, they believed he had fully refined the corpses into a treasure capable of unleashing the true fire of the sun. However, Yunxiao soon realized that the flames enveloping Zhao Gongming were not the true fire of the sun, which left her somewhat perplexed. "Brother, the flames that burn upon you do not appear to be the true fire of the sun, yet their potency seems equally formidable." "Indeed, sister, you have a keen eye," Zhao Gongming acknowledged. "The flames that engulf me are not the true fire of the sun. They are the nirvana flames bestowed by our eldest brother, granting me the power of the phoenix's rebirth." He then recounted in exquisite detail everything he had experienced in Honghuang to his 3 sisters. The 3 heavens maidens were utterly astonished, even questioning whether Zhao Gongming might be exaggerating. If our eldest brother truly possesses such mystery, why does he remain so understated? Is it truly for the sake of the 3 teachings debate? Even Bixiao began to doubt her initial judgment. Unable to fathom the truth, she decided that it would be best to witness it for herself, for seeing is believing. As soon as her thoughts settled, she vanished, appearing outside the cave. Mounting her steed, the flower feather bird, she set off towards Golden Island, calling back to her elder sister Yunxiao, "Elder sister, I shall visit our eldest brother." At that moment, Xiongxiao was also eager to act, nearly summoning her steed, the swallow bird, to chase after Bixiao. Observing her sister's enthusiasm, Yunxiao understood her intentions and raised a hand. "Sister, do not be hasty. If all 3 of us go to see our eldest brother together, it may not be the wisest decision." Zhao Gongming nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in Yunxiao's words. "Indeed, our eldest brother values discretion and does not wish for others to perceive his extraordinary nature. Therefore, we must maintain an air of naturalness. Should we provoke his disdain, it may become arduous to secure future opportunities." Xiongxiao nodded in response, secretly chastising herself for allowing Bixiao to seize the initiative. Yet, this was but a fleeting thought and would not affect the bond among the sisters. Seeing that Xiongxiao had relinquished the idea of pursuing Bixiao, Zhao Gongming finally nodded in relief. The elder brother had mentioned that there were 2 individuals in Wui Mountain fated to meet him, urging him to take the time to bring them under his tutelage. A century has now elapsed, and I must make my way to Wui Mountain to seize the opportunity spoken of by my elder brother. With that, he gestured forward, and a magnificent black tiger appeared before him. Zhao Gongming mounted the ebony beast, bidding farewell to Yunxiao and Xiongxiao, and departed from Sainthood Island, heading towards Wui Mountain. Meanwhile, Bixiao hastened her journey to Jinling Island, this time choosing not to meet anyone, but instead heading directly towards the back mountain. Soon, she arrived at the small courtyard of Honghuang, just in time to see him busily engaged in his tasks. Bixiao had taken Zhao Gongming's words to heart, understanding that every action of her elder brother held profound significance. Hence, she refrained from disturbing Honghuang and quietly observed from the outside. At that moment, Honghuang was slowly adding soaked soybeans into the stone mill, while urging a small donkey to grind the beans. Fresh soy milk flowed continuously from the mill, filling Honghuang with immense joy. It is said that Jinling Island is a sacred ground for sages, yet even planting a single soybean requires centuries to bear fruit. It took nearly 1,000 years to produce this meager amount. However, though delayed, it finally granted him the pleasure of enjoying a warm cup of soy milk and a serving of spicy tofu. Honghuang murmured to himself, continually feeding the stone mill with soybeans until the last one was added. He then stood up and patted the little donkey that had been grinding, saying, "You've worked hard this time. I'll give you some tofu residue to taste later." With that, he untied the donkey's rope, allowing it to return to its pen. Unbeknownst to Honghuang, the little donkey grumbled internally as it walked away. "After all, I am a dignified Deluo Golden Immortal. Yet my master has me going in circles here grinding. However, compared to the hens, my fortune seems better. At least I don't have to lay eggs for my master." Honghuang remained oblivious to the donkey's thoughts, busy collecting the soy milk he had produced, humming a little tune as he made his way to his thatched cottage. At this moment, Bixiao had witnessed the entire process, her heart stirred by the unfolding scene. Unable to contain her curiosity, she unwittingly stepped into Honghuang's courtyard, continuing to observe his every move from the shadows. Chapter 13. The gossiping hen. Perhaps due to Honghuang's intense focus or by Zhao's impeccable concealment, she remained undetected. Honghuang remained methodically engaged, boiling soy milk and preparing tofu with an effortless grace akin to flowing water. As Hongzhe finally concluded his tasks, the sensation within Bixiao grew increasingly palpable. She felt an urgent need to seek Hongzhe's confirmation, eager to seize the opportunity that lay before her. Master brother, what on earth have you been tinkering with for so long? Surely this tofu is not some miraculous elixir? Startled by her sudden voice, Hongzhe inadvertently spewed out the soybean milk he had just sipped. This elicited a delightful giggle from Bixiao, nearly causing her to double over in laughter. Upon recognizing Bixiao, Hongzhe could only wear a look of exasperation. He pondered how his usually quiet courtyard had suddenly become so lively, especially with Bixiao, who did not reside on Jinling Island. Visiting today, he set the soybean milk down on the table and casually wiped his mouth. You, child, tread so silently that you didn't even announce your arrival. You nearly caused me to choke on this bowl of soybean milk. This surely qualifies as attempted homicide. Yet, Bixiao was too preoccupied to heed his words. She pushed open the door and entered Hongzhe's thatched cottage. Without hesitation, she grabbed the bowl of soybean milk he had just drunk from and held it to her nose. The rich aroma of soybeans stirred her appetite, and disregarding the fact that it had already been sipped by Hongzhe, she took a generous gulp. As the sweet soybean milk flowed into her mouth, innate spiritual energy began to nourish her meridians. Hongzhe, taken aback, thought to himself how this girl seemed even more reckless than the tortoise spirit mother. After finishing the soybean milk, Bixiao approached the tofu that Hongzhe had been suppressing. After examining it for a while, she still could not comprehend the process. Master brother, while alchemists use cauldrons, what method are you employing for your concoction? In Bixiao's understanding, only innate spiritual fruits contained innate spiritual energy, alongside miraculous elixirs. Therefore, she surmised that the soybean milk and tofu Hongzhe was preparing must also be extraordinary elixirs. Hongzhe, momentarily at a loss for words, struggled to respond to Bixiao's inquiry. After all, making tofu was not a profound skill in later generations. Nearly anyone could manage it. Noticing his silence, Bixiao, assuming she understood, continued, since it's a secret, I shan't press further, lest I burden you, master brother. However, once the elixir is complete, you must surely grant me a few, for those who witness should share in the bounty. At that moment, Hongzhe felt utterly flabbergasted by Bixiao's audacity, wondering if her mind was sound. Recalling her audacious attempt to ambush the primordial Heavenly Venerable in the Nine Curves Yellow River array, he became increasingly convinced of her eccentricity. After all, the primordial Heavenly Venerable was a sage. Attempting to ambush a sage was akin to courting death. In a moment of helplessness, I could only speak up. Senior brother, I am not skilled in alchemy. These are merely a few pieces of tofu I made. If junior sister Bixiao enjoys them, she may have as much as she likes. I assure you, I am not a stingy person. Regardless of what Hongzhe had to say, Bixiao was already aware from Zhao Gongming that Hongzhe would never admit to his own prowess. For her, as long as there was tofu to eat, it mattered not whether it was a miraculous elixir or merely common sustenance. Thus, Bixiao nodded vigorously and addressed Hongzhe, thank you, senior brother. Just be sure not to hold back. Hongzhe smiled and nodded, reassuring her, rest assured, this tofu will be more than enough. Bixiao was elated and recalled Zhao Gongming's words about the exquisite innate spiritual roots cultivated in senior brother's medicinal garden. She then suggested, it seems this tofu will take a while to set. Why not let me accompany you to tour your medicinal garden? Hearing Bixiao refer to his vegetable patch as a medicinal garden, Hongzhe could only shake his head in exasperation. Feel free to take a look, junior sister. But I must clarify that it is merely a vegetable garden. With that, he led Bixiao out of the thatched cottage toward his garden, explaining along the way what tomatoes, peppers, and cucumbers were. Bixiao listened intently, eagerly inquiring how to use these items. Hongzhe generously plucked cucumbers and tomatoes for her to enjoy fresh. Bixiao was unreserved in her consumption, indulging heartily. In her eagerness, she even snatched 2 red peppers while Hongzhe was distracted, popping them into her mouth with haste. The inevitable consequence soon becoming apparent. Observing Bixiao's tongue darting out in response to the spice, Hongzhe could not help but smile wryly. You silly girl. How can you eat a pepper like that? Quickly, have a tomato. He tossed a tomato her way, which she promptly devoured without hesitation. Meanwhile, in the chicken coop, several hens were quite animated. Whom do you think our master should choose? The adorably silly tortoise spirit mother, the commanding golden spirit mother, or the delicate jade mother? Surely it cannot be that mischievous Bixiao. I think she is quite delightful. At the very least, she brings joy to our master. I believe the tortoise spirit mother is the most fitting. Just look at how charmingly silly she is, and our master is quite fond of her. I think we should match our master with the golden spirit mother. Only she can keep him in check and prevent him from constantly demanding us to lay eggs for him. Are you all foolish? Why must our master choose just one? Can't he have them all? Indeed, it is true that the cultivation of those young maidens is rather inadequate. Only by marrying them off to their master can one ensure his safety. Those hens clandestinely indulge in matchmaking, gossiping with delightful fervor. However, their assertion regarding the maiden's low cultivation is not a mere boast, for these hens have already reached the pinnacle of the great Luo Jingxian realm. Logically, they could have transformed and attained enlightenment long ago, yet they chose to forego such transformation, for it allows them to remain by Hongzhe's side, preventing him from casting them away. Unbeknownst to Hongzhe, his hens are diligently selecting brides for him, while laughter intermittently emanates from him and Bixiao, creating a wonderfully harmonious atmosphere. Chapter 14. Concerns from the hens. Although the female disciples of the Jie Sect exhibit a certain carefree demeanor in Hongzhe's presence, he finds in Bixiao the playful spirit reminiscent of a mischievous classmate. Thus, his fondness for her deepens, yet it remains solely a matter of affection, devoid of ulterior motives. Ultimately, Bixiao devoured the entirety of the edible offerings from Hongzhe's vegetable garden, not forgetting to pluck a few chili peppers to hide away for her two elder sisters and brother to taste. She then accompanied Hongzhe back to the thatched cottage, only to discover that the tofu had yet to set. To entertain Bixiao, Hongzhe presented some of his dried fruits and homemade pastries. Regardless of what he offered, Bixiao consumed it with such gusto that she left nothing behind. Fortunately, the tofu finally solidified. Otherwise, Hongzhe would have been at a loss as to how to host Bixiao. Upon learning that the tofu was ready, a glistening liquid involuntarily flowed from the corners of Bixiao's mouth. Master brother, the tofu is finally done. Hurry and let me taste it. Without waiting for Hongzhe's consent, she seized a piece of tofu and stuffed it into her mouth with fervor. Seeing Bixiao's face smeared with tofu, Hongzhe could no longer contain his laughter, bending over in amusement. However, at that moment, Bixiao was oblivious to Hongzhe's mirth. It felt as though something within her had shattered. Soon after, she sensed a black hole emerging within her dantian, one that seemed capable of devouring everything. Concurrently, within the sea of her consciousness, a force of law began to take shape. This force, unlike Zhao Gongming's principle of stillness, could not alter Bixiao's character. Rather, it amplified her innate tendencies, rendering her even more gluttonous. The principle she comprehended was none other than the law of consumption among the myriad laws. As the law of consumption slowly crystallized, it ultimately integrated into Bixiao's being. She distinctly felt the awakening of this law within her, a realization that filled her with uncontainable joy. At this moment, what was once merely the cultivation of a Golden Immortal has now transcended into the realm of Tai Golden Immortal, even reaching the advanced stage of Tai Golden Immortal. Although Bixiao has not directly attained the Dao of Great Luo, possessing the power of the laws suggests that achieving the Dao of Great Luo is merely a matter of time. This realization fills Bixiao with immense joy, causing her to close her eyes and immerse herself in the flow of the laws within her body. Observing Bixiao with her eyes tightly shut, Hongzhe shakes his head in resignation. It seems that this sibling pair shares a peculiar trait. They easily drift off to sleep during conversations. With Bixiao now asleep, Hongzhe sees no reason to linger and decides to head to the kitchen, where he begins to prepare several delightful dishes featuring tofu. Thus, while Hongzhe busies himself in the kitchen, Bixiao contemplates the power of the laws in their humble abode. After the passage of a fragrant incense stick's duration, Hongzhe prepares an exquisite tofu feast comprising spicy tofu, scallion tofu, mapo tofu, and braised tofu. With the 4 dishes beautifully arranged on the table, Bixiao remains undisturbed, prompting another sigh of resignation from Hongzhe. He then decides to fetch a jar of fine wine, sitting opposite Bixiao, relishing the sight of her beauty in slumber. However, his reverie is short-lived, as Bixiao gradually opens her eyes, taking a deep breath and exclaiming, "How delightful! Are all these dishes made of tofu? Truly a little glutton. It's time to eat before they lose their flavor." With that, Hongzhe hands her a pair of chopsticks. Bixiao, unceremoniously, seizes the chopsticks and devours the food with great enthusiasm. Soon, even Hongzhe cannot resist picking up his own chopsticks, engaging in a playful competition for the delectable dishes. Otherwise, by the time Bixiao finishes, there may be nothing left for him. After a satisfying meal, Bixiao reluctantly bids farewell to Hongzhe. "No need to see me off, master brother. I shall return to visit you in a couple of days." The mention of her return startles Hongzhe, causing him to stumble. "My dear little aunt, if you come by for no particular reason, my vegetable garden will surely be devoured by you." Bixiao pays little heed, sticking her tongue out at Hongzhe before summoning her flower-feathered bird. With a swift mount upon the bird, she cheerfully addresses Hongzhe, "So, master brother, You must strive to cultivate more cucumbers and tomatoes, lest I consume them all. With a peal of laughter like silver bells, she rides off into the distance, vanishing from Hongza's sight. Watching Bixiao disappear, Hongza shakes his head in exasperation. Truly insatiable, it seems I must indeed expand my vegetable garden. With that, he turns and strolls back to his humble abode, a smile gracing his face. See, I told you our master has a soft spot for that Bixiao girl. Just look at the smile on his face. It's quite the show. It is evident, master, that you are undoubtedly in love. Only those in the throes of romance can wear such a smile. Your discernment seems lacking, for the endearingly naive turtle spirit mother is truly delightful. At least she does not possess the insatiable appetite of that gluttonous girl, Bixiao. What do you know? Our master delights in preparing delectable dishes, and naturally, one must seek a companion who shares a passion for culinary delights. That is what constitutes a true match, is it not? It appears you cannot see the impending danger. That ravenous Bixiao may one day stew us sisters. Silence, a deathly stillness enveloped the chicken coop as the hen stood frozen in place. After a prolonged moment, one hen finally spoke. We must devise a plan to extinguish the budding affection of our master. Otherwise, our lives may be forfeit. Indeed, should that Bixiao girl return, we shall show her what true power is. Thus, the hen strategized on how to drive Bixiao away, while she had already returned to Tongtian Island. Upon witnessing Bixiao's cultivation breakthrough to the Golden Immortal realm, Yun Xiao, without needing to inquire, deduced that she must have encountered fortuitous opportunities with Hongzhe. Approaching her, he asked, "Third sister, what wonders have you discovered with the senior brother?" Bixiao, with a smile radiant as blossoms, vividly recounted her experiences with Hongzhe to her two elder sisters. Observing Bixiao's unquenchable enthusiasm, Xiao could not suppress a knowing smile. "Third sister, why do I sense something amiss? Your face is positively blooming with peach blossoms. Are you not perhaps destined to be with the senior brother for life?" Bixiao, momentarily taken aback, softly replied, "I do wish for that, but I fear the senior brother may not be inclined." Realizing she had spoken too freely, she blushed and hurried back to her dwelling. As she departed, she could not resist giving Xiao a light kick as a gesture of protest. Chapter 15. In the hall of Xiao, fortune and misfortune intertwine within the hall of Xiao. Hong Jundaozu sat in the principal seat, his expression devoid of emotion as he spoke. "Several millennia have passed. Have you yet to reach a consensus? Master, I still believe that the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of humanity should be selected from among virtuous individuals of the human race. With guidance from the 3 teachings of the mysterious gate, we can ultimately achieve the flourishing of humanity. As for the reconstruction of the heavenly court and the selection of the heavenly emperor, I propose that my disciple, the great master of Xuandu, is most suited for this position." Laozi directly addressed Hong Jundaozu. Upon hearing this, Hong Jundaozu nodded, then turned his gaze to the other saints. Before Hong Jundaozu could speak, the Taoist of guidance took the initiative. "Master, my elder brother Laozi believes that the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors should be chosen from among the human race, and I have no objections whatsoever. Moreover, I shall dispatch elite disciples to instruct the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. However, regarding the candidate for the heavenly emperor in the reconstructed heavenly court, I find that my disciple, Mithriya, is exceedingly suitable." As soon as the voice of the guide Taoist fell, the Tongtian patriarch could not help but emit a cold snort. "Why must you from the West interfere in our Eastern affairs? Is it truly the case that we in the East are devoid of capable individuals? My foremost disciple, Hongzhe, is more than capable of assuming the position of the heavenly emperor." The words of Tongtian patriarch were echoed by Hua, who interjected, "Indeed, matters of the East should be resolved by those from the East, so there is no need to trouble the 2 esteemed friends." Throughout the millennia, the 6 saints had convened in the Xiao Palace to deliberate on who was deserving of becoming the new ruler of the heavenly court and who could ascend as the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of humanity. Even among the saints, personal ambitions lingered, each hoping for their own disciples to take the throne. Thus, for thousands of years, the 6 saints remained entrenched in their respective stances, failing to reach a consensus. In his heart, the primordial heavenly venerable yearned for his named disciple, the Southern Pole Immortal, to ascend as the ruler of the heavenly court. However, he noticed the barely concealed smiles on the faces of Hao Yin and Yao Dai, which led him to suspect that a candidate for the heavenly court's ruler had already been determined. The gathering called by the Hongjun Taoist seemed merely a formality. This suspicion intensified, particularly following Laozi's recommendation of Master Xuandu and the guide Taoist's endorsement of Mithriya. The unperturbed expression on Hongjun Taoist's face further solidified the primordial heavenly venerable suspicions. Thus, he boldly declared, "Master, I find my elder brother's method for selecting the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors for humanity to be quite reasonable. Furthermore, I believe that since Enhua's sister created humanity and later mended the heavens for their benefit, it is only fitting to allow the true spirit of Fushi, her brother, to reincarnate through the 6 paths of reincarnation and assume the role of the heavenly sovereign for humanity. Moreover, the reconstruction of the heavenly court cannot be accomplished with only a heavenly emperor. A heavenly empress is equally essential. Thus, I propose that Hao Yin and Yao Dai are the most suitable candidates for the positions of heavenly emperor and empress. The flattery from the primordial heavenly venerable resonated loudly, earning him a nod of approval from the Honghuang Taoist. In that case, it is settled. Enhua, you must promptly send Fushi's true spirit to the 6 paths of reincarnation, lest we delay his ascension to the position of heavenly sovereign for humanity. Enhua rose hurriedly to pay her respects to the Honghuang Taoist, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Master. Upon my return, I shall personally proceed to the 6 paths of reincarnation. She did not forget to cast a grateful glance at the primordial heavenly venerable for his recommendation of her brother. Subsequently, the Honghuang Taoist gestured towards Hao Yin and Yao Dai, and in an instant, they underwent a transformation. Hao Yin became a strikingly handsome young man in his 30s, while Yao Dai transformed into a stunning beauty of 18. At that moment, Hao Yin donned the regal attire of a heavenly emperor, crowned with a majestic diadem, exuding an aura of sovereign authority. Yao Dai, adorned in the resplendent garments of a heavenly empress, wore a phoenix crown, embodying grace and grandeur, reminiscent of a motherly figure presiding over the realm. Before the venerable Honghuang, the 2 individuals knelt humbly, expressing their gratitude with profound respect. Honghuang extended his hand, grasping the void, and a magnificent mirror materialized in his palm. This artifact, known as the Hao Yin mirror, allows one to gaze upon the 36 heavens above and the 18 layers of the underworld below. Today, I bestow this upon you, so you may utilize it to observe the myriad wonders of the universe. In a flurry of reverence, Hao Yin extended his hands to receive the Hao Yin mirror, bowing once more in gratitude. Honghuang then reached into the void again, and a golden hairpin appeared in his grasp. This treasure, known as the golden hairpin, possesses the divine ability to manifest the ethereal into the tangible. I gift it to you today to uphold the laws of the celestial court. Yao Qi accepted the hairpin with deep appreciation, promptly inserting it into her hair. Subsequently, 3 peach trees materialized before Honghuang. With a mere wave of his hand, the 3 trees transformed into 3,600. These are the Pan Tao trees, one of the 10 primordial spiritual roots. You shall take them to the heavenly court and plant them in the peach garden, reserved for future feasts with the celestial beings. Hao Yin and Yao Qi once again bowed deeply to Honghuang, respectfully gathering the 3,600 Pan Tao trees. As you, my disciples, begin your stewardship of the heavenly court, it would be prudent for you to enlist assistance from your senior brothers and sisters. Why not each select a few of your disciples to aid you in the heavenly court? No sooner had Honghuang concluded his words than Yuanshi Tianzuan spoke up. Rest assured, Master, upon my return to Kunlun Mountain, I shall send the Southern Pole Elder to assist my younger brother Hao Yin and sister Yao Qi in the heavenly court. Latsu, quite direct, waved his hand, separating his virtuous corporeal form from his being. This is my virtuous incarnation, Taishang Laojun. Today, I shall send him to the heavenly court to oversee the Do Shui Palace and assist my younger brother and sister in their governance. Latsu's decision to send his incarnation to serve in the heavenly court astonished Yuanshi Tianzuan, who mused that he could not compare to his elder brother. In contrast, Tongtian Jiaozhu seemed unfazed, offering a nonchalant reply. Master, I cannot make decisions for my disciples. Upon my return to Jineo Island, I shall announce this matter to all disciples. Those willing to assist my younger brother Hao Yin and sister Yao Qi will be personally escorted to the heavenly court. The Taoist of guidance appeared despondent, outright refusing. My disciples in the West are few and far between. It is likely no one will volunteer to serve in the heavenly court. I hope my younger brother and sister can understand. Mother Nuwa, lacking disciples of her own, had no need to voice her opinion. Thus, Honghuang did not await her response, nodding affirmatively. In that case, it is settled. You should return swiftly to prepare. Additionally, I must inform you that a new calamity will commence in 10,000 years. You must make early preparations. With that, Honghuang vanished from the Purple Cloud Palace. The 6 saints, along with Hao Yin and the Jade Pool, simultaneously bowed in farewell. Chapter 16, Tongtian offends many. Within the vast expanse of the Purple Cloud Palace, the Grand Master Honghuang reappeared upon the meditation mat. In his hand, he held a golden scroll, which was indeed the key to the impending calamity, the divine list of the heavenly books. Observing the scroll, Honghuang spoke to himself, All is destined by the heavenly Dao. It is only right that the Jie Sect faces complete annihilation in this tribulation. Even if I wished to offer protection, it would be futile. Unbeknownst to Tongtian, his actions today had already set the Jie Sect upon the path of destruction. Had he been aware, he might have chosen to emulate the methods of the primordial supreme being. At the very least, such a course could preserve the sect's legacy and prevent its utter demise in the next calamity. Alas, Tongtian's nature was too straightforward. His actions were driven solely by impulse, devoid of any pretense or flattery. In contrast, the primordial supreme being had discerned the underlying intricacies and, in doing so, had cultivated a favorable outcome. Now, not only did Nuwa express gratitude towards the primordial supreme being, but even the newly appointed Heavenly Emperor Haoyan and the Heavenly Empress of the Jade Pool felt deep appreciation. Even Laozi, at a crucial moment, had seen through everything and made a more prudent choice. Yet, Tongtian remained oblivious to any missteps on his part. In his heart, the flourishing of the Jie Sect outweighed all concerns. As for the notion of ingratiating himself to Grandmaster Honghuang, it was something he held in utter disdain. Thus, at this moment, Tongtian felt no sense of crisis, approaching the Golden Islands Bo Palace with a smile. As Tongtian hurried back to the Bo Palace, Yunxiao and Xiongxiao had already arrived at the courtyard of Hongzhe. Just before they entered, they were greeted by the sound of a melodious guqin. This enchanting music caused Yunxiao's hand, which had been reaching for the door, to pause midair. The sound was so soothing, akin to their master expounding profound teachings. Xiongxiao nodded and suggested, "Sister, perhaps this is your opportunity. Why not enter and meet Brother Master?" Yunxiao nodded and withdrew her hand, respectfully addressing, "Brother Master, we, your sisters Yunxiao and Xiongxiao, seek an audience with you. We implore you to grant us a moment of your time." Suddenly, upon hearing the sisters' arrival, Hongzhe halted his playing, pressing down on the strings. The enchanting music ceased abruptly, much to the displeasure of the hens and donkeys listening intently. "I was so close to a breakthrough. Who has disrupted my good fortune?" lamented one donkey. A hen, glancing at the donkey nearby, replied, "Oh dear donkey, refrain from complaining. It seems our master's romantic fortune has returned. Do you wish to thwart our master's endeavors?" This inevitably caused the donkey to cast a disdainful glance towards the clouds beyond the small courtyard. The two young ladies were fairly attractive, yet they paled in comparison to the revered Saint Ling. Surely, our master possessed a taste far superior to be enamored with these girls. How does one justify being a mere donkey? Have you not heard the master speak of the saying that every carrot and vegetable has its own admirers? The master once remarked that a single grand tree can never rival a vast forest. The hens and the donkey were secretly gossiping amongst themselves, but to Hongzhe's ears, their clucking and braying were nothing but a cacophony. He could not help but reprimand them. "Have you not heard that guests have arrived? Can you not keep quiet for a moment? If you continue this raucous behavior, I shall serve you as donkey meat and beggar's chicken." The moment Hongzhe's words were uttered, both the hens and the donkey fell into a profound silence, much to Hongzhe's satisfaction as he beamed and made his way towards the courtyard gate. The sight of Hongzhe personally emerging astonished Yunxiao and Xiongxiao. They had previously visited Daobao Daoist, who merely invited them in without such a warm welcome. This left Yunxiao and Xiongxiao with a heightened fondness for Hongzhe, surpassing their regard for Daobao Daoist. Yunxiao promptly exclaimed, "To have Master Brother personally greet us is truly an honor for us junior sisters." Hongzhe smiled and waved his hand, opening the courtyard gate. "We are all siblings. There is no need for such formality. I wonder, what brings you two junior sisters to visit me today?" Xiongxiao, with a glint of mischief in her eyes, replied, "My elder sister and I came to Jinling Island to visit friends when we were suddenly captivated by the enchanting sound of your zither. Enchanted, we followed the music here. If we have disturbed you, please do not take offense, Master Brother." Upon hearing that Yunxiao and Xiongxiao were drawn by the allure of his music, a wry smile spread across Hongzhe's face. It was merely a pastime to pass the time. Since the two junior sisters enjoyed it, they were welcome to join him. With that, Hongzhe gestured for Yunxiao and Xiongxiao to enter his modest courtyard. However, instead of leading them into the thatched cottage, Hongzhe directed them towards the back of the house. It turned out that behind his cottage lay a moderately sized pond, adorned with several lotus flowers and swimming koi. Beside the pond stood a pavilion, which was Hongzhe's favorite spot for leisurely playing the zither. Perhaps due to his cultivation level being stagnant, he found little motivation for further practice and instead valued the enjoyment of life. Just as Hongzhe guided Yunxiao and Xiongxiao into the pavilion, the pond erupted with splashes, and several koi emerged, their gaze fixed intently upon the newcomers. "The master is bringing his junior sister here for the first time, so we must ensure everything goes smoothly for him today." Indeed, We must prevent those few hens from flaunting their authority before us, as if they are the sole arbiters qualified to select our future mistress. Yin Xiao and Xiong Xiao remain oblivious to the fact that they have already become candidates for the role of mistress in the eyes of those koi fish. They are currently surveying the modest pond, which leaves them utterly astonished. Yin Xiao discreetly whispers to Xiong Xiao, "Sister, do you not sense that the water in this pond is rather extraordinary? Not merely the water in the pond, dear sister, but take a closer look at that lotus flower." As Yin Xiao's gaze falls upon the lotus, her face instantly reflects a look of shock. "What is this?" Yin Xiao exclaims in excitement, inadvertently catching the attention of Hongzi nearby. Hongzi, under the impression that Yin Xiao was inquiring about the type of lotus growing in the lake, casually responds, "It is merely a white lotus. Why should you be so alarmed, junior sister Yin Xiao?" Chapter 17. Disdained by the fish, Hongzi's nonchalant assertion that the lotus in the pond is an ordinary white lotus leaves Yin Xiao in disbelief. She has sensed a profound innate spiritual energy emanating from the flower, along with the essence of great principles circulating around it. This suggests that the white lotus is likely an innate spiritual root, though whether it will eventually yield a few-grade lotus platform remains uncertain. Xiong Xiao, too, senses the extraordinary nature of the flower and prepares to speak up to enlighten Hongzi. However, Yin Xiao's glance stops her, accompanied by a whispered warning, "Do not speak out of turn. Do you truly believe that senior brother might not know?" Yin Xiao's words awaken Xiong Xiao to the reality, reminding her of the experiences recounted by her elder brother and third sister. In their memories, Hongzi is undeniably a figure of utmost humility. Thus, Xiong Xiao refrains from further comment about the white lotus and obediently stands behind Yin Xiao. Yin Xiao then boldly addresses Hongzi, "Senior brother, may I inquire if I could learn to play the guqin from you?" Upon hearing Yin Xiao's desire to learn, Hongzi shows no hesitation and promptly agrees. "If junior sister Yin Xiao has an interest in this, I naturally shall not decline." He gestures for Yin Xiao to take her place before the guqin, and then begins to teach her, guiding her hands with his. However, this process becomes somewhat blush-inducing, leading to suspicions that Hongzi might be taking advantage of the situation. After all, as Yin Xiao sits gracefully before the guqin, Hongzi stands behind her, partially embracing her. Given the need for direct guidance, their hands inevitably come into contact, causing a subtle flush to rise on Yin Xiao's cheeks as she instinctively glances up at Hongzi. Upon witnessing Hongzi's earnest demeanor as he elucidated the intricacies of playing the guqin, Yin Xiao's fleeting distractions were dispelled. Gradually, she found herself enraptured by Hongzi's explanations, her hands instinctively beginning to pluck the strings. Unbeknownst to her, Xiong Xiao stood nearby, her mouth agape in astonishment, as if a goose egg could fit within. What was this? Surely, the senior brother was being rather frivolous, brazenly taking advantage of her elder sister. Simultaneously, Xiong Xiao contemplated stepping forward to alleviate the awkwardness for her sister, yet upon observing the expression on Yin Xiao's face, she promptly abandoned her intention. For at that moment, Yin Xiao was wholly absorbed in the guqin before her, her hands deftly maneuvering the strings under Hongzi's guidance. A series of melodies, though not particularly melodious, emanated from Yin Xiao's fingertips, resonating throughout the small courtyard where Hongzi resided. What was happening? How had the master's skill in playing the guqin seemingly diminished so suddenly? If she were to meditate on this, would she not risk falling into obsession? It could not possibly be the master playing. Let us not forget that our master is a paragon of guqin artistry. Even a casual plucking of the strings would surely produce the sound of the Dao. Unbeknownst to Yin Xiao, the sounds she produced were met with disdain from the nearby hens. Even the koi that had previously been scrutinizing Yin Xiao and Xiong Xiao now dove to the depths of the pond. Xiong Xiao could only smirk in resignation, thinking to herself that her sister's skills left much to be desired. However, Hongzi held a different perspective. He nodded in satisfaction and frequently pointed out Yin Xiao's mistakes. Thus, for an entire year, Hongzi diligently taught Yin Xiao, guiding her every step of the way. This hands-on instruction proved immensely beneficial, and the music she now played was a far cry from her earlier attempts. While she could not yet rival Hongzi, at the very least, she was no longer subject to disdain from the hens and koi. At that moment, Hongzi slowly raised his hands, yet Yin Xiao remained oblivious, continuing to pluck the strings with abandon. Gradually, she found her eyes gently closing, entering a state of transcendence where self and instrument melded into one. Within Yin Xiao's consciousness, there existed only herself and the guqin before her, her hands flowing over the strings with the grace of a stream. Simultaneously, she felt as if something within her was shattering, her cultivation rapidly ascending. Originally at the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal realm, Yin Xiao found herself reaching the pinnacle of that realm, on the verge of attaining the Dao fruit of the Great Luo. Moreover, within the depths of her consciousness, A force of law began to coalesce, specifically, the law of elegance. This sudden emergence of profound energy enveloped her, startling Xiao, who was nearby feeding the fish. Lacking an understanding of musical principles, Xiao felt no resonance with the tune Yunxiao played. Consequently, throughout the year, she had delighted in teasing the koi in the pond, thoroughly enjoying herself. Suddenly, a profound change in Yunxiao caught my attention, prompting me to rise and approach her. Observing her eyes gently closed, her hands deftly plucking the strings of the guqin, a sense of unspoken joy filled my heart for my elder sister. In contrast, Honghuang, standing nearby, sighed in resignation, believing she had nearly mastered the instrument, only to discover that she had inadvertently fallen asleep during her practice. I was nearly taken aback by Honghuang's remark. Reflecting on how my senior brother could so dismissively equate enlightenment with slumber, surely, no one else in the world could match such a perspective. I then addressed Honghuang, "Senior brother, I find those koi in your pond quite delightful. Might I request one to take back to Tongtian Island for my care?" Upon hearing my request, Honghuang readily agreed, stating that one koi would not suffice and that I should select a few. He turned and walked towards his thatched cottage, seemingly indifferent to the koi's willingness. The koi, upon realizing that they were to be gifted away, were understandably alarmed. They flicked their resplendent tails and sought refuge behind a white lotus. This left me quite disheartened. Just moments ago, they had been frolicking, and now they had vanished. I summoned my spiritual energy to my right hand, reaching for the koi beneath the lotus. As a colossal hand materialized in the air, one of the koi disdainfully shook its head and leapt from the water, unleashing a jet of water. This seemingly innocuous stream shattered my ethereal hand, and the koi's voice resonated within my mind. "With your current status, you deem yourself worthy to keep us? Return when you attain the level of a quasi-saint." I stood there, momentarily stunned, struggling to believe my ears, my gaze fixed on the koi that had just breached the water's surface. "What are you staring at?" "Yes, I mean you. A mere golden immortal, seeking to keep us, the Deluo Golden Immortals. I wonder who bestowed upon you such audacity." Chapter 18. This is awkward. I was utterly astonished. I had been looked down upon by a fish. Among the trio of sisters, my temperament was the most tempestuous, and I could hardly endure this affront. In an instant, I dashed towards the koi in the pond. The koi, witnessing my frenzied advance, exchanged glances of disdain. One koi leapt from the water, its beautiful tail striking out towards me. The tail formed a colossal silhouette in the air, landing squarely upon me. And with that single blow, I was sent crashing into the pond, emerging as a drenched figure. The koi, seemingly unwilling to relent, expelled a bubble towards Xiao. This bubble ensnared Xiao, rendering her struggles futile and igniting her fury. Without hesitation, she drew forth the golden flood dragon scissors, a formidable weapon forged from two supreme dragons by the celestial teacher through arcane methods. While not an innate spiritual treasure, its offensive prowess was on par with such artifacts. In an instant, the colossal bubble was shattered, and the scissors, undeterred, aimed directly at the koi. Should the scissors connect, even a being of the great Luo Golden Immortal level would likely be cleaved in twain. The koi, sensing the murderous intent emanating from the scissors, leaped in terror, seeking refuge beneath a white lotus. Yet, the scissors paid no heed to the koi's hiding place and descended upon the lotus itself. Meanwhile, Xiao relentlessly channeled her energy, intent on subduing the koi right there. However, the golden flood dragon scissors halted midair, unable to descend further. Concurrently, the white lotus released waves of radiant light, conjuring a massive lotus phantom that repelled the scissors back to Xiao's head. This revelation astounded Xiao. It was the nine-petal pure world white lotus. How could this be? She was acutely aware that during Panga's creation of the heavens, the primordial azure lotus that nurtured her was shattered, scattering its fragments throughout the primordial realm, transforming into countless innate spiritual treasures. Among them, for lotus seeds fell into the primordial world, evolving into the four supreme innate treasure lotuses: the 12th grade annihilation black lotus, the 12th grade merit golden lotus, the 12th grade karma fire red lotus, and the 12th grade pure world white lotus. The 12th grade annihilation black lotus vanished from the primordial world with the demon ancestor Luo Hu. The 12th grade merit golden lotus and the 12th grade karma fire red lotus belonged to the Taoist of guidance and the ancestor of the underworld river, respectively. The 12th grade white lotus transformed into the sacred instrument of the three pure ones, utterly disappearing from the primordial realm. Subsequent cultivations yielded lotus platforms of no higher than the 6th grade, with most being of the 3rd grade. The appearance of a 9th-grade lotus platform, especially one that was not yet fully matured, was unfathomable. This implied that the 9th-grade lotus platform might transcend the acquired realm to achieve 12th-grade status. In that moment, Xiao completely forgot her animosity towards the koi, standing in a daze upon the water's surface. At that juncture, Hongzhe returned to the courtyard, coincidentally witnessing Xiao standing atop the water. The golden flood dragon scissors hovered above her head, yet the 9-petal pure world white lotus had vanished from sight. Consequently, Hongzhe remained oblivious to the true nature of events, mistakenly believing that Xiao had instigated a tumult to capture the koi. With a smile, she spoke. Junior sister Xiao, there's no need to resort to the golden mantis to catch a koi. Upon seeing Hongzhe return, Xiao naturally refrained from making a fuss and withdrew the golden mantis. In an instant, she appeared by Hongzhe's side. At that moment, Hongzhe clearly discerned that Xiao was utterly drenched. The water had soaked her garments, clinging to her form, which revealed her exquisite figure without concealment before Hongzhe. This involuntarily sparked a surge of blood to Hongzhe's cheeks, compelling him to quell his tumultuous emotions. Simultaneously, Xiao realized her predicament and hastily channeled her magical energy to dry her attire. Even so, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she dared not meet Hongzhe's gaze. Were it not for her admiration for her esteemed senior brother, she might have entertained thoughts of silencing him entirely. Once her garments returned to their former state, Hongzhe's restless heart finally found solace. To alleviate the awkwardness, he spoke to Xiao, since you truly adore koi, allow me, your senior brother, to select a few for you. With that, he turned and walked towards the pond, intending to personally catch 2 koi for her to take back to the 3 Immortals Island. However, at that moment, Xiao dared not request the koi, having realized his superior prowess. Meanwhile, a storm of thoughts surged within her, pondering the extent of her senior brother's formidable abilities. If mere koi raised by him were of the great Luo Golden Immortal level, what then was his own cultivation? Had he truly attained the status of a saint? As Xiao remained lost in thought, Hongzhe had already begun his endeavor at the pond. Although the koi had dared to confront Xiao, they behaved obediently before Hongzhe. Despite their reluctance, they remained motionless as he fished them out of the water. Upon witnessing Hongzhe's intent to gift her the koi, Xiao quickly shook her head, saying, Senior brother, all beings possess spirits. Since they are unwilling to leave this place, I cannot force them. Hearing her words, the koi in Hongzhe's grasp began to thrash about. This prompted a sigh from Hongzhe, realizing they truly wished to remain. However, junior sister, you need not feel regret. I shall find another way to bestow these koi upon you. With that, he turned toward his thatched cottage, releasing the koi back into the pond. Just after Hongzhe departed, one of the koi spoke to Xiao, you possess wisdom. However, today we owe you a favor, and we shall repay it in the future. With a flick of its tail, it swiftly swam to the depths of the pond, wary of any change in Xiao's decision. As Xiao wore a look of helplessness, Hongzhe unexpectedly returned with brushes, ink, paper, and an inkstone. Addressing the pond, he declared, Come forth, all of you. Today, I shall create a painting of fish frolicking among the lotus. Instantly, the koi resurfaced, encircling the white lotus in playful antics. Satisfied, Hongzhe unfurled the Xian paper and prepared to compose his artwork. Observing Hongzhe's fluid motions, Xiao was momentarily entranced, eventually becoming so immersed that she found herself gradually merging into the world of the painting. Chapter 19. This is my artwork at this moment. Xiao had become one with the entire scroll. Each stroke Hongzhe made resonated as if inscribed upon her own meridians. Each line drawn by Hongzhe represented a path of transcendence, perfectly intertwining with the intricate channels within Xiao. Gradually, an array of patterns manifested before her eyes, compelling her to channel her magical energy in harmony with the flowing designs. Her cultivation, which had merely reached the early stages of the Tai Golden Immortal, began to undergo a subtle transformation. As her power ascended, the laws of the universe began to coalesce within her consciousness. With the gradual emergence of this law power, Xiao profoundly grasped its extraordinary nature. In that moment, she felt as though she could merge with all existence. For the law power she comprehended was indeed the law of fusion. Through this law, Xiao could perceive everything around her and assimilate it for her own purpose. Eventually, she gently closed her beautiful eyes, entering a state of enlightenment that cultivators yearn for but seldom attain. Unbeknownst to her, Hongzhe continued to wield his brush with fervor, bringing the painting of the koi and lotus to life. With the final stroke, the artwork was completed. However, Hongzhe sighed and shook his head, sensing that something essential was missing. Upon reflecting on the renowned masterpieces of later generations, he finally discerned the flaw, the absence of a seal. A painting without a seal, no matter how skilled the craftsmanship, was incomplete. This recollection reminded him of the seal he had obtained before apprenticing under the celestial master Tongtian. Without hesitation, He retrieved it from his cosmic bag and pressed it onto the painting of the koi and lotus. As the seal was affixed, the scroll achieved its completeness. Simultaneously, Hongzhe discerned the inscription upon the seal, which bore the characters Canton. If taken alone, these characters might merely refer to a blessed land or celestial realm. Yet, when combined with the seal, a shocking name naturally emerged in Hongzhe's mind: Canton. Could this seal, capable of inscribing the characters Canton, truly be the legendary treasure of human fortune, the Canton seal? The Canton seal, reputed as the fountain of immortality, possesses the power to elevate or depose emperors, an authentic treasure of human destiny. As the words Canton seal escaped from Hongzhe's lips, he found himself frozen in place. After a considerable pause, he slowly raised his hand to scrutinize the seal within it. Just as Hongzhe hesitated to ascertain whether the object he held was indeed the Canton seal, an authoritative voice resonated, confirming without doubt that this was the fabled treasure of the human race. In that instant, a young man clad in a Taoist robe materialized before Hongzhe. Without needing to glance back, Hongzhe recognized the voice. It belonged to none other than his master, the Tongtian patriarch. He promptly turned to pay his respects, uttering, "Disciple Hongzhe pays homage to master." With a casual wave of his hand, the Tongtian patriarch effortlessly assisted Hongzhe to his feet. Simultaneously, he shook his head in mild exasperation, stating, "I had thought you had progressed significantly, yet here you stand as merely a celestial being." At these words, Hongzhe felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, wishing fervently for a crevice in the earth to swallow him whole to escape the humiliation. In his awkwardness, he could only stammer in response, "Master, it is not that I lack diligence. Over these millennia, I have assimilated and memorized all that you have imparted. Alas, something must have gone awry, for my cultivation has never advanced, not even by a single realm. It seems my comprehension is too limited, my aptitude insufficient to compare with my fellow disciples of the Jie Sect. It appears I am destined to remain a celestial being in this lifetime." The Tongtian patriarch was well aware of Hongzhe's dedication, even considering him the most industrious disciple of the Jie Sect. Thousands of years prior, Hongzhe had already mastered every technique and scripture of the sect, even recalling details that the patriarch himself struggled to remember. In truth, Hongzhe was a living repository of the Jie Sect's teachings. As long as he existed, the knowledge of the sect would endure. Seeing the despondence etched on Hongzhe's face, the Tongtian patriarch offered words of solace. "Cultivation does not define everything. I believe that one day you will discover your own opportunity and soar to great heights." As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the carp playing among lotus painting before Hongzhe. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback, exclaiming, "This is a postnatal treasure? No wonder it could induce a state of enlightenment in Xiongxiao. It appears to be her destined opportunity." The patriarch's revelation left Hongzhe momentarily speechless. Before he finally managed to articulate, "Master, how could this possibly be a postnatal treasure? It is clearly a piece I just completed." The Tongtian patriarch paid no heed to Hongzhe's protests, but instead reached for the painting, examining it meticulously. After scrutinizing it from every angle, he eventually nodded, his brow furrowing in contemplation. "Indeed, it is not a postnatal treasure. I did not expect to have misjudged it." This inevitably caused Hongzhe to exhale a sigh of relief. I had thought, how could a disciple possibly create a postnatal treasure? However, the following words of the Tongtian patriarch left Hongzhe utterly astounded. This was evidently a reversal of the postnatal into the innate, undoubtedly an innate spiritual treasure. It likely rivals the river map and mountain sketch of his sister Nuwa. Hongzhe was left dumbfounded, his gaze towards the Tongtian patriarch now tinged with a hint of skepticism. "Master, could it be that your recent visit to the Purple Cloud Palace to meet our ancestral teacher has left you somewhat unsettled?" The Tongtian patriarch shot a fierce glare at Hongzhe and casually placed the carp playing with lotus picture back on the table. "What could possibly disturb me? It is merely my reluctance regarding this journey. Your ancestral teacher intends to reconstruct the heavenly court, and I had envisioned you as the heavenly emperor. Unfortunately, it has ultimately fallen to Haoyan." Upon hearing this, Hongzhe pondered briefly before addressing the Tongtian patriarch. "Master, did you not realize? The venerable teacher summoned you and the others to discuss this matter merely for formality's sake. In truth, he has already chosen Haoyan and Yaoqi as the heavenly emperor and empress in his heart. After all, now that our ancestral teacher has attained unity, he no longer requires the service of Haoyan and Yaoqi. They have accompanied the Dao ancestor through countless epochs. How could the Dao ancestor not consider their future?" As soon as Hongzhe uttered these words, a look of realization dawned on the Tongtian patriarch's face. Chapter 20. Borrowing Master S. Qingping sword. No wonder the second senior brother recommended Haoyan and Yaoqi. and the first senior brother did not hesitate to let his benevolent corpse embody itself in the 33 heavens. After much deliberation, it became clear that the two senior brothers had discerned the master's intentions, which prompted their decisive choices at the last moment. The Tongtian patriarch now comprehended fully. He had unwittingly played the role of a fool. At this moment, Hongzhe also understood that the Tongtian patriarch had surely not given Haoyan and Yaoqi any consideration. Master, did the venerable teacher not request you to send disciples to the heavenly court, only to be gently declined by you? The Tongtian patriarch nodded, his gaze towards Hongzhe now imbued with a peculiar intensity. How do you know of everything that transpired in the Purple Cloud Palace? Can you perhaps perceive it? It then dawned on Hongzhe that he had spoken too much, and he hurriedly shook his head and replied, Master, please do not overestimate your disciple. I am but a mere celestial immortal. How could I possess such abilities? My understanding of the events in the Purple Cloud Palace is solely derived from your expressions and words. The Tongtian patriarch seemed unconvinced by Hongzhe's words, pointing at the carp playing with lotus picture on the table. If a celestial immortal can create such an innate spiritual treasure, what might a great Luo Golden Immortal or even a quasi-saint be capable of? Hongzhe could not fathom it. While his painting could be deemed exquisite, it was, after all, merely a painting. How did my master come to believe that the koi fish playing amongst the lotuses, which I painted, could be regarded as a primordial treasure on par with the grand tapestry of the mountains and rivers? Just as Hongzhe found himself at a loss for words to respond to the celestial master, Yunxiao, who had been in a state of enlightenment, finally stirred. Her previously motionless hands began to deftly pluck the strings of the zither, and a melodious sound soon filled the air. Hongzhe sensed that Yunxiao had made progress, yet he did not discern anything extraordinary within the music. However, the celestial master perceived a tranquil and focused melody within those notes. Even the most ferocious ancient beasts would find themselves calmed by the music played by this young lady. Yunxiao had attained her Dao. As the celestial master concluded his thoughts, an overwhelming transformation enveloped Yunxiao. The ethereal energies of heaven and earth rushed towards her, flowing through her hands and into her being. Almost immediately, 3 flowers blossomed atop her head, and the 5 energies within her coalesced into the dawn, signifying that she had achieved the fruit of the great Luo Golden Immortal Dao. This revelation filled the celestial master with immense joy. He was about to commend Yunxiao for her exceptional talent when Xiongxiao also began to awaken. Her body and hands gradually unfurled, as if she had become one with the surrounding scenery. Without the use of divine sight, one might hardly perceive her presence. This astonished the celestial master anew. Xiongxiao had seemingly attained the ability to merge with all things, indicating that she too had discovered her path. With an unmistakable smile gracing his face, the celestial master observed that Xiongxiao had also gathered 3 flowers atop her head and achieved the same radiant energies within. In the blink of an eye, the sect had gained 2 great Luo Golden Immortals, a fact that could hardly fail to delight the celestial master. Upon awakening from their state of enlightenment and successfully attaining the great Luo Dao fruit, both Yunxiao and Xiongxiao intended to express their gratitude to Hongzhe, only to find the celestial master present. At once, they knelt before him, performing a gesture of deep reverence, and addressed him as their master. The celestial master nodded in satisfaction and extended his hand to assist Yunxiao and Xiongxiao to their feet. Well done, my 2 young disciples. Initially, I believed that your senior brother Duo Bao and the 3 elder sisters would attain the great Luo Dao fruit first, before it would be your turn. It seems I have underestimated your talents. You have surpassed them and achieved the great Luo Dao fruit ahead of schedule. Upon hearing such praise from the celestial master, Yunxiao hastily interjected, Master, you flatter us. Before us, senior sister Guiling had already attained the great Luo. Following her, senior sisters Jinling and Wudong also achieved the same. Even my brother, Zhao Gongming, had achieved the great Luo Golden Immortal Dao fruit before us. The celestial master was taken aback. In merely a few thousand years since his departure from Golden Tortoise Island, 6 great Luo Golden Immortals had emerged from the sect. This significantly enhanced the overall strength of the sect, effectively overshadowing the teachings of humanity and the teachings of the exposition, as well as those of the Western teachings. At the same time, the Master Tongtian contemplated the undeniable connection between his disciples who had attained the status of great Luo Golden Immortals and his foremost disciple, Hongzhe. Otherwise, it would be implausible for Yunxiao and Xiongxiao to experience breakthroughs under Hongzhe's tutelage. However, the master chose not to voice his thoughts, secretly reveling in his delight. Yet, he remained perplexed as to how a celestial immortal could assist his disciples in achieving such transcendence. As a sage, he was aware that nothing could remain concealed beneath his gaze. Thus, standing before Hongzhe, the Master Tongtian perceived him completely. Unfortunately, He was oblivious to the fact that Hongzhe possessed 9 revered divine positions, a truth beyond the comprehension of a sage. Consequently, before the master Tongtian, Hongzhe appeared merely as a celestial immortal, lacking any distinguishing features. While the master was lost in contemplation, Yunxiao addressed Hongzhe, senior brother. Would you be so kind as to gift this guqin to our junior sister? Hongzhe had cherished this guqin for many years, and the thought of parting with it stirred a pang of reluctance within him. He replied, this instrument has accompanied me for several millennia. Parting with it is indeed a challenge. However, my junior sister need not fret. I shall craft a bespoke Yunxiao guqin for you. Yunxiao nodded in gratitude, bowing once more. Thank you, senior brother. Is this painting meant for me? Xiao inquired, pointing to the carp playing among lotus artwork. Hongzhe affirmed, indeed. It was originally created with you in mind. He then turned to the master Tongtian, saying, please allow me a moment, master, to gather materials for crafting the Yunxiao guqin. The master waved his hand dismissively, no need. Just tell me what materials you require. I am sure I have them here. Upon hearing the master's willingness to provide materials, Hongzhe was overjoyed. He promptly listed his requirements, which included moon laurel wood, true dragon tendon, essence of gold, flourish of wood, spirit of water, soul of fire, and source of earth. The master Tongtian procured each item without fail. Is there anything else? Speak quickly, for such opportunities do not arise every day. With a grin, Hongzhe added, Master, I would also need to borrow your Qingping sword. Although the master Tongtian did not comprehend Hongzhe's intention behind borrowing the Qingping sword, he readily complied. However, when the sword fell into Hongzhe's hands, the master was filled with regret. To his dismay, Hongzhe began to swing the Qingping sword, wielding it with reckless abandon against the moon laurel wood as if it were merely a lumberjack's axe. This sight caused the master's heart to bleed, lamenting, that is my sacred tool for attaining enlightenment. How has it been reduced to a mere chopping instrument in your hands? Hongzhe remained undeterred by the heartfelt lamentations of Tongtian, relentlessly continuing his relentless strikes. What appeared to be chaotic and erratic chopping, however, left Yunxiao momentarily astonished, for she sensed within Hongzhe's movements a discernible thread of order. This revelation gradually captivated her, deepening her comprehension of the principles of elegance. Tongtian, too, perceived the extraordinary nature of these actions, silently pondering. Is this the essence of the Tao? What remarkable quality resides within this young man? Amidst what seems to be disarray, there lies an unparalleled profundity. Tongtian found himself increasingly perplexed by his disciple, yet his heart brimmed with joy. After all, with such a prodigious apprentice by his side, it would be challenging for the Jie Sect to falter. Even in the face of the cosmic tribulations foretold by Hongjun, the Jie Sect would stand impervious. Yet, Tongtian was oblivious to the impending calamity of the Fengshen tribulation, specifically targeting his sect. Had he been aware, he would have endeavored by all means to avert such a fate. Unencumbered by such foreboding, he encouraged Yunxiao, instructing her to observe every movement of her elder brother, cautioning her that missing it could lead to lifelong regret. Yunxiao nodded in acknowledgement, then devoted herself entirely to watching Hongzhe's every action. Time flew by, and after a fortnight, the final string of the qin was finally affixed. This marked the completion of the Yunxiao qin, crafted by Hongzhe. However, a considerable amount of materials remained from Tongtian's request. With a wave of his hand, Hongzhe unhesitatingly gathered them up, before approaching Tongtian with the Qingping sword in hand. Thank you, master. Without your Qingping sword, this Yunxiao qin could not have been completed so swiftly. Noting that Hongzhe had not mentioned the surplus materials, Tongtian could only shake his head in resignation. He retrieved the Qingping sword and inquired, Are you dissatisfied with the qin you have forged? Hongzhe sighed, expressing, though the materials are exquisite and the craftsmanship nothing short of miraculous, it ultimately remains but a mundane item. Were it to be placed in the 8 trigrams furnace by Master Uncle for refinement, it might transform into a true treasure. Upon hearing this, Tongtian inwardly cursed, realizing that this young man was becoming increasingly cunning, even daring to deceive his own master. To belittle the creation of a congenital spiritual treasure as merely an ordinary item was absurd. If this were indeed an ordinary item, then Fushi's Fushi qin would surely be fit only for firewood. As Tongtian grappled with his thoughts, Yunxiao had already approached the Yunxiao qin that Hongzhe had crafted for her. With a face full of delight, she reached out to caress the body of the piano, simultaneously sensing its extraordinary essence. However, Yunxiao chose not to disclose her thoughts, merely bowing in gratitude to Hongzhe, saying, Thank you, senior brother. The junior sister is grateful. Upon finishing her words, she waved her hand towards the Yunxiao piano, directly absorbing it into her sea of consciousness. Witnessing Yunxiao's action of placing the piano crafted by Hongze into her sea of consciousness rather than her Qingquan bag, Tongtian Patriarch could not help but nod in satisfaction, acknowledging that his disciple had a discerning eye, recognizing the piano's exceptional nature. For only by absorbing a congenital spiritual treasure into one's consciousness could one achieve a deeper unity with the artifact. Subsequently, Tongtian Patriarch spoke. You have both received the benefits you are entitled to. Now, return to your cave and diligently cultivate and contemplate. I have matters to discuss with your senior brother. Yunxiao and Xiongxiao hurriedly bowed to Tongtian Patriarch, then bid farewell to Hongze, their hearts brimming with joy as they returned to the Three Immortals Island. After seeing Yunxiao and Xiongxiao off, Hongze smiled broadly and addressed Tongtian Patriarch. Master, now that you have returned from Zhixiao Palace, should the management of the Jie Sect not come to a close? Tongtian Patriarch was well aware that Hongze wished to escape the burdens of leadership and avoid the troubles of the Jie Sect. However, how could Tongtian Patriarch grant him such wishes? After all, during Hongze's tenure overseeing the Jie Sect, he had successfully cultivated 6 great Luo Golden Immortals. Thus, Tongtian Patriarch shook his head and replied, during my recent visit to Zhixiao Palace, I gained some insights and need to enter seclusion for 1,000 years. During this millennium, you shall temporarily oversee the Jie Sect. With you in charge, I have nothing to worry about. Hongze, upon hearing this, displayed an unwilling expression. Master, could you not make things difficult for your disciple? During your years in Zhixiao Palace, many brothers have harbored discontent regarding my management of the Jie Sect. If it weren't for the water and fire robe you bestowed upon me, I would have likely been severely injured and bedridden by now. Upon hearing this, Tongtian Patriarch furrowed his brow, quickly deducing the situation's background. This revelation left him astounded. After all, the water and fire robe was a gift from him. How could he be unaware of its quality? Although the robe could withstand a strike from the current Pizhu Xian, it would not render Pizhu Xian's cultivation invalid. However, Tongtian Patriarch could discern no unusual expression in Hongze's eyes, indicating that Hongze's words were sincere and not a deceitful ploy. He silently mused. It seems this foolish lad is unaware of his own extraordinary nature. If that is the case, let him remain in his ignorance for now. He then said to Hongze, as the senior brother of the Jie Sect, your cultivation is indeed somewhat unconvincing. Thus, it is imperative that you cultivate diligently. Otherwise, a millennium hence, at the conference of the 3 teachings, you, the esteemed senior brother of the, shall bring disgrace upon our sect. Following this, the Tongtian teacher spoke directly. I shall enter seclusion to cultivate before the conference of the 3 teachings. During this period, you, my esteemed brothers, shall continue to manage the. Upon witnessing the Tongtian teacher's decree, Hongze realized the matter was irreversible and could only sigh in resignation. Master, you truly put me in a bind. One day when I am dismantled by your disciples, it will be too late for your regrets. Chapter 22. The right and left arms of the precious Mini. The Tongtian teacher paid no heed to Hongze's expression, instead vanishing in a flash back to the Bio Palace, leaving Hongze alone, wide-eyed and helpless against his master. Upon returning to Jinling Island, the arrival of the Tongtian teacher had already stirred the disciples of the. After all, where a sage appears, there are radiant lights and auspicious omens, creating an extraordinary commotion. Thus, the disciples awaited outside the Bio Palace, hoping to see the Tongtian teacher soon. However, after much anticipation, they were met only with the decree that Hongze would continue to oversee the. Daoist Duobao had intended to seize this opportunity to report Hongze's harsh treatment of his fellow disciples, claiming that Hongze had severely crippled the cultivation of Pai Lu Xian. He hoped the Tongtian teacher would chastise Hongze, thus allowing him to ascend to the position of senior brother. Yet now, after more than half a month since his master returned to Jinling Island, he remained with Hongze, entering a millennium-long seclusion, leaving no chance for them to meet, let alone for Duobao to lodge his complaints. At this juncture, even if Duobao encountered the Tongtian teacher, he might not dare to report Hongze anymore. The Bio Palace had established the sage's restrictions, rendering it unnecessary for Duobao and the others to linger. Each returned to their own cave dwelling, their hearts heavy with unwillingness, secretly resenting their master for favoring Hongze. Regrettably, their grievances could only remain unvoiced, their faces betraying no hint of their inner turmoil. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Daoist Duobao summoned Pai Lu Xian and Chang'er Dingguang Xian, instructing them to gather the disciples he was responsible for. As he surveyed the gathered disciples, each of whom had shown remarkable growth in cultivation, a smile inevitably graced Duobao's face. During this period of training, have any of you encountered difficulties? No sooner had he spoken than a disciple stepped forward. Senior brother, While the Shangqing dream has indeed enhanced our cultivation, I find it incompatible with the Shangqing Xianjue. Is it that I have encountered a problem in my training, leading to this predicament? As this disciple concluded, others echoed similar sentiments, expressing they too faced the same issue. Duo Bao turned to Pai Lu Xian beside him, for the supreme dream scripture had been entrusted to him by Pai Lu Xian. The venerable Pai Lu possessed a remarkable self-awareness. Rising to speak with clarity, my esteemed senior brother anticipated that you would encounter such challenges, which is why he summoned you today. The Shangqing dream state is a profound secret technique, one that my senior brother comprehended after millennia of enlightenment. It primarily focuses on the mind and soul, diverging from the practices of the Shangqing Immortal Sutra. To put it plainly, the two paths do not align, thus creating a sense of dissonance. Therefore, there is no need for concern. You should immerse yourselves in the cultivation of the Shangqing dream state. Of course, do not neglect the Shangqing Immortal Sutra either. Upon hearing Pai Lu's explanation, the disciples of the Jie Sect nodded in agreement, well aware of the critical role that mental fortitude plays in the cultivation of practitioners. Taoist Duo Bao felt immense satisfaction with Pai Lu's elucidation, nodding in quiet approval. At that moment, the long-eared radiant light immortal stood forth, addressing the assembly directly. The Shangqing dream state is not a teaching imparted by our master, and thus, Brother Duo Bao should not have shared it with you. If our master were to discover this, Brother Duo Bao might face reproach for overstepping his bounds. After all, the responsibility of guiding the Jie Sect and disseminating our master's teachings falls to our senior brother, and not to Brother Duo Bao. Therefore, you must remember that the matter of Brother Duo Bao imparting the Shangqing dream state should not be mentioned to anyone else. The long-eared radiant light immortal was undoubtedly a competent subordinate, achieving his objective while elevating Taoist Duo Bao in the eyes of the disciples. Now, the Jie Sect disciples viewed Duo Bao with increased gratitude, recognizing the risk he took in teaching them the Shangqing dream state. This enhanced Duo Bao's image in their hearts immeasurably. Seeing his trusted aides so supportive, Taoist Duo Bao felt an overwhelming joy. He then proclaimed, "My senior brother's importation of the Shangqing dream state is not to compete with our master, but rather to prepare for the tri-teaching debate. Therefore, you must diligently cultivate, striving to bring honor to our Jie Sect and our master during the debate. Should our master be pleased, he may bestow upon you innate spiritual treasures. Moreover, I have heard our master mention that the direct disciples need not be limited to 5. He may select outstanding individuals among you to become his direct disciples. Whether you seize this opportunity depends on your own efforts. My role is limited to this." The prospect of becoming a direct disciple of the celestial teacher stirred excitement among the Jie Sect disciples. Each secretly resolved not to let this opportunity slip away and to ensure that the considerate Taoist Duo Bao would not be disappointed. Subsequently, they all rose simultaneously, assuring Taoist Duo Bao of their commitment to diligent practice, promising not to bring shame upon him. They then returned to their respective abodes to immerse themselves in their cultivation. After dismissing the crowd, the long-eared Jingguang fairy spoke to the Dao Bao Taoist. "Brother Dao Bao, our master has increasingly favored Honghuang. We must prepare for this situation. And how do you propose we do that? Can you alter our master's opinions and distance him from Honghuang?" The Dao Bao Taoist replied with a hint of irritation, gazing at the long-eared Jingguang fairy. However, the long-eared Jingguang fairy smiled and whispered something in the Dao Bao Taoist's ear. Upon hearing this, a smile also graced the Dao Bao Taoist's face. This indeed was a strategy that served two purposes. It would not only cause embarrassment for himself, but also bring shame upon their master due to him. Consequently, their master would surely reassess his impression of him, and the coveted position of the elder brother of the Jie Sect might no longer be within his reach. The long-eared Jingguang fairy nodded but emphasized that before proceeding, they needed to ascertain Honghuang's true capabilities. Otherwise, if Honghuang were to unveil any unexpected treasures, they would find themselves at a disadvantage. The Dao Bao Taoist nodded again and inquired who might be suitable to investigate Honghuang. "Certainly, my brother cannot, but my senior brother Pilu and I might be able to." Given their prior encounter that had irked Honghuang, they could seize this opportunity to apologize and discreetly gauge his foundations. Pilu Fairy beside them nodded in agreement, stating that he would even kneel and confess if it meant toppling Honghuang. The Dao Bao Taoist, acknowledging their resolve, conceded, "Then I must trouble both of you." Chapter 23. You must consult our master as usual. Honghuang spent his days at home engaged in writing and painting, or attending to his vegetable garden and feeding the koi in his pond. He had never taken the responsibility of overseeing the Jie Sect to heart. After all, the Jie Sect was not a corporate entity that required significant decision-making. The notion of overseeing the Jie Sect merely involved standing up for the disciples who were bullied and guiding them in their cultivation. being a sage's sect. Who would dare to recklessly bully the disciples of the Jie Sect? As for teaching these disciples, even if Hongzhe had such intentions, it was unlikely they would require his assistance. Of course, this was merely Hongzhe's perspective along with that of some Jie Sect disciples, and did not include figures like the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit. They had become frequent visitors at Hongzhe's abode, dropping by intermittently for food and drink, which enlivened his small courtyard, dispelling the earlier solitude. One day, as usual, Hongzhe was tending to his vegetable garden when he suddenly heard footsteps behind him. He assumed it was one of the Holy Mother's companions visiting again, and without turning around, he remarked, "Your nose is rather keen. How did you know the corn was ripe today?" As he spoke, Hongzhe gradually rose to his feet. When he turned around, he found himself facing not the Golden Spirit Holy Mother and her companions, but rather the long-eared Golden Immortal and the PL Immortal. This unexpected encounter left Hongzhe feeling quite perplexed. What brought these two here? Had they perhaps been caught in a daze during their slumber? While Hongzhe wrestled with his confusion, Golden Immortal and PL Immortal had already begun to bow in deference. They knelt before him, their faces etched with remorse. "Master brother, on that day we inadvertently offended you. We hope you will not hold it against us." At that moment, Hongzhe found himself thoroughly bewildered by their demeanor, unable to fathom their intentions. PL Immortal then spoke up, "Master brother, on that day I acted rashly and offended you. I have since paid the price for my folly, and I humbly ask for your forgiveness." Witnessing the sincere expressions of Golden Immortal and PL Immortal, Hongzhe could not help but smirk internally. Had it been anyone else, they might have been deceived by the apparent contrition of Golden Immortal and PL Immortal, believing they had recognized their errors. However, Hongzhe was no ordinary individual. As a transmigrator with memories from a future era, he was well aware of their fates. One had betrayed the Jie Sect at a critical juncture, offering the 6 souls to the primordial heavenly sovereign, ultimately becoming the joyful Buddha of the Western Buddhist sect. The other, though not overtly betraying the Jie Sect, became one of the 7 Buddhas of the past when the Western Buddhist sect was established. Thus, these two were undeniably traitors, and there was no way Hongzhe would be swayed by their deceitful words. Nevertheless, the show must go on. So Hongzhe chose not to expose their ruse. Instead, he hastily extended his hand to assist them in rising, saying, "We are all fellow disciples. How could there possibly be lingering animosity? Moreover, we have no personal grievances. Everything was done with the future of the Jie Sect in mind. Therefore, there is no need for such formality. Let us consider the past as if it had never occurred. I am curious, however, what brings you both here today? Is it merely to apologize to your elder brother?" Upon hearing Hongzhe's granting of forgiveness, Golden Immortal and PL Immortal felt a surge of joy within. PL Immortal directly addressed Hongzhe, saying, "Master brother, ever since I offended you, my cultivation has been reduced to the celestial immortal realm. No matter how I strive, I cannot elevate my standing. Today, I come not only seeking your forgiveness, but also to hope that you might overlook past grievances and assist me in restoring my cultivation." Hongzhe, hearing this, could only shake his head in resignation. "I fear I cannot meet your expectations. After all, as you can see, my own cultivation is merely at the celestial immortal realm, and I stand on equal ground with you now. If I possessed a swift method to elevate my own cultivation, would I not have prioritized my own advancement? If only my esteemed senior brother had achieved profound cultivation, the misunderstandings of that day would surely have been avoided." Observing Hongzhe's outright refusal, the celestial of long ear and steadfast light hastily interjected, "Master brother, do not be modest. On that day, you effortlessly diminished the cultivation of our senior brother Pai Lu to the realm of celestial immortality with but a mere gesture. I have yet to hear of any celestial immortal capable of rendering a Tai Golden Immortal powerless. Furthermore, I doubt anyone in this vast wilderness has heard of such a feat." Hongzhe had anticipated that the celestial of long ear and steadfast light would respond in this manner. Hence he had prepared his explanation. For Hongzhe, this was not merely a deflection, but rather a means to provide a reasonable clarification. He gestured towards the water and fire Dao robe adorning him and addressed the celestial of long ear and steadfast light. "Surely, you recognize this robe I wear?" Both the celestial of long ear and Pai Lu nodded, for they had long suspected that this water and fire Dao robe possessed extraordinary capabilities. Upon hearing Hongzhe's words, they were eager to understand the robe's remarkable qualities. Thus, the celestial of long ear and steadfast light promptly inquired, "Is this water and fire Dao robe bestowed upon you by our master truly exceptional in any other regard?" Feigning an air of mystery, Hongzhe nodded, "Alas, my cultivation is lacking and my aptitude limited. Despite cultivating for tens of thousands of years, I remain merely a celestial immortal. My master, concerned for my safety, gifted me this defensive innate spiritual treasure, the water and fire Dao robe. Even so, he remains worried for my well-being and has infused a trace of his Dao essence into the robe. Should anyone dare to harm me, that essence will suppress their cultivation beneath mine, allowing me to effortlessly vanquish them, reducing them to ashes and obliterating their very souls. Hongzhe's explanation was impeccable, leaving no room for the celestial of long ear and steadfast light to find fault. Moreover, they were inclined to accept this answer, albeit with a twinge of jealousy towards Hongzhe for receiving such protection from their master. Meanwhile, the heavenly teacher, sipping tea in the Bayou Palace, suddenly sneezed several times in quick succession. This prompted a frown as he immediately began to decipher the celestial mysteries. A sage is always a sage. Even the mere mention of his name invokes awareness. However, as the heavenly teacher commenced his calculations, his expression shifted dramatically upon perceiving an overwhelming blankness. How could this be? A sage had actually taken measures to obscure the celestial insights. Could it be that those two from the west were scheming again behind the scenes? Chapter 24. They thought you were stealing eggs given that Hongzhe is one of the 9 saints of the great Dao. Even the heavenly teacher could not glean any information regarding him. Yet, the heavenly teacher remained oblivious to this fact. Most importantly, he never anticipated that Hongzhe would make him the scapegoat. Therefore, at this moment, the Tongtian sect master instinctively believed that the western 2 saints were discussing him behind his back. However, Hongzhe remained oblivious to this and addressed his fellow disciple, the Pai Lu Immortal. He stated that if the Pai Lu Immortal wished to restore his cultivation, he should not seek assistance from his senior brother, but rather approach their master at the Bo Palace for help. As long as the Pai Lu Immortal conveyed the full context of the situation to their master, he would undoubtedly intervene to aid in the restoration of the Pai Lu Immortal's powers. Upon hearing Hongzhe's nonchalant remarks, the Pai Lu Immortal was incensed and could not help but curse him inwardly. If he dared to disclose this matter to the Tongtian sect master, it would surely result in the annihilation of his remaining cultivation, leading to his outright expulsion from the Jie Sect. After all, the Tongtian sect master's favoritism towards Hongzhe was beyond anything he could imagine. Simultaneously, the Pai Lu Immortal had already concluded that Hongzhe had relied on the Tongtian sect master's support to have his cultivation rendered futile. This was, in fact, the true intent of their visit, to uncover the true nature of Hongzhe. Now that their objective had been achieved, they had no desire to squander any more time with him. At this juncture, the Golden Immortal spoke up. I told you. How could the senior brother casually undermine your cultivation? Now that the matter is clarified, let us proceed to the Bo Palace to request our master's assistance in restoring the Pai Lu Immortal's powers. The Pai Lu Immortal nodded in agreement and politely said to Hongzhe, we shall not disturb you any further, senior brother. I will visit again when I have the opportunity. With that, he and the Golden Immortal turned to leave Hongzhe's courtyard. Unbeknownst to them, their path led them directly past a chicken coop and a donkey pen. Since the moment the Pai Lu Immortal and the Golden Immortal entered, the hens in the coop had been keenly observing them, having already discerned their nefarious intentions. Now, witnessing their attempt to depart, the chickens were not about to let them leave unchallenged. Look here, sisters, these two are clearly not virtuous. They have come to probe our master, one hen remarked. Indeed, if we do not show them a thing or two today, they will never learn that our master is not to be trifled with. Let us unite and give them a taste of their own medicine. With that, the hens flew out of the coop and charged towards the Golden Immortal and the Pai Lu Immortal. Their razor-sharp claws ruffled the hair atop their heads, followed by a flurry of frantic pecks and scratches, leaving both the Pai Lu Immortal and the Golden Immortal in a disheveled state. This ignited the Pai Lu Immortal's fury, and he swiftly summoned a celestial sword, striking without hesitation at the hen before him. The Golden Immortal, sensing the imminent danger, thought to intervene, but it was already too late. As the celestial sword in the hands of the immortal Pai Lu was poised to cleave the hen before him in twain, a piercing bray of a donkey echoed through the air. Almost immediately, a pair of white-haired donkey hooves struck Pai Lu's back with tremendous force. Despite Pai Lu's cultivation level not being at the superficial celestial realm, he was by no means a match for the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal, a mere donkey. That single kick sent him hurtling out of the small courtyard of Hongzhe, leaving the long-eared Jinling Immortal beside him utterly astonished and bewildered by the unfolding events. In that brief moment of distraction, the long-eared Jinling Immortal found his robe torn to tatters by the very hens he had not been mindful of. Had it not been for Hongzhe's timely intervention, he might have suffered a rather thorough and profound scratching from the fowls. As Hongzhe scolded the hens and donkey, he approached with a sense of secret satisfaction. Why do you beasts suddenly resort to violence? Do you not fear that I might stew you for dinner?" Upon noticing Hong Zhe's approach, one hen incessantly clucked, casting glances at the eggs in the nesting area, which instantaneously enlightened Hong Zhe on the reason for the hen's aggression towards the two disciples. Of course, this was merely his own interpretation. With an air of resignation, he turned to the long-eared Golden Immortal and remarked, "These creatures believe that you too are attempting to steal their eggs, hence their attack. Please do not take offense. I assure you, I shall prepare a broth from them in due time, and I will extend an invitation for you both to join me for a drink." Following the direction of Hong Zhe's finger, the long-eared Golden Immortal indeed spotted several eggs nestled within the coop. He forced a smile and replied, "No harm done. No harm done. It seems we have startled the celestial fowl raised by our senior brother." With that, he bid farewell to Hong Zhe and promptly exited the courtyard. At that moment, yet another hen emitted her characteristic clucking, although it resonated differently in the ears of the donkey. "How foolish you are, donkey. After all these years of being ridden, you remain so dim-witted. If only you had acted a bit quicker, you could have kicked that rabbit out as well." "I would have, but alas, I am tethered by a rope. I must be able to reach it, do I not? If I were to forcefully break the rope, would not my master turn me into donkey meat to serve guests like you?" To Hong Zhe's ears, this was merely the cacophony of chickens and donkeys. He promptly sent them all back, humming a cheerful tune as he made his way to his thatched cottage. The sounds that emerged from his courtyard proclaimed, "Today is a fine day. All that one desires shall come to fruition." This left Pai Lu, who had just risen from the ground, seething with rage, nearly on the brink of explosion. "This is outrageous. Today, I, Pai Lu, shall not rest until I confront Hong Zhe to the death." As the words left his lips, he was about to charge at Hong Zhe, only to be intercepted by the long-eared Golden Immortal. "Can you not discern the situation even now? With your current abilities, do you truly believe you can inflict harm upon Hong Zhe? Not to mention your diminished cultivation, even at your peak. You would not be able to harm him in the slightest." The reprimand from long-eared Golden Immortal quelled the fury within by Lu Immortal in an instant. He could only huff and retort, "Had it not been for the water and fire robe bestowed upon him by our master, I would have crushed him without a second thought." Long-eared Golden Immortal sighed once more, stating, "Even without the robe, you would still be incapable of moving Hong Zhe in the slightest. If I am not mistaken, you and I would struggle against even those few hens. For each of them possesses the cultivation of a great Luo Golden Immortal." Chapter 25. The unstable mindset of your disciple by Lu Immortal stood frozen, incredulous. How could it be possible? The hens raised by Hong Zhe were indeed great Luo Golden Immortals? Was this not apparent enough? It must have been a deliberate arrangement by the master, designed to ensure Hong Zhe's safety, albeit at the expense of decorum, allowing them to manifest in their true forms. Bai Lu Immortal could not help but nod repeatedly, sighing, "Our master is indeed too biased. I cannot fathom what this worthless fellow possesses that endears him to the master. Could he perhaps be the master's illegitimate son? Do not utter such nonsense. Should the master hear those words, it would not merely result in the loss of your cultivation." The moment long-eared Golden Immortal spoke, concern etched itself onto Bai Lu Immortal's face. He dared not speak further and hurriedly followed long-eared Golden Immortal back to report to Dao Bao Daoist. Upon learning that Hong Zhe had caused the downfall of Bai Lu Immortal's cultivation with the aid of the Tongtian patriarch, Dao Bao Daoist could not help but smile. "One can only blame your lack of strength and virtue for your unworthiness. For the future of the Jiejiao, you must be sacrificed." Unbeknownst to Hong Zhe, Dao Bao Daoist had devised a nefarious plot to ruin his reputation. Yet, he continued to live his life as usual, indulging in music, chess, painting, flower cultivation, and fish feeding. Frustrated by his inability to elevate his cultivation despite relentless efforts, he eventually resigned himself to abandoning it altogether. One day, Zhao Gongming made a sudden visit, accompanied by two unfamiliar individuals. Upon reaching Hong Zhe, Zhao Gongming wasted no time and performed a half-master salute. He then addressed the two beside him. "Why do you not hasten to pay your respects to your granduncle?" Seeing their master perform the half-master's courtesy bewildered the two, for they had already discerned Hong Ze's cultivation level. They could not comprehend why their master would behave in such a manner, as this granduncle's prowess was indeed beyond their own. Yet, given that their master had already shown such respect, they dared not disregard Hong Zhe. Sharing a glance, the two decided to kneel on the ground and pay their respects. Hong Zhe quickly extended his hands to assist them, speaking kindly. "In this place, there are not so many formalities. Henceforth, such grand gestures are unnecessary." With that, he gestured for Zhao Gongming and his two disciples to enter. Zhao Gongming, showing no hesitation, followed Hong Zhe into the thatched cottage. Without requiring any assistance from Hong Zhe, he took the tea set himself. As he brewed the tea, he spoke to Hong Zhe, expressing gratitude for the guidance of his senior brother. Otherwise, how could he have acquired such excellent disciples? Hongzhe distinctly recalled that Zhao Gongming's two disciples were Chun Jiugong and Yao Shaoxi. However, he pondered how this related to him, leaving him utterly perplexed. Zhao Gongming, noticing Hongzhe's expression, promptly remarked, "Indeed, senior brother, you are a person of great stature but tend to forget. Do you remember the day I was sent to Wui Mountain? These two are Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao from Wui Mountain." At this moment, Hongzhe recalled, realizing he had indeed altered Zhao Gongming's destiny. Now that Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao had become Zhao Gongming's disciples, it seemed the matter of the falling treasure and the settling of the sea pearl would likely not come to pass. He nodded and said, "Since you have taken them in as disciples, you must instruct them well. I observe that their cultivation and mindset are not in harmony. If they fail to elevate their mindset, they may be easily swayed by others in the future." Upon hearing Hongzhe's words, Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao displayed expressions of defiance, thinking, "What right does a celestial being have to critique us, two profound immortals, and dare discuss our mindset?" Were it not for Zhao Gongming's presence, and had Hongzhe not been their grandmaster uncle, they might have resorted to violence at this moment. However, Zhao Gongming reacted differently upon hearing Hongzhe's statement. He could not help but display concern. He quickly inquired, "Senior brother, logically speaking, before reaching the Golden Immortal stage, there is no need for special cultivation of the mindset. How can it be that they, merely at the profound immortal level, experience instability in their mindset?" Hongzhe had anticipated Zhao Gongming's question, and this was precisely what he had been waiting for. He then addressed Zhao Gongming, "Junior brother Gongming, have you heard of the venerable Honyun?" Zhao Gongming nodded. Although he had never met Honyun, he had heard tales of him. He once relinquished his position in Zhixiao Palace and received the primordial purple energy bestowed by the ancestral master. Unfortunately, in the end, his fortune was insufficient. He not only failed to attain the rank of a saint, but also lost his own life. Hongzhe nodded, affirming that Hongyun's demise was indeed due to his unstable mindset. As a quasi-saint capable of severing the three corpses, he merely required sufficient opportunities and merits to utilize the primordial purple energy to attain sainthood. Yet, he was oblivious to the dangers of the Honghuang, viewing everyone as his friends. He placed unwavering trust in the words of friends and held no suspicion toward those who were adversaries. Unbeknownst to him, the moment he attained the primordial purple energy, he had already become the target of widespread animosity. Regrettably, he remained blissfully unaware, reveling in his newfound power, which further unsettled his state of mind. In contrast, your two disciples are in a vastly different situation compared to the venerable Honyun of yore. Although they are merely cultivators of the Xianxian realm, they possess a formidable innate spiritual treasure. Presumably, Brother Gongming must have witnessed the might of that treasure when he took them on as disciples, correct? Upon hearing these words from Hongzhe, both Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao became visibly agitated. Indeed, they possessed an innate spiritual treasure, the renowned falling treasure money, capable of attracting treasures from across the heavens. However, this treasure had only come into their possession and remained unknown to others. It could even be said that they had not utilized the falling treasure money until their encounter with Zhao Gongming. How could Hongzhe possibly know of this? Not only were Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao taken aback, but even Zhao Gongming could not help but place his teacup on the table, internally remarking that it seemed Brother Shixiang had indeed attained enlightenment, able to discern matters from afar. He then addressed Hongzhe, affirming, "Brother Shixiang, your foresight is remarkable. The power of their falling treasure money is indeed extraordinary. Were it not for the fact that the treasure can only attract spiritual artifacts and has no effect on weapons, Gongming might have found it challenging to persuade them to willingly become his disciples." Hongzhe nodded with a smile, suggesting that one could imagine how two Xianxian cultivators, wielding this falling treasure money, could nearly bring a de Luo Jingxian to defeat. Might their state of mind not become frivolous and unstable due to the treasure's overwhelming power? Furthermore, there is a matter I must emphasize to you. It is best to use the falling treasure money sparingly, if at all. Chapter 26. What is falling treasure money? The primordial realm indicated that Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao's state of mind was indeed unstable, and they no longer dared to question this assertion. Yet, they were perplexed as to why the falling treasure money should not be used frequently, especially when their master uncle advised against its use. Eventually, Xiao Sheng directly inquired of Hongzhe, "Master uncle, may I ask why the falling treasure money should not be used often?" Hongzhe extended his hand towards Xiao Sheng, who immediately understood and hastily retrieved the falling treasure money, placing it in Hongzhe's palm. After examining the treasure, Hongzhe set it on the table and began to speak. "This treasure is known as falling treasure money, but do you understand what money signifies and why it has the ability to attract spiritual artifacts?" At Hengza's question, both Xiao Sheng and Xiao Bao instinctively shook their heads, prompting them to request guidance. The term money refers to a unique entity used for the procurement of goods, although it has yet to manifest in this realm. However, it will emerge alongside the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of humanity, becoming the most enticing presence in the world. However, this wealth is not easily acquired. It is earned through diligence. It is precisely because money can procure all things in the world that one is endowed with the ability to obtain treasures. To put it simply, you are using money to purchase the treasures of others. However, you have failed to deliver this wealth to them, resulting in a debt of causality owed to them. The implications of such a debt among cultivators are evident, and I trust you understand its significance. After this profound analysis from Hengza, Zhao Gongming awakened from his reverie and spoke. Master brother, are you suggesting that because they have used the fallen treasure money to acquire my Dinghezu, they have thus incurred a debt of causality to me? Therefore, by coming under my tutelage, they are, in essence, repaying this debt? Hengza shook his head. The Dinghezu remains in your possession, which means the transaction has not been completed. Therefore, Xiao Sheng and Xiao Bao do not owe you any debt. Your relationship is genuinely that of master and disciple. At this moment, Xiao Sheng and Xiao Bao were thoroughly convinced, and, with a thud, knelt before Hengza. We humbly request Master Uncle to provide guidance, assisting us in elevating our state of mind, lest we fall into the path of darkness in the future. Hengza extended his hands to help them rise and said, if it is the cultivation of the heart you seek, you may consult your master aunt, Yin Xiao. She is far more qualified to instruct you than I. However, I can certainly enlighten you on the proper use of fallen treasure money. Unbeknownst to Hengza, Zhao Gongming had already comprehended the principles of tranquility, the most formidable tenet in the cultivation of the heart. Thus, he had recommended them to Yin Xiao, who possessed a solid foundation in the state of mind, to assist Zhao Gongming in guiding his disciples. Xiao Sheng and Xiao Bao, filled with joy, nodded and inquired of Hengza, Master Uncle, what constitutes the correct usage of fallen treasure money? Hengza gestured for Xiao Sheng and Xiao Bao to lean in closer, and then he whispered a few words in their ears. Zhao Gongming did not hear what Hengza had said, yet he observed his 2 disciples displaying expressions of incredulity. However, he could not inquire about the content of the conversation at that moment, so he merely stated, since your master uncle has imparted to you the proper method of using fallen treasure money, it is imperative that you remember it well. Xiao Sheng and Xiao Bao nodded, and once again bowed in apology to Hengza. Hengza waved his hand dismissively, and then sat down with Zhao Gongming to enjoy tea. Though Zhao Gongming's tea brewing skills could not compare to the tea sage, Hengza, within this realm, it certainly ranked among the finest. Thus, when Hengza sipped the tea brewed by Zhao Gongming, an expression of approval graced his face. I did not expect my junior brother Gongming to also have an understanding of the art of tea. It seems we must engage in more tea tasting and philosophical discussions in the future. Zhao Gongming nodded with a smile, acknowledging the words of the senior brother, though he noted that the discourse over tea should not be hurried. My 2 disciples are visiting the senior brother for the first time. Should you not bestow upon them a token of greeting? Zhao Gongming's request for gifts on behalf of his disciples inevitably placed Hengza in a somewhat awkward position. While it would be no trouble for him to procure some small dishes and a couple of cups for a toast, the thought of offering a treasured artifact posed a considerable challenge. After all, aside from the fire and water robe bestowed upon him by the Tongtian cult leader, he possessed little else of value. With no choice but to speak up, he lamented, you are indeed correct, Gongming. However, at present, I find myself lacking in worthy treasures. When I next see our esteemed master, I shall certainly request a few significant spiritual artifacts to present to my 2 esteemed nephews. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gongming chuckled and shook his head. Such a trifling matter should not trouble our venerable master. Instead, why not simply look around and select a couple of items to present to them? Alternatively, you could compose a couple of characters or create a painting. After all, we seek merely a token of goodwill rather than the value of the artifacts. Hengza glanced around his humble abode, realizing he had nothing of worth to offer. All that could be deemed presentable had long been pillaged by the turtle's spirit mother and her companions, were it not for their frequent visits for meals. Even his pots and pans would have been stripped away. Thus, in his current state, Hengza found himself utterly bereft, in a state of poverty that could not be more severe. With a resigned sigh, he remarked, very well, who can blame you for being so impoverished? My dear senior brother, since you have insisted, I shall paint a picture for each of you. He then turned to gather his brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, preparing to create something for Xiao Sheng and Xiao Bao. Unbeknownst to them, every painting produced by Hengza was far from simple. They could not help but silently resent Zhao Gongming for not allowing their senior brother to request treasures from their ancestral master. Yet, at the very moment Hongzhe began to paint, their minds swiftly transformed. They exchanged glances, silently giving Zhao Gongming a thumbs up for his cleverness. In a flurry of strokes, Hongzhe soon completed 2 scrolls. The gift for Qiao Bao was a vibrant illustration of treasures, where the gems seemed so lifelike that one might be tempted to reach out and grasp them. The scroll for Xiao Sheng depicted a bountiful treasure basin overflowing with riches, inciting a sense of greed in the observer. Although these scrolls did not match the exquisite carp playing in the lotus presented to Qiongxiao, they undoubtedly reached the level of postnatal treasures. Zhao Gongming could not help but feel a surge of joy and directly addressed Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao. Do not forget to express your gratitude to your senior brother. Chapter 27. The Taoist of Abundant Treasures admitted defeat. Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao once again knelt upon the ground, reverently accepting the 2 scrolls from Hongzhe's hands. The moment they grasped the scrolls, both Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao suddenly felt an inexplicable warmth and familiarity. Without uttering a word, they tucked the scrolls away and did not forget to bow 3 times in gratitude to Hongzhe. Hongzhe extended his hands to assist Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao to their feet, and then addressed them. I observe in your countenance that you may face a perilous trial in the future. This calamity will manifest through a person riding a spotted deer while wielding a ruler. Should you encounter this individual one day, do your utmost to evade him. If evasion proves impossible, do not heed his empty promises. For only by adhering to this counsel can you navigate through this impending crisis, avoiding being exploited as mere pawns. Lest you not only lose your lives, but also earn a lasting infamy. A bead of sweat unwittingly formed upon Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao's brows, and they firmly etched the image of the person riding the spotted deer and holding a ruler into their memories. In the blink of an eye, several centuries had passed, and the deadline for Hongzhe's wager with the Taoist of Abundant Treasures was swiftly approaching. Throughout these centuries, Hongzhe's humble abode became a hub of activity, frequented daily by disciples of the Jie Sect. With the aid of these disciples, Hongzhe's courtyard expanded tenfold, transforming the previously modest thatched cottage into a magnificent Taoist palace. However, not every disciple who visited Hongzhe found their fortune or received his blessings. Consequently, those who failed to gain from Hongzhe turned their attention to the Taoist of Abundant Treasures, resulting in a significant increase in his followers, now numbering 3,000. In contrast, Hongzhe's retinue dwindled to a mere few dozen. Of course, the Jie Sect was not limited to this small number, otherwise it could hardly be called a gathering of myriad immortals. The vast majority of these 3,000 disciples resided on Golden Tortoise Island, with very few Jie Sect disciples beyond its shores. This meant that the multitude of disciples, who were not on Golden Tortoise Island, remained oblivious to the wager between Hongzhe and the Taoist of Abundant Treasures. Moreover, most of these individuals rarely visited Golden Tortoise Island, save for when the celestial master Tongtian expounded upon the Tao. This situation inevitably caused a twinge of concern for the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, who lamented the wager made with the Taoist of Abundant Treasures. Just as the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit and the Holy Mother of Wudong deliberated on how to address the current predicament, the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit arrived at the entrance of the Golden Spirit's cave dwelling. Is the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit present? Your disciple, Fire Spirit, has matters to discuss. Upon hearing the arrival of the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit waved her hand towards the cave's entrance. The door swung open, accompanied by her voice. Since you have come, step inside and share your thoughts. Before long, the Holy Mother of Fire arrived before the Holy Mother of Gold and the others, gracefully performing the gesture of respect customary for juniors. The Holy Mother of Gold waved her hand, gently assisting the Holy Mother of Fire to her feet. I wonder what brings you here at the behest of your esteemed master. Could it be concerning the wager between your master and elder brother? The Holy Mother of Fire nodded, confirming the words of her senior. Indeed, I have come to convey my master's concession. He remarked that while he has 3,000 disciples of the Jie Sect at his side, their highest cultivation level merely reaches the realm of the Tai Golden Immortal. Aware of his inability to rival my esteemed uncle, he has chosen to concede, wishing to avoid further embarrassment in public. He hopes that my uncle can lead all the esteemed elders to bring glory to our Jie Sect at the upcoming Three Teachings Conference in 500 years. The Holy Mother of Gold and her companions were utterly taken aback by the unexpected decision of Taoist Duobao to concede. Nevertheless, for the Holy Mother of Gold and her peers, this outcome was undeniably the best possible result. However, a sense of unease lingered in the air as they exchanged glances. Sensing something amiss, suddenly, the Holy Mother of Gold grasped the crux of the matter, her expression darkening momentarily. Just as she was on the verge of fury, Yinxiao spoke up first. Sister Gold, since Taoist Duo Bao has conceded, I think it would be prudent for you to meet with Elder Brother. I am sure he will not be overly harsh on Taoist Duo Bao regarding this matter. Realizing that she had allowed her emotions to get the better of her, the Holy Mother of Gold took a moment to calm her rising anger and nodded at her junior, saying, among our fellow sect members, there is no true distinction between victory and defeat. All our endeavors are for the future of the Jie Sect. Please inform Taoist Duo Bao that I, the Holy Mother of Gold, will discuss this matter with Elder Brother. After hearing her response, the Holy Mother of Fire took her leave to report back to Taoist Duo Bao. As she watched the departing figure of the Holy Mother of Fire, the Holy Mother of Gold turned to Yunxiao and remarked, I am grateful for your timely reminder. For I nearly lost my composure today. Yunxiao shook her head in response. Taoist Duo Bao's actions ultimately served to embarrass Elder Brother at the Three Teachings Conference. I even suspect that when the time comes, Taoist Duo Bao and his disciples may not even step forward. And should they choose to appear, it will likely be only after Elder Brother has been publicly humiliated, as that is their ultimate aim. The others nodded in agreement. Yet Xiao wore a puzzled expression and spoke up. Sisters, I can't help but feel that something is amiss. If Elder Brother were to lose face at the Three Teachings Conference, do you truly believe that Taoist Duo Bao and his companions would have any chance of restoring our sect's honor? Beside her, Bai Xiao nodded repeatedly, agreeing with her elder sister's sentiments. If even we were to return in defeat, it is likely that Senior Brother Duo Bao would lack the courage to show his face. Upon hearing this, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit furrowed her brow, for it was evident that Xiao and Bai Xiao were correct. They were utterly incapable of rectifying the mess in Hongzhe's wake. What, then, was the purpose of their actions? Was it merely to strip the eldest brother of his dignity, to the extent of disregarding the honor of Jiejiao? At that moment, the Holy Mother of No Return discerned the crux of the matter and addressed the assembly. I believe it may not be as straightforward, she articulated. At the very least, in the hearts of Senior Brother Duo Bao and his companions, they might not perceive their inability to alter the course of events. I have heard it said that Pai Lu Xian does not believe the eldest brother's cultivation surpasses his own, which led to the forfeiture of his powers. Instead, he thinks that all of this is a gift from our master, a sign of favoritism towards the eldest brother, who has been endowed with a remarkably powerful innate spiritual treasure. Furthermore, during the Three Teachings Discussion Conference, it is expressly forbidden for disciples to wield treasures while deliberating. Thus, if the eldest brother were to have vanquished Pai Lu Xian through the use of a treasure, his reputation would undoubtedly be tarnished at the conference. Chapter 28. The Fury of 500 Years. Upon hearing this, the Holy Mother of Tortoise Spirit found the analysis of the Holy Mother of No Return to be quite astute, and she spoke up. If what Sister No Return says is true, then Senior Brother Duo Bao and his companions will indeed be disheartened. I, more than anyone, am aware of the treasures that the eldest brother possesses. Aside from the water and fire robe bestowed upon him by our master, he likely cannot produce even a single decent treasure. Moreover, you all should be aware of the extent of the eldest brother's cultivation. Although the analysis put forth by the Holy Mother of Tortoise Spirit was sound, the Holy Mother of No Return sensed something amiss and interjected. I believe we should at least inform the eldest brother, lest he be caught unawares. The others concurred, recognizing the necessity of alerting Hongzhe, and promptly rose to make their way to his residence. Currently, Hongzhe's abode was undeniably grandiose. Above the Dao Palace hung a plaque inscribed with the characters Hongzhe Palace. However, the calligraphy was not particularly elegant, as it was not crafted by Hongzhe himself. It was the Holy Mother of Tortoise Spirit, who, after studying calligraphy with Hongzhe for a few years, deemed herself ready to showcase her skills. She enthusiastically volunteered to inscribe the three characters, and upon completion, could not help but feel a sense of pride. Hongzhe, on the other hand, paid little mind to the matter, allowing her to indulge in her endeavors. Moreover, the Hongzhe Palace was not solely occupied by Hongzhe. Two young acolytes flanked him, attending to his needs. These two acolytes had been forcibly assigned to him a few days prior by the Holy Mother of No Return, transformed from Bai Yi and Tung Shi. The Holy Mother of No Return had even given them names, Xiao Bai and Xiao Shi. When Hongzhe discovered that these two little ones were incarnations of Bai Yi and Tung Shi, he was taken aback in astonishment. Hongzhe distinctly remembered that these two individuals were once by the side of the goddess Enhua and would eventually give birth to a daughter, who resembled the legendary serpent demon Bai Suzhen. How had they come to be in the presence of the Holy Mother Wudong, and even more perplexingly, gifted to him directly? In his quest for understanding, Hongzhe had engaged these two little beings in conversation. Unfortunately, he found himself frustrated. As both by Yi and tongue she possessed memories that spanned only a few hundred years. They remained oblivious to ancient beasts and their ties to the goddess Enwa. Ultimately, Hongzhe resolved to seek an opportunity to inquire directly with the Holy Mother Wudong, lest his own butterfly effect disrupt a timeless romance. Just as he was about to approach the Holy Mother, she and her entourage arrived at his doorstep. The sudden entrance of a throng of beautiful women left Hongzhe feeling overwhelmed. How could they possibly know that the treasures in his garden had just ripened? It seemed they had come in a group, intending to claim his garden. Not only was Hongzhe internally lamenting, but even the hens in the coop were abuzz with gossip. Ladies, this is the first time these 6 girls have gathered. We can finally make comparisons. It's a revelation to see that the Golden Spirit Holy Mother is indeed poised to be our mistress. I still find the Tortoise Spirit Holy Mother adorably silly. Having such a mistress would surely bring us happiness. If I weren't afraid of becoming chicken soup, I would prefer Bai Xiao. She is genuinely innocent. Can't you hens be quiet for a moment? Even if you elect a mistress, would you dare inform the master? Teased a nearby donkey. Its disdainful gaze fixed on the hens. Or why not undergo tribulation and transform, then share your thoughts with the master? At that moment, I would give you a thumbs up. For a moment, the hens were rendered speechless by the donkey's retort, which only served to inflate the donkey's pride, prompting it to bray in delight. At that moment, a large wolf dog, recently adopted by Hongzhe, unexpectedly spoke up. I truly wonder what the master is thinking. While others ride mighty divine beasts, our master has chosen a donkey. This remark resonated with the hens, who found common ground and seized the opportunity to rally against the donkey, creating quite a ruckus. Could you all keep it down? Look at how the ladies are more excited than I am, Hongzhe remarked, exasperated, as he made his way outside. Shortly thereafter, he welcomed the 6 women into the grand hall of his palace. Within the expansive chamber, a table large enough to accommodate a dozen guests was set, where Hongzhe and the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, among others, took their seats. Why are you girls all gathered here today? Has someone caught a whiff of something delightful? In the past, upon hearing such words from Hongzhe, the girls would eagerly nod, their mouths watering. However, this time felt different. None of them displayed any signs of desire, and there was even a hint of solemnity in their expressions. This peculiar shift piqued Hongze's curiosity. What could be amiss? Had something gone awry, or had someone displeased them? Though he posed such inquiries, deep down, he doubted anyone could truly upset these young ladies. Thus, a smile remained on his face, devoid of any concern or anxiety. This prompted a sharp glare from the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, who remarked, "Master brother, you're still smiling. Do you not realize that senior brother Duobao is plotting against you?" Upon hearing that Duobao Daoist intended to scheme against him, Hongzhe felt no shock. His signature smile persisted as he thought, is that all? If Duobao Daoist were not concocting a plan against me, that would be more alarming. After all, he had usurped his position as the master brother of the, and only by forcing him out would Duobao find satisfaction. Noticing Hongze's nonchalance, the Holy Mother of Unfettered spoke urgently, "Senior brother Duobao just sent the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit to see Sister Golden Spirit, claiming he has conceded defeat in the wager from years past." She then recounted the details of the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit's visit and shared their analyses with Hongzhe. Upon hearing this, Hongze's brow furrowed, and the smile that once graced his face vanished. However, his displeasure did not stem from their scheming against him, but rather from their unscrupulousness. As a direct disciple of the, it was disheartening to see personal grievances prioritized over the honor of their sect. If such matters escalated, would they not directly betray the? The last time Hongzhe displayed such a countenance was 5 centuries ago, when he had been stripped of his cultivation by Pai Lu. Now, witnessing this expression return, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit and the others were taken aback, even questioning whether the impending events would surpass their worst fears. Chapter 29. The sinister intentions of Duobao Daoist. Upon reflection, a wry smile crept onto Hongze's face. After all, he was intimately familiar with the investiture of the gods. In this narrative, when the Taoist of guidance took away the 3,000 worldly disciples of the, it was undoubtedly the very disciples now beside Duobao Daoist. This realization illuminated Hongze's understanding of why Duobao Daoist dared to confront Laozi within the array of 10,000 immortals. Ultimately, all of this was part of Duobao's scheme to fabricate a grandiose excuse to depart from the. One could argue that without Duobao's instigation before the Heavenly Lord, the latter would not have ignited such unwarranted fury. Others may not comprehend the intricacies of Hongze's understanding, merely observing his fluctuating expressions, one moment dark as a tempest, the next adorned with an expression of resigned amusement. The turtle spirit matriarch, visibly concerned, interjected, "There is no need for such distress, senior brother. Given the nature of Duobao, He cannot stir much turmoil. Bai Xiao nodded in agreement, affirming, Sister Turtle Spirit speaks true. With our capabilities, we are more than sufficient to assert our sect's prestige at the Three Teachings Debate Conference. Hongze gently patted Bai Xiao's head, remarking, You are viewing the matter too simplistically, dear child. All of you have attained the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Do you truly believe it fitting for you to participate in the Three Teachings debate? As Hongze's words lingered in the air, the Wudong matriarch suddenly appeared to awaken from a slumber, rising to assert, red flowers, green leaves, and white lotus roots. These three teachings are, after all, one family. If our sect presents only great Luo Golden Immortals at the conference, it is certain to incite discontent among our two esteemed uncles. They may perceive it as an intentional suppression of the human and Chan sects by our master, thus sending forth the great Luo Golden Immortals to dominate the debates. The Golden Spirit matriarch furrowed her brow, pondering, if this is indeed the case, what position would that leave our sect and our master? We cannot act recklessly, and they are unwilling to take action. Would that not lead to our master's humiliation at the Three Realms debate? Hongze nodded in agreement, recognizing that this was their true intention, to place him in a dilemma, while simultaneously conveying to their master that he was unworthy of being the senior brother of their sect, let alone managing it. At this juncture, all present grasped the insidious motives of Duo Bao. Yunxiao suggested to Hongze, senior brother, perhaps it would be prudent to inform our master, to spare him from being caught unprepared. Yunxiao's words were delicately phrased, ostensibly to avert any unforeseen circumstances that might leave Tongtian caught off guard during the conference. Yet, the underlying message was clear. Hongze should seek the master's counsel to ensure Duo Bao and the others receive their just deserts. However, Hongze shook his head resolutely, stating, There is no need to alarm the master just yet. I possess means to resolve this matter. You all should return and focus on your cultivation. I shall handle the rest. In due time, Duo Bao will learn the consequences of his actions. With that, Hongze prepared to open the door and usher the girls out of his abode. Regrettably, his intentions were thwarted, as the 6 girls bore enigmatic smiles upon their faces. With Hongze having devised a solution to Duo Bao's predicament, they felt no further concern and naturally shifted their focus to Hongze's treasures, which sent a chill down his spine. Do not regard me with such eyes. I assure you, there is nothing delectable here today. Yet, Hongze's plea fell on deaf ears, as it failed to deter the girls from their enthusiastic exploration. As they departed from the Hongze Taoist Palace, all of Hongze's savings were swept away in an instant. Even the diminutive cucumbers, barely the size of a palm, were completely plucked. Gazing at the garden that resembled a locust-ravaged field, Hongze could only display a look of helplessness. At this moment, even the old hens had retreated to the corners, fearing that the young girls would extend their greedy claws towards them. If Hongze were absent, they would not be concerned about what those girls could do. The crux of the matter was that Hongze stood right beside them, leaving them, despite their pinnacle of cultivation at the great immortal level, powerless to resist the bullying. Just as Hongze, with a forlorn expression, turned to re-enter the Taoist palace, the Wudong saintess unexpectedly returned. This caught Hongze off guard, prompting him to hastily address her. Wudong Junior Sister, I have nothing left here. Perhaps you could take this Taoist palace away. The Wudong saintess laughed heartily, devoid of any semblance of a celestial being. Even the nearby Xiaobai and Shaoxi were utterly bewildered. The earlier display by those few had already left them in disbelief, and now witnessing the usually stern Wudong saintess in such high spirits was beyond their imagination. However, the Wudong saintess paid no heed to their expressions and, after a prolonged fit of laughter, finally managed to compose herself. She then spoke to Hongze, Dear senior brother, must you be so dramatic? I return merely to request a favor from you. I never intended to seize anything from you. As long as you do not intend to take anything, I am at your service, junior sister. Please, do share what you require. The turtle spirit saintess, suppressing her amusement, addressed Hongze. Senior brother, you often compose calligraphy, yet the characters you use are not demonic script, and I cannot read a single one. Might you be willing to teach me these characters, so I may appreciate your exquisite works? Upon hearing that it was merely a trivial matter, Hongze's anxious heart finally settled. He was about to agree to the Wudong saintess's request when a sense of unease crept in. If he were to reveal the characters now, what would happen to the future of the creation of characters by Zhangjie? Furthermore, the script he employed was not oracle bone script, but rather the traditional characters commonly used in later generations. After all, calligraphy predominantly utilized traditional characters, especially in brushwork. Thus it was impossible for Hongze to resort to simplified characters or oracle bone script. Unbeknownst to the Wudong saintess, who thought Hongze was merely reluctant to share, a clever idea struck her, and she directly addressed him. Since you are so stingy, I shall refrain from troubling you, senior brother. However, you need not worry. I shall not divulge this matter to anyone. This is not something that can be kept secret. It is evident that it is a message to Hongzhe. If you do not teach me, I shall expose you. Left with no choice, Hongzhe reluctantly explained to the Holy Mother Wudong, saying, these words should not leave my lips. Otherwise, I would surely face divine retribution. Therefore, dear Sister Wudong, I implore you, never disclose what I impart to you to a third party. Chapter 30. The Holy Mother Wudong learns to read upon hearing this. The Holy Mother Wudong nodded repeatedly and promptly assured Hongzhe, rest easy, Master Brother. As long as I have your permission, I shall not reveal it to anyone. Hongzhe nodded in agreement, then welcomed the Holy Mother into his Taoist palace, instructing Xiaobai and Shaoxi to ensure that no one else entered even a single step. Once inside the palace, Hongzhe reminded the Holy Mother to establish a great Luo Jingxian barrier, fearing that others might overhear. After all was set, he began teaching the Holy Mother to read, a process that lasted several years. Eventually, the Holy Mother had memorized every character in the Kangxi dictionary, including their annotations and usages. Simultaneously, a glimmer of the power of laws emerged in the sea of consciousness of the Holy Mother. The laws began to slowly coalesce, ultimately forming a complete force of wisdom, born of the written word. With this comprehension of the wisdom laws, the Holy Mother's cultivation surged, and she became the first to reach the pinnacle of the great Luo Jingxian realm, while Sanxiao and Zhao Gongming also grasped the power of laws. Their breakthroughs to the great Luo Jingxian realm stemmed from that very power, hence they could not compare to the Holy Mother Wudong, who achieved the pinnacle directly through her own efforts. Now, not only had the Holy Mother realized her aspirations, but she had also unexpectedly comprehended the power of laws, filling her heart with immense excitement. She then bowed to Hongzhe and expressed her gratitude, saying, thank you, Master Brother, for imparting your wisdom. I shall forever remember your kindness. Unbeknownst to Hongzhe, the benefits gained by the Holy Mother were profound, and he merely responded with indifference. It was but a few characters I taught you. There is no need for such grand gestures. By the way, there is something else I wish to clarify, he continued. If my memory serves me correctly, Bai Yi and Teng Shi should be by Nua's side. Am I mistaken? Upon hearing Hongzhe inquire about Bai Yi and Teng Shi, the Holy Mother Wudong revealed the truth without hesitation, stating, you are correct, Master Brother. Before Nua attained sanctity, they indeed accompanied her. However, after Nua achieved her divine status and ascended to the 33 heavens to establish the palace of Nua, she left them in the Buzhou mountain. Subsequently, during the battle between the Wu and the Yao, when Gongong crashed into Buzhou mountain, both Bai Yi and Teng Shi perished. They later entered the cycle of reincarnation, and although they retained their forms, they are now of the second generation. Later, by a twist of fate, my junior sister brought them under her wing and ultimately presented them to the elder brother. Upon hearing this, Hongzhe nodded thoughtfully, recognizing the rationale. Otherwise, how could the offspring of two ancient mythical beasts fall victim to that bald monk? Fa Hai. Once he grasped the entirety of the situation, Hongzhe addressed the Holy Mother of Wudong, stating, among the disciples of the, your fortune is unparalleled. Even in the face of cataclysmic calamities, you shall emerge unscathed. Thus, I have a task to entrust to you, for none but you can accomplish it. Surprised to hear that Hongzhe had a matter of importance for her, the Holy Mother of Wudong replied with utmost seriousness, as long as my junior sister can manage it, I would willingly sacrifice myself without hesitation. It is not so grave. I merely ask that you remind our master at a critical juncture to refrain from unleashing unwarranted wrath. The Holy Mother of Wudong found herself enveloped in confusion, unable to comprehend why Hongzhe had entrusted her with such a request. Nevertheless, she nodded in agreement, asserting, though I do not foresee such a day. If it were to come, I would persuade our master against acting on unwarranted anger, even at the cost of my life. Hongzhe nodded, convinced that with the Holy Mother of Wudong advocating for reason at a pivotal moment, it would be much more challenging for Taoists to bow to sow discord. Subsequently, the Holy Mother took her leave from Hongzhe's palace, returning to her own cave dwelling. Upon arriving at her abode, the Holy Mother of Wudong hastily retrieved a wooden box. With great care, she opened it, extracting a total of 3 volumes. These texts were surreptitiously acquired from Hongzhe. The first volume had been inadvertently brought back during her initial visit with the Holy Mother of Golden Spirits, while the other 2 were discovered later at Hongzhe's place and taken together. Unfortunately, for centuries, she had been unable to decipher even a single character, let alone determine whether the 3 volumes were interconnected. Now that the Holy Mother of Wudong had finally mastered the written language, Her eagerness to peruse the contents was palpable. As she opened the first volume, she was greeted by the striking title, The Investiture of the Gods. Of course, the Holy Mother was unaware of the significance of this title and continued to leaf through the pages. In the primordial chaos, Pangu emerged first, the Taiji divided into two, giving rise to four symbols. The rat of heaven, the ox of earth, and the tiger of humanity appeared, dispelling the beastly scourge. The fire was harnessed by Swearin to avoid raw fare. Fushi inscribed the hexagrams, establishing yin and yang. Shinnong governed the world, sampling myriad herbs. Xianyuan established rights and matrimony. Xiaohao and the five emperors flourished the populace. King Yu controlled the waters, quelling the surging tides. Peace reigned for 4 centuries. King Jie ruled unjustly, disrupting the cosmos. Initially, the Holy Mother of Wudong could comprehend the text, as it detailed prior events. However, upon reaching the passage regarding Fushi inscribing the yin-yang hexagrams, she felt an inkling of strangeness. While she was familiar with Fushi, she had never heard of him creating such hexagrams. The subsequent content was even more unfamiliar, leaving her bewildered. However, this also led the Wudong Holy Mother to feel that this must be an extraordinary tome predicting the future of Hongzhi. Thus, she began to peruse it earnestly, and the more she read, the more alarmed she became, ultimately finding herself unable to continue. As she closed the book, she sighed and mused, if what is written in this book is true, what fate awaits the Jie Sect? She even felt compelled to offer these volumes to the Tongtian Patriarch. Yet, upon reflection, she realized that such an act was unwise. If it were possible, her senior brother would surely have informed their master. After contemplating this, she abandoned the idea of presenting the books to the Tongtian Patriarch. She even considered destroying the tomes to prevent them from falling into the hands of others. Alas, curiosity ultimately triumphed over all, and the Wudong Holy Mother reopened the Investiture of the Gods in her hands. This nearly 600,000-word narrative was devoured by her in just 2 days. Upon closing the tome, she spoke to herself, no wonder my senior brother claims I am the most fortunate among us. It seems I alone among the Jie Sect escaped the calamity of the Investiture of the Gods. Yet, she did not foresee that the long-eared Daijing Immortal had the audacity to betray their master, leading the Jie Sect into a predicament from which there was no return. The Wudong Holy Mother remained oblivious to the covert machinations of Daobao Daoist, for the book's expressions were rather veiled. Ultimately, she tucked the 3 volumes into her Qian Kuan bag, rose, and departed her cave dwelling, making her way towards the Hongzhi Dao Palace. Chapter 31. A breakthrough in cultivation. Why have you returned? Speak. What is it that you desire from your senior brother? Feel free to take it. Upon the Wudong Holy Mother's return, Hongzhi couldn't help but feel that something was amiss. While these girls often came to seek favors from him, it was unusual for them to be so persistent. Moreover, the Wudong Holy Mother's countenance lacked her usual light-hearted smile, replaced instead with a grave expression. Hearing Hongzhi's remarks, the Wudong Holy Mother shook her head vigorously. With a flourish of her hand, the 3 books materialized before Hongzhi, revealing themselves to be the Investiture of the Gods he had previously penned. Senior brother, you should be familiar with these 3 volumes, correct? As she produced the texts, Hongzhi immediately comprehended why the Wudong Holy Mother sought to learn the art of writing. A sense of dread washed over him. However, at this juncture, even if he wished to retract, it was too late. When Hongzhi initially composed the Investiture of the Gods, the great Dao System had not yet been uninstalled. Furthermore, this endeavor was a task mandated by the great Dao System, hence his writing of the tome. Although the system had successfully uninstalled before he could complete the work, a voice within him insisted that he must see the Investiture of the Gods through to its conclusion. Therefore, Hongzhi did not abandon the task simply because the great Dao System had been removed. Huangze has always believed that this task remains ongoing. Otherwise, the first volume of the Investiture of the Gods, which he completed, would not have mysteriously vanished. Furthermore, upon finishing the second volume, it too inexplicably disappeared. This led Huangze to conclude that the great Dao System must have reclaimed it as a task item. He was increasingly convinced that the task was still in progress, and that his completed work had been appropriated as a task item. After all, the great Dao System had frequently reclaimed task items before, making it a familiar occurrence for Huangze. However, he never anticipated that these 3 volumes of the Investiture of the Gods would end up in the hands of the Mother of No Way. At the moment Huangze felt caught off guard, it was as if something within him shattered. His cultivation, unchanged for tens of thousands of years, finally saw a breakthrough, propelling him past the pinnacle of the Heavenly Immortal realm and into the early stage of the true Immortal realm. Simultaneously, Huangze distinctly sensed that his body could now absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This revelation astonished him, leading him to ponder whether this was indeed the reward for completing the task. Perhaps finishing the investiture of the gods was not the true completion of the task. Only possessing readers could signify its fulfillment. This thought left Huang Zhe momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, the mother of No Wei was oblivious to the deeper implications, mistakenly believing that Huang Zhe's current expression stemmed from her peeking at the investiture of the gods. This thought stirred a hint of concern within her, causing her gaze towards Huang Zhe to flicker with uncertainty. Huang Zhe eventually calmed the tumult within and began to devise a strategy to navigate the situation. He resolved to focus on his cultivation and then spoke to the mother of No Wei. "Did you ask me to teach you to read solely to comprehend the 3 books you pilfered from me?" At this juncture, the mother of No Wei would no longer beat around the bush and simply nodded in affirmation. Indeed, her straightforward response elicited a resigned sigh from Huang Zhe. "I presume you have grasped the contents of the books. Do you genuinely believe what is written within will come to pass?" At that moment, Huang Zhe was earnestly attempting to rationalize the emergence of the investiture of the gods. The mother of No Wei initially nodded but then shook her head. "Senior brother, this is precisely what I wish to inquire of you. Would our sect truly face such a fate?" Huang Zhe nodded. "Do you know why I have been unable to break through in my cultivation?" The mother of No Wei shook her head, and her gaze towards Huang Zhe shifted. "Senior brother, you have indeed broken through, and remarkably, you have ascended an entire realm to the true immortal stage." Observing the astonished expression on the mother of No Wei's face, Huang Zhe sighed and replied, "In my past, I inadvertently touched upon the river of fate of our sect. In the vast river of destiny that is the Jie, I have glimpsed a fragment of heavenly secrets. It is precisely because I have peered into this divine mystery that my cultivation has been sealed within the realm of the celestial immortals for tens of thousands of years. No matter how diligently I have practiced, I have been unable to advance even a fraction. Perhaps this is the retribution I face for revealing celestial secrets. Moreover, while I was delving into this knowledge, I acquired the very script that my senior brother imparted to me. In the depths of my consciousness, a voice urged me to transcribe the heavenly secrets I had uncovered into the investiture of the gods. The sole purpose of composing this narrative is that others may behold its contents. At that moment, my cultivation would break free from its seal. However, those who read the investiture of the gods shall inevitably become entangled in its web. Initially, I believed that these 3 volumes had been lost and that no one would be drawn into this deadlock. Yet, I never anticipated that you, Sister Wudong, would be the first to lay eyes upon the investiture of the gods." Upon hearing this, the Holy Mother of Wudong, with a look of astonishment, turned to Hongzhe and inquired, "Master brother, could it be that my reading of the investiture of the gods has enabled your cultivation to transcend its boundaries? If this were indeed the case, would it not imply that the more individuals who read the investiture of the gods, the swifter your cultivation would advance?" Hongzhe was utterly taken aback by this notion, realizing that if she were to act upon it, he might truly face the consequences of celestial retribution. He promptly shook his head at the Holy Mother of Wudong, saying, "Sister Wudong, have you not noticed that I do not appear in this text?" The Holy Mother, eager to inquire further about why her master brother was absent from the extensive narrative of the investiture of the gods, nodded in agreement. Expressing her own curiosity about the matter, Hongzhe sighed as he gazed toward the direction of the Bio Palace, reflecting on the fact that as an outsider to the Jie, I was able to glimpse these heavenly secrets. You, however, are the only direct disciple of Jie who emerged unscathed from the calamity of the investiture. Thus you are the one blessed with profound fortune. Perhaps this is a destined convergence. It seems that only you and I can save the Jie from annihilation during the investiture's great tribulation. Surely, our master must have perceived this as well. Otherwise, how could he have defied the consensus and appointed an utterly ineffectual person like myself as the master brother of Jie? Hongzhe deftly shifted the blame, suggesting that the Tongtian was the mastermind behind it all. To his surprise, the Holy Mother of Wudong found this explanation quite reasonable. Chapter 32, No Longer Fighting Alone Indeed. The absence of master brother in the investiture of the gods is striking. All the elite members of Jie, save for me, met with calamity in the myriad of immortals formation. It appears that, as master brother has articulated, whether Jie follows the path inscribed in the text hinges entirely upon our actions. Seeing that the Holy Mother of Wudong had finally accepted his reasoning, Hongzhe could not help but exhale in relief. At this moment, he spoke to the unfettered Holy Mother. Given the circumstances, let us, as siblings, strive together to prevent the Jie Sect from meeting the fate inscribed within the pages. The unfettered Holy Mother nodded. Elder brother, since you are already aware that the long-eared enlightenment immortal will betray the Jie Sect, stabbing our master in the back at a crucial moment, why not eliminate him first? To prevent him from presenting the six-soul banner to our second master and leading our fellow immortals to demise within the myriad immortal formation? Hongzhe shook his head in response. Everything unfolds according to the will of the heavenly Dao. Even if we were to slay the long-eared enlightenment immortal, who knows if another, the short-eared enlightenment immortal, might arise. It is wiser to remain vigilant against the long-eared enlightenment immortal rather than eradicate an unknown peril. This strategy will better facilitate our next course of action. I must have underestimated the situation, the Holy Mother conceded. As you say, the long-eared enlightenment immortal must not be touched just yet. However, we must find a way to alert our master, ensuring he does not wield the six-soul banner within the myriad immortal formation again. The fate of the Jie Sect in this crisis hinges on more than just the long-eared enlightenment immortal. It is imperative that our sect's fortunes remain intact to secure our standing. Our master's teachings are fortified by the Tai Chi diagram to stabilize fortunes. Our second master's exposition is reinforced by the Pango's overturning to command fate. Even the Western sect possesses the 12-grade merit Golden Lotus. Yet, we of the Jie Sect lack a treasure to stabilize our fortunes. After all, the master's four swords of immortal execution are mere artifacts of slaughter, incapable of safeguarding our sect's fortunes. This inadequacy leaves us vulnerable to being overwhelmed by their combined assaults. Thus, we must exhaust all means to augment the Jie Sect's fortunes, compensating for our lack of a treasure to stabilize them. Upon hearing this, the unfettered Holy Mother displayed a hint of concern. To seize fortunes for our Jie Sect may not be an easy endeavor. After all, fortune is formless and intangible, invisible to the eye and untouchable by the hand. Moreover, with several saints vying for fortunes, how could they possibly allow the fortunes to fall into the hands of the Jie Sect? Seeing the unfettered Holy Mother's calm analysis, Hongzhe felt a surge of relief, grateful that she was aware of the progress of the divine punishment catastrophe. With her assistance, perhaps altering the ultimate fate of the Jie Sect was not entirely impossible. He then spoke to the unfettered Holy Mother. In truth, this matter is not overly complex. It primarily hinges on our approach. Presently, the establishment of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of humanity within the Purple Cloud Palace presents us with an opportunity to seize fortunes. By guiding these 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, we can undoubtedly accrue boundless merit, while simultaneously enhancing the fortunes of our Jie Sect. However, as you mentioned, several saints have their sights set on the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, making it no simple feat to bring them under our banner. The unfettered Holy Mother, upon hearing this, reached for the upper volume of the Investiture of the Gods and opened it before Hongzhe. She then pointed to the opening verses, declaring, "It clearly enumerates the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors along with the merits they have established. Does this not signify that we have already seized the initiative? Why not take the opportunity to grasp everything firmly in our hands before the other saints make their move?" The thoughts of the unfettered Holy Mother aligned seamlessly with those of Hongzhe, as he originally intended to begin with the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Once the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of humanity are brought into the teaching of the intercept, the fortunes of that sect will undoubtedly increase. When the great calamity of the canonization truly commences, the intercept will possess a safeguard for its survival. Thus, I nodded to the unfettered Holy Mother, acknowledging that her thoughts resonated with mine. Let us proceed to the Guishu tribe of humanity at once. I believe Fushi must be on the verge of entering the 6 paths of reincarnation. The unfettered Holy Mother nodded, waved her hand, and incinerated the 3 volumes of the canonization of the gods into mere ashes. To avoid implicating others, let this matter be shouldered by my junior sister and the elder brother. Even if we must face divine retribution in the future, I shall accompany my elder brother through it, and even if we are reduced to ashes, I shall harbor no grievances. Observing the ashes of the canonization of the gods, Hongzhe finally felt a sense of relief. In truth, even if the unfettered Holy Mother had not acted, he would have done so, for he would never allow these 3 tomes to fall into the hands of anyone else. Otherwise, it was likely that he would perish beneath divine punishment before the calamity of the canonization arrived. Hongzhe entrusted the management of the Hongzhe Dao Palace to Xiaobai and Shaoxi and set off with the unfettered Holy Mother towards the Guishu tribe. Unbeknownst to them, at the very moment the unfettered Holy Mother incinerated the canonization of the gods, the 6 saints of heaven and earth felt a sudden disturbance. Even the primordial Dao ancestor in the Purple Cloud's palace had already appeared on the mat in the Great Hall. He slowly performed calculations, seeking to understand what event could evoke such a sensation within him. However, after a round of calculations, he felt a tumultuous surge of energy within his chest, yielding no results. What kind of force was this that even I cannot control? Could it be that the elusive one has already manifested in the primordial realm? Not only was the primordial Dao ancestor divining the heavenly secrets, but the 6 saints were also engaged in similar endeavors. Yet, unlike the primordial Dao ancestor, their situation was far more dire. The least powerful among them, the Taoist of the provisional, even spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning as pale as a sheet. The others, Laozi, the primordial supreme being, and the Taoist of guiding light, fared little better, merely managing to suppress the blood that threatened to escape. The mother of all, keenly aware of her limitations, promptly abandoned her efforts to divine the heavenly secrets. Rising from the Honghuang palace, she headed straight towards the 6 paths of reincarnation. Only the Master of Heaven seemed to sense something amiss. Yet he could neither grasp nor perceive it, leaving him in a state of profound frustration. What could it be that evokes such a vague feeling within me? Could this matter be connected to that fellow Hongzhe? At this moment, the Master of Heaven was on the verge of departing from the Bo Palace to seek answers from Hongzhe directly. Although the Tongtian Patriarch did not seek out Hongzhe, he nonetheless directed his saintly consciousness toward the Hongzhe Dao Palace. However, as was customary, his efforts were thwarted by a dense white mist that obstructed his perception, rendering him incapable of discerning any details. Nevertheless, he mused that anything concocted by that young rascal Hongzhe would undoubtedly be advantageous to him. Why should he exert himself to uncover Hongzhe's intentions? Thus, the Tongtian Patriarch withdrew his saintly consciousness and resumed his contemplations on the heavenly mysteries with his eyes gently closed. Upon receiving notification from the chief editor that this book would officially launch today, the storyteller felt compelled to express heartfelt gratitude. Since its inception, the editor has provided numerous recommendations, along with insightful feedback and suggestions. Most importantly, gratitude must be extended to the readers. Your comments, requests for updates, votes of support, and generous contributions serve as the driving force behind the storyteller's writing endeavors. Naturally, with the book's launch, many friends may choose to depart. Some may even criticize, questioning the merit of charging for this work, perhaps suggesting that the storyteller has become obsessed with financial gain. Others might resort to personal attacks, even denigrating family members. As a humble writer, the storyteller possesses neither the power to effect change nor the means to compel everyone to pay for reading. The choice to engage with pirated content rests with the individual, and while the storyteller refrains from judgment, a plea for civility is made. The storyteller wishes to convey, "It has been a pleasure to have you along this journey. Let us part amicably, as gentlemen do, without uttering harsh words." When weary, the storyteller finds solace in the comedic performances of Guiling, particularly his saying, "Without gentlemen, there are no artists to nurture." The storyteller believes that each of you embodies the grace of a gentleman. Thus the matter of subscriptions is entrusted to you. Now, Chapter 33. A most unexpected detour at this moment. Hongzhe sat contentedly atop a donkey, leisurely making his way forward. Yet, the donkey's pace was anything but slow, rivaling even that of the Tongtian Patriarch's steed, the Kuei-Nyo. Had the Kuei-Nyo not been ridden by the Tongtian Patriarch, it might have struggled to match the speed of Hongzhe's donkey. After all, the Kuei-Nyo's cultivation was merely that of a Tai Golden Immortal, whereas the donkey had attained the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal realm. Though the Wudong Holy Mother lacked a mount, her evasion techniques were remarkably swift, ensuring she did not lag behind Hongzhe. Thus, one rode upon the donkey while the other floated on clouds, traversing the misty expanse together. "Master brother, at our current pace, we shall reach the Guishu tribe in no more than 3 days," Hongzhe remarked. However, upon glancing downward, he discovered that beneath him lay an expansive ocean. This revelation furrowed his brow as he pondered aloud. Why do I have the nagging feeling that something is amiss? Surely we haven't strayed from the path? Since becoming a disciple of the Tongtian Patriarch, Hongzhe had remained secluded in the rear mountains of Golden Ao Island. He had scarcely ventured into the vast wilderness, let alone the front mountains of Golden Ao Island. Thus, as they journeyed towards the Guishu tribe, it was only natural for the Wudong Holy Mother to lead the way. Regrettably, the untamed Holy Mother had never ventured to the Guishu tribe, merely traversing along a rough trajectory. Upon hearing Hongzhe express doubts about her chosen path, a flicker of concern crept into her heart. She swiftly tucked her hands into her sleeves, attempting to deduce the precise location of the Guishu tribe. Soon, an expression of embarrassment surfaced on her visage, and she sheepishly addressed Hongzhe. "That elder brother of mine, in my haste earlier, I inadvertently miscalculated the direction. We are currently heading due north, not towards the Guishu tribe. However, fear not, elder brother, for if we turn back now, we shall not squander more than half a day's time." Hongzhe, unable to mask his disbelief, lightly rapped the top of the untamed Holy Mother's head. "How could you be so muddled at such a critical moment? If you were to be entrusted with significant matters in the future and were to get lost, would that not jeopardize everything? The untamed Holy Mother pouted at Hongzhe. If you were so capable, why did you not navigate yourself and instead rely on your junior sister to guide you? If I recall correctly, you, elder brother, hail from the human race. How could you possibly forget the way to your homeland? Taken aback by the untamed Holy Mother's retort, Hongzhe found himself momentarily at a loss for words. After a pause, he shot her a glare and replied, "Though I am indeed of the human race, I belong to the first generation of innate humans. It was the goddess Niwa who created us beneath Mount Buzhou, and shortly thereafter, my master took me to Golden Island. Given the numerous migrations of the post-heavenly humans, do you truly believe I should know where they reside now?" Upon hearing this, the untamed Holy Mother chuckled. "I nearly forgot. Elder brother, you are quite the sheltered nobleman." "Nonsense. A nobleman? I am not. I would consider myself merely a homebody," Hongzhe retorted as they continued their banter. Leaving the donkey they were riding in an awkward predicament. Have you both truly realized you are on the wrong path? If so, why not turn back immediately instead of pressing onward? The donkey, wishing to voice its grievances, longed to chastise its foolish master. However, the donkey restrained itself, not wishing to reveal its capabilities before Hongzhe, for if Hongzhe were to compel it to assume its true form, it would no longer be able to serve as Hongzhe's steed. Nevertheless, the donkey was determined to find another means to alert its oblivious master. It raised its tail and gently flicked Hongzhe's back, accompanied by a couple of braying calls, while turning its head towards the direction of the Guishu tribe. The donkey's efforts bore fruit, as Hongzhe soon realized they were still heading north. He promptly halted the donkey and addressed the untamed Holy Mother. "You knew we were on the wrong path. Why did you persist in going straight ahead?" The unfettered Holy Mother was engrossed in a playful banter with Hongzhe, relishing the joy it brought her, even savoring it to a slight extent. At that moment, she found herself wishing time could come to a halt, allowing her to continue this delightful exchange with Hongzhe indefinitely. However, a remark from Hongzhe pulled her back to reality, and her expression towards him revealed a hint of bashfulness. Hongzhe, oblivious to her deeper feelings, mistakenly believed he had made her feel embarrassed. He quickly reassured her, saying, "It's all right, we have plenty of time. We can always head back now." The warmth of his considerate nature enveloped the unfettered Holy Mother, and without further ado, she stepped forward to take hold of Hongzhe's donkey, preparing to turn towards the Guishu tribe. Yet, before they could change direction, a sudden upheaval of tumultuous waves surged before them. Unbeknownst to the duo, they had inadvertently arrived above the North Ming Sea, where they were discovered by patrolling demon tribes. As the waves roiled in the North Ming Sea, a well-trained contingent of demons surged forth, establishing a battle formation before Hongzhe and the unfettered Holy Mother. The conflict between the demon and witch clans had persisted through countless cycles, endowing them with formidable combat experience. Even as time flowed and the calamity between the witches and demons faded into the annals of history, the demons of the North Ming Sea remained unchanged in their ferocity. Amidst this chaos, a demon with a single horn approached, wielding a trident, and called out, "Who dares to intrude upon the North Ming Sea?" Upon realizing they had entered the North Ming Sea, Hongzhe suddenly recalled a significant matter. Fushi's quest to secure his position as the Emperor of Humanity undoubtedly required the assistance of the river map and Luo book, if memory served him correctly. According to the lore of the later generations, the river map and Luo book resided in the possession of the demon master Kunping. Although Hongzhe was uncertain of the credibility of these ancient narratives, he felt compelled to seek out Kunping now that they were here. He whispered to the unfettered Holy Mother, "It seems fate has decreed that we must meet this demon master Kunping. He should possess the innate spiritual treasures of the river map and Luo book, which are crucial for Fushi's ascension to the throne. If we can acquire the river map and Luo book, Fushi will become part of our sect, and no one will be able to snatch him away." Upon hearing Hongzhe's words, the unfettered Holy Mother nodded in agreement. She then addressed the horned demon. "I am the unfettered Holy Mother of the Jie Sect, accompanied by my senior brother Hongzhe. We seek an audience with the demon master." Upon learning that they were disciples of the Jie Sect, and notably two of its most esteemed disciples, the demon's initial bravado swiftly diminished. "Please, esteemed immortals, wait a moment while I inform the master of your presence," he replied, before conjuring a gust of demonic wind and diving into the depths of the North Ming Sea. However, the demons accompanying him did not retreat, their predatory gazes still fixed upon Hongzhe and the unfettered Holy Mother. Chapter 34. The Anxieties of Hongjun Daozu. The demon master Kunping, upon learning of the arrival of the disciples of the Tongtian saint, could not help but display a look of confusion. "Although I have crossed paths with the Tongtian saint on several occasions, We have yet to establish any significant rapport. Why then would his disciples venture to the North Sea? At that moment, Bai Zhe, the former celestial demon marshal who stood beside Kunping, spoke up. My lord, I have heard that the human race intends to establish the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, and I fear that they might be here for this purpose. Kunping furrowed his brow once more, pondering, what concern is it of mine if the human race establishes the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors? Bai Zhe responded. What you may not be aware of is that the establishment of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors was decided upon by the various saints in the Zhixiao Palace. The heavenly emperor of the human race is none other than Fushi, a great saint who perished during the cataclysm of the witch and demon tribes. And I believe there is some connection between Fushi and our demon clan. Hence, the Tongtian saint may have sent someone to greet you, my lord. Bai Zhe's analysis elicited a faint smile from Kunping. At that moment, Kunping felt a sense of pride, realizing that his leadership of the demon clan had garnered the saint's respect. Otherwise, why would they come to pay their respects? The more he contemplated, the more elated he became. He then rose to his feet and declared, since they are disciples of the Tongtian saint, I cannot disregard the courtesy owed to him. Bai Zhe, please go and invite them into the demon master's palace. Bai Zhe nodded and promptly turned to head towards the North Sea. Before long, he arrived at the North Sea, where a multitude of demons greeted him with bows and respect. Bai Zhe waved his hand to acknowledge them before bowing to Honghuang and the Saint Mother Wudong. Esteemed friends, I apologize for the delay in welcoming you from afar. Our demon master is hosting a banquet in the demon master's palace, and I invite you both to join us. He also gestured invitingly to Honghuang and Wudong. At this moment, the Saint Mother Wudong whispered to Honghuang, senior brother, your name is Honghuang, and his is Bai Zhe. Is there some connection between you two? Surprised by her jest at such a moment, Honghuang shot her an annoyed glance. He then addressed Bai Zhe, it is indeed an honor to be personally welcomed by the esteemed demon marshal Bai Zhe. However, my junior sister and I have come for a minor matter today, and thus it is unnecessary to trouble the demon master. He continued, I kindly ask you to relay a message. We come at the behest of Hongjun Daozu, specifically to request the river diagram and Luo book from the demon master. We would greatly appreciate it if the demon master could expedite their delivery, allowing us to return to the Zhixiao Palace to report back to our esteemed ancestor. Wudong nearly lost her balance in disbelief, thinking to herself how audacious her senior brother was to invoke the name of their ancestor as a pretext. Even to mention their revered master could lead to reprimand from the Tongtian saint, culminating in dire consequences such as solitary confinement for reflection. Nowadays, my senior brother has taken to invoking the name of the primordial ancestor Hongjun. Is he not courting trouble for himself? Fortunately, the Holy Mother Wudong displayed no reaction, or else Hongzu's deceit would surely have been laid bare in an instant. Even so, Baze did not believe Hongzu's claims to be true. Yet he dared not take the risk of outright refusal. Thus, he resolved to pass the matter along to the demonic master Kunping, leaving the determination of truth to him. Baze then clasped his fists towards Hongzu and said, please wait a moment, my friend. I shall report to the demonic master. With that, he vanished from the air, disappearing over the North Sea in the blink of an eye. Once Baze had departed, the Holy Mother Wudong quietly addressed Hongzu, senior brother. Are you not afraid of incurring the wrath of our ancestral master? Hongzu replied nonchalantly, fear not, for our master has merged with the Dao, and he embodies the heavenly Dao. He is far too occupied with significant matters to concern himself with our trifles. Observing Hongzu's nonchalance, the Holy Mother could only shake her head in disbelief. Meanwhile, within the Zhixiao Palace, the primordial ancestor Hongjun reappeared upon his mat, opening his divine eye to survey the entirety of the primordial realm. Having united with the heavenly Dao, Hongjun possessed the cultivation of a heavenly Dao saint. With his eye opened, not a single event in the primordial world could escape his notice. However, after an extensive search, he found no occurrences related to himself, not even the identity of anyone who might have mentioned his name. This cannot be right. I distinctly sensed someone invoking my name a moment ago. How could they suddenly vanish? Yet, this time, Hongjun was determined to pursue the matter further. He waved his hand before him, and the laws of the heavenly Dao manifested instantly, swirling around the creation jade plate he had summoned. In an instant, runes appeared upon the plate, and the laws of the heavenly Dao traversed within the symbols. Before long, the cosmic river emerged, with the creation jade plate floating atop it. This cosmic river, also known as the River of Fate in the primordial realm, contained the stars of the universe and the landscapes of mountains and rivers. In essence, it served as a sandbox for the entire primordial world, encompassing the 36 heavens and the 18 layers of the underworld. This constituted the most formidable method of divination within the primordial realm. Utilizing the laws of the heavenly Dao, the creation jade plate, and the cosmic river, three supreme powers that only Hongjun could command. Just as Hongjun was on the verge of uncovering results, suddenly, a law of the great Dao shattered the heavens, piercing directly into the Zixiao Palace. The manifestation of this great Dao law rendered the heavenly Dao law dim and lifeless, causing even the creation jade plate to tremble uncontrollably. The cosmic river vanished without a trace, leaving Hongjun pallid and his chest heaving with turbulent blood and qi. Thankfully, the law of the great Dao was but a fleeting moment. Otherwise, Hongjun would have surely been left spitting blood from the overwhelming pressure. The great Dao's principles have vanished, and Hongjun, the Dao ancestor, dares not to divine the heavenly secrets any longer, fearing that the laws of the great Dao may strike him down in an instant. After a brief moment of meditation, Hongjun sighed and spoke. Since the great Dao has retreated and the heavenly Dao governs this vast, primitive world, why does the great Dao occasionally manifest? Has the child of the great Dao already descended upon the wilderness? Or could it be that the one who has fled is indeed the child of the great Dao? If so, the entire landscape of the wilderness will inevitably undergo a transformation. The more he pondered, the graver Hongjun's expression became, and finally, he waved his hand towards the wilderness. A mysterious light surged forth, heading directly towards the 8 Scenery Palace on Shouyang Mountain. Meanwhile, Laozi, who was in the midst of refining qi and meditating within his cave abode, instantly felt the summons from Hongjun. He hurriedly instructed Master Xuandu and the twin disciples, Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, to diligently guard the 8 Scenery Palace and then rushed towards the Zixiao Palace. Concurrently, Bai Zhe relayed the exact words of Hong Zhe to the Demon Master Kunpeng, which left Kunpeng astounded, nearly doubting his own ears. You say it was Hongjun who sent them, and they have come for the river diagram and Luo book? Chapter 35, Truth and Deception. The phantom car strikes. Bai Zhe nodded at Kunpeng and reported that Hong Zhe had indeed said so. Kunpeng then inquired, what do you believe is the credibility of this matter? Bai Zhe had anticipated that Kunpeng would question him, and thus had prepared an ambiguous response. In principle, no one in this wilderness dares to falsely invoke the Dao ancestor's name for deceit. Therefore, the credibility of this matter is quite high. It is possible that the Dao ancestor has indeed sent them. However, I observed that Hong Zhe and the Mother of No Directions cultivation level seemed somewhat off. The Mother of No Directions has reached the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal realm, enabling her to enter the chaos and reach the Zixiao Palace. Yet, Hong Zhe's cultivation is merely at the peak of the true immortal realm. How could he possibly arrive at the Zixiao Palace? Upon hearing this, Kunpeng furrowed his brow once more, remarking that it seems illogical for the Dao ancestor to send a true immortal as a messenger. Bai Zhe nodded in agreement, adding, moreover, as far as I know, Hong Zhe is a direct disciple of the Jie Sect, and though he is a primordial human, he holds the esteemed title of the Jie Sect's elder brother. As the elder brother, he would naturally have access to all the cultivation resources of the Jie Sect, and the Tongtian saint would personally instruct him. How could his cultivation be merely at the true immortal level? Bai Zhe's implication was clear. They are not disciples of the Tongtian saint, but rather impostors masquerading as Jie Sect disciples, using the name of the Dao ancestor to deceive me regarding the river diagram and Luo book. Bai Zhe did not nod or shake his head. Instead, he spoke with a troubled expression. This is merely my suspicion, and I do not possess absolute certainty. If I am correct, all will be well. If I am mistaken, it may spell disaster for my Baiming Si. Kunpeng nodded in understanding, knowing that Bai Zhe was not speaking lightly. If Hong Zhe and the Mother of No Direction are indeed genuine disciples of the, and have come in obedience to the command of the Taoist patriarch Hongjun, then he must surrender the river diagram and the Luo book. Otherwise, it would not merely be a matter of relinquishing those texts. The sage himself would soon arrive, and the consequences would be far graver. Should they be impostors and he were to hand over the river diagram and the Luo book to them, he would be the subject of ridicule throughout the realm. Thus, the current predicament faced by the Demon Master Kunpeng is indeed a dilemma, and he himself is uncertain about the course of action to take. Bai Zhe desires precisely this outcome, to relay all that he can discern to the Demon Master Kunpeng. As for the choice of the Demon Master, that is not a concern that Bai Zhe should bear. At this juncture, the ghostly chariot stepped forward, suggesting, Master of Demons, allow me to test their intentions. If they are here to deceive in the northern underworld sea, I shall reduce them to ashes. However, if they are truly here by the mandate of the Taoist patriarch Hongjun, then it will be timely for you to intervene. The Demon Master Kunpeng seemed to grasp this as a lifeline, nodding in agreement to the ghostly chariot. I appreciate your willingness, but exercise utmost caution. Do not allow yourself to fall into peril. Kunpeng was well aware that in the past, the celestial master Tongtian had amassed great treasures at the Cliff of Divided Treasures. Even when combined, The treasures of Laozi, Yuanshi Tianzuan, and the two saints of the West would scarcely rival the bounty of the celestial master. Thus, most disciples of the possess formidable treasures, and a moment's carelessness could lead to grave consequences. The ghostly chariot understood the dangers and nodded in acknowledgement. In an instant, he transformed into his true form, the ghostly chariot bird, a creature with 9 heads. With a powerful flap of its wings, the ghostly chariot bird soared towards the northern underworld sea. As soon as the ghostly chariot departed, the demon master Kuanping summoned his magical prowess to transport the demon palace to the depths of the northern underworld sea, concealed beneath the waves. Here, Hongzhe and his companions would be unable to detect the demon palace, while Kuanping could observe all that transpired outside. Unbeknownst to Hongzhe, the demon master Kuanping had devised such a strategy of testing. He remained suspended in the air alongside the Mother of No Direction, awaiting a response from Kuanping. Suddenly, a fierce demonic wind swept across the sky, and a colossal 9-headed bird descended with thunderous cries. The bird's formidable talons reached towards Hongzhe, startling him into action as he quickly channeled his magic into his water and fire Taoist robe. Meanwhile, the Mother of No Direction acted swiftly, sweeping her hand outward to send a streak of light towards the 9-headed bird. In midair, that streak of light revealed its true form, an exquisite flying dagger. The flying dagger, approximately the size of a palm, descended upon the 9-headed monstrous bird with a speed that was almost imperceptible. Hongzhe perceived no remarkable potency in the dagger. In fact, he found it rather unremarkable, reflecting that the artifact of the unfettered Holy Mother paled in comparison to the treasures wielded by Zhao Gongming and his companions. He understood then why the investiture of the gods made no mention of the unfettered Holy Mother's weapon. It was, after all, scarcely worthy of note. However, in the next moment, the thoughts that had just emerged in Hongzhe's mind were utterly overturned. The palm-sized dagger astonishingly multiplied into 5 distinct daggers, each radiating a unique essence of the 5 elements. Moreover, this elemental energy was of a primordial nature, not the mundane variety. As Hongzhe marveled in astonishment, the specter of the ghostly chariot also sensed the extraordinary nature of these 5 daggers. In a flash, he darted aside, attempting to evade the daggers unleashed by the unfettered Holy Mother. Yet, no matter which direction the ghostly chariot fled, he could not shake off the daggers that pursued him relentlessly. In desperation, the ghostly chariot abandoned his vehicle, and with a flick of his wings, he released a dozen feathers that transformed into miniature ghostly chariots, charging towards the 5 daggers. Meanwhile, the 9-headed monstrous bird, seizing this opportunity, vanished into the void. When it reappeared, the ghostly chariot was already behind Hongzhe, extending its razor-sharp talons towards his back. Hongzhe sensed a malevolent gust approaching him from behind, but it was too late to evade. He could only channel his innate powers into the water and fire Dao robe, hoping that the primordial treasure gifted by his master would save him once more. Simultaneously, beneath the depths of the northern undersea, the demon master Kuanping gasped in astonishment. This was dire. The ghostly chariot was about to cause calamity. They were indeed disciples of the celestial saint, for the primordial 5-spirit blade had been bestowed upon them by the celestial master at the cliff of treasure division. Unfortunately, the ghostly chariot, enraged by the severance of his feathers, was now beyond reason. Despite Kuanping's urgent attempts to intervene, it was too late to halt the ghostly chariot. One could only hope that Hongzhe was not truly a celestial being. Otherwise, he would surely perish at the hands of the nascent saint-level ghostly chariot. Chapter 36. The Void Scroll. At this moment, the unfettered Holy Mother realized that the primordial 5-spirit blade she had summoned had lost its target, merely severing a few feathers from the 9-headed bird. This revelation made her aware that she had been deceived. Yet, it was now too late to retract the primordial 5-spirit blade to defend against the 9-headed bird, for its talons had already clutched Hongzhe's back. Nevertheless, the unfettered Holy Mother harbored no concern, for she did not believe that the 9-headed bird could inflict harm upon Hongzhe. As the circumstances unfolded, it became evident that the 9-headed monster bird, upon coming into contact with Hongzhe's body, unleashed an overwhelming force of law. The manifestation of the great Dao laws was accompanied by a colossal scroll descending from the heavens, which promptly sealed the monstrous creature within its confines. Subsequently, this scroll floated directly into Hongzhe's grasp, bringing an end to the fierce battle that had transpired in midair. Upon receiving the scroll, Hongzhe felt a profound sense of familiarity. This very scroll was the artifact taken by the system when he completed the task of becoming the great Dao painter. The sudden reappearance of the scroll, now containing the 9-headed monster bird, astonished him greatly. Slowly, he began to unfurl the scroll, eager to discern the transformations it had undergone. However, as he scrutinized the contents, a strange sense of unfamiliarity washed over him. The imagery he once depicted had long vanished, replaced by the ominous figure of the nine-headed monster bird. Beneath the creature, an inscription read, Guichu, commonly known as the nine-headed bird. Legend has it that this bird once possessed 10 heads. One was devoured by a hound, and to this day, blood drips upon households, heralding calamity. Concurrently, information about the scroll flooded into Hong Zhe's mind. Void Scroll, an exclusive treasure of the great Dao painter, devoid of offensive power, serving as a passive defensive artifact. When the great Dao painter is threatened with death, it will automatically manifest to protect its master, capable of rendering all things into nothingness and sealing all beings in existence. At this moment, Hong Zhe comprehended the situation. The sudden attack he had endured was from the legendary demon Lord Guichu of the demon clan's celestial court. A sardonic smile crept onto his lips as he addressed the air. Is this the hospitality of a demon lord, to have Guichu launch a surprise attack from behind? If I had lacked the ability for self-preservation today, would I have met my demise at the hands of Guichu? Turning to the unfathomable saintess, he added, let us return to the Zhixiao Palace to report to our master, lest we risk our very lives by remaining here. With that, he grasped the unfathomable saintess's hand and prepared to depart from the depths of the northern undersea. Yet, the demon master Kunpeng could no longer remain passive. He propelled the demon master palace to the surface of the northern undersea, sending colossal waves crashing around. Simultaneously, Kunpeng's voice resonated from within the palace. Esteemed friends, please halt. There seems to be a misunderstanding at play. Hong Zhe paused, turning to face the eminent Kunpeng emerging from the palace. I presume you are the renowned demon master. Yet I am uncertain what misunderstanding you reference. He waved the void scroll in his hand, as if to remind Kunpeng not to forget the recent events. Kunpeng, well aware of the implications, replied earnestly, indeed, my friend, you have misinterpreted the situation. Guichu did not genuinely intend to bring you to harm. What transpired moments ago was merely a test of my companion's identity. After all, the He Tu and Luo Shu are treasures of my demon clan. I cannot simply take them at the behest of my companion's unsubstantiated claims. Thus, even if my companion had not revealed any magical artifacts, the ghost car would have refrained from causing harm at a critical juncture, ensuring no injury would befall my friend. After the demon master Kunpeng spoke, he was concerned that Hong Zhe might doubt his words, his face betraying a deep worry. However, his anxiety was not about any repercussions from Hong Zhe, but rather the possibility of being reported to the Dao ancestor Hongjun. Kunpeng had already concluded that Hong Zhe and the Mother of No Thoughts indeed came under the orders of the Dao ancestor, as they were disciples of the. Being disciples of the, they would not dare to misuse the Dao ancestor's name. Otherwise, they would face more than mere confinement for reflection, but potentially the loss of their very souls. To Kunpeng's astonishment, Hong Zhe merely nodded. He then unfurled the void scroll in his hands, shaking it to release the ghost car from within. Today, I shall spare you for the sake of the demon master, but should there be a next time, you shall find yourself trapped within this void scroll. Simultaneously, the ghost car transformed into human form, wearing a smile devoid of worry or remorse. This unexpected demeanor left Kunpeng astounded, and even Hong Zhe silently wondered if the creature had lost its wits. At that moment, the ghost car bowed to Hong Zhe and said, please, Master, grant me a moment. It then turned and approached Kunpeng, kneeling before him. Master, my task is complete. It has been proven that they are indeed disciples of thee, sent by the Dao ancestor Hongjun. Kunpeng was taken aback by the ghost car's sudden display of reverence and hastily extended his hand to assist it. However, the ghost car shook its head, saying, Master, please hold. This kneeling signifies another matter. From this day forth, the ghost car shall no longer serve the demon clan, nor will I remain the former demon commander. Henceforth, I will recognize Hong Zhe as my master, existing for eternity within the void of the scroll. With that declaration, the ghost car transformed back into its original form, the ghost car bird, and flew towards the void scroll in Hong Zhe's hand. Even though Hong Zhe's void circle had yet to fully manifest, the ghost car entered the scroll with ease. Simultaneously, its voice echoed in Hong Zhe's ear, Master, do not be alarmed. I have comprehended my mission within the void scroll. From now on, I shall protect you. You may allow me to reside within the void scroll, serving as your steed. Although Hong Zhe could not fathom why the ghost car, in its confusion, wished to recognize him as its master in such a servile manner, the sentiment was undoubtedly clear. However, at this moment, Hong Zhe had no time to dwell on these matters. He directly addressed the demon master, Kunpeng, stating, Master of the demons, you are the reincarnation of Fushi, the celestial emperor of humanity, and the river diagram and Luo book are your treasures of enlightenment. Since your fate is destined to be disconnected from these artifacts, why risk incurring the wrath of the world? If you willingly surrender the river diagram and Luo book to aid the Celestial Emperor in attaining his rightful position, you shall undoubtedly receive divine merit in return. Conversely, you will neither retain these treasures nor escape the karmic ties with the Emperor. Surely, you can discern the weight of these choices. Chapter 37. The acquisition of the river diagram and Luo book. The demon master, Kunpeng, was acutely aware of the intricacies involved. Yet he was profoundly reluctant to relinquish the river diagram and Luo book. During the cataclysmic war between the demon and shaman clans, he had chosen to lead several demon generals to escape to the northern underworld sea, driven by a singular purpose: to obtain the river diagram and Luo book from Emperor Jun, regardless of being branded a traitor to his kind. However, now that Honghuang, the Dao ancestor, demanded the surrender of these treasures, how could he possibly acquiesce? Noticing the hesitation etched on Kunpeng's face, Hongzhe recognized that it was time to intensify his persuasion. He spoke again. Master of the demons, do not feel pressured. Whether you choose to relinquish the river diagram and Luo book is of little consequence to me. What I seek is merely a response from you, one that will allow my junior sister Wudong and me to return to Zixiao Palace with our report. At this juncture, Wudong Saintess, understanding Hongzhe's intent, chimed in, Elder brother. Since the demon master is unwilling to part with the treasures, there is no need for us to waste further time. Let us return to Zixiao Palace with our report. After all, if we were to resort to force, it would require the intervention of our esteemed master and 2 senior uncles, for we are no match for the demon master. Hongzhe nodded in agreement and respectfully bowed to Kunpeng before preparing to depart with Wudong Saintess. This prompted by Zhe, who stood beside Kunpeng, to express his concern, urging, Master, the river diagram and Luo book have been in your possession for tens of thousands of years, yet you have gained no understanding of them. Perhaps these treasures were never meant for a demon lord. Why not take this opportunity to do a favor for Honghuang Dao ancestor? Sighing deeply, Kunpeng acknowledged. It seems I am indeed fated to be apart from the river diagram and Luo book. Thus, there is no need to force the matter. With that, he extended his hand into the void, and the river diagram and Luo book instantly materialized in his grasp. He then cast the treasures outward, propelling them towards Hongzhe and Wudong Saintess. As the river diagram and Luo book appeared before him, Hongzhe's heart soared with joy, though his countenance remained inscrutable. He casually accepted the treasures while addressing Kunpeng, Master of the demons, you exemplify the essence of your kind, to align with destiny. You have willingly surrendered such a significant treasure. You shall undoubtedly be regarded as a paragon among all. In the future, when Fushi attains the Dao fruit of the celestial sovereign, the heavenly Dao will undoubtedly remember the contributions of the demon master today. Thus, divine merits shall surely be bestowed upon him. Flattered by such praise from Hongzhe, a faint smile appeared on the face of the demon master Kunpeng. The river diagram and Luo book held in my possession serve little purpose. However, out of respect for their former status as the companion spirit treasure of our demon clan's celestial emperor, I am reluctant to part with them. With humanity poised for resurgence and Fushi requiring these treasures to achieve the Dao fruit of the celestial sovereign, how could I refuse to assist an old friend? The demon master Kunpeng spoke with righteous fervor, and Hongzhe readily offered his commendation with a thumbs up. At that moment, the nearby Bays interjected, since matters have been settled, I invite both esteemed friends to the demon master's palace for a brief respite, so the master may extend his hospitality. Hongzhe shook his head, unwilling to delay due to his master's decree. There would be ample time for revelry in the future. When the demon master and the valiant Bays fortuitously pass by Golden Tortoise Island, I, Hongzhe, shall certainly be there to welcome them. He then cupped his hands in farewell to the demon master Kunpeng and Bays before departing the North Sea with the Mother of No More. As they watched Hongzhe and the Mother of No More leave, a look of heartache flickered across the face of the demon master Kunpeng. One can only lament that our demon clan no longer possesses its former might. Otherwise, we would not find ourselves in such a predicament. Sensing his distress, Bays quickly offered words of comfort. Master, I believe this is merely the cycle of cause and effect. In the past, our clan forged the slaughter which soared, unknowingly claiming countless lives of the human race. Now that humanity rises, it is only fitting that we repay this debt. With a resigned sigh, the demon master Kunpeng returned to the palace, while Hongzhe and the Mother of No More hastened towards the Huashu tribe without pause. After traversing tens of thousands of miles, the Mother of No More finally exhaled deeply. Eldest brother, my heart was in my throat earlier, fearing that the demon master Kunpeng might discover any flaws. Hongzhe replied with a smile, I was certain that the demon master would not doubt me, nor would he dare to verify with our master. Otherwise, How could I have the audacity to invoke our Master's name and deceive Guingping in the North Sea? Remember, any issue that can be resolved with intellect should never resort to force. However, when force is necessary, one must act decisively and without hesitation, leaving no chance for survival. The mother of No More nodded in agreement. I understand, and I shall make it a point to learn more from you, eldest brother. Hongza's face lit up with a sense of pride as he playfully patted her shoulder. Little girl, there is much for you to learn. Remember, the world of martial arts is about human connections and not merely about violence. Master mentioned that the son of the great Dao has reincarnated in the primordial chaos. I expressed disbelief as I posed the question to the Dao ancestor Hongjuan. The Dao ancestor nodded. Indeed, I am now a saint of the heavenly Dao and can utilize its power to perceive the primordial chaos. Yet, there exists a certain obstruction within the great Dao's laws, preventing me from seeing a few details clearly. Only the great sage possesses the laws of the Dao, and there shall never be another like him in this world. From the chaotic beginnings to the present day, the only being to attain the realm of the great sage is the revered Pangu. Although Pangu fell after he opened the heavens, the essence of the Dao carried away a glimmer of vitality. This explains the principle that the Dao encompasses 50, while the celestial transformations comprise 49. For the one that has departed represents the offspring of the Dao. Upon hearing such an analysis from the Dao ancestor Hongjuan, Laozi nodded in agreement, fully grasping the implication. While the offspring of the Dao remains unripe, it is imperative to eliminate him. As long as the offspring exists, Hongjuan cannot truly master the entirety of the primordial realm. One day, the offspring might even turn against Hongjuan and the heavenly Dao itself. Laozi then addressed Hongjuan, assuring him, "Rest assured, Master, upon my return, I shall make arrangements to locate this offspring of the Dao and bring him to the Purple Cloud Palace for your personal handling, to prevent chaos from engulfing the primordial realm and reverting it to chaos." Seeing Laozi's earnestness, Hongjuan nodded approvingly. To avoid panic, it is best that as few individuals as possible are privy to this matter. However, Laozi felt a twinge of concern and spoke again. "Master, I primarily cultivate tranquility and non-action, and I have but one disciple, the great master of the Xuandu. Therefore, I believe it would be prudent to enlist my 2 junior brothers in the search, ensuring we locate the offspring of the Dao more swiftly." Chapter 38. Starting with the mother of the child, Hongjuan shook his head in response to Laozi. It was acceptable for Yuan Shi to know, but the mixed factions of the Tongtian sect could not be trusted with such sensitive information, as it would inevitably lead to chaos in the primordial realm. Thus, this task shall be entrusted solely to you and Yuan Shi, with the utmost caution to prevent any disturbances in the primordial realm. Laozi nodded in understanding, then rose to take his leave, exiting the Purple Cloud Palace. Observing Laozi's retreating figure, a barely perceptible smirk crossed Hongjuan's face, unnoticed by Laozi. After departing the Purple Cloud Palace, Laozi made his way directly to the Jade Void Palace on Kunlun Mountain. His earnestness in this matter was not solely for the benefit of Hongjuan. In truth, every action taken was for his own sake, to maintain his exalted position as a sage. Should the offspring of the Dao awaken and reach a level of cultivation comparable to that of the great sage, Hongjuan and the heavenly Dao would undoubtedly be among his targets for eradication. As a disciple of Hongjuan, chosen by the heavenly Dao as a sage, how could he expect to escape such a fate? Therefore, identifying the offspring of the Dao was not merely for Hongjuan's benefit, but fundamentally for his own preservation. "Master brother, we have not erred this time. Ahead lies the Huashu tribe," the mother of No Demand said with a radiant smile, gesturing forward as she boasted to Hongza. "How dare you flaunt here? If it weren't for you, would we have had to traverse several more days?" The unfettered saint frowned at the Red One, remarking that those extra days were not in vain, for otherwise, how could they have acquired the river map and Luo book? As they spoke, the two had already arrived above the Huashu tribe, standing in midair, surveying the entire settlement. The Huashu tribe is regarded as one of the more formidable among human tribes, yet its population barely exceeds a mere few tens of thousands. After all, the human race remains fragmented, each tribe governing itself independently. Not only do they have to guard against beasts and natural disasters, but conflicts also arise between tribes over food and territory, leading to countless human casualties in internal strife. Observing the inhabitants living in thatched huts, clad in animal skins and leaves, Hongza could not help but shake his head. As a member of the human race himself, witnessing their dismal existence evokes a tinge of sorrow within him. Noticing Hongza's contemplative demeanor, the unfettered saint promptly interjected, "Master brother, spare us the reflections, instead of lamenting. Why not descend and lend them a hand?" To her surprise, Hongza shook his head resolutely. "If I were to assist the humans now, it would be akin to causing them harm. They must rely on themselves to truly become strong. I can even assert that one day, the human race will soar through the heavens and traverse the earth, even without the pursuit of immortality or enlightenment. Hongzhe spoke not merely in jest. After all, in the 21st century, humanity's ability to soar and traverse has become commonplace. However, the unfettered saint merely pursed her lips, choosing not to argue with Hongzhe. At that moment, a radiant burst of multicolored light suddenly descended from the horizon. This vibrant light circled above the Huashu tribe for quite some time before finally retreating into a nearby valley, where it subsequently vanished. Hongzhe, keenly observant, along with the unfettered saint, hastened toward the valley. Yet, upon their arrival, the multicolored light had long since dissipated, leaving behind only a solitary woman standing within a colossal footprint. The unfettered saint scrutinized this woman, realizing she was merely an exceedingly ordinary mortal. A look of confusion crossed her face as she turned to Hongzhe and inquired, "Master brother, that multicolored light clearly descended into this valley. Why is there no trace of it now?" Hongzhe smiled, pointing towards the woman in the valley, stating that the multicolored light resided within her womb. "If I am not mistaken, her name should be Huashu. She is none other than the daughter of Honghuang, the chieftain of the Huashu tribe." Understanding dawned upon the unfettered saint, and she quickly responded to Hongzhe, "Are you implying that this woman is Fushi's mother among the human race?" Hongzhe nodded towards the Wudong Holy Mother and said, "You should go down now and establish a good relationship with Huashu. Huashu requires 12 years to give birth to Fushi, and only after that will Fushi descend into the mortal realm. At that time, various factions will send their disciples to seek him out. For teaching the Emperor of Humanity would be tantamount to receiving divine merit. Therefore, you must take the initiative. Once you and Huashu become close friends, her son will undoubtedly choose you as his master." The Wudong Holy Mother did not display any signs of excitement, but spoke to Hongzhe instead. "Senior brother, I believe it would be more fitting for you to teach Fushi." Hongzhe reached out and patted the Wudong Holy Mother's head, saying, "Silly girl, do you think a true immortal is qualified to instruct the Emperor of Humanity?" Upon hearing this, the Wudong Holy Mother felt utterly bewildered. She thought to herself, "You are clearly in existence comparable to a saint. Why must you insist on calling yourself a true immortal?" However, she understood that her senior brother was unwilling to acknowledge this fact, and even if she pointed it out, he would not concede. Reluctantly, she said, "Senior brother, precisely because you are a true immortal, you require this divine merit even more. Moreover, I believe that no one in this world is more suited to be a teacher than you. Senior brother, I appreciate your sentiment, but there are many matters I must arrange, and I cannot remain in the Huashu tribe for too long. Therefore, I will leave it to you, Wudong Junior sister, to properly instruct the soon-to-be-born Fushi." Seeing that Hongzhe had made up his mind, the Wudong Holy Mother nodded in agreement and descended from the clouds towards Huashu. As soon as the Wudong Holy Mother landed, Hongzhe looked up into the sky. Although his cultivation was merely that of a true immortal, he was also one of the 9 saints of the great Dao, and his perceptive abilities far surpassed those of the Wudong Holy Mother. At that moment, Hongzhe's expression darkened as he coldly remarked to the air, "You've arrived. Why do you not reveal yourself? Sneaking around like a coward is not the behavior of a gentleman." As soon as Hongzhe finished speaking, an incredibly beautiful figure appeared in the sky. It was the saint of the demon clan, the Holy Mother Nuwa of the human race. Indeed, the disciple of Master Tongtian is extraordinary. Even as a mere true immortal, he can sense my presence, she said. Hongzhe was surprised to discover that it was indeed the Holy Mother Nuwa who had appeared before him. Upon seeing her, his expression transformed from one of anger to one of utmost reverence. It was not solely due to Nuwa's status as a saint that he showed such respect, but rather because she was the Holy Mother of humanity, and in this lifetime, she had shaped his very being. To be precise, it would not be excessive for Hongzhe to refer to Nuwa as mother. At this moment, Hongzhe not only bore a demeanor of utmost reverence, but also performed a bow in homage to the revered Nuwa. He then spoke. Hongzhe pays his respects to the Holy Mother. Upon hearing herself addressed as the Holy Mother rather than a saint, a satisfied nod of approval graced Nuwa's countenance. After all, Hongzhe was a being of her own creation, and his uniqueness was not lost on her. Once, she had contemplated keeping him by her side. Yet he had ultimately been taken under the wing of the primordial Master of Heaven. Among the innate human race, many had pledged themselves to the 3 pure ones, the most renowned being the great Master Xuandu. Regrettably, unlike Hongzhe, each time he encountered Nuwa, he referred to her not as the Holy Mother, but as the Saint. While such a title might seem respectful, it left Nuwa with a sense of discomfort. No mother wishes to hear her child refer to her in such a manner. Even a mother who may not fulfill her duties desires to be addressed appropriately. Thus, Hongzu's designation of her as the Holy Mother undoubtedly brought joy to Nua's heart. She then gestured to Hongzu, assisting him to his feet. Though a hint of confusion crossed her features. You are of the innate human race, created from my own essence. Why then? Do you find yourself merely at the true immortal realm? Nua distinctly remembered that those she had birthed from her own vital blood had emerged at the celestial, immortal level. This meant that over the span of countless years, Hongzu had only ascended one major realm, a revelation that astonished Nua. Moreover, as the direct disciple of the primordial master of heaven, he had access to the entire sect's resources for cultivation. When Nua inquired about his cultivation level, Hongzu, with a resigned expression, replied, "To be honest, Holy Mother, my true immortal state was only recently attained through fortuitous circumstances. In truth, for tens of thousands of years since your creation of me, my cultivation has not advanced even a fraction. Even with my master's relentless efforts and the countless celestial fruits I have consumed, it has proved futile." Nua, taken aback, swiftly moved closer to Hongzu, grasping his wrist to examine his body. "Your meridians are unobstructed, and your constitution is exceptional. From any perspective, you should be a prodigious talent." Yet the reality stood in stark contrast. He was not a genius, but rather a veritable failure. Unless something unknown transpired during these millennia, this outcome is unfathomable. Meanwhile, Hongzu's mind raced, contemplating how he might persuade Nua to join his ranks. The great catastrophe of the function was initiated by the revered Nua, yet she herself became a mere pawn in the hands of others, unwittingly entangled in the web of fate. It is often said that sages do not meddle in causality. However, is that truly a statement of veracity? While others may remain oblivious, Hongzu possesses profound understanding of the matter. The function list enshrines 365 deities, including the god of plague, for whom temples and statues are erected. Yet, the number of devotees to Nua diminishes, and finding a temple dedicated to her has become an arduous task. Although Nua, as a sage, is not bound by causality, the unfortunate outcome she faces raises questions that demand clarification. In truth, both Nua and Tongtian Jiaozhu stand as failures in the great catastrophe of function. Moreover, had Nua aided in the conflict, the four saints might not have succeeded in their endeavor to slay the immortals. If Nua could merely hold back the Taoist Zhuan-Ti, the completeness of the four saints would be jeopardized, complicating their efforts to dismantle the Zhu Xian array. Contemplating this, Hongzu addressed Nua directly, saying, "Holy Mother, you need not concern yourself with Hongzu any longer. The misfortune that has befallen me is solely due to my own insatiable curiosity, having probed into matters that were not meant for me." Hearing this, Nua felt an increasing sense of perplexity, yearning to comprehend what Hongzu had meddled with. They say curiosity killed the cat, yet how much less does a woman's curiosity pale in comparison? Observing Nua's growing intrigue, Hongzu recognized that his plan was beginning to bear fruit. He continued to weave his narrative. "I recall when I first entered my master's tutelage, I inadvertently stumbled upon the river of fate of the human race. Within this river flows the entirety of humanity's past, present, and future, a vision of the trajectory that shapes our destiny, which even sages dare not approach lightly. Yet, I unwittingly grazed its depths and gleaned fragments of its revelations. Consequently, I have been cursed by the Tao of heaven, rendering my cultivation path exponentially more arduous than that of ordinary practitioners." Nua nodded in understanding. Her curiosity piqued as she pressed for more details. "What did you perceive within the river of fate that warranted such a dire curse from the Tao of heaven?" Hongzu replied, "Holy Mother, if I were to divulge these truths, which ought not to be known by you, would you too fall victim to the curse of heaven?" Upon witnessing Hongzu's worried expression, a faint smile graced Nua's lips. "I am a saint, an immortal being. How could I possibly be ensnared by the Taoist curse? Speak freely and without fear." With her reassurance, Hongzu exhaled deeply, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his heart. "Since you shall not be implicated by my plight, I shall share my insights with you. Within the river of fate, I discerned two significant revelations. The first of which pertains to you, Holy Mother. Another matter pertains to the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of the human race, extending even to the last emperor of humanity." Upon realizing that this issue was intertwined with her own fate, and that even her recently reincarnated elder brother, Fushi, was implicated in the information obtained by Hongzu, the goddess Nua's impatience grew. She directly addressed Hongzu, urging him to elaborate without omitting any detail. Hongzu nodded repeatedly and began to recount the fate that awaited the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. He vividly narrated how the 3 sovereigns were trapped in the fire cloud cave, and how the 5 emperors were denied even a chance at reincarnation. The vividness of Hongzu's tale caused Nua's brow to furrow, and her fists to clench tightly. Chapter 40. Allow me to analyze this gradually initially. Enwa harbored gratitude towards them, planning to repay their kindness in the future, but she never anticipated their despicable actions. Upon learning that her brother would be imprisoned for life in the Fire Cloud Cave after attaining the status of Heavenly Emperor, Enwa was consumed by fury. Observing her intense anger, Hongzhi couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. He continued, "Holy Mother, it is not that they are targeting the great deity Fushi. The fate of Fushi being imprisoned for life stems entirely from you." Enwa could hardly believe that her own existence could lead to Fushi's confinement in the Fire Cloud Cave. With a perplexed expression, she retorted, "Do not speak nonsense. Fushi is my brother. How could I allow him to be imprisoned in the Fire Cloud Cave? If the Holy Mother were merely a saint of the demon race, or even if you were the Holy Mother of humanity without the fortune of the human race, none of this would have transpired." At this moment, Enwa grasped the situation. It was indeed her possession of the fortune of humanity that incited discontent among the other saints. She huffed coldly. "If it were not for my creation of the human race, how would they have had the opportunity to attain sainthood? Now, they resent me for possessing the fortune of humanity, plotting against me in the shadows, and even seeking to implicate my brother. Since they lack benevolence, they shall not blame me for being ungrateful." However, Hongzhi shook his head at Enwa, further deepening her sense of unease. "Why do you wear such a countenance? Do you believe that I am powerless to change this?" Hongzhi shook his head once more, saying, "Holy Mother, the saints have conspired against you more than once. Yet, until now, you have not retaliated, which has only emboldened their arrogance. Even if you wish to strike back now, I fear that with your strength alone, you cannot reverse the current predicament. You assert that they have plotted against me multiple times. Why then have I not detected it?" Enwa queried. "Do you recall the affair concerning my master uncle, the establishment of the Rinjiao? That was the first instance of the saints conspiring against you. The human race was originally created by the Holy Mother, who holds dominion over the majority of their fortunes, while the humans themselves control merely half. However, the Grand Master established the teachings of humanity, forcibly extracting 1/10 of the fortunes from both the Holy Mother and the human race. This was merely the beginning, as subsequent covert actions against the Holy Mother multiplied. Initially, there were those who secretly incited the demon race to consume human souls, revealing to them that such souls could enhance their cultivation and be used to forge the slaughter witch artifacts. This prompted Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai to decide to annihilate the human race to forge the slaughter witch sword, nearly leading to the complete extermination of humanity. In this critical moment of peril for the human race, the Holy Mother, their creator, failed to appear and rescue them from their dire straits. Consequently, the trust of the humans in the Holy Mother began to fracture, resulting in a further diminishment of her fortunes by another 20%. Even though the Holy Mother now possessed only 20% of the human fortunes, she still retained the augmentations from the demon race's fortunes. This state of affairs left the other saints uneasy, giving rise to yet another malicious scheme. The Taoist Cunny incited the 10 golden crows, enticing them to leave the Fusang tree and wreak havoc upon the primordial land. It was precisely due to the chaos wrought by the 10 suns that the war between the shaman and the demon races erupted, leading to the complete withdrawal of both factions from the primordial stage. The fortunes of the demon race were utterly severed, and as a demon saint, the Holy Mother could hardly remain unscathed. At this juncture, aside from the 20% of human fortunes, she was left with only the karmic ties forged by the demons upon the primordial land. They should have been satisfied with this, yet the Holy Mother, in her quest for power, refined stones to mend the heavens, thereby acquiring a considerable amount of divine merit. Thus, the Holy Mother not only retained 20% of the human fortunes, but also became the most meritorious among the 6 primordial saints. This engendered further dissatisfaction among them, prompting plans to ensure that the Holy Mother would ultimately lose her human fortunes, relegating her to the most insignificant of the 6 saints. Upon hearing this analysis from Hongzhi, Nuwa's expression darkened considerably. Had Hongzhi merely predicted future events, perhaps Nuwa would not have fully believed him. However, his analysis of past occurrences left her with no doubt. She directly inquired of Hongzhi, "Are you suggesting that they will conspire against me next? Do you know how they plan to scheme against me and what my fate will be?" Witnessing events unfold according to his predictions brought immense joy to Hongzhi, though he could not help but exhibit a melancholic demeanor, sighing as he remarked, "After the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the human race will truly rise, becoming the sovereign of the heavens and the earth. This will further enhance their fortunes, allowing them to stand on equal footing with Haoyan of the heavenly court in the tranquil realms of the 9 nether. Such a prospect is unacceptable to the saints, thus giving rise to a conspiracy against humanity. Their aim is to reduce the human race to mere pawns, utterly devoid of the capacity to resist, akin to helpless ants. To achieve this objective, the foremost task is to ensure that the human race no longer possesses an emperor, but rather only a son who venerates the deities of the celestial realm. The great conflict that transpires from the transformation of the emperor into the son is initiated by you, the Holy Mother, unbeknownst to you, who mistakenly believes that the human emperor is tyrannical, unaware of the subtle machinations of the sage, Zhuinti. Subsequently, my master deemed their actions towards the Holy Mother unjust, leading to a rift with the other four saints. He did not hesitate to set up the extermination formation to confront the four saints alone and ultimately summoned the full might of the to establish the 10,000 Immortals formation. Alas, this endeavor culminated in the downfall of the, with my master ultimately imprisoned within the Purple Cloud Palace. As for you, Holy Mother, you are left to retreat into the 33 heavens of the Enwa Palace, unable to partake in any affairs of the primordial chaos. At this moment, the goddess Enwa finds it hard to believe that this is the outcome. However, she does not question Hongzhe, for no one dares to lie before a sage. Yet, Enwa does not believe that Hongzhe, merely by foreseeing future events, would incur such a severe curse from the heavenly Dao. Thus, she inquired of Hongzhe, could it be that merely knowing these events has led to such a harsh curse from the heavenly Dao? Hongzhe, with a resigned expression, acknowledged the Holy Mother's keen insight. If it were solely based on this knowledge, he should not be subjected to such a dire curse. Nevertheless, the Holy Mother feels that as the being you personally created, how could I stand by and watch the human race be toyed with and witness the Holy Mother being bullied by other sages? Moreover, as a disciple of thee, indebted to my master's teachings, how could I allow that to descend into irreversible ruin? Thus, I conceived the idea of altering the river of fate, only to overestimate my own capabilities. Not only did I fail to change the river of fate, but I also faced its backlash, resulting in a curse that makes the path to enlightenment 1,000-fold more arduous than for others. Chapter 41. The objective achieved, can you relay this matter to your master? Enwa pondered before addressing Hongzhe. Hongzhe shook his head in response, having yet to mention this to his master, for he doubted that his master would believe it. In the eyes of his master, the red flowers, green leaves, and white lotus roots are all part of one family. How could his two senior uncles betray him? Enwa nodded in understanding, well aware of the dynamics among the three pure ones. She then inquired once more, what do you intend to do about this situation? Will you merely let it unfold? Ever since my attempt to alter the river of fate failed, I have been contemplating this very question. After thousands of years of reflection, I recently devised a strategy. My ancestral master once stated in the Purple Cloud Palace that while the grand flow of the primordial chaos is immutable, the minor currents may be altered. This implies that the heavenly Dao is concerned only with the ultimate trajectory of the primordial chaos, indifferent to the specifics of its development. Thus, we must meticulously strategize throughout this process. The future's outcome will inevitably transform. Enwa shook her head at Hongzhe, stating, you have already proclaimed that the tide cannot be altered. If the tide is immutable, then the fate of humanity is likewise predetermined. How can you possibly change this reality? Hongzhe, gazing at Enwa with a smile, replied, it seems I am not alone in this misconception. Even the Holy Mother has fallen into this trap. This has been a conundrum that has plagued me for millennia. Until recently, I grasped the essence of the celestial order. The so-called celestial order is the natural flow of destiny, which does not permit any race or individual to pose a threat to its existence. In other words, as long as the development of humanity does not endanger the celestial order, even if it threatens the sages, the celestial order will not intervene. As for which sage is the mightiest, that is certainly not a concern for the celestial order. Everything revealed in the river of fate is not a result of the celestial mandate, but rather the struggle for fortune among the sages. How could the celestial order be concerned with whether the teachings of the flourish or whether the Western teachings thrive? Upon hearing this, Enwa couldn't help but smile wryly, realizing that this primordial sage was less perceptive than you, a true immortal. Since you have devised a comprehensive plan, may I inquire how I am to operate within it? The Holy Mother need not take deliberate actions to avoid alerting the other sages, which could disrupt our contingency plans. At that point, we would lose our foresight and would be unable to formulate preemptive strategies. Of course, should there arise a moment requiring your intervention, I will find a way to notify you. However, one point the Holy Mother must remember is that the only one who can assist you is my master, the Tongtian. Enwa nodded and then grasped the void, summoning a divine lamp that materialized in her hand. This treasure is called the Bao Lian lamp. Simply ignite it, and I shall know that you are summoning me. I will come to you at once, alleviating your insufficient cultivation from reaching the 33 heavens to the Honghuang Palace. Hongzhe, feeling somewhat awkward, nodded, and then directly accepted the Bao Yin lamp from Enhua's hand. Rest assured, as long as I, Hongzhe, have breath left, I will not allow the other sages to harm you or my master. After saying this, he stored the lamp away and did not forget to bow in gratitude to Enhua. Enhua acknowledged Hongzhe with a nod and then mounted her golden phoenix, turning back toward the Honghuang palace. However, at this moment, Enhua's state of mind had shifted significantly from before. When the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were deliberated in the Zixiao palace, she had felt indebted to Yuan Shitianzuan. She had been contemplating finding an opportunity to repay this debt. Yet now, things were different. Enhua no longer felt indebted to Yuan Shitianzuan. Instead, she harbored a deep-seated resentment toward him. All of this was precisely what Hongzhe desired. At that moment, he gazed at the silhouette of the goddess Enhua, a smile involuntarily gracing his face. The Holy Mother Wudong was unaware that the dialogue between Hongzhe and Enhua had already reached Huashu, who was now accompanied by Hongzhe as they returned to the Huashu tribe, where they began to dwell together. As time flowed, the news of Huashu's pregnancy spread throughout the tribe. During this period, the human race lived in a state of ignorance regarding paternal figures, and the concept of marriage had yet to emerge. Thus, Huashu's pregnancy did not elicit any sense of impropriety among the tribe's people, as the notion of premarital childbirth was non-existent. Unfortunately, as time progressed, Huashu's situation became increasingly precarious. The humans typically bore their young after 10 months of gestation. Yet Huashu remained pregnant for a full 3 years without giving birth. This inevitably led the tribe's people to regard her as an ill omen, with some even suggesting that she should be burned. Had Huashu not been the daughter of the tribe leader, Honghuang, she might have truly faced the flames. Regardless, Huashu was ultimately expelled from the Huashu tribe, relocating to a secluded mountain several dozen miles away. Fortunately, she had the company of the Holy Mother Wudong, which alleviated the bitterness of her solitude. In due course, a miraculous phenomenon occurred. A Qilin began delivering sustenance to Huashu daily, a practice that continued for 3 years. The tale of the Qilin providing food for Huashu soon reached the Huashu tribe. The Qilin was no longer the supreme being from the era of conflict among the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans. Its appearance now signified auspiciousness, with the Qilin bestowing provisions upon Huashu, who would dare label her as an ill omen. Consequently, there arose proposals within the tribe to welcome Huashu back, hoping to receive blessings from the Qilin through her. Deep down, Huashu resisted this notion. After all, she had been cast out by her kin and nearly faced a fiery demise. Nevertheless, the Holy Mother Wudong persuaded Huashu to return to the tribe. This left Huashu perplexed, prompting her to express to the Holy Mother, Sister Wudong, "Have you forgotten the true nature of those in the tribe? Why should I return now? I only wish to cultivate in this secluded mountain with you, free from the sight of their vile countenances." With a warm smile, the Holy Mother Wudong replied, "If it were solely for your sake, I would have long taken you to Golden Immortal Island. The reason I have not brought you there, but instead stayed to teach you the celestial secrets of the upper clarity, is for the child you carry within. Your child is destined to be the future sovereign of the human race. He will unite the primal humans, ushering in true development for our kind. Therefore, you must return to the tribe, for as a mother, you need to lay the foundation for your child. When your offspring is ready to stand on his own, I shall take you to Golden Immortal Island for cultivation." Upon hearing the words of the unfettered Holy Mother, Huashu instinctively reached for her noticeably protruding belly and nodded in agreement, affirming that she would heed her sister's guidance. Chapter 42. The Tortoise Spirit and the Chickens Clash. Have you wondered where the senior brother and the unfettered sister have gone? It has been over a decade, yet they have not returned, inquired the Golden Spirit Mother, standing before the Hongzhe Dao Palace, addressing the Tortoise Spirit Mother beside her. With a mischievous grin, the Tortoise Spirit Mother replied, "Could it be that the senior brother and the unfettered sister have eloped? Do not speak such nonsense. If the senior brother were to hear this, the consequences would be dire," she retorted dismissively, rolling her eyes. "What does it matter? With the senior brother absent, everything here belongs to us." Having said this, she strode over to Xiao Bai and Xiao Shi, who were feeding the chickens, and spoke earnestly. "You too. Go to the pond in the backyard and feed the koi that the senior brother has raised. Leave this to me." Xiao Bai and Xiao Shi exchanged glances with the Tortoise Spirit Mother, a sense of foreboding stirring within them, yet they did not dare refuse her command. Reluctantly, they turned back towards the backyard, apprehensive that the Tortoise Spirit Mother might conjure some mischief. Noticing their hesitation, the Tortoise Spirit Mother raised an eyebrow. "What are you two looking at? Are you afraid I might relocate the senior brother's Dao Palace?" In a hurry, Xiao Bai and Xiao Shi dashed to the backyard, secretly grumbling that the Tortoise Spirit Mother might indeed be capable of such antics. Once they were dispatched, the Tortoise Spirit Mother's gaze fell upon the hens. Observing her predatory intent, The hens were instantly engulfed by a sense of dread. What do you think she intends to do? Surely, she does not mean to target us? One hen speculated. It seems likely. She probably aims to pilfer our eggs, another chimed in. Fear not. With the master away, this presents a perfect opportunity to teach her a lesson, another hen asserted. The others nodded in agreement, recognizing this as a rare chance. At that moment, the tortoise spirit mother leapt into the chicken coop, unceremoniously shoving aside one hen as she reached for a freshly laid egg. Yet, before her fingers could graze the egg, an unforeseen event unfolded. A hen took flight, its wings flapping fiercely as it swooped towards her head. Its claws, sharp as blades, latched onto the tortoise spirit mother's hair, causing her neatly arranged locks to become disheveled, cascading around her. This sudden turn of events startled the tortoise spirit mother, prompting her to shield her delicate face, fearing that another hen might assault her and mar her beauty. However, to her astonishment, the other hens began to peck at her frantically. Before long, the sacred mother turtle's hands were pecked to a state of unsightly bruises. This inevitably ignited her fury, prompting her to draw forth her celestial sword. You wretched little creatures! How dare you mark me in such a manner? If I do not pluck every last feather from your bodies today, you shall not comprehend who I, the mother turtle, truly am. With that proclamation, she unleashed a formidable wave of sword energy towards the offending hens. Despite being a golden immortal and having grasped the essence of sword intent, she had yet to comprehend the laws of the sword. Thus, her released energy proved insufficient to harm the hens. Suddenly, the hens took flight, arranging themselves in a strange formation. In unison, they spread their wings and unleashed a flurry of vigorous flaps directed at the mother turtle. Before she could react, she was sent hurtling backward, losing control of her trajectory. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the mother golden spirit, who swiftly caught her, the mother turtle would have faced a most embarrassing predicament. Dear sister turtle, why engage with them so? Are you not concerned about becoming a laughingstock among our peers? The mother turtle, tossing her hair back defiantly, retorted, Sister golden spirit, do you not find these hens rather peculiar? I am, after all, in the early stages of the golden immortal realm and have comprehended sword intent. Do you truly believe these hens could evade my sword energy? Moreover, they just flung me away effortlessly. Upon hearing her words, the smile on the mother golden spirit's face vanished, her gaze shifting to the hens. The sight took her by surprise. Impossible. These hens are forming a formation akin to the Phoenix clan's 5 elements Nirvana array. Could it be that the elder brother's hens, while appearing as mere chickens, are in fact phoenixes? The mother turtle's anger transformed into astonishment at the mother golden spirit's revelation. Meanwhile, the hens clucked animatedly. Though unbeknownst to the two sisters, they were merely communicating amongst themselves. It seems the mother golden spirit possesses some discernment. Recognizing that we have established the Phoenix 5 elements Nirvana array. I knew it. That mother turtle, with her naive charm, could never qualify to be our mistress. The mother golden spirit is far more suitable. She is composed, knowledgeable, and, importantly, not greedy. Unbeknownst to them, the hens were deliberating who among the two sisters deserved to wed Honghuang. They continued to ponder whether they were merely hens or phoenixes. Finally, the mother turtle sighed. In any case, nothing here is simple. Even an ordinary cucumber possesses innate spiritual energy. These hens, possessing the bloodline of phoenixes, might not be an impossibility. Moreover, I believe their cultivation far surpasses our own. Even if we were to join forces, we might not be able to defeat them. In that moment, a donkey descended from the sky, upon which sat Honghuang. As he leapt down, he smiled and addressed the turtle spirit mother, asking, Who do you intend to battle this time? And you wish to involve your sister, the golden spirit? Are you not afraid of your master punishing you with solitary reflection? Upon Honghuang's sudden return, it was not the golden spirit mother or the turtle spirit mother who reacted first, but rather the hens. They hastily gathered together once more, obediently settling into their nest to prepare for laying eggs. This sight nearly caused the golden spirit mother to drop her jaw in astonishment, thinking how uncanny these hens were. Meanwhile, the turtle spirit mother made a face at Honghuang, eager to share the tale of her earlier encounter with the hens. However, she was pulled back by the golden spirit mother, who hastily spoke to Honghuang, Elder brother, where have you been all these years? Chapter 43. Perhaps this will lead to a breakthrough. Although Honghuang sensed that the turtle spirit mother was behaving oddly, he chose not to delve deeper into the matter. After all, it was customary for the turtle spirit mother to act in peculiar ways. Thus, he directly addressed the golden spirit mother, saying, in the purple cloud palace, Our ancestor alongside the 6 saints of primordial chaos established the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors for humanity. Additionally, they instructed our master and the uncles to select disciples to teach the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Those who successfully become their mentors will gain immense merits from the heavenly Tao. The benefits of such merits need not be elaborated upon. You are already aware of their significance. Now that Sister Wudong has grasped the power of the laws, with the nourishment of the Heavenly Dao's merits, she could achieve the status of a quasi-saint. Thus, how could I allow Sister Wudong to squander this opportunity? This journey is to send her down the mountain to become the teacher of the human emperor. Upon hearing this, the Golden Spirit Mother nodded vigorously and inquired, Elder Brother, you mean Sister Wudong has already comprehended the power of the laws? Hongzhe affirmed, stating that Sister Wudong had indeed grasped the law of wisdom, which had propelled her cultivation to the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal realm. With the merits of teaching the human emperor, she would be the first among the 3 teachings of the profound gate to achieve the status of a quasi-saint. The Turtle Spirit Mother could not help but pout and remarked to Hongzhe, Elder Brother, you are clearly biased. Why do you only assist Sister Wudong in comprehending the laws while neglecting me and Sister Golden Spirit? Faced with the Turtle Spirit Mother's counterattack, Hongzhe wore an expression of helplessness. You, my dear girl, have the audacity to say such things. You were the first disciple of the Jie Sect to become a great Luo Golden Immortal. Yet now, your cultivation still lingers in the early stages of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Among the myriad of great Luo Golden Immortals, you have become the one with the least power. Instead of seeking the reasons within yourself, you have shifted the blame onto your senior brother. If I, your elder brother, could guide you in comprehending the power of the laws, I would have done so long ago. Do not forget, I am merely a true immortal myself, still unfamiliar with the concept of laws. Upon hearing Hongzhe's words, the Turtle Spirit Saint Mother was filled with indignation and immediately retorted, who says I am the weakest among the great Luo Golden Immortals? Sister Bai Xiao has just recently broken through to the great Luo Golden Immortal realm and is even weaker than I am. Hongzhe was taken aback. During his absence over the past few years, Bai Xiao had indeed achieved a breakthrough to the great Luo Golden Immortal realm. This meant that the entire Jie Sect now boasted 7 great Luo Golden Immortals. Naturally, this brought immense joy to Hongzhe. For the greater the strength of Jie's disciples, the higher their chances of success during the impending calamity of the Fengshen. If even 1 or 2 could attain the status of saints, history itself would be rewritten. However, throughout this time, Hongzhe never entertained the notion that his junior disciples' breakthroughs to the great Luo Golden Immortal realm had any connection to him as a true immortal. Thus, he could not help but feel delighted for Bai Xiao, while simultaneously admonishing the Turtle Spirit Saint Mother. You dare to speak? Just wait until the day Bai Xiao surpasses you. I wonder how you will face her as a senior sister. The Turtle Spirit Saint Mother wanted to retort, but found herself at a loss for words that could salvage her dignity. In frustration, she could only stomp her feet and grasp the hand of the Golden Spirit Saint Mother, exclaiming, Sister Jinling, look, not only does our elder brother's chicken bully me, but even he does. The Turtle Spirit Saint Mother lamented about being bullied by the chicken in front of Hongzhe, which prompted a helpless shake of the head from the Golden Spirit Saint Mother. Meanwhile, the hens cast fierce glares at the Turtle Spirit Saint Mother, fearful that her indiscretion might force them to reveal their true forms prematurely, thus losing their chance to remain in Hongzhe's Dao Palace. Unfortunately for them, they did not anticipate Hongzhe's indifferent response. You claim to be bullied by the chickens I raised. Are you planning to steal their eggs? If you steal their eggs, it would be strange if they didn't peck at you. Do you truly believe you are like your elder brother? After all, Hongzhe would never imagine that the hens he raised were on the verge of achieving saintly status. Observing that Hongzhe remained oblivious, the Golden Spirit Saint Mother hastily interjected, Elder brother, I heard from Sister Yun Xiao that the 3 sisters, along with junior brother Gongming, have all comprehended the power of the laws. Even junior sister Wu Dang has grasped the power of the laws. When do you think Sister Turtle Spirit and I might encounter such fortune? Caught off guard by the Turtle Spirit Saint Mother's inquiry, Hongzhe sighed helplessly. If I knew, would I not share that knowledge with you? I believe understanding the power of the laws relies entirely on chance. Perhaps a mere nap or a sip of water could lead you to your opportunity. As Hongzhe spoke, he ushered the Holy Mother of Gold Spirit and the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit into his Dao Palace. Personally, he brewed tea for them before becoming engrossed in his own tasks. The reason for Hongzhe's return was to gather certain items that would expedite Fushi's attainment of the heavenly sovereign Dao fruit. Although Fushi would ascend to the status of the human emperor and reach the threshold of a half-step sage even without Hongzhe's assistance, Hongzhe aimed to improve the human race's circumstances, ideally facilitating their transition into a feudal society during the reign of King Zhou. Such an outcome might avert the calamity of the Fengshen and ensure the safety of the Jie Sect. However, this was merely Hongzhe's aspiration. Whether it could be realized depended on the will of the heavenly Dao. Before long, Hongzhe found everything he sought and arranged them meticulously for his endeavor. While collecting these items, he addressed the Holy Mother of Gold Spirit and the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit, saying, I must return to the Huashu tribe. If you have no objections, please assist in managing the Dao Palace. Rest assured, my elder brother shall ensure your efforts are rewarded. Feel free to enjoy the produce from the garden. As he spoke, the sovereign picked up a book, preparing to place it into his bag of holding. This action caught the attention of the Holy Mother of Gold Spirit, who felt an inexplicable resonance with the book. She seized it from Hongzhe's hands and began to examine it eagerly. Unfortunately, she could not comprehend the traditional characters within, rendering her unaware of its contents. Nevertheless, she sensed that her fortune might be intertwined with this tome. Thus, she inquired of Hongzhe, elder brother, what is the title of this book? The 3 Tactics and 6 Strategies. Are you interested in it? Hongzhe replied. The Holy Mother of Gold Spirit nodded and lamented, regrettably, I cannot decipher the text. Might you read it to me, or teach me the characters? Upon hearing her request, Hongzhe was momentarily taken aback, and a thought emerged in his mind. If he taught the Holy Mother of Wudong to read, and she subsequently delved into the investiture of the gods, his cultivation had ascended to the true immortal realm. If he were to instruct the Holy Mother of Gold Spirit in literacy, and she read the 3 Tactics and 6 Strategies, would his cultivation not also rise? Chapter 44. Unintentional willows flourish. As this notion took root in Hongzhe's mind, he resolved with determination. He then spoke to the Holy Mother of Gold Spirit. The contents of this book were originally meant for me to impart to the Heavenly Sovereign Fushi, aiding him in unifying the human race swiftly. Since you are intrigued by it, take it with you to the Huashu tribe. Upon finding your sister Wudong, have her teach you the written characters. You must thoroughly comprehend the 3 Tactics and 6 Strategies, and then convey its teachings to Fushi. The Holy Mother of Gold Spirit nodded in agreement. But before she could respond further, the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit interjected. Did you see that, Sister Jinling? You still do not believe it. Senior brother is indeed partial to Sister Wudong. Otherwise, how could he have taught Sister Wudong to recognize characters before us? This time, it seems the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit has caught a weakness. Hongzhe could only shake his head in resignation. He then playfully tapped the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit on the head and remarked, Do you wish to learn? If so, you should accompany Sister Jinling. However, I must say, even if Sister Wudong teaches you, you may not grasp it. After all, if you cannot distinguish between characters and drawings, how could you possibly comprehend such intricate writing? The Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit was incensed by Hongzhe's words, stamping her feet in frustration. Senior brother, you underestimate me. How could I not learn? It is merely that you refuse to teach me. With that, she stood up and walked toward Hongzhe's bookshelf, rummaging through it. She hoped to find a suitable book to learn character recognition from the Holy Mother of Wudong. However, after searching high and low, she found nothing that piqued her interest. In desperation, she randomly picked up a book and waved it at Hongzhe, declaring, I will study this. Once I master all the characters within, let's see if you dare to look down upon me again. At that moment, Hongzhe finally discerned what book the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit held. A tinge of exasperation washed over him as he thought, what on earth made her pull out this book? The tome in her hands was not a treatise on military strategy nor the 4 books and 5 classics, but rather a comprehensive manual on metallurgy that Hongzhe had transcribed at the behest of the great Dao System. It encompassed ancient and modern methods of metallurgy, including advanced techniques from later generations, with a significant portion dedicated to the art of sword forging. These texts had always been stored within Hongzhe's cosmic bag, only recently placed on the shelf due to the establishment of his Dao Palace. Now, to see it in the hands of the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit was indeed a source of frustration for him. Hongzhe then addressed the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit. This book is quite different from what your sister Jinling possesses. It is a typical reference book. Even if you recognize the words, you may not comprehend the content. I advise you to select another. As he spoke, he approached the shelf and retrieved a book titled 100 Family Surnames. Look at this one. It is simple and undoubtedly suitable for you. The Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit shot Hongzhe a fierce glare and snatched the book from him. I will read both. You will definitely be impressed by me in the end. Just wait for my apology. With that, she dragged Sister Jinling out of the Dao Palace, not forgetting to make a face at Hongzhe. The Holy Mother of Gold, in a state of resignation, could only follow the Holy Mother of Turtles as they made their way beyond the Dao Palace, bidding farewell to Hongzhe. Observing their departure, Hongzhe's face bore a smile tinged with helplessness. Unbeknownst to him, his seemingly inconsequential actions today would bestow upon the Holy Mother of Turtles a momentous opportunity. However, at that moment, Hongzhe did not dwell on such thoughts and promptly turned towards the rear courtyard of the Dao Palace. Upon arriving at the courtyard, Hongzhe first noticed his 2 young attendants, Little White and Little Snake, feeding the koi fish he had nurtured. He overheard their hushed conversation, with Little White expressing concern about whether the Holy Mother of Turtles might steal the old master's hens, commenting on her peculiar gaze towards them. Little Snake reassured, suggesting that despite her quirky nature, the Holy Mother likely wouldn't dare take the master's possessions. Little White retorted, questioning if the Holy Mother had been spoiled by the master to such an extent that he would overlook even the relocation of their Dao palace without reprimanding her. Listening to his two attendants discuss the Holy Mother of Turtles, Hongzhe couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. He acknowledged that he indeed indulged her, to the point of permissiveness. His affection for the Holy Mother stemmed not only from the fact that she was his first friend, but also from his knowledge of her tragic fate, one that could only be described as the most unfortunate among the Jie Sect. Witnessing a naive and endearing girl destined for such a sorrowful end, how could Hongzhe not feel a pang of compassion? Thus, he instinctively nurtured her, which gradually evolved into a form of indulgence. He silently admonished himself, contemplating the necessity of reigning in the Holy Mother of Turtles, lest she attract unforeseen troubles in the future. At that moment, Little White and Little Snake noticed Hongzhe and hastily rose to greet him, simultaneously inquiring about his return. "I have been back for a while now," he replied. "I overheard your entire conversation just now. You must refrain from discussing others behind their backs. It is quite impolite." Seeing the smile on Hongzhe's face eased the tension in the hearts of the two young ones. Nevertheless, they quickly concocted an excuse and darted towards the front courtyard. Watching their retreating figures, a smile of resignation resurfaced on Hongzhe's face. Once, he felt no sense of belonging to the Jie Sect, only gratitude for his master's teachings. Yet now, he found himself enveloped in a profound sense of home. Indeed, this place had become his sanctuary. As he spoke, Hongzhe ascended to the pavilion and reached for the zither resting on the stone table. This instrument had lain there for millennia, and none had perceived it as anything extraordinary. In fact, many regarded it as an utterly ordinary guqin, for who would leave something valuable abandoned in such a manner? Unbeknownst to many, this ancient guqin possesses a remarkable lineage. Otherwise, Hongzhe would not have chosen to bestow it upon Yunxiao. With a gentle touch, Hongzhe placed his hand upon the guqin, infusing it with a surge of magical energy, which instantaneously radiated a brilliant light. At that moment, the guqin became enveloped in an immense aura of spiritual energy, highlighting its unique essence. This guqin was none other than the accompanying spiritual treasure of the great sage Fushi from the demon clan, the Fushi Qin. Chapter 45. How shall I account for this? It was revealed that when Fushi fell, his half-spiritual treasure, the Fushi Qin, vanished without a trace. At that time, Hongzhe was diligently studying the art of the guqin under the guidance of the great Dao System. Consequently, the Fushi Qin was acquired by the great Dao System and remained with Hongzhe for tens of thousands of years. Naturally, Hongzhe was aware of the guqin's origins and had taken care to disguise it somewhat. Otherwise, when Yunxiao requested this ancient instrument, Hongzhe would have likely spared himself the trouble of crafting a new one for her. Now that Fushi was on the verge of reincarnating as a human, Hongzhe felt compelled to return the Fushi Qin to its rightful place, as it ultimately did not belong to him. After securing the guqin, he remounted his donkey and set forth toward the Huashu tribe. On that day, the Tongtian patriarch sat within the Bo palace and foresaw Fushi's imminent emergence. He summoned the Water and Fire Boy. "Water and Fire Boy, you must hasten to your senior brother Hongzhe and instruct him to come to Bo palace at once." The Water and Fire Boy, having received the patriarch's command, swiftly made his way to the rear mountain of Jinling Island. However, upon arriving at Hongzhe's Dao Palace, he learned from Xiaobai and Shaoxi that Hongzhe had already departed for the Huashu tribe. They also mentioned that the Wudong Holy Mother, the Jinling Holy Mother, and the Turtle Spirit Holy Mother had all gone to the Huashu tribe as well. Unable to locate Hongzhe, the Water and Fire Boy relayed the information he had gathered from Xiaobai and Shaoxi back to the Tongtian patriarch. The patriarch was taken aback, pondering why his precious disciples had ventured to the Huashu tribe. Although he had summoned Hongzhe for the purpose of sending someone to the Huashu tribe to recruit Fushi as a disciple, it seemed that his direct disciples were already on the verge of leaving en masse before he could even arrange it. In his frustration, he took out the Qian Kuan treasure mirror to examine the situation within the Huashu tribe. This treasure mirror, akin to the Haoyan mirror, allowed him to observe ongoing events, but not to glimpse the past. Even so, all that was transpiring in the Huashu tribe was laid bare before the Tongtian patriarch. Upon seeing his three disciples gathered around Huashu, he understood the entirety of the situation. A helpless smile crept upon his face as he realized that they had indeed seized the initiative. Yet, how was he to explain this to his two esteemed masters? Originally, the three Pure Ones had a solemn agreement. The masters of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of the human race must emerge from the 3 teachings of the Xianmen, ensuring that no one from the Western teachings could gain any influence. However, it was also stipulated that until the arrival of Fushi, they were not to send their disciples to the Huashu tribe in advance. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, without any involvement from the heavenly teacher, his own disciple had already ventured forth. What puzzled the heavenly teacher was the complete absence of Hongzu's presence. Wasn't it said that Hongzu had also gone to the Huashu tribe? Why was he not by Fushi's mother's side? Could it be that this young man was up to some mischief again? The heavenly teacher was intimately familiar with his eldest disciple. Despite his modest cultivation, he was meticulous in every endeavor, and acting without purpose was certainly not in his character. Thus, the heavenly teacher began to survey the vicinity of the Huashu tribe, only to find no trace of Hongzu. Ultimately, he was compelled to abandon his search, for he was acutely aware that attempting to forcibly divine Hongzu's whereabouts would result in dire repercussions. Yet, just as he was ready to concede defeat, Hongzu's figure appeared within his Qingquan treasure mirror. At that moment, Hongzu was instructing the human race on the art of agriculture, which left the heavenly teacher momentarily stunned. As a sage, he understood that the human race's mastery of farming would not emerge until the era of the Earth's sovereign and the Flame Emperor. Now, witnessing his disciple teach agriculture to humanity, he feared it might disrupt the celestial order. However, the next moment, a smile broke upon the heavenly teacher's face. What a clever scheme. After this revelation, the heavenly teacher vanished from the Bio Palace and made his way to the 8 Scenery Palace on Shouyang Mountain. After all, the troubles caused by his disciple would necessitate his intervention as the master. Upon arriving at the 8 Scenery Palace, he learned from the great master of Xuandu that Laozi was not present but had gone to the Yushu Palace on Kunlun Mountain. This news perplexed the heavenly teacher, as his elder brother advocated for a governance of non-interference and rarely departed from the 8 Scenery Palace. The sudden journey to the Yushu Palace raised suspicions. Could it be that his disciples had already gone to the Huashu tribe? Were these 2 brothers planning to unite and confront him? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed, prompting him to head directly to the Yushu Palace on Kunlun Mountain. Unbeknownst to him, Laozi and the primordial heavenly sovereign were not preoccupied with the human sovereigns at all. They were traversing the vast wilderness in search of the son of the Tao, for he was the true threat they faced. However, despite their combined efforts scouring the entirety of the primordial lands, they found not a single individual with the potential of the son of the Tao. In the end, even Laozi and the primordial heavenly sovereign meticulously examined every disciple of the 3 teachings from beginning to end. Regrettably, there remains an absence of discoveries. Among the disciples of the 3 teachings, not a single individual possessing such potential has been identified. In fact, both Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzuan have already investigated Hongzu, yet he failed to capture their attention. Primarily, Hongzu's cultivation merely amounts to that of a true immortal, a position that could be deemed the lowest among the practitioners of the primordial era. Regarding why the Master of Heaven would accept such an unremarkable figure into his fold, both Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzuan harbor a shared conviction. It is to seize the fortune of the human race, emulating Laozi, and to designate a human as a direct disciple of the Jie Sect. It is unfortunate that the Master of Heaven has taken in such a being. He must be regretting his decision profoundly at this moment. Hence, during their search for the son of the Tao, they did not particularly focus on Hongzu. Moreover, with the aura of the 9 saints of the Tao veiling the heavenly secrets surrounding Hongzu, even a meticulous observation would yield no results. Presently, Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzuan sit face to face, sharing a moment of camaraderie. At last, Yuanshi Tianzuan spoke, saying, "Master brother, it appears this matter must be entrusted to our disciples." Given the circumstances, Laozi had no alternative but to nod in agreement. Emphasizing the necessity of discretion, it is imperative that no one learns of our search for the son of the Tao. Yuanshi Tianzuan nodded in affirmation and promptly summoned the disciples of the Chan sect to the Yushu Palace. Soon after, the likes of the lamp-lighting Daoist, the 12 Golden Immortals, and the Southern Polar Immortal, among others, entered the Yushu Palace. Chapter 46. The Master of Heaven visits Kunlun Mountain, observing the assembly of disciples entering. Yuanshi Tianzuan directly addressed them. "Today, I have called you forth to convey an important matter. The establishment of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors signifies that humanity shall become the dominators of this impending calamity. It also heralds the approach of the next cosmic catastrophe following the Wu and Yao tribulation. The initial calamity of the Dragon and Han era witnessed the downfall of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Shilin clans, while the Wu and Yao calamity brought about the demise of the 2 clans of Wu and Yao. Prior to the occurrence of these 2 great tribulations, both the Dragon, Phoenix, and Shilin clans as well as the Wu and Yao clans, were the sovereigns of the calamity. Thus, my esteemed master brother and I predict that the protagonists of the next heavenly catastrophe will be humanity, and even our disciples of the Xianmen will be implicated. To prepare for this imminent tribulation, we must take proactive measures. The key figure for the upcoming calamity has already emerged, though I am currently unable to ascertain his identity. Therefore, I must entrust you with the investigation. It is only by identifying this pivotal character that our Chan sect disciples can secure an invulnerable position. Upon concluding his remarks, Guangqingzi promptly inquired of Yuanshi Tianzuan, Master, what characteristics should we look for in this key figure of the next calamity, and how shall we proceed with our search? The words of Guangqingzi strike at the heart of the matter. In this vast primordial land, seeking out a singular individual is akin to sifting through sand in a mighty torrent. If one were to search for an existence devoid of any defining characteristics, the task becomes utterly impossible. The primordial heavenly sovereign could not help but ponder. If I were aware of his attributes, what need would there be for your assistance? Fortunately, at this juncture, Laozi spoke, stating that as the pivotal figure of the next cosmic catastrophe, he must possess extraordinary qualities. You, who traverse the primordial realm, should be vigilant in identifying those with unique abilities, and it would be prudent to bring such individuals into our fold, guiding them to the Jade Void Palace on Kunlun Mountain for your master to address. Remember, unless absolutely necessary, do not engage in conflict with them, for such actions could yield significant repercussions. Laozi's words, though seemingly vague, left the disciples of the Chan teaching in a state of confusion. Ultimately, it was the Taoist of the Burning Lamp who stepped forth to assist both the primordial heavenly sovereign and Laozi with a clarification that was not truly an explanation. The Burning Lamp Taoist approached and respectfully addressed them, saying, Esteemed Master, respected Grandmaster, every pivotal figure in a cosmic calamity is imbued with great fortune. It is precisely due to this auspicious fate that they escalate to the extreme, becoming intolerable to the heavens and earth, thus provoking a cosmic catastrophe. Does this not imply that the crucial individual of the next calamity must similarly possess immense fortune? The finest manifestation of such fortune is a cultivation speed that surpasses that of ordinary beings, accompanied by continuous good fortune throughout the primordial expanse. It is likely that they will even be surrounded by exceptional innate spiritual treasures, for only thus can they be deemed the key figure of the calamity. Otherwise, how could they possibly incite such a cosmic upheaval? Both the primordial heavenly sovereign and Laozi nodded in agreement, after which the primordial heavenly sovereign spoke directly, stating, The Burning Lamp is correct. The next pivotal figure of the calamity will, without a doubt, cultivate at a rate faster than others and will certainly be accompanied by exceptional innate spiritual treasures. Therefore, you need only seek these two characteristics, and you shall undoubtedly bring this key individual into our Chan teaching. At this point, the disciples comprehended their task and promptly bowed to the primordial heavenly sovereign and Laozi to receive their orders. Just as the primordial heavenly sovereign dispatched the group of disciples, the White Crane Boy stepped into the Jade Void Palace and announced, Master, the third elder has arrived. Upon hearing that the Tongtian patriarch had come, both the primordial heavenly sovereign and Laozi displayed expressions of confusion. The primordial heavenly sovereign even harbored doubts as to whether the Tongtian patriarch had learned of the matter concerning the son of the Tao. Thus, he turned his gaze to Laozi, who shook his head in response, allowing him to relax. Though both are saints, the Tongtian patriarch is nonetheless the younger brother of Laozi and the primordial heavenly sovereign. When a younger brother visits his elder siblings, the requisite courtesies must be observed, especially since the primordial heavenly sovereign is particularly discerning. Every time the Lord of Heaven visits the Jade Void Palace on Kunlun Mountain, he is first announced by the White Crane Boy. Soon after, the White Crane Boy opened the great doors of the Bo Palace and respectfully bowed to the Lord of Heaven. Accompanying him were the primordial heavenly venerable and Laozi, both esteemed saints in their own right. Despite the fact that the primordial heavenly venerable and Laozi are elder brothers, they could not afford to be overly presumptuous. The Lord of Heaven had sent word ahead, thus it was only proper for them to personally welcome him, ensuring that no etiquette was overlooked. When the three brothers met, a courteous exchange ensued before they entered the Jade Void Palace to take their respective seats. It was then that the primordial heavenly venerable spoke. I wonder what brings you, my third junior brother, to my humble Jade Void Palace today? Typically, even when I wish to invite you, you are always reluctant, making countless excuses to avoid visiting me. In truth, the Lord of Heaven was indeed reluctant to meet the primordial heavenly venerable, primarily because the latter placed great emphasis on formalities, rendering the Lord of Heaven quite uncomfortable. Furthermore, each encounter with the primordial heavenly venerable tended to turn into a lecture. as if he were a disciple being scolded, an experience that could be quite tiresome for anyone, saint or not. However, the Lord of Heaven could not express these sentiments aloud, and thus merely smiled and deflected, saying, "Elder brother, you exaggerate. As a disciple with tens of thousands of students, I am often preoccupied with their instruction, leaving little time for leisure visits to you." He continued, "If it were not for the impending arrival of the celestial Emperor Fushi, I doubt I would have found the time to gather with you both here at the Jade Void Palace." Upon hearing the mention of the celestial Emperor Fushi, Laozi and the primordial Heavenly Venerable recalled this matter, realizing that in their search for the son of the Tao, they had inadvertently overlooked the birth of the human emperor. The primordial Heavenly Venerable then addressed the Lord of Heaven, saying, "So, you have come for this matter. What are your intentions? Are you considering having me send someone down the mountain to take the celestial emperor as a disciple?" It must be noted that the audacity of the primordial Heavenly Venerable was quite remarkable, as even before fully articulating his thoughts, he sought to claim the title of the celestial emperor's teacher. Even Laozi, standing nearby, nodded in agreement with the primordial Heavenly Venerable, believing that the celestial emperor's mentor ought to emerge from the Chan teaching. Although Laozi also hoped that it would be his own disciple, Master Xuandu. Given his current need for the primordial Heavenly Venerable's favor, he felt compelled to acquiesce. However, both Laozi and the primordial Heavenly Venerable were taken aback when the Lord of Heaven shook his head without hesitation. Observing this response, Laozi and the primordial Heavenly Venerable furrowed their brows. At that moment, the Lord of Heaven, with an air of resignation, explained to them, "I fear that even if I wish to offer the position of the celestial emperor's mentor to you, my elder brothers, it is already too late." Over a decade ago, the Honghuang people returned to visit their kin, accompanied by Jinling悟道, and Guiling. Presently, they reside in the Huashu tribe, having formed a profound friendship with Huashu, the mother of the reincarnated human clan leader, Fushi. Thus, even if the second senior brother were to send disciples down the mountain, Huashu might not consent to allowing him to become a disciple under the second brother's tutelage. Upon hearing this, Yuanshi Tianzuan's expression darkened instantly, and he let out a cold snort, implying that he need not concern himself with such matters since the teachings of the Heavenly Emperor have already aligned with your sect. Tongtian Jiaozhu did not expect Yuanshi Tianzuan's countenance to shift so dramatically. Although he respected Yuanshi as his elder brother, this did not preclude him from having his own temper, for he too was a sage. Consequently, the smile faded from Tongtian Jiaozhu's face, replaced by an impassive demeanor as he addressed Yuanshi Tianzuan, stating that if the second senior brother insisted on such a course, he was left with no recourse. This further incited Yuanshi Tianzuan's ire, prompting him to speak to Laozi nearby. "Elder brother, if my memory serves me correctly, we three brothers had an agreement. Now, the third brother blatantly violates this agreement. What do you think we should do about it?" Yuanshi Tianzuan was well aware that Laozi would stand by him, which is precisely why he sought his counsel. Laozi did not disappoint Yuanshi Tianzuan, responding directly to Tongtian Jiaozhu. "Third brother, this is not a matter of favoritism towards the second senior brother. Rather, your actions are indeed unjust. Since we agreed as brothers, we must adhere to those terms. You have prematurely sent your disciples to the Huashu tribe, which constitutes a breach of trust. Therefore, I believe you should summon your disciples back and allow the second brother to send his own to instruct the Heavenly Emperor." Seeing his two senior brothers united in purpose, Tongtian Jiaozhu's anger intensified. He directly addressed Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzuan. "Since both elder brothers are resolute, let us allow the matter to unfold as it may. The elder brother can send Master Xuandu to the Huashu tribe, and the second brother may also dispatch disciples to accompany him. When the time comes, let the merits be revealed, and the one who prevails among the disciples shall become the teacher of the Heavenly Emperor Fushi." Without hesitation, Yuanshi Tianzuan agreed, stating, "The once in a millennium Taoist Three Teachings Conference is merely a century away. Let us seize the opportunity presented by the emergence of the Heavenly Emperor Fushi to hold the conference early. This will allow our disciples to engage in discourse and simultaneously select the teacher for the Heavenly Emperor." Laozi naturally nodded in agreement, recognizing the merit in this approach. It also provided an opportunity for humanity to witness the capabilities of the disciples from our three teachings. The Lord of Heaven, without a trace of hesitation, recognized the formidable strength of his 7 great Golden Immortals and the enigmatic presence of his esteemed disciple. Thus, he nodded in agreement, stating, "If my 2 elder brothers find this feasible, I, as their junior, shall hold no dissenting views." Subsequently, the 3 of them exchanged a few pleasantries and agreed to convene at the Huashu tribe in half a month, after which the Lord of Heaven took his leave from the Yushu Palace on Kunlun Mountain. As the Lord departed, a hint of disdain flickered across the face of the primordial Heavenly Venerable. "Master brother, The disciples under our third junior are merely a mix of the unrefined and the inept. This presents an opportune moment to assist him in refining his disciples, lest the chaos among them tarnish the fortunes of the Jie Sect. The old master, in agreement, nodded without hesitation. Indeed, the indiscriminate acceptance of disciples by our third junior could invite considerable trouble. As his elder brothers, it is our duty to consider his welfare. Thus, the arrangements for the upcoming discourse shall rest upon our second junior. With that, the old master bid farewell to the primordial heavenly venerable and mounted his steed, the horned azure bull, returning directly to the 8 scenic palaces of Shouyang Mountain. Upon returning to the Bo Palace on Golden Turtle Island, the Lord of Heaven's ire only intensified. The collusion between the old master and the primordial heavenly venerable was all too apparent. Thus, he resolved to showcase his prowess and not hold back. He commanded the water and fire boys to strike the fish drum at the Bo Palace. This drum served as the token to summon the myriad immortals of the Jie Sect. Once the drum sounded, all disciples would abandon their tasks and hasten to the Bo Palace. Typically, the fish drum is struck only when the Lord of Heaven is about to impart supreme teachings. Therefore, upon hearing it, the disciples assumed he was once again set to unveil profound doctrines. Eagerly, they rushed towards the Bo Palace, anxious to secure favorable positions. However, some sensed that something was amiss, for it had been scarcely a millennium since the Lord last delivered a lecture, and the 3 teachings discourse was merely a century away. Surely, this was not the time for a sermon. Nevertheless, when the fish drum sounded, no disciple of the Jie Sect dared to ignore the summons. Even those presently in the Huashu tribe, including Honghuang and his companions, hastened to the Bo Palace. Inside the Bo Palace, the Lord of Heaven sat majestically upon his cloud bed, surveying the multitude of disciples before him. His gaze finally settled on his 5 principal disciples, particularly the enigmatic Honghuang seated at the highest position. Despite the countless times he had imparted supreme teachings over the millennia, few had ever laid eyes on Honghuang. The sight of their mysterious elder brother gracing the Bo Palace stirred whispers of intrigue among those who had yet to meet him. Finally, with a gentle cough from the Lord of Heaven, the Bo Palace fell into an utter silence, punctuated only by the anticipation in the air. Today, I have summoned you all for the grand assembly of the 3 teachings of the mystical path. This gathering differs significantly from those of the past, not only because it has been moved forward by an entire century, but also due to its profound implications regarding which disciple may ascend to become the master of the Celestial Emperor. Thus, I implore you to regard this event with utmost seriousness, for it is an opportunity to bring glory to our sect. The subsequent matters shall be delegated to your elder brother, and you are required to heed his instructions. Should anyone dare to disregard his commands or act with duplicity, I shall not hesitate to take action against them. With these words, the celestial master vanished from the cloud bed, leaving no opportunity for Honghuang to refuse. Chapter 48. Who is truly superior? Upon hearing that the celestial master had entrusted the responsibility of the 3 teachings assembly to Honghuang, Dao Daoist could not help but feel a surge of delight within, for it was only through this that Dao could flawlessly execute his own plans, ensuring that Honghuang would lose all credibility within the sect. Consequently, Dao stood up and addressed Honghuang directly, saying, "Elder brother, since our master has bestowed this significant duty upon you, please proceed with your arrangements. However, I must caution you that this assembly is no trivial matter. Our sect must not suffer disgrace." Seeing Dao's blatant targeting of Honghuang, the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit prepared to rise in defense of Honghuang. However, she was restrained by the Holy Mother of Wudong beside her, who discreetly gestured for her to remain seated. Reluctantly, she complied, though her gaze towards Dao was now imbued with indignation. At that moment, Honghuang, smiling, interjected, "Red flowers, green leaves, and white lotus roots. The 3 teachings are indeed one family. Thus, the assembly is not a contest of victory or defeat, but rather an opportunity for all our fellow disciples to advance. We must journey to the Huashu tribe together and seize this rare chance, for it is a once-in-a-millennium opportunity." Hearing Honghuang's words, Chang'er Dingguangxian leapt forth, addressing Honghuang, "Elder brother, although the 3 teachings share a common origin, we are distinctly divided into the teachings of Run, Chan, and Jie. The teachings of Run and Chan have never regarded our Jie sect as equals. If we face oppression at the assembly, our disciples will be looked down upon in the vast wilderness. Therefore, I believe it is imperative that our Jie sect emerges triumphant to demonstrate our exceptionalism." Honghuang nodded in agreement, responding, "Indeed, Chang'er, you speak wisely. We must strive for victory to prevent others from underestimating our sect. However, this assembly is not solely my responsibility. It It requires the unified effort of all within our Jie Sect. Upon hearing this, the disciples of Jie Sect nodded in agreement, recognizing that even if Hongzhe were to prevail, it would merely be one battle in a larger war. To achieve victory at the grand debate of the three teachings, one must possess an overwhelming advantage. At that moment, Pai Lu Xian interjected, addressing Hongzhe. Master brother, although our Jie Jiao has tens of thousands of disciples, it is impractical to send them all to the Huasu tribe. After all, the grand debate is not merely a contest of numbers. It is a competition of the profound cultivation of our disciples. Therefore, I believe it would be prudent for you to select 100 representatives to participate in the grand debate on behalf of our Jie Jiao. Their intention was clear. At a critical juncture, they aimed to render Hongzhe without support, making it impossible to send all Jie Jiao disciples. Historically, during the grand debate, even the Tongtian leader did not bring all Jie Jiao disciples, and Hongzhe himself had never participated. Logically, Hongzhe should have acquiesced to this proposal, as it adhered to the long-standing traditions of the grand debate. However, to Pai Lu Xian's surprise, Hongzhe shook his head in refusal. Your reasoning is flawed. Junior brother Pai Lu, everyone present is a disciple of our master. Despite the distinction between inner and outer disciples, we are all of Jie Jiao. As such, we cannot shirk our responsibilities to our sect. Moreover, this grand debate is an excellent opportunity for our fellow disciples to gain experience. Therefore, I have decided to bring all Jie Jiao disciples to the Huasu tribe, and whether or not they get to compete should not concern us. Upon hearing this, the majority of Jie Jiao disciples expressed their approval, as who would not wish to partake in such a grand event. Yet, Daoist Duo Bao opposed this notion, voicing his concerns to Hongzhe. Master brother, I believe this course of action is unwise. It may provoke discontent in our elders. Furthermore, we cannot leave Jinling Island unguarded. It is essential to retain a portion of our disciples to defend it. Daoist Duo Bao remained oblivious to the multitude of resentful gazes directed at him as he spoke. Even if he had noticed, he would have dismissed their animosity. For in his view, these Jie Jiao disciples were dispensable, if not better off absent. Little did he know, this was precisely the outcome Hongzhe desired. Daoist Duo Bao was unwittingly stepping into the trap that Hongzhe had meticulously laid. Therefore, Hongzhe nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of Duo Bao's words. Indeed, Jinling Island could not remain unprotected, and those tasked with its defense must possess the capability to do so. Otherwise, should our master and fellow disciples be absent from Jinling Island, it would be disastrous if any miscreants attempted to cause trouble. Consequently, I believe it is most fitting for you, Daoist Duo Bao, to lead the 7 immortals in guarding Jinling Island. As soon as these words left Hongzhe's mouth, Daoist Duo Bao nearly stumbled in disbelief, utterly unprepared for Hongzhe's insistence that he remain behind. Although the Daoist Duo Bao had departed, he had not prepared to take action. And even if he did, it would be with a degree of leniency. However, this situation differed significantly from his presence on Jinling Island, as it would preclude him from grasping the overarching dynamics. Thus, he opposed, saying, does the elder brother believe that he can single-handedly rectify the situation? If both Duo Bao and the 7 immortals remain on Jinling Island, who does the elder brother intend to send to participate in the discourse of the 3 teachings? Hongzhe, with a dismissive smile, retorted, I have tens of thousands of disciples in the Jie Sect. Is there truly no one among them capable of representing us in the 3 teachings discourse? Or does Duo Bao believe that without him, the Jie Sect cannot stand firm in this primordial chaos? It was indeed a significant pitfall, one that Duo Bao had no choice but to confront. For if he refrained from engaging, he would be relegated to guarding Jinling Island. Thus, Duo Bao could only respond to Hongzhe, elder brother, your words are misguided. Although I do not claim to be able to turn the tide, I believe I possess the qualifications to represent the Jie Sect in the discourse of the 3 teachings. Hongzhe nodded. Since you, Duo Bao, feel qualified to represent the Jie Sect, do you possess confidence in securing victory? He continued, addressing the others. If any of you believe you can triumph at the discourse of the 3 teachings, I shall not confine you to guarding Jinling Island. Conversely, should any of you falter or fear defeat during the discourse, do not blame me for lacking brotherly compassion. At that moment, Duo Bao comprehended the reality. The fool in this scenario was none other than himself. Now, Duo Bao faced 2 choices, to remain on Jinling Island, guarding the Bio Palace, or to strive for merit at the discourse of the 3 teachings. Yet neither option aligned with Duo Bao's desires. Chapter 49, I lead. I decide. The long-eared and bright-seeing immortal whispered to Duo Bao, Brother Duo Bao, we absolutely cannot remain on Jinling Island. Otherwise, we shall lose all control. Agree to his terms for now, and even if we fail later, It shall be because the disciples of the Chan and Ren teachings are too formidable. I refuse to believe that Hongzhe would dare to impose anything upon us. Upon hearing this, Duobao acknowledged the wisdom in the advice and replied to Hongzhe, Elder brother, the ability to secure victory at the discourse of the three teachings seems not solely dependent on us. If the opponents possess overwhelming cultivation and strength, I cannot brazenly assure you of our success. Hongzhe nodded in agreement. You are correct, Duobao. Indeed, strength is paramount. However, there is no need for concern. For I shall not allow children to contend with adults. Yet, if the opponents are on par with your strength and you cannot secure victory, do not be surprised if I expel you from the Jie Sect on the spot. Hongzhe's words struck Duobao like a thunderclap, instilling fear even in the hearts of the 7 immortals in attendance. The notion of expulsion from the Jie Sect was something they had never contemplated. After all, none would have imagined that Hongzhe would expel them from the Jie Sect without the intervention of the Tongtian master. Thus, Qiu Shouxian immediately interjected, coldly scoffing as he addressed Hongzhe. Master brother, you are merely our elder brother, not our master, nor the leader of the Jie Sect. What authority do you possess to cast us out? Hongzhe turned to gaze at Qiu Shouxian, and his originally gentle eyes transformed into piercing daggers, as if beams of sword light were emanating from them. I am conversing with my junior brother Daobao. Do you believe you have the right to interrupt? Facing Hongzhe's fierce glare, Qiu Shouxian exhibited not a trace of concern or fear. What audacity, master brother! Do you truly think the Jie Sect has become your personal fiefdom? Let us not forget, master only entrusted you to oversee the Jie Sect. Hongzhe smiled faintly. Since you are aware that I am currently in charge, you should understand that I am now the one in command of the Jie Sect. Should you dare to challenge my authority again, do not blame me for invoking the sect's rules to punish you, a disciple who knows no respect. I do not believe I have violated any of the sect's rules or regulations. If you, master brother, insist on unjustly punishing me, I, Qiu Shouxian, will not sit idly by. It was evident that Qiu Shouxian was prepared to confront Hongzhe directly, which secretly delighted Daobao Daoist, who thought to himself that he was curious to see how Hongzhe would handle the situation. After all, given Hongzhe's cultivation level, he likely was not a match for Qiu Shouxian. Furthermore, Hongzhe's treasures were primarily defensive. If Qiu Shouxian did not initiate an attack, Hongzhe would find himself at a disadvantage. Just as Daobao Daoist prepared to witness Hongzhe's embarrassment, a scroll appeared in Hongzhe's hand, the Void Scroll. He unfurled the scroll, causing it to hover above his head. The ghostly carriage, for Qiu Shouxian's insolence, must be punished. As soon as Hongzhe's words fell, the ghostly carriage emerged from the Void Scroll, revealing a 9-headed monstrous bird. The creature extended its sharp claws and swiftly seized Qiu Shouxian, lifting him into the air before returning him to the scroll. With the Void Scroll re-rolling, it was as if nothing had transpired, leaving Daobao Daoist utterly astonished. At that moment, Hongzhe, clutching the Void Scroll, cast a sharp glance at Daobao Daoist and the others. Now, I demand an answer. Will you remain on Jinling Island to guard the place? Or will you attend the Three Teachings debate conference to bring glory to our Jie Sect? Of course, if you are dissatisfied, you may seek out the master right now. Hongzhe's words left Daobao Daoist and the others trembling in fear, momentarily uncertain of how to proceed. Remaining on Jinling Island would mean complete disgrace, while attending the Huashu Tribe's Three Teachings debate conference would necessitate victory. Yet was this truly within their power to determine? As the Daoist Duobao found himself at a crossroads, the Celestial Master Wuyun boldly stepped forward, declaring his willingness to accompany the senior brother to the Huashu tribe. Following suit were the Celestial Master Lingya and the Celestial Master Jingguang, who also expressed their desire to journey to the Huashu tribe. Upon hearing this, Hongzhe nodded approvingly, acknowledging their ambition to elevate the reputation of his sect. However, he cautioned them, reminding them that his words were not to be taken lightly. Should they fail, they must not blame him for disregarding their bond as fellow disciples. The three nodded in unison, assuring Hongzhe that they were confident in their victory as they chose to partake in the grand debate of the Three Teachings. Yet, one among them queried, if their senior brother were to lose, would he then cast them out of the sect? Duobao's heart leapt with joy at this thought. For Hongzhe's cultivation was merely at the true immortal realm. It would be truly remarkable if he were to emerge victorious at the grand debate. Thus, he discreetly urged the Celestial Master Chang'er and the Celestial Master Pilu to seize the moment and stoke the flames of their endeavor. Chang'er immediately chimed in, affirming that should the senior brother falter, such a consequence would indeed follow. Yet, he added, if the senior brother wished to retract his earlier statement, they could simply disregard it and proceed together to the Huashu tribe. At this juncture, Hongzhe found himself cornered, yet his countenance bore no trace of concern. Instead, He smiled and responded, stating that his continued presence in the sect lay in the hands of their esteemed master, and there was no need for them to fret over it. Hongza's audacity was striking, even causing the turtle spirit mother beside him to stifle a laugh. She leaned towards the Wudong and Jinling holy mothers, whispering, "Sisters, do you not find our senior brother rather shameless?" The Wudong and Jinling holy mothers exchanged glances of disapproval with the turtle spirit mother, who playfully stuck out her tongue in response. In truth, both Wudong and Jinling shared a similar sentiment, though they chose to keep it to themselves. However, Duobao was incensed and confronted Hongza directly, asking if he believed such behavior would earn him the respect of the disciples, and whether it would inspire loyalty among the many followers of their sect. "Come, let us seek the master together and let him adjudicate this matter," he insisted, stepping forward to pull Hongza into the Bio Palace to confront the Tongtian patriarch. Yet, Hongza paid him no heed, waving his hand dismissively. "Duobao, Pilu, Chang'er, and Jingguang shall remain at the Golden Islands Bio Palace. The rest shall accompany me to the Huashu tribe to partake in the grand debate of the three teachings." With that, he mounted his donkey and set off towards the Huashu tribe, leaving a bewildered Duobao in his wake. Chapter 50. The senior brother proves more valuable than merits. Watching Hongza lead a throng of disciples away, Duobao felt a surge of anger, nearly spewing blood in frustration. With a sullen expression, he turned and made his way towards the Bio Palace, intent on confronting the heavenly teacher to bring disgrace upon Hongza. However, upon their arrival at the Bio Palace, where the Daobao Taoist and his companions respectfully sought an audience with the heavenly teacher, the water and fire youth emerged from within. He greeted the Daobao Taoist and informed him, "Master Daobao, the Lord has long since departed for the Huashu tribe to meet the Great Lord and the Second Lord. He is not present in the Bio Palace at this moment." This turn of events rendered Daobao Taoist unable to voice his grievances, as there was no one available to advocate on his behalf. Ultimately, it was the Pulu Immortal who devised a plan, suggesting that Daobao Taoist hasten to the Huashu tribe to meet the heavenly teacher first. After some contemplation, Daobao Taoist declined Pulu Immortal's proposal. After all, with Laozi and the primordial heavenly venerable also present, should he slander the heavenly teacher at this juncture, the outcome would likely be dire. Thus, he replied to Pulu Immortal, "With the Chiosho Immortal and the others present, our plan may yet succeed. We can approach our master later, even if he wishes to protect Hongza. At most he would retain him in the Jie Sect, and my position as his senior brother would undoubtedly be in jeopardy." Though it was clear to all that Daobao Taoist lacked the courage to proceed, no one dared to voice this truth, and they all nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Hongza, unconcerned with Daobao Taoist's machinations, led tens of thousands of Jie Sect disciples towards the Huashu tribe in a grand procession. Along the way, Zhao Gongming and the three Shaos approached Hongza. Zhao Gongming leaned in and quietly expressed his concern, "Senior brother, are you not afraid of the master's retribution for your actions today?" Even Zhao Gongming felt that Hongza's conduct was somewhat excessive, overtly targeting Daobao Taoist and the 7 immortals in attendance. Yet, Hongza, with a smile, replied, "Some matters are not as straightforward as they appear. If you ponder carefully, you will grasp the underlying reasons." Zhao Gongming was left in a fog, further perplexed by Hongza's intentions. At that moment, the Wudong Holy Mother spoke to Hongza. "Senior brother, should I make a discreet trip back to Jinling Island to prevent Daobao and the others from causing any disturbances?" Hongza shook his head in response, "Rest assured. Even if they were given the audacity, they would not dare to create chaos on Jinling Island. After all, they are still without sufficient strength and cannot afford to offend our master." Upon hearing this, the Wudong Holy Mother nodded and refrained from further comment. However, this exchange left the nearby Jinling Holy Mother, Guiling Holy Mother, Zhao Gongming, and the three Shaos quite perplexed, all casting their curious gazes upon the Wudong Holy Mother, convinced that she possessed knowledge beyond their understanding. Sensing their scrutiny, the Wudong Holy Mother smiled and said, "You need only remember one thing, to carry out every task assigned by senior brother diligently. As for what the senior brother instructs others to do, we need not concern ourselves nor inquire further, for all that the senior brother undertakes is ultimately for the sake of the Jie Sect and for us, his fellow disciples who once honed our skills at the Baiyao Palace." While the crowd nodded in agreement, a flicker of curiosity lingered within their hearts. Hongze was well aware that without providing them with a hint of insight, they would remain restless. He then gestured towards the west and spoke, "How can I trust them to cultivate the methods from that direction in secret?" With that simple statement, everyone around Hongze was momentarily taken aback, scarcely able to believe their ears. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit directly asked Hongze, Are you suggesting that senior brother Duo Bao and the others have been cultivating the Western methods? Before she could finish her sentence, Hongzhe shook his head, signaling that it was understood without needing to be spoken aloud. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit nodded and inquired, Senior brother, might you share this matter with our esteemed master? Hongzhe shook his head once more, asserting that it was unnecessary for their master to know at this juncture. Moreover, if their master wished to be informed, would it not be superfluous for them to voice it? What you must focus on now is not this matter, but rather achieving victory in the discourse of the three teachings, for only then can the Holy Mother of Unhindered become the master of the celestial sovereign. Everyone's attention was firmly fixed on the discourse of the three teachings, to the extent that they overlooked the significance of becoming the master of the celestial sovereign. Even the Holy Mothers of Golden Spirit and Turtle Spirit believed that the Holy Mother of Unhindered becoming the master of the celestial sovereign, Fushi, was already a foregone conclusion. As for Zhao Gongming and the three celestial maidens, they had not even heard of this matter, and thus their faces displayed a look of confusion. Zhao Gongming boldly asked, Senior brother, what is the master of the celestial sovereign? And how does it relate to the discourse of the three teachings? Hongzhe did not beat around the bush. He directly elaborated on the advantages of becoming the master of the three sovereigns and 5 emperors to those nearby, and analyzed how their master and 2 senior uncles had chosen to hold the discourse of the three teachings in the Huashu tribe, which must surely relate to this matter. At this revelation, Zhao Gongming and the others grasped that this discourse of the three teachings possessed such significant rewards. This realization made them forget about the earlier incident concerning Duo Bao Dao Run, and they eagerly asked Hongzhe whether they too could attain the status of master of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Hongzhe replied candidly, This time, I have arranged for the Holy Sister of Unhindered to instruct the celestial sovereign Fushi. However, you may assist her as well. As for who will teach the other human emperors, you are free to discuss among yourselves. The only result I desire is that the master of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors must be a disciple of the Jie Sect. For only in this way can the fortunes of our sect endure and flourish among humanity. The Queen of Clouds nodded repeatedly, affirming, Senior brother speaks true. We are all disciples of the Jie Sect, and it matters not who becomes the master of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. The key is to ensure that it is not seized by other sects, for such an outcome would adversely affect our fortunes. As for who may receive the heavenly merit, I believe it is not a matter of great significance. Yunxiao's nonchalant remarks regarding the heavenly merit inevitably left Hongzhe feeling perplexed. He mused that his junior sister Yunxiao truly possessed a profound understanding, managing to regard the merit that countless primordial cultivators would vie for with such indifference. Little did he know that others shared a similar sentiment to Yunxiao's, for they believed that as long as they remained in Hongzhe's company, any celestial merit was inconsequential. After all, Hongzhe was far more beneficial than any heavenly virtue, and his resources were inexhaustible. Chapter 51. The convergence of the 3 teachings at the Huashu tribe. On this day, an extraordinary phenomenon appeared above the Huashu tribe. With the sounds of phoenix chirps and dragon roars echoing endlessly, followed by celestial melodies cascading forth. This spectacle left the tribe's people in a state of alarm and trepidation, uncertain whether this celestial anomaly heralded fortune or misfortune. In a moment, they all surged to the residence of their chieftain, Honghuang, chattering and gesticulating in a chaotic assembly. This encapsulated the current plight of the human race. They were incapable of understanding the signs of the heavens, let alone predicting impending calamities or blessings. Whenever confronted with the unknown, a peculiar panic would engulf them. At that moment, a figure clad in a Taoist robe descended from the skies. Standing midair as he proclaimed, I am the Xiantian Grandmaster of the innate human race. The saints of the 3 teachings are soon to arrive at the Huashu tribe. You should hasten to kneel and welcome their presence. Hearing the individual identify himself as a member of the innate human race provided a modicum of reassurance to the Huashu tribe's people. Subsequently learning of the imminent arrival of the saints of the 3 teachings, astonishment washed over their faces. Chieftain Honghuang was the first to react, promptly commanding his people to kneel in reverence to the arrival of the 3 pure ones. At that moment, 3 enormous reed pavilions materialized in the sky, each housing a lofty saint. In front of these pavilions stood a massive arena, albeit currently unoccupied. Such a spectacle was unprecedented for the Huashu tribe's people. In an instant, they felt as though they were in the presence of celestial beings, prostrating themselves on the ground, scarcely daring to breathe. Fortunately, Laozi rose and declared, I am Laozi, the leader of the human teachings. You may rise. He continued, Today, the 3 teachings of the Xianmen wish to convene a discourse on the doctrines at the Huashu tribe. The victor shall become the master of the human emperor destined to be born in the Huashu tribe. As soon as Laozi's words resonated, everything in the sky began to gently descend, ultimately settling in an open area outside the Huashu tribe. As the venue for the discourse of the three teachings was prepared, disciples from all directions began to converge. The human teachings were represented solely by the Xiantian Grandmaster, who stood dutifully behind Laozi, creating an atmosphere of stark desolation. Meanwhile, behind Yuanshi Tianzuan, numerous individuals had gathered, including the likes of the Lantern Holder and the 12 Golden Immortals. In stark contrast, the Tongtian sect master found himself utterly alone. An incongruity when compared to the multitude of disciples flocking to thee. This disparity prompted Yuanshi Tianzuan to inquire, "Third junior brother, why have your disciples arrived so tardily? Do they truly believe that my discourse conference of the three teachings of the Xianmen is no longer worthy of their attention?" The primordial supreme being approached with an air of accusation, as if he had firmly ensnared the Lord of Tongtian for all eternity. However, the Lord of Tongtian bore a smile and addressed the primordial supreme being, saying, "Elder brother, do not be anxious. I have entrusted the matters of this discourse conference to Honghuang. He should be on his way to the Huashu tribe along with a host of our junior brothers and sisters." Upon hearing Honghuang's name mentioned, a hint of disdain flickered across the face of the primordial supreme being. "If you had not mentioned him, I would have forgotten. Now that you have brought him up, I must inquire. Honghuang has cultivated for several millennia, yet he has only attained the true immortal realm, while you have made him the senior brother of the Jie Sect. Are you not concerned that he might bring shame to the Jie Sect and to our three pure ones?" As soon as the primordial supreme being finished speaking, Laozi interjected, "Third junior brother, Honghuang, like Xuandu, belongs to the innate human race, created by our younger sister Nuwa herself. Logically, their innate talents should be comparable. Why then has Xuandu achieved the status of a Tai Golden Immortal, while Honghuang remains merely a true immortal? Could it be that your method of cultivation is ill-suited for the human race? If so, it would be wise to entrust Honghuang to the elder brother for a few years of guidance." Laozi's words left the Lord of Tongtian momentarily taken aback. He pondered how he had quarreled with the primordial supreme being countless times, yet his elder brother had always maintained neutrality. Why then did he suddenly take a stand alongside the primordial supreme being and appear to target him? While the Lord of Tongtian was engulfed in confusion, a black cloud unexpectedly descended from the sky, shrouding the sun. Upon closer inspection, it was not a cloud, but rather Honghuang, accompanied by tens of thousands of disciples from the Jie Sect. Concurrently, Honghuang's voice resonated, "I thank you, elder uncle. But I believe my blessings are limited, and I fear I cannot bear the weight of your kindness." As he spoke, Honghuang approached the three pure ones and respectfully bowed in salutation. He then gestured for the multitude of Jie Sect disciples to descend and similarly pay their respects to the three pure ones. This turn of events rendered the expressions of the primordial supreme being and Laozi rather displeased as their gazes shifted towards the Lord of Tongtian. Not even the Lord of Tongtian had anticipated that Honghuang would bring so many disciples with him. However, as this was not the time for inquiries, he could only helplessly address Laozi and the primordial supreme being, stating, "If either of you has any questions, you may freely ask Honghuang, for he has been given full authority to coordinate the Jie Sect's participation in this conference." The sight of the Lord of Tongtian acting as a mere facilitator elicited a cold snort from the primordial supreme being, who then turned to Honghuang and asked, "What exactly are you intending to do?" Honghuang once again respectfully bowed to the primordial supreme being and spoke, "Esteemed second master, I have brought my junior disciples here to participate in the grand debate of the three teachings of the Xianmen." His demeanor, marked by courtesy and decorum, left no grounds for the primordial supreme being to find fault. Yet, it was as if he had swallowed a fly, for an unpleasant sensation stirred within him. Unfortunately, as the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Thus, even if the primordial supreme being wished to express his anger, he found himself without justification. With a stoic expression, he inquired of Honghuang, "Since you are aware this is the grand debate of the three teachings, why have you brought so many individuals?" Honghuang remained courteous, yet his tone was neither subservient nor arrogant. "Esteemed second master, may I inquire who currently guards your esteemed abode, the Jade Void Palace on Mount Kunlun?" Taken aback by the question, the primordial supreme being replied, "The White Crane Boy guards the Jade Void Palace." "Why do you ask?" This implied that apart from a single acolyte, all disciples under the second master had come to attend the grand debate. "Since your disciples can all be present, why should my master's disciples not do the same? Moreover, our Jie Sect has also sent forth its elite, with the direct disciples such as the precious treasure Daoist, and the 7 fairies in attendance, namely the long-eared Dingguang Fairy, the PL Fairy, and the Golden Hoop Fairy, remaining to safeguard the Golden Turtle Island and the Bayou Palace." Chapter 52. the latter targeting the disciples of the Jie Sect, the primordial supreme being. Feeling the sting of Hongzu's words, could not help but feel increasingly vexed. He let out a cold snort, declaring, "Can such comparisons be made? Every disciple of my Chan sect is a person of virtue. Look at the Jie Sect disciples behind you. How many of them are of virtuous character? In fact, many are still in the form of a rabble." The primordial supreme being had shown restraint, refraining from referring to them as the wretched and grotesque. His assertion was not without merit, as indeed many Jie Sect disciples bore fearsome visages. However, Hongzu had anticipated the primordial supreme being's attempts to belittle the Jie Sect disciples. He had previously learned from the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit and others that the primordial supreme being had behaved similarly in past debates. Thus, Hongzu had prepared his retort. Bowing once more to the primordial supreme being, he said, "Esteemed second master, to judge by appearances is not the way of the sages. While my Jie Sect disciples may not match the caliber of your disciples, they are far from a mere rabble." Hearing his elder brother stand up for them so boldly against the primordial supreme being filled the Jie Sect disciples with immense gratitude towards Hongzu. This, however, caused a momentary surprise for the golden light fairy behind him, who silently lamented the situation. She glanced at the Lingya fairy beside her, who simply shook his head in resignation. Although he recognized that Hongzu's influence within the Jie Sect was growing, he felt powerless to intervene. Should he dare to study under Hongzu and openly defy the primordial heavenly sovereign? I fear that even if he were to be struck down, he would lack the audacity to do so. Yet, the immortal cloud of darkness holds a different perspective. He believes that Hongzu's affront to the primordial heavenly sovereign will surely lead to dire consequences. Meanwhile, the followers of the Taoist master Duobao, disciples of the sect, harbor various thoughts, most of them eagerly anticipating the spectacle of Hongzu's embarrassment. The primordial heavenly sovereign did not disappoint. His countenance darkened ominously in an instant. With a cold snort, he exclaimed, "Is this how you address your elders? Has your third junior brother not taught you the principles of respect and hierarchy?" Before Hongzu could respond, the Master of Heaven, wearing a broad smile, interjected, "Second brother, it is best that I instruct my disciples. Let us hasten to commence our discourse, lest Fushi is born while we remain undecided." The Master of Heaven's defense of Hongzu did not go unnoticed by the assembly. The primordial heavenly sovereign could only snort again. Casting a glance at Laozi beside him, Laozi nodded and waved his hand, conjuring a magnificent celestial staircase beside the arena. He then addressed the disciples of the three teachings, saying, "This gathering of the three teachings of the Xianmen is unlike any before. Do you see the staircase? It is the first significant threshold for those wishing to participate in our discourse. Shortly, you shall all ascend the staircase. Only those who can reach the 55th step shall qualify for the discussions of the three teachings of the Xianmen." It became evident that this staircase was no ordinary structure. It served as a testing ground for one's character and cultivation. Crafted by Laozi and the primordial heavenly sovereign, it would assess the foundational strength of each practitioner. Each 9 steps represented a realm, with the 55th step signifying the early stage of the Tai Golden Immortal realm. Thus, if a disciple's foundation did not meet the Golden Immortal standard, they would lack the qualification to partake in the forthcoming discourse. This revelation caused the Master of Heaven to furrow his brow, realizing the implications for his disciples. Although the sect boasted thousands of followers, few possessed a solid foundation. Most remained stagnant at the levels of Xian Immortal and Golden Immortal, with only a handful achieving the Tai Xian Immortal stage or higher. Nevertheless, the Master of Heaven refrained from objecting, as he too wished to gauge the potential of his disciples. Seeing the Master of Heaven's acquiescence, Laozi continued, "Xian Du, you shall be the first to ascend the staircase." The great Master Xian Du bowed to Laozi, then saluted the primordial heavenly sovereign and the Master of Heaven before stepping toward the staircase. He ascended with remarkable grace initially, but as he progressed, the increasing pressure began to slow his pace. Before long, Great Master Xian Du reached the 55th step, signifying his eligibility to participate in the discourse of the three teachings of the Xianmen. However, the Grand Master Xuandu did not pause. Instead, he lifted his gaze to the boundless staircase and continued to step forward. At the 64th step, he had already attained the position representing the great Luo Golden Immortal. Yet he still did not halt. Although he now struggled with each step, he persevered with all his might, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Ultimately, he came to a standstill at the 73rd step, finding it impossible to ascend even half a step further. In a moment of resignation, he vanished from the celestial ladder. When he reappeared, he stood before Laozi, bowing respectfully as he spoke. "Disciple is incompetent, having only reached the 73rd step. I humbly request your punishment, Master." Laozi extended his hand to assist the Grand Master Xuandu in rising and spoke directly. This celestial ladder signifies that for every 9 steps ascended, it represents a level you may attain in the future. Your ability to reach the 73rd step indicates that you have the potential to become a quasi-saint. Although it is merely the initial stage of quasi-sainthood, it is certainly a cause for pride for your master. Moreover, this celestial ladder's assessment is not the final verdict. With diligent cultivation and refinement of your character, the heights you may achieve are boundless. Laozi's words were deliberately chosen to instill psychological pressure upon others, even planting a seed of mental suggestion that would hinder their focus while ascending the ladder. This also ignited a fervor among the disciples of the 3 teachings, eager to test the heights they could ultimately reach. At that moment, the primordial supreme being spoke, "Third junior brother, shall your disciples ascend the ladder first? Or shall my disciples take the lead?" The celestial master Tongtian chuckled. As the saying goes, there is order among the young and the old. Since the eldest brother's disciples have completed their ascent, it is naturally time for second brothers to follow. If we allow my disciples to ascend first, who knows when second brother will get his turn? The celestial master Tongtian was plainly indicating to the primordial supreme being that, regardless of the foundation of his disciples, they could not rival the numbers of his own. The primordial supreme being, discerning the veiled implication in the celestial master Tongtian's words, chose not to engage in a verbal spar. After all, it was a stark reality. He turned to the 12 Golden Immortals, namely Guangchengzi and others, and instructed, "You 12 shall ascend the ladder together to test your character and foundation." Chapter 53. The fallacies of Honghuang. The intent behind the primordial supreme being's decision was quite straightforward. He could not afford to wait for the tens of thousands of disciples of the celestial master Tongtian to ascend one by one. If it were to unfold that way, it would likely take an eternity. By the time the 3 teachings conference commenced, Fushi would have already been born countless years prior. Upon receiving the command from the primordial supreme being, the 12 Golden Immortals wasted no time, promptly paying their respects and proceeding towards the celestial ladder. The 12 Golden Immortals are certainly not to be underestimated, for their illustrious title is not without merit. It is essential to clarify that the 12 Golden Immortals do not simply refer to Golden Immortals, but to the 12 great Luo Golden Immortals from the time of the Divine Calamity, although they currently remain at the Tai Golden Immortal realm. Attaining the Great Luo is merely a matter of time. Consequently, the 12 Golden Immortals effortlessly ascended to the 64th step. Thereafter, their pace of ascent began to slow. Yet ultimately, all succeeded in reaching the 72nd step. This 72nd tier signifies that the 12 Golden Immortals will, at the very least, ascend to the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm in the future, a prospect that inevitably brought a smile to the face of the primordial Heavenly Venerable. He could not help but cheer for his disciples in his heart, hoping they might ascend a few more steps. Alas, fate had other plans. In the end, figures such as the real person of the Yellow Dragon and the Heavenly Venerable of Dao chose to relinquish their efforts, for they found themselves unable to lift their feet any longer. At last, only Guangchengzi, Qi Jingzi, Tai Yizhenren, Si Hangzhenren, and Yu Dingzhenren remained on the heavenly ladder. With their utmost exertion, they finally stepped onto the 73rd tier, and remarkably, Si Hangzhenren and Guangchengzi even advanced to the 76th step. This was the limit for all, compelling them to choose to withdraw and return to the primordial Heavenly Venerable. In this moment, the primordial Heavenly Venerable's spirits were high. He praised his disciples and then summoned the other registered disciples to ascend the heavenly ladder. However, these registered disciples could not compare to the 12 Golden Immortals, with most barely managing to reach the 55th step before finding themselves in dire straits, ultimately having to concede. Surprisingly, Yun Zhongzi managed to ascend to the 73rd step before choosing to withdraw. In the end, the only one remaining on the heavenly ladder was the former guest of the Purple Cloud Palace and now the vice leader of the Chan sect, the lamplighting Taoist. True to his origins as a guest of the Purple Cloud Palace, the lamplighting Taoist astonishingly reached the 81st step before opting to give up. The disciples of the Chan sect successfully passed the heavenly ladder test, thus qualifying to participate in the grand debate of the 3 teachings of the mysterious door. This inevitably brought a smile to the primordial Heavenly Venerable, who directly addressed the master of the heavenly teacher, saying, "Third junior brother, all of my disciples have passed the examination. I wonder how many of your disciples will be able to do the same?" Before the master of the heavenly teacher could respond, Hongzhe interjected, "Second uncle, the disciples of the cannot be compared to your Chan sect disciples. However, as the saying goes, it is the participation that counts." Having said this, he turned to address the thousands of disciples behind him, saying, "Listen well. Today you have the opportunity to ascend the heavenly ladder and verify how far you may progress in the future. This is an immense opportunity for you. However, do not feel burdened, for even if you cannot complete this trial, it does not signify that your future is without promise. Master excels in the art of formations and shall impart to you the exquisite techniques to compensate for your deficiencies in cultivation. At that time, even when faced with great Luo Golden Immortals or quasi-saints, you may yet possess the strength to contend. Upon hearing these words from Hongzhe, a surge of fervent battle spirit ignited within the hearts of the disciples of the. Witnessing how a few words from Hongzhe could incite such fervor, Yuan Shi Tianzun could not help but furrow his brow. Conversely, Tongtian Zhao Zhu wore a smile, promptly addressing Hongzhe, "Enough of the pleasantries. Let them ascend the heavenly ladder without delay." Hongzhe nodded and gestured to the disciples of the. "You need not take turns, ascend the heavenly ladder together." Following Hongzhe's command, all the disciples of the moved toward the heavenly ladder, leaving Hongzhe standing alone. At that moment, Hongzhe eagerly anticipated a scene where the ladder could not withstand the simultaneous trials of so many individuals and would collapse on the spot. Should that occur, Yuan Shi Tianzun's intention to humiliate the disciples through the ladder would be utterly thwarted. Of course, Hongzhe did not genuinely believe that a ladder crafted by a saint could easily crumble. Thus, he harbored mischievous thoughts, waiting for the opportune moment to unleash his trump card. All eyes turned toward the heavenly ladder, awaiting the spectacle of the disciples' embarrassment. However, they were unprepared for the fact that the seemingly chaotic disciples displayed a certain order. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother led the first team, followed by the Wudong Holy Mother, the Turtle Spirit Holy Mother, Zhao Gongming, and the teams led by the three Celestial Maidens. It became apparent that as the disciples of the ascended the heavenly ladder, Hongzhe had already made arrangements. He had categorized the disciples based on their differing levels of cultivation into 7 distinct teams, each led by one of the 7 great Luo Golden Immortals of the ascending the ladder in sequential order. The first 36 steps were virtually inconsequential, posing no hindrance to anyone. After all, those who could study under a saint could not possibly be limited to the realm of Xian Immortal. However, as they attempted to ascend further, some disciples began to feel the pressure. This inevitably brought smiles to the faces of the disciples, who thought the disciples were rather lacking, justifying their master's description of them as beasts with fur and horns, born from damp eggs. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Hongzhe suddenly raised his hand and shouted, "Bai Shao, the 7th team, deploy your treasures." Upon this command, Bai Shao instantly relayed the order, and the disciples following her revealed their treasures. In an instant, a brilliance soared to the heavens, enveloping the disciples of the 7th team in radiant light. Even Tongtian Zhao Zhu did not foresee such a move from Hongzhe. Yuan Shi Tianzun, even less so, wore a grim expression as he addressed Tongtian Zhao Zhu. "Third junior brother, the heavenly ladder tests one's character and foundation. What merit is there in allowing your disciples to utilize magical treasures?" The master of the heavenly way would not respond to the primordial supreme one, and thus shifted the responsibility to Hongzhe. "Hongzhe," he said, "your second master is correct. Why did you permit them to employ magical artifacts? Does this not constitute cheating?" Hongzhe had already devised his retort and began to speak with conviction. "Second master, during the war of the witch and demon, if the demon race's 2 emperors had not possessed the innate treasures, the river diagram and the Luo book and the Eastern Emperor Bell, would they have had the qualifications to contend with the witch clan? Moreover, our esteemed ancestor once proclaimed that to sever the 3 corpses, one must first rely on innate spiritual treasures. This implies that magical artifacts are inherently part of a cultivator's strength." Chapter 54. Know when to stop. Faced with Hongzhe's twisted reasoning, the primordial supreme one found himself at a loss for words. Throughout history, how many cultivators have not valued magical treasures? Are they not a facet of a cultivator's capabilities? Observing the primordial supreme one's silence, Laozi interjected. "Magical treasures are ultimately external objects. No matter how powerful, they cannot represent one's own cultivation. In the past, even the demon ancestor Luo who, armed with the god-slaying spear, the 12-grade world destruction Black Lotus, and the immeasurable celestial array, ultimately fell at the hands of our master. Thus, third junior brother, you must clearly explain these implications to your disciples, lest they stray from the righteous path." The master of the heavenly way nodded, acknowledging his elder brother's wisdom. "I shall take note of this." Although he expressed agreement with Laozi's statement, he did not prevent his disciples from using magical artifacts. Laozi chose not to dwell further on the matter and nodded at the primordial supreme one. Thus, Laozi and the primordial supreme one tacitly permitted the disciples of the to utilize magical treasures as they ascended the heavenly ladder. This inevitably brought joy to Hongzhe, who raised his hand once more. Sister Qiong Xiao, the 6th team shall employ magical treasures for protection. Upon hearing Hongzhe's command, Qiong Xiao wasted no time. Summoning the golden Jiao scissors, followed closely by the disciples of the. In an instant, brilliant light surged into the sky, dazzling the eyes of onlookers. Although the disciples of the Chan teaching viewed this as an underhanded tactic and felt disdainful, jealousy also brewed within them, envious of the disciples' abundant magical artifacts, among which were numerous innate treasures. Subsequently, the disciples of the unleashed wave after wave of magical treasures, causing the heavenly ladder to tremble. Hongzhe felt a surge of delight, thinking that with just a little more effort, they could destroy the heavenly ladder. Unfortunately for him, he could not fulfill this wish, as Laozi had already summoned the Tai Chi diagram. As the Tai Chi diagram transformed into a golden bridge, the shaking heavenly ladder instantaneously regained its stability. Hongzhe, resigned to his fate, thought to himself that he had done his utmost. The extent to which his disciples could ascend now depended entirely on their own fortitude. As time slowly passed, tens of thousands of disciples of the remained stuck at the 54th step, unable to ascend to the 55th. Among these numerous disciples, only a mere few thousand managed to successfully step onto the 55th tier. Even though this number was just a fraction, it far surpassed the disciples of the. This predicament could not be attributed to external factors. It was solely due to the fact that it had taken on fewer disciples, thus incurring some disadvantages in this regard. The remaining few thousand disciples have continued their arduous efforts on the heavenly ladder, striving to reach higher realms. Regrettably, despite their utmost endeavors, most chose to abandon their ascent around the 60th step. This inevitably cast a shadow on the countenance of the, who lamented the fact that among his tens of thousands of disciples, so few had attained the realm of. Fortunately, there were still a dozen or so individuals on the heavenly ladder who persevered in their efforts. Among them, and had already ascended to the 70th step. Following closely were, and, who, upon reaching the 68th step, found themselves at the limits of their strength. At that moment, addressed, stating, "Third junior brother, observe. Though your disciples number in the tens of thousands, only a scant 10 have reached the realm of. In comparison, my own disciples surpassed this number significantly. Thus, when you take on new disciples in the future, it would be wise to place greater emphasis on their foundational skills." Seeing smug expression, felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. He promptly replied, "Second senior brother, your 12 direct disciples, along with, and amount to merely 14 individuals with a foundation above, while I currently have only 10 who have reached the steps representing on this heavenly ladder. My 5 major direct disciples and 4 outer disciples, along with the 7 accompanying, total 16 in number. It is a pity that they did not all come to the today. Otherwise, second senior brother, you might not be so amused." Upon hearing's remarks, could not help but snort disdainfully. He then addressed, "You have acknowledged that, aside from the 5 major direct disciples, for outer disciples, and the 7 accompanying who possess foundational skills, what are the other tens of thousands of disciples? If I were to label them as a rabble, I suspect you would disagree. Yet this is the truth. I advise you, third junior brother, to return to and expel them from." As concluded his statement, also spoke up, "Third junior brother, your second senior brother speaks wisely. These individuals remaining in will not only fail to enhance its fortune, but may also lead to its decline. In the forthcoming tribulations, your rabble may turn to ashes and potentially drag down your." Upon witnessing Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzuan confronting Tongtian Jiaozhu, Hongzhe felt no trace of anger within. Instead, he found himself agreeing with Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzuan, as his own master had taken on disciples without considering their true nature, thus tarnishing the fortunes of the Jiejiao. Regrettably, the celestial clash was beyond his realm of participation, compelling him to feign indifference while his gaze remained fixed upon the celestial ladder. The trio of Jin Guangxian had already chosen to withdraw, leaving only the Jinling Xingmu and 6 other great Luo Golden Immortals. At that moment, it was none other than the outer sect's eldest disciple, Zhao Gongming, who stood at the forefront. As Zhao Gongming prepared to ascend the 73rd step, Hongzhe couldn't help but inwardly exclaim in dismay. He then spoke aloud, "Esteemed fellow disciples, the ladder merely tests one's cultivation. One must not overexert themselves to avoid damaging their foundational path." The moment Hongzhe's words left his lips, Zhao Gongming, who had just lifted his leg, hesitated and withdrew it. He understood that Hongzhe was advising him to halt his ascent. Although Zhao Gongming could perceive that he was still capable of climbing higher, he was perplexed by Hongzhe's insistence on stopping him. However, due to his blind admiration for Hongzhe, Zhao Gongming heeded his words without question. He turned to nod at the others, and in a flash, vanished from the celestial ladder. The others quickly grasped Hongzhe's intent, and chose to forego their ascent at the 72nd step. Witnessing that none of the Jie Jiao disciples had managed to reach the 73rd step, which signified the threshold of quasi-sainthood, the disciples of the Chan Jiao displayed expressions of disdain. Even Tongtian Jiaozhu found himself puzzled by the inability of his disciples to ascend to the 73rd step. However, Laozi's expression abruptly shifted, and he directed his gaze towards Hongze. Chapter 55. Hongze ascends the celestial ladder. This celestial ladder was crafted by Laozi himself, granting him a unique affinity with it. He distinctly sensed that the 7 disciples of Jinling Shengmu had not yet reached their limits, and they might even attain the heights of the burning lamp Taoist. Thus, Laozi realized that their decision to abandon the ascent was entirely influenced by Hongze's words. This indicated that Hongze had ulterior motives, primarily to conceal the true foundations of the Jie Jiao disciples. Whether there were deeper schemes at play was beyond even Laozi's comprehension at this moment. Consequently, Laozi regarded Hongze, who stood beside Tongtian Jiaozhu, with an analytical gaze and remarked, "Nephew Hongze, your fellow disciples have ascended the ladder. Is it not your turn now?" Hongze had initially wished for his disciples to exert themselves, causing the ladder to collapse under their efforts, thereby sparing him the embarrassment of climbing it himself. After all, Hongze did not hold a particularly high opinion of his own foundational strength. Otherwise, he would not still be merely a true immortal. As for the Dao system that aided him in achieving the status of the 9 saints of the Dao, Hongze regarded it as merely a supportive skill. Apart from self-cultivation, there truly was no assistance or enhancement for him. However, now that I have shifted my focus entirely onto myself, retreating is no longer an option. Furthermore, the gaze of the master of the celestial sect has also fallen upon Hongze, as even he is eager to discover how far Hongze can ascend. Among the disciples of the severing teaching, some wish to see Hongze falter, while others are curious to uncover his extraordinary qualities. Hence they all wear expressions of eager anticipation. In contrast, the disciples of the primordial heaven display nothing but disdain. At this moment, Guangqingzi directly spoke up, stating, "Junior brother Hongze, as the foremost disciples of our respective sects, it is imperative that we set an example for our junior siblings. If you cannot ascend beyond the 73rd step, it will be exceedingly difficult to earn their respect." As soon as Guangqingzi finished speaking, the disciples of the primordial heaven began to echo his sentiments, clearly intent on undermining Hongze. At this juncture, Jin Guangxian stepped forward, coldly snorting before addressing Guangqingzi, saying, "Guangqingzi, my elder brother will undoubtedly prove to be your equal. The 76th step shall not be his limit." Upon hearing Jin Guangxian's words, others assumed he was merely attempting to bolster his elder brother's reputation. Yet, Hongze perceived the true intent behind those words. He was digging a pit for him, eager for his disgrace to be profound. Nevertheless, there was no recourse for Hongze. He could only let out a helpless sigh. He then spoke, as the saying goes, "Every craft has its specialization. In terms of cultivation, I may not be a match for junior brother Guangqingzi, yet in other realms, you have much to learn from me, for you are still far behind." Guangqingzi referred to himself as elder brother in front of Hongze, aiming to elevate the primordial heaven while belittling the severing teaching. Naturally, Hongze would not allow him to gain the upper hand in discourse, promptly reclaiming the narrative by addressing him as junior brother Guangqingzi. After all, both were the foremost disciples of their respective sects, and the notion of one being the junior of the other was unfounded. Before Guangqingzi could respond, Hongze had already bowed to the 3 pure ones and stated, "Respected masters, esteemed uncles, I shall now ascend the heavenly ladder, but please do not harbor excessive hopes. I may not even reach the 30th step before I am forced to retreat. At that point, I hope my masters will not chastise me." After finishing his words, Hongze turned and proceeded towards the heavenly ladder. Standing before it, he gazed up at the towering structure that pierced the clouds, feeling a surge of mixed emotions. Finally, he lifted his foot and stepped onto the first step of the heavenly ladder, gradually ascending. The 9th step, the 18th step, the 27th step, these posed no challenge for Hongze. Thus, he adeptly reached the 27th step and looked up once more. Taking another step forward would signify an elevation of his foundational strength. As Hongze stood immobile on the 27th step, the crowd below began to murmur among themselves. Could it be that the senior brother has come this far only to be unable to proceed? After all, his cultivation is merely that of a true immortal. Surely not. The senior brother cannot be inferior to us. Look, this is the senior brother of the, incomparable to us mere disciples of the. What do you know? Did you not hear what he said earlier? Specialization is key. Perhaps he excels in alchemy and artifact forging. In that moment, the whispers surged, causing the compassionate Saint Mother to clench her fists anxiously. She leaned toward the golden spirit Saint Mother and said, Even if the senior brother is reluctant to showcase his abilities, he should at least reach the 72nd step. He cannot simply give up here. Who knows? Replied the Golden Spirit Saint Mother. You are well aware of the senior brother's temperament. Anything is possible with him. At this time, the Golden Spirit Saint Mother was filled with various worries, uncertain of what scheme Hongzhe was concocting. Meanwhile, Hongzhe remained stationary, gazing at the steps before him. Others were oblivious, but Laozi sensed something amiss, his expression turning grave. How could this be? He remains unmoving, yet has ascended to the 73rd step. Moreover, he climbs without any interruption, not pausing in the slightest. Could it be that he is the chosen one the master seeks, the anomaly destined to reshape the three realms? This was indeed the true purpose behind Laozi presenting the heavenly ladder, ostensibly to test the disciples of the three teachings, but in reality, to seek the chosen one. However, Laozi felt a sense of unease. If Hongzhe truly ascended the 73rd step through his own divine sense, what was his true intention? For such an act could hardly escape the notice of the saints, at most deceiving the disciples of the three teachings. Unbeknownst to all, Hongzhe was not deliberately concealing anything. Rather, he was gaining insight on the heavenly ladder. As this sensation intensified, his expression began to shift from a placid demeanor to one of pain, ultimately culminating in a struggle. This transformation startled the Tongtian, who promptly addressed Laozi, senior brother. We should halt the trial, otherwise, I fear Hongzhe may fall into madness. Before Laozi could respond, the Yuan Shi Tianzun interjected, third junior brother. You are a distinguished saint. Can you not discern the pivotal moment in which Hongzhe is breaking through? If we were to remove him from the heavenly ladder now, would it not deprive him of this fortuitous opportunity? This is not the conduct befitting a teacher. To be candid, Yuan Shi Tianzun did not genuinely wish to harm Hongzhe. He had indeed perceived that Hongzhe was on the verge of a breakthrough. Chapter 56. The legendary devourer body. Although Yuan Shi Tianzun did not hold a favorable view of he was even willing to go to great lengths to see it utterly destroyed. However, this does not imply that the primordial supreme being harbors no fondness for the disciples of the only individuals that the primordial supreme being looks down upon are those unworthy beings, adorned with fur and horns, rather than those who possess genuine foundations. Hongzhe is an innate human race, crafted by the hands of the goddess Enhua, and based solely on this fact. Even the primordial supreme being would be inclined to accept him into the inner sanctum. In essence, the three pure ones are not devoid of emotions. The strife that ultimately arises among them is merely a scheme of the heavenly Tao. At this juncture, the three pure ones have not yet truly severed their ties. The calamity of the Fengtian has not officially commenced, and thus, it is impossible to reach a state of irreconcilable conflict. What the primordial supreme being desires is merely to assist the heavenly teacher in meticulously restructuring purging those unworthy beings from its ranks. Therefore, he harbors no objections towards Hongzhe, even if the latter does not express the utmost respect towards him. Naturally, the primordial supreme being also does not possess a favorable impression of Hongzhe, given that Hongzhe had previously offended him. However, the words of the primordial supreme being, when heard by the likes of the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit and others, were interpreted with a different nuance. It seemed as though he intended to harm his own senior brother, leading him to the brink of madness upon the heavenly ladder. Thus, in that moment, the seven great Luo Golden Immortals of the began to harbor resentment towards the primordial supreme being. Yet, Hongzhe remained oblivious to these intricacies, lost in the contemplation of the sliver of opportunity he had encountered. Suddenly, Hongzhe felt as if something within him had shattered, and his cultivation instantaneously ascended to the realm of the profound immortal. He had truly broken through, and astonishingly, it occurred while on the heavenly ladder. With his ascension to the realm of the profound immortal, he resumed his ascent, traversing another 9 steps. Once again, Hongzhe halted, staring blankly at the steps before him. As time gradually passed, Hongzhe broke through once more, his cultivation soaring to the pinnacle of the Golden Immortal realm. Subsequently, he ascended another 9 steps, only to stand still once again, lost in thought. The onlookers could no longer maintain their composure, whispering amongst themselves. The senior brother is indeed remarkable. Even climbing a heavenly ladder leads to consecutive breakthroughs. You know nothing. The senior brother is a true master who conceals his prowess. He has likely reached extraordinary heights long ago, merely biding his time to achieve great renown. Clearly, we have underestimated the senior brother, and it is no wonder that our master insisted on his ascension as our senior brother in the. At this moment, even the face of the Golden Light Immortal bore astonishment, casting a questioning glance toward the Lingya Immortal beside him. The Lingya Immortal shot a fierce glare at the Golden Light Immortal, as if to say, "What are you looking at me for? Do you think I would not know?" Regardless of the murmurs below, they could not affect Hongzhe in the slightest, for he raised his leg once more. Each step he took was deliberate and steady, and thus, Hongzhe ascended another 9 steps. Then he halted once more, followed by another breakthrough in his cultivation, and continued his ascent. A full 7 days have elapsed, and Hongzhe has ascended to the 63rd step, signifying his breakthrough to the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal realm. With just one more step forward, he shall attain the status of a great Luo Golden Immortal, not merely the potential of one. Unlike others who merely discern their latent capabilities, Hongzhe has forged his path through relentless breakthroughs. At this moment, all eyes are fixed upon him, and even the 3 pure ones exhibit a hint of anticipation. The Master of Heaven, too, clandestinely cheers for his disciple, hoping he will ascend to the 64th step. At this juncture, Laozi addressed the Master of Heaven, saying, "There is no need for such anxiety. Hongzhe is destined to reach at least the 73rd step. As for whether he will continue to break through as he has in the past, I cannot say for certain." Upon hearing Laozi's words, the Master of Heaven eagerly inquired, "What do you mean by that, brother?" Laozi sighed and replied, "I sensed his divine consciousness has already reached the 73rd step. Initially, I was puzzled, considering his cultivation is merely at the true immortal level. Now I comprehend. Your disciple is, in fact, the devouring heaven body. You have taken him as your pupil for several millennia, yet his cultivation seems almost stagnant. This does not indicate a lack of potential. Rather, he has been storing all his spiritual energy within his body. With the right opportunity, this stored energy can facilitate his breakthrough at the opportune moment. My heavenly ladder has providentially granted him this chance, allowing him to discover his fortune under its pressure, resulting in successive breakthroughs." The term devouring heaven body is not unfamiliar to the Master of Heaven and the primordial heavenly sovereign. They recall that in the Palace of Purple Clouds, Honghuang, the Dao ancestor, spoke of unique physiques in the primordial world, including the devouring heaven body. The Master of Heaven distinctly remembers Honghuang stating that the devouring heaven body is an exceedingly rare existence, akin to 1 in a million. Initially, those who possess this physique may appear as hopeless cultivators, but should they discover their opportunity, they can transform into prodigies of cultivation. Otherwise, they remain forever inept. Once awakened, the path of cultivation for the devouring heaven body will be smooth sailing, as it absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth at a pace hundreds of times greater than others. Thus, the Master of Heaven now wears a smile, a glimmer of envy in his gaze as he looks upon Hongzhe, while Laozi and the primordial heavenly sovereign may be unaware. The Master of Heaven understands better than anyone the true treasure that Hongzhe represents. Initially lamenting Hongzhe's slow advancement, he now finds that this flaw has vanished, leaving no room for anything but elation. Meanwhile, the primordial heavenly sovereign finds himself feeling somewhat unsettled. In contemplation, he mused on how such an exceptional disciple had fallen into the hands of the celestial master. Regrettably, even if he wished to intervene now, it was beyond his reach, for there exists no remedy for regret in this world. Meanwhile, Hongzhe had ascended to the 72nd step. At this moment, however, he felt no sense of pressure. Indeed, he could easily advance to the 73rd step at any time. Even the prospect of severing a corpse posed no significant challenge for him. Yet, Hongzhe hesitated, uncertain whether he should take such a step. To do so might attract undue attention and draw the interest of others. When the time of divine tribulation arrived, he risked becoming a target, receiving undue attention from both the primordial heavenly venerable and Laozi. Conversely, if he refrained from such actions, he feared his cultivation speed would regress once he departed from the heavenly ladder. Just as Hongzhe grappled with his decision, the voice of Goddess Nuwa resonated in his ears. Chapter 57. The debate of the 3 teachings commences. It is merely a heavenly ladder. Should your master desire, he can forge another for you. In that simple statement, Hongzhe grasped the essence of Nuwa's message. There was no need for him to shine too brightly, for opportunities to elevate his cultivation would abound in the future. This revelation solidified Hongzhe's resolve, prompting him to step onto the 73rd step. However, at that moment, he restrained his own cultivation, refraining from allowing it to surge to the initial stage of quasi-saint as he ascended. Although with each step he felt no pressure, he feigned considerable effort. Ultimately, he stood upon the 76th step, reaching the same level as Guangchengzi and Cihong Daoren. Yet, Hongzhe lifted his foot once more, poised to step onto the 77th step. This action left Guangchengzi apprehensive, fearing that Hongzhe might indeed ascend, thus placing himself at a disadvantage. Fortunately, Hongzhe withdrew his foot and, with a resigned shake of his head, left the heavenly ladder in a fleeting motion, arriving before the celestial master. He bowed respectfully and said, "Master, I am inept and could only reach the 76th step. At that moment, the celestial master understood his disciple's desire for discretion and responded in kind. Surely, reaching the 76th step was not solely by your own merit. Someone must have aided you from behind. It became apparent that the celestial master had sensed the transmission from goddess Nuwa to Hongzhe. Moreover, both Laozi and the primordial heavenly venerable had also perceived it, though they remained unaware of the content of goddess Nuwa's words to Hongzhe. Thus, the gazes of the three individuals fell squarely upon Hongzhe, eager to discern whether he would confess. At that moment, the goddess Nuwa had already appeared in the air and spoke directly. Why must the three elder brothers be so? Hongzhe is a being I have personally created, akin to a child of mine. Pray tell, is it wrong for a mother to lend a helping hand when her child is lost? As she spoke, Nuwa gracefully approached the three pure ones and offered them a respectful bow. After returning the gesture, the Master of Heaven smiled and replied, Sister Nuwa speaks truly. It is I, as the Master, who has faltered. I failed to provide guidance to my disciple during his time of confusion. I am indeed unworthy to be called a mentor. Nuwa smiled sweetly. For the sake of my brother and the reincarnation of humanity, you three elder brothers have even moved the Taoist conference of the three teachings to the Huashu tribe. I am truly flattered. However, I wonder how I shall repay this kindness in the future. Nuwa's words carried an underlying meaning. During the war of the witches and demons, when Fushi was in peril, not one of the three pure ones came forth to offer assistance. They even confined themselves within Nuwa's palace. Now, in pursuit of the fortune and merit to guide the emperor of humanity, they were willing to go to such lengths. The comparison left a hint of awkwardness on Tongtian's face, while Laozi and Yuan Shitianzun remained composed. Laozi addressed Nuwa, saying, as the leader of the human teaching, with the imminent birth of the emperor of humanity, how could I not extend my modest efforts? Yuan Shitianzun then added, Sister Nuwa, you exaggerate. Guiding the emperor of humanity is indeed our responsibility in the teaching of clarity. There is no need for you to feel indebted. Both Yuan Shitianzun and Laozi subtly indicated that their primary concern was the emperor of humanity, rather than the once great sage Fushi of the demon race. Nuwa, accustomed to such sentiments, chose not to take offense, yet she was determined to press her point. She responded to Yuan Shitianzun, Brother Yuan Shi, it is premature to make such assertions. The Taoist conference of the three teachings has yet to officially commence. How can you be so certain of victory? This remark left Yuan Shitianzun somewhat embarrassed, but fortunately, Laozi promptly took action to retract the heavenly ladder and declared, since Sister Nuwa has arrived, let us sit and observe the disciples of the three teachings engage in discourse. He then nodded to the Grand Master Xuandu, who understood Laozi's intent and promptly stepped forward to proclaim, the Taoist conference of the three teachings is now officially underway. All fellow disciples are invited to take the stage for discussion. Upon hearing the announcement, all disciples, whether from the teaching of clarity or the teaching of interception, eagerly prepared to engage in the discourse. However, Hongzhe paid no heed to any of this and directly retrieved a mat from his chinquan bag. He placed it beside Tongtian Jiao Master and respectfully addressed Nuwa, saying, I humbly request the Holy Mother not to take offense and to take a moment's rest upon this mat, while we observe the discourse of the three teachings. Nuwa nodded and turned to sit upon the mat. As soon as she settled, she was suddenly struck by a surge of Dao essence entering her being. This compelled her to glance at Hongzhe, only to find his countenance remarkably serene. Not even the Sanxing felt any disturbance. After all, the mat Hongzhe produced appeared utterly ordinary. They even thought that Nuwa's willingness to sit upon it stemmed from Hongzhe's sincere intentions, thus diverting their attention away from her and towards the arena. At that moment, the disciple of the Chanjiao, Huang Longjinren, stepped onto the platform and performed a respectful bow towards the disciples of the Jiejiao. I am Huang Longjinren of Chanjiao. May I inquire which fellow Taoist wishes to engage in a discussion? Huang Longjinren was one of the 12 Golden Immortals, a direct disciple of the Primordial Supreme. His prowess had now reached the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal realm, marking him as a formidable figure among the three teachings. This caused the disciples of Jiejiao to hesitate, as they could not possibly match his cultivation. Their gazes shifted towards Jin Guangxian and others, deeming them most suitable to take the stage. Unfortunately, neither Jin Guangxian nor Ling Yixian, nor even Jin Guxian, showed any inclination to step forward, as they had come to witness Hongzhe's folly and had no intention of intervening. Hongzhe, fully aware of their thoughts, spoke up, brothers and sisters. The discourse of the three teachings is no trivial matter. Anyone who wishes to participate must first seek my consent. Failure to do so will result in adherence to the sect's regulations. His words prompted a nod of agreement from the disciples of Jiejiao. as it provided them a convenient excuse. However, Jin Guangxian felt a pang of anxiety, fearing that Hongzhe might call upon him next. Thus, he stepped forward and stated, "Elder brother, Honghuang Jinren is a direct disciple of Chanjiao. To honor him, shouldn't we allow one of our own esteemed disciples to take the stage?" Hongzhe regarded Jin Guangxian with a nod, his eyes flashing with sharp intensity, sending a tremor through Jin Guangxian. It dawned on him that Hongzhe was no longer the inconspicuous true immortal he once was. A sense of dread crept in as he regretted his hasty remarks. Fearing retribution from Hongzhe, fortunately, Hongzhe refrained from acting against him, instead responding with a grim expression. "Remember, when I, your senior brother, am speaking, it is best not to interject, lest I become the subject of ridicule for lacking decorum in our sect." Turning to Bai Xiao, I addressed her, "Bai Xiao, it is now your turn to engage in discourse with the Honorable Honghuang. Bear in mind, the purpose of the discourse among the three teachings is merely to broaden our understanding. Victory or defeat holds no significance. And under no circumstances should you harm the Honorable Honghuang, for it would be quite difficult to explain to our second master." Hongzhe's words were undoubtedly a display of ostentation, causing the expression of Yuan Shi Tianzun to tighten, his gaze shifting toward Bai Xiao. This glance, however, was enough to provoke a sense of urgency within Yuan Shi Tianzun, as he realized that Bai Xiao had already attained the status of a great Luo Golden Immortal. Although, in the eyes of the saints, a great Luo Golden Immortal might be regarded as insignificant as an ant, it must be acknowledged that the Honorable Honghuang was merely a Tai Golden Immortal. Originally, Yuan Shi Tianzun had not regarded the cultivation of the disciples with much concern, as he deemed them lacking in ambition. Yet, now confronted with the realization that her cultivation surpassed that of his own disciples, he could not help but inwardly lament the situation. However, what could be done at this point? It was hardly appropriate to declare that a great Luo Golden Immortal should not engage in conflict with his disciples. Reluctantly, he resorted to a compromise and directly addressed the Honorable Honghuang, stating, "During the upcoming discourse on the platform, unless absolutely necessary, do not employ any magical artifacts. To preserve the harmony among our fellow sect members." Once these words escaped Yuan Shi Tianzun's lips, both Laozi and Tongtian Zhaozhu were taken aback. After all, the discourse among the three teachings had always adhered to a clear regulation prohibiting the use of any magical artifacts. The sudden breach of this rule by Yuan Shi Tianzun was evident to all observers. Regrettably, following Hongzhe's earlier antics, Tongtian Zhaozhu felt unable to voice any objections, especially considering that his disciples had already revealed their magical artifacts during the ascent. Laozi, taking the initiative, remarked, as our nephew Hongzhe has stated, "Magical artifacts are indeed a part of a cultivator's strength. Therefore, starting with this edition of the Xianmen Three Teachings Discourse, the use of magical artifacts will be permitted, provided one exercises discretion." Laozi's gaze remained fixed on Tongtian Zhaozhu, conveying this message to him. The expression on Tongtian Zhaozhu's face betrayed his reluctance. Yet he ultimately nodded in agreement. Unbeknownst to all, however, Tongtian Zhaozhu's heart was brimming with joy. "Oh dear second brother, when will you cease your calculating ways? Alas, this time you have truly miscalculated. Had you known how many innate spiritual treasures they garnered by following Hongzhe, you surely would not have altered the rules." Observing that the three pure ones had no objections, Master Xiandu issued the command to commence the discourse. Bai Xiao first paid her respects to the three pure ones before making her way to the platform. Upon reaching the stage, she humbly bowed to the Honorable Honghuang, saying, "I kindly request you to show mercy, dear Taoist friend Honghuang." As she spoke, Bai Xiao unexpectedly produced a frying pan in her hand, which she hurled without the slightest awareness from the esteemed Honghuang. This frying pan, personally forged by Hongzhe for Bai Xiao, was imbued with the essence of the Great Way artisan, rendering it a seemingly ordinary yet innate spiritual treasure. Consequently, before Honghuang could react, the frying pan struck him squarely in the face. At that moment, Honghuang was sent flying backward, ultimately landing with a thud beneath the arena. This was merely a display of Bai Xiao's restraint. Otherwise, Honghuang would have been in dire need of cosmetic surgery. Meanwhile, Bai Xiao summoned the frying pan back to her, expressing her remorse as she addressed him. "Indeed, Taoist Honghuang hails from a prestigious lineage. Just by virtue of your unwillingness to bully a young woman, I find myself humbled." After bowing to the three pure ones, she continued, "Might there be another disciple of the Chan school willing to descend and engage in philosophical discourse with me?" This sudden turn of events left everyone in disbelief, and the expression of Yuan Shi Tianzun was particularly noteworthy. He glared at Tongtian Zhaozhu and exclaimed, "Third junior brother, Is it your teaching that permits such underhanded tactics during a discourse between the three teachings? Yuan Shi Tianzun anticipated that Tongtian Jiao Zhu would offer a multitude of excuses, yet the outcome surprised him. Tongtian Jiao Zhu nodded with a smile and replied, "Indeed, second brother, it is my instruction to my disciples that they must exert their utmost against any adversary." Though this is merely a philosophical debate among the three teachings and not a true life or death battle, they may find it difficult to alter their ingrained habits. Therefore, when you send your disciples into the fray, please ensure they are adequately briefed to avoid a repeat of Honghuang's predicament. Yuan Shi Tianzun scoffed in irritation and turned to Yuding Zhenren, stating, "Yuding, go and have a word with that girl Bai Xiao, but remember, you must not harm her." Yuding Zhenren nodded, bowed to the three pure ones, and then stepped towards the arena. Each step taken by Yuding Zhenren appeared so ordinary that there was barely a hint of spiritual energy circulating around him. Yet, this very ordinariness led Hong Zhe to perceive Yuding Zhenren as extraordinary, for he was capable of mentoring someone like Yang Jian. However, Hong Zhe felt it inappropriate to caution Bai Xiao and could only hope she would sense the underlying danger. As they spoke, Yuding Zhenren had already arrived at the arena and performed a respectful bow to Bai Xiao. "Junior sister Bai Xiao, please." The moment she heard him refer to her as junior sister, Bai Xiao felt a deep discomfort. She promptly warned him, "You'd best be cautious, junior brother Yuding, for I shall not hold back." As she spoke, the frying pan once again flew forth, hurtling directly towards Yuding Zhenren's face. Upon witnessing Bai Xiao's familiar antics, a subtle smile graced the face of Master Yuding. Standing still, he underwent a remarkable transformation. Chapter 59. The disciple of the second master is a tortoise. The primordial ancestor Honghuang, utilizing an incomplete version of the Panga battle technique, devised a unique martial art known as the 9 transformations of Yuangong. This technique not only cultivates the physical body, but also enhances its strength to rival that of a congenital magical artifact. Furthermore, the 9 transformations come with 2 divine abilities, the 36 transformations of Tiangang and the 72 transformations of Dija. However, the prerequisites for mastering the 9 transformations are exceedingly stringent. To date, only Master Yuding from the 3 teachings has met the rigorous criteria for its cultivation. Even so, he has yet to achieve full mastery. Having only progressed to the 4th transformation, along with partial mastery of the 36 transformations of Tiangang. The 72 transformations of Dija merely allow for shape-shifting without granting the essence of the transformed form. Moreover, the 72 in the 72 transformations is but an abstract concept, not a literal count. It could be said that the so-called 72 transformations of Dija are capable of altering the physical manifestations of the universe. In contrast, the 36 transformations of Tiangang are concrete, representing the actual number 36. Each transformation requires a drop of blood from the creature one wishes to embody, enabling the practitioner to truly assume its form. Should one successfully transform, they would gain not just the shape, but also the combat prowess of that entity. For instance, if one were to transform into the ancestral dragon, they would similarly acquire its formidable strength, provided, of course, that one has obtained the dragon's blood. Thus, without the blood of a powerful ancient beast, the might of the 36 transformations of Tiangang pales in comparison to that of the 72 transformations of Dija. Yet, who is Master Yuding? He is one of the 12 direct disciples of the primordial lord, having attained enlightenment prior to the war of the witches and demons. During that tumultuous conflict, Master Yuding seized the opportunity to collect the blood of numerous ancient demons. At this moment, he has successfully mastered the 30th transformation of Tiangang. Presently, Master Yuding has transformed himself into a Xuanwu. Though not the sacred beast guarding the northern wilderness, nonetheless, his defensive capabilities are formidable. As a result, when Bai Xiao's frying pan struck the back of the Xuanwu, it merely produced a crisp sound without inflicting any harm. This left Bai Xiao utterly astonished, pondering how Master Yuding had transformed into a tortoise. Although she had heard of the 9 transformations of Yuangong, she had never witnessed anyone mastering it. Thus she did not consider it. Instead, as she retracted her pan, she remarked to Master Yuding, "Junior brother Yuding, I had no idea your true form was that of a tortoise. I wonder how you came to be a disciple of the second master." Upon hearing Bai Xiao's words, the 3 pure ones, who were sipping tea, could not help but spray their beverage in surprise. The girl spoke rather thoughtlessly, wondering when the esteemed Yuding Zhenren had transformed into a mere turtle spirit. Meanwhile, the goddess Nuwa, standing beside Tongtian, smiled and remarked, "Brother Tongtian, I find your disciple quite delightful. She may visit the palace of Nuwa at her leisure." Tongtian nodded with amusement, surprised that this girl had won Nuwa's favor. Indeed, a remarkable stroke of fortune for her. However, this irked the primordial Heavenly Venerable, who could not help but emit a cold huff before turning his gaze to the arena. At that moment, Yuding Zhenren had reverted to his human form, brandishing an ethereal sword and directing a strike towards Bai Xiao. In response, Bai Xiao hastily raised a frying pan to defend herself. Simultaneously, she retrieved a precious orb from her left hand, the Four Seas Pearl gifted by Tongtian. As the Four Seas Pearl was activated, a mystical radiance enveloped the arena, ensnaring Yuding Zhenren within its embrace. Unfazed, Yuding Zhenren swiftly transformed into a five-clawed golden dragon. The Four Seas Pearl's attack manipulated the waters of the Four Seas, compressing and restructuring them to a terrifying density, thereby hindering the movements of those trapped within. Those of lesser cultivation could scarcely budge. Yet, the Dragon Clan, adept at water manipulation, possessed an inherent immunity to such constraints, allowing Yuding Zhenren to surge forth towards Bai Xiao. In this era, the Dragon Clan had lost much of its former might, and Bai Xiao did not regard it with trepidation. With a swift motion, she swung the frying pan outward, aiming a strike at the dragon's head. At that moment, the five-clawed golden dragon opened its maw, revealing a colossal dragon pearl, hurtling towards the frying pan. Just as it seemed poised for impact, a glimmer of amusement appeared in Bai Xiao's eyes. She began to chant, and flames erupted beneath the frying pan. It seemed as if the pan possessed a mighty suction, drawing the dragon pearl into its depths. Clearly, Bai Xiao intended to fry the pearl. Yuding Zhenren was taken aback, realizing that retrieving the dragon pearl was now futile. The instant he had transformed into the five-clawed golden dragon, he had become one with it. Should Bai Xiao succeed in frying the dragon pearl, he would undoubtedly sustain grievous injuries. Fortunately, Bai Xiao refrained from pushing the matter to its limits and addressed Yuding Zhenren directly. Disciple Yuding, at this juncture, do you still refuse to concede? The elder brother has instructed me not to harm the disciples of the Jie Sect. I hope you do not compel me to disregard his counsel. Yuding Zhenren, recognizing the gravity of the situation, nodded in acknowledgement of defeat. Only then did Bai Xiao retract the Four Seas Pearl and return the dragon pearl to him. He swallowed the pearl and reverted once more to his human form. Thank you, Taoist Bi Xiao, for your mercy. Yuding has lost. Having said that, he turned directly to leave the arena. Meanwhile, Hongzhe addressed Bi Xiao, saying, Junior sister Bi Xiao, having achieved 2 consecutive victories, you may return to the main formation. Although Bi Xiao felt somewhat unfulfilled, she obediently returned to Hongzhe's side, playfully inquiring, Brother, did I embarrass you? Hongzhe smiled and nodded, then said, Junior brother Jinguang, it is your turn to take the stage. Go and experience the remarkable skills of our fellow disciples from the Changjiao. At this moment, Jinguang felt a deep conflict within. Unsure of how to proceed. Losing would be a personal disgrace, while winning would equate to aiding Hongzhe. Neither outcome was desirable. However, upon reflection, he realized that Hongzhe was no longer the same. He had transcended from the embarrassing true immortal to the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal, endowed with the potential of a quasi-saint. In comparison, Dao Daoist was no longer on the same level. With this clarity, Jinguang felt a sense of liberation and made his decision. Chapter 60, Zhao Gongming versus Qi Jingzi Resolute. Jinguang approached Hongzhe and bowed, saying, Brother, rest assured, I will give it my all. With that, he turned towards the arena, eager to showcase his true abilities and bring glory to the Jie Sect and to Hongzhe. At that moment, Hongzhe cautioned, Junior brother Jinguang, be mindful of your capabilities in the arena. Victory or defeat is not of paramount importance. Upon hearing Hongzhe's words, Jinguang turned to him and nodded emphatically. In that moment, he resolved to no longer be an adversary to Hongzhe, effectively severing ties with Dao Daoist faction. Upon reaching the arena, Jinguang first bowed to the 3 purities and declared, I am Jinguang of the Jie Sect. May I inquire which disciple of the Changjiao is willing to engage in a friendly exchange? Just as Jinguang finished speaking, Yun Changzi stepped forward onto the platform. He bowed respectfully to Jinguang and stated, I, Yun Changzi of the Changjiao, have come to learn from your esteemed skills. After this exchange, both drew their celestial swords, clashing with equal fervor, resulting in a fierce and balanced duel. Throughout the contest, neither employed magical artifacts. They relied solely on their swords and martial prowess. Both were at the Tai Golden Immortal level, leading to a protracted battle that extended over 300 exchanges. If they continued in this manner, it would be years before a victor could be discerned. Ultimately, Hongzhe intervened, declaring, Gentlemen, let us consider this round a draw. After all, discussions among the 3 teachings are not meant for life and death confrontations. Afterward, Hongzhe glanced back at Yuan Shi Tianzuan, as this matter required his approval. Yuanshi Tianzuan nodded in agreement, and then spoke to Qi Jingzi beside him. Jie, it is your turn to engage in battle and confront the disciples of your esteemed master. Jie nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded directly to the arena. Meanwhile, Yanzhi and Jie Nguangxian, who had been locked in combat, paused their duel to exchange courteous bows before descending from the stage. Upon reaching the arena, Jie proclaimed, I am Jie of the Chan Sect, and I seek to know which disciple of the Jie Sect is willing to enlighten me. To be frank, Hingzi harbored little fondness for Jie. A mentor capable of inciting conflict between his own progeny and their father could hardly possess noble character. Thus, Hingzi turned to Zhao Gongming and declared, Gongming, you shall take this battle. Remember to ensure that Jie is compelled to leave the arena and remain vigilant of the yin-yang mirror he wields. Zhao Gongming nodded in agreement and strode towards the arena, announcing, I am Zhao Gongming, a named disciple of the Jie Sect, here to learn from the esteemed 12 Golden Immortals of the Chan Sect. By explicitly stating his status as a named disciple and underscoring that Jie was a direct disciple, he aimed to amplify the embarrassment should Jie falter against him. After all, it would be quite disgraceful for a direct disciple to be bested by a named one. Jie discerned the underlying intent in Zhao Gongming's words, and a flicker of displeasure crossed his face. He swiftly produced a large bell and began to shake it vigorously. In an instant, the elemental forces of water and fire erupted from the bell, surging towards Zhao Gongming from both sides. It was, in fact, his magical artifact, the water and fire bell, which he intended to use for an early advantage. Zhao Gongming, taken aback by the audacity of this Chan disciple to employ a magical artifact so readily, chose not to resort to his own artifact. Instead, he extended his palms outward. With his left hand, he summoned a swirling mist that absorbed the water vapor, while his right hand unleashed the flames of the phoenix, dispersing the fire element instantaneously. Witnessing Zhao Gongming effortlessly dismantle his water and fire bell left Jie astounded. Simultaneously, Uninstalled furrowed his brow, recognizing Zhao Gongming as a fellow De Luo Golden Immortal. Observing this, the Tongtian Jiaozhu took note of Uninstalled's expression, silently musing that this was merely the beginning of the surprises. After all, if he were to learn that the Jie Sect, excluding Hingzi, boasted 7 De Luo Golden Immortals, he could only imagine the look of astonishment on Uninstalled's face. Meanwhile, Uninstalled inwardly lamented, another De Luo Golden Immortal? His gaze shifted to Tongtian Jiaozhu, and upon seeing the latter's beaming countenance, his irritation boiled over. With a serious demeanor, he addressed Tongtian Jiaozhu, stating, Third junior brother, while spirit roots and celestial fruits may temporarily enhance one's cultivation, yet this was akin to drinking poison to quench thirst, ultimately jeopardizing a promising future. If one were to employ such methods to elevate the cultivation of their disciples, it would be tantamount to leading them astray. At this juncture, Yuanshi Tianzuan no longer believed that the disciples of Tongtian Jiaozhu could surpass his own. Moreover, in the heart of Yuanshi Tianzuan, none of Tongtian Jiaozhu's disciples possessed a foundation stronger than his own. This epitomized Yuanshi Tianzuan's arrogance, as he perpetually regarded himself as the paramount figure, with others eternally relegated to the second position. Surprisingly, Tongtian Jiaozhu offered no rebuttal, merely nodding with a smile, as if the matter bore no significance to him. This only served to infuriate Yuanshi Tianzuan further, who yearned to impart a lesson to Tongtian Jiaozhu immediately. However, upon recalling the perilous situation of his own disciples, his gaze shifted once more to Jingzi. At that moment, Jingzi had already stowed away the water and fire bell. Recognizing its ineffectiveness against the opponent, he then produced a celestial sword and charged directly at Zhao Gongming. Zhao Gongming, in turn, brandished a steel whip, engaging Jingzi in direct combat. In terms of cultivation, Zhao Gongming was already a significant realm superior to Jingzi, rendering the outcome of their clash inevitable. Nonetheless, Zhao Gongming remained mindful of Honghuang's instructions, ensuring that each strike was measured and controlled, refraining from sending Jingzi flying. The sole purpose of this restraint was to exhaust Jingzi's magical energy. After all, it would not be prudent to incapacitate a disciple in the presence of Yuanshi Tianzuan. Thus, Zhao Gongming resolved to tire Jingzi out, knowing that even Yuanshi Tianzuan would have no grounds for objection. Since comprehending the principle of tranquility, Zhao Gongming's thoughts had grown exceedingly meticulous. Regrettably, Jingzi remained oblivious to this, mistakenly believing he could deflect Zhao Gongming's attacks at critical moments. Nevertheless, Jingzi continued to bide his time, preparing to ambush Zhao Gongming with the Yin-Yang mirror. Unfortunately, Zhao Gongming denied him this opportunity, remaining engaged in close combat. This predicament left Jingzi in a state of desperation, ultimately leading him to feign retreat as a ruse to seek victory. Chapter 61. When the city gate catches fire. The fish in the moat suffer thanks to Hongzu's warning. Zhao Gongming had been vigilant against Jingzi's potential ambush with the Yin-Yang mirror. Now, observing Jingzi feigning a vulnerability while retreating, Zhao Gongming discerned the impending use of the mirror. He promptly grasped the 24C stabilizing pearls in his hand. And at the moment Jingzi unveiled the Yin-Yang mirror, he preemptively summoned the 24 pearls. These 24C stabilizing pearls were exquisite innate treasures, capable of not only stabilizing the waters of the 4Cs, but also emitting myriad rays of radiant light. Even a Deluo Jinxian would find it challenging to open their eyes amidst such brilliance, let alone discern their adversary. As the 24C calming pearls were offered in sacrifice, a brilliant radiance erupted, rendering Jingzi unable to open his eyes. Simultaneously, the Yin-Yang mirror in Jingzi's grasp was brandished directly towards Zhao Gongming. Yet, this was merely Jingzi's perception. He believed he had aligned his aim with Zhao Gongming, who had, in fact, maneuvered behind him, unbeknownst to Jingzi. As he chanted an incantation, the Yin-Yang mirror emitted a blinding white light. However, since Zhao Gongming was outside the range of Jingzi's assault, the beam surged directly beneath the arena, fortuitously striking Ling Yaxian, who let out a piercing scream before collapsing lifelessly on the spot. Jingzi, oblivious to the fact that the cry had emanated from Ling Yaxian rather than his intended target Zhao Gongming, felt an overwhelming sense of triumph, believing he had secured a victory for the Chan sect. Yet, in the next moment, his elation was abruptly frozen, as he felt a searing pain across his face. The 24C calming pearls had descended, striking him squarely on the visage and transforming it into a grotesque spectacle. At that instant, Zhao Gongming raised his steel whip and brought it crashing down upon Jingzi's back, bellowing angrily, "We engage in philosophical discourse on the arena. Yet you resort to such treachery against my junior disciple. Today, I, Zhao Gongming, shall impart a lesson upon you. For do you truly believe that the disciples of the Jie Sect are easy to bully?" With the justification at hand, Zhao Gongming unleashed his fury without restraint. The steel whip struck with such force that Jingzi was flattened against the arena floor. As Zhao Gongming retracted the 24C calming pearls, the onlookers finally grasped the entirety of the situation. Jingzi lay on the platform like a defeated dog, utterly devoid of the strength to even twitch a finger. This sight darkened the expressions of the Chan sect disciples, some of whom rushed onto the stage, glaring at Zhao Gongming. Philosophical discussions among the three teachings should remain civil. One of them spat, "How could you inflict such brutality? Do you truly wish to provoke a conflict with our Chan sect?" Zhao Gongming responded with a disdainful snort, remarking on the eloquence of the Chan sect disciples, which indeed proved true today. However, he countered, as the adage goes, facts always triumph over rhetoric. "Do you presume that my Jie sect's multitude of disciples are blind?" No sooner had Zhao Gongming spoken than the three heavens ascended the platform, positioning themselves behind him. Following closely were the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, the Wudong Holy Mother, and the Turtle Spirit Holy Mother, all of whom surged onto the stage. Even Jing Guangxian, cradling Ling Yaxian's lifeless form, stood beside Zhao Gongming, coldly declaring, "Jingzi has employed a venomous artifact to harm my brother, leading to his tragic demise. Does your Chan sect not intend to offer an explanation to my Jie sect?" Before the disciple of the Chan sect could respond, Yunxiao's countenance darkened as he declared, "Esteemed colleagues, please withdraw from the arena for the time being. I, Yunxiao, shall take on the forthcoming battle. If the Chan sect wishes to fight to the death, I shall not show mercy. Let fate decide our lives and deaths." As he spoke, the primordial golden ladle manifested above his head, and the space before him twisted, revealing Yunxiao's zither. Yunxiao's fury stemmed from the events that had transpired on the stage. Due to the presence of the Dinghai Pearl, he had not witnessed everything clearly. However, analyzing the current situation, he understood without question. Were it not for Zhao Gongming being shielded by the Dinghai Pearl, causing Jingzi to lose his direction, it would likely have been his elder brother Zhao Gongming lying lifeless now. Seeing the disciples of the two sects poised for conflict, the smile faded from the face of the Tongtian. He turned to Yuanshi Tianzuan and stated, "Second brother, do you not owe me an explanation?" Although Tongtian's voice was low, it resonated clearly among all present. With Tongtian openly questioning Yuanshi Tianzuan, the disciples of the Jie sect dared not speak further. Yuanshi Tianzuan, well aware of his culpability, had already devised a countermeasure. This was precisely why he had chosen Qi Jingzi to engage in battle rather than Guang Qingzi. Had Guang Qingzi slain a disciple of the Jie Sect with the Fantianyi, it would have resulted in true death. However, given the unique nature of Qi Jingzi's yin-yang mirror, which could both cause demise and restore life, Yuan Shi Tianzuan smiled and remarked to Tongtian, "Third junior brother, you are a dignified sage. Why do you allow yourself to be so easily provoked? If our disciples are unaware of the mysteries of the yin-yang realm, does that not include you as well?" With that, Yuan Shi Tianzuan whispered a few words to the Nandi Xianweng, who nodded and proceeded toward the arena. Upon reaching the stage, Nandi Xianweng produced a pill and promptly placed it in Qi Jingzi's mouth. As the pill took effect, Qi Jingzi regained a measure of strength and no longer required support from his fellow disciples. As the medicine continued to work, Qi Jingzi's complexion began to regain its rosy hue. Nandi Xianweng then urged, "Qi Jingzi, do not hesitate to use the yin-yang mirror to revive your fellow Taoist Lingya." Qi Jingzi nodded in agreement and swiftly adjusted the yin-yang mirror towards Lingya, casting a flicker of light upon him. In an instant, Lingya responded with a cry of "It pains me," and fully regained his consciousness. Witnessing Lingya's resurrection, the anger within the Jie Sect disciples began to subside. At that moment, Lingya, now aware of his surroundings, was taken aback, for he could only recall being enveloped in a white light before losing consciousness entirely. What transpired thereafter remained a mystery to him. At that moment, Lingya Xian could not help but inquire of Jin Guang Xian, what exactly occurred? You were just slain by Qi Jingzi using the yin-yang mirror. The other senior brothers and sisters are preparing to engage in battle with the Chan sect to seek an explanation on your behalf, Jin Guang Xian replied, causing a wave of discomfort to wash over Lingya Xian. Struggling to rise, he bowed to the assembly and expressed, "Thank you, esteemed brothers and sisters, for your concern regarding Lingya Xian." Chapter 62. Intrigue and rivalry and strength with a flash, Hongzhe appeared upon the stage and addressed the disciples of the Jie Sect, stating, "Though today merely serves as a discourse among the three teachings, it has imparted upon you a sense of life and death, which can be deemed an unexpected gain. Upon your return, I trust you will reflect deeply on the lessons learned today, understanding the essence of life's impermanence." The disciples of the Jie Sect bowed to Hongzhe before turning to descend from the stage. Meanwhile, Yuan Shi Tianzun furrowed his brow, for he could not overlook the underlying meaning in Hongzhe's words. Yet, this was not the primary reason for his concern. He had discerned that Yun Xiao was also a Deluo Golden Immortal. Furthermore, the aura emanating from Jinling Shengmu and the others signaled that each of them was likewise a Deluo Golden Immortal. This realization caused Yuan Shi Tianzun to inwardly lament, recognizing that the Chan sect was destined for defeat in today's discourse among the three teachings of the Xianmen. However, Yuan Shi Tianzun was not one to concede easily. He began to formulate alternative strategies in his mind. He then addressed Tongtian Jiaozhu, saying, "Third junior brother, by my calculations, Fushi is on the verge of reincarnation. If we continue this contest, we may jeopardize the timing of Fushi's birth. Let us resolve this matter through a decisive battle, determining which sect shall take the lead in guiding the human emperor based on the outcome of the final discourse." Upon hearing these words, Tongtian Jiaozhu silently cursed Yuan Shi Tianzun for his cunning. "Oh, second junior brother, you are excessively calculating. Do you dismiss the previous losses so readily?" Nevertheless, Tongtian Jiaozhu refrained from voicing these thoughts, as he still valued the bonds among the three pure ones and wished to avoid escalating tensions. Thus, he chose to acquiesce to Yuan Shi Tianzun's proposal and replied, "Second junior brother, why not have the two of us engage in a duel? This would also broaden the horizons of our disciples." Yuan Shi Tianzun was taken aback by Tongtian Jiaozhu's willingness to personally enter the fray, which placed him in a predicament. After all, Tongtian Jiaozhu wielded the 4 swords of Zhu Xian. If he were to set the Zhu Xian array, how could Yuan Shi Tianzun hope to secure victory? Fortunately, Laozi then interjected, "Third junior brother, do not act rashly. The involvement of a sage is no trivial matter. If we cannot control the intensity, not only the entire Huashu tribe, but perhaps all of the primordial chaos could be shattered. It would be wiser to allow the disciples to engage in discourse upon the stage. You too should refrain from meddling." Laozi's words were indeed rational and substantiated, yet they seemed to shield the primordial Heavenly Venerable. This inevitably stirred dissatisfaction within the Tongtian, who found himself unable to voice his grievances. At that moment, the primordial Heavenly Venerable nonchalantly adopted a cunning approach, addressing the Randalamp Taoist beside him. "This battle shall be undertaken by you. Remember, the outcome is of no consequence. We must not harm the camaraderie between the Chan and Jie sections. Upon hearing that the primordial Heavenly Venerable had chosen Randalamp Taoist to engage in battle, the disciples of the Jie Sect could not help but feel a sense of indignation. After all, Randalamp Taoist was a former guest of the Zixiao Palace, having already attained the quasi-saint realm. If he were to take the stage, who among the Jie Sect could possibly contend with him? It was, quite plainly, an act of bullying. However, Randalamp Taoist had already ascended to the arena and addressed Hongzhe. Friend Hongzhe, it seems you are the only one within the Jie Sect qualified to engage in combat with me. Let us determine the victor together. Thus concluding today's discourse among the three teachings with a perfect resolution. Though Hongzhe had reached the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal realm, he did not believe he could triumph over Randalamp Taoist. After all, a distinct chasm lay between the great Luo Golden Immortal and the quasi-saint. Even dozens of great Luo Golden Immortals might struggle to overcome a single quasi-saint. During the time of the Fengtian calamity, Zhao Gongming had managed to drive Randalamp Taoist into retreat using 24 sea-calming pearls. The primary reason for this was that Zhao Gongming had already ascended to the quasi-saint realm. Although he still fell short of Randalamp Taoist by a minor boundary, the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the sea-calming pearls, rendered Zhao Gongming's victory inevitable. This was precisely why, after losing the sea-calming pearls, Randalamp Taoist had been able to beat Zhao Gongming to the point of bloodshed. Thus, Hongzhe had no intention of confronting him head-on, for that was not his style. With a smile, he addressed Randalamp Taoist, saying, Master Randalamp, in terms of cultivation, I must concede that I am inferior. However, since you have extended the challenge, I cannot decline this battle. Yet, I propose that our contest be resolved in an alternative manner. Would you be amenable to this, Master Randalamp? Upon hearing Hongzhe refer to him as Master, Randalamp Taoist felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. He also believed that, despite Hongzhe's lesser strength, no trickery could lead to his downfall. Thus, without hesitation, he nodded in agreement, saying, Very well, lest others accuse me of using my position to bully a younger generation. You may propose your method of comparison, and I shall respond accordingly. As Randalamp Taoist assented to Hongzhe's suggestion, the primordial Heavenly Venerable inwardly lamented the situation. Yet, it was too late to intervene. He could only cast a fierce glare at Randalamp Taoist. At that moment, Hongzhe declared, The outcome of my duel with Master Randalamp will determine whether the Chan or Jie Sect possesses the qualifications to become the celestial teacher. In light of this, let us bide our time for a moment, awaiting the emergence of the human emperor. At that juncture, we shall each display our unique talents. Whosoever can bestow the fortune of humanity upon the emperor shall be deemed the victor of this discourse. Surely, Master Randang would not find himself incapable of invoking such fortune, would he? If that were the case, he could simply decline. What a clever maneuver. Compelling Master Randang into a corner from which there is no retreat. Yet, he is acutely aware of his own limitations, bereft of the fortune of humanity. How could he possibly summon it? However, as the representative of the Chan sect, should he refuse, it would signify that the Chan sect is incapable of harnessing the fortune of humanity. What right, then, would they have to guide the human emperor? The outcome would likely be predetermined even before any contest began, potentially resulting in the Chan sect losing all opportunities to mentor the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. At that moment, Laozi interjected, asserting that since this is a discourse among the 3 teachings, the teachings of humanity cannot be omitted. Thus, our sect shall have Xuandu participate in this final confrontation. Concurrently, the primordial heavenly sovereign nodded in acknowledgement of Master Randang, solidifying the framework for the decisive contest. Although the Chan sect does not possess the fortune of humanity, the disciples under their tutelage, being predominantly of the demon race, are even less likely to wield such fortune. Therefore, the primordial heavenly sovereign surmised that Hongzhe must be seeking to leverage the power of the goddess Nuwa to secure victory in this final round. He boldly addressed the goddess Nuwa, inquiring, Sister Nuwa, I trust you do not intend to intervene in the conference of the 3 teachings? In response, Goddess Nuwa understood the implications of the primordial heavenly sovereign's words, her countenance momentarily betraying her inner conflict. After all, she had intended to assist Hongzhe in clinching this ultimate battle, given their prior agreement. However, to the surprise of all, the master of the celestial sect spoke with a smile, declaring that the discourse of the 3 teachings would not necessitate Sister Nuwa's intervention. If that were the case, what honor would there be in victory? Although the primordial heavenly sovereign could not fathom the source of the celestial sect's confidence, he remained skeptical about their ability to prevail. After all, Laozi is the legitimate leader of the teachings of humanity, wielding a considerable share of humanity's fortune. Thus, as long as the goddess Nuwa refrains from intervening, it is likely that even the combined efforts of several saints in the primordial realm would struggle to surpass Laozi in terms of humanity's fortune. Indeed, 6/10 of this fortune resides within the human race itself, while the remaining 4/10 is equally divided between Laozi and Goddess Nuwa. This delicate balance has been the product of several cosmic planning sessions by these saints. Even though this arrangement would ultimately see the Emperor's forces fall under Laozi's influence, the primordial heavenly sovereign found little concern in this. After all, Laozi has but one disciple, the Grand Master Xuandu, and thus the future Emperor's forces would invariably belong to the primordial heavenly sovereign. Therefore, what truly preoccupied the primordial heavenly sovereign was ensuring that the celestial sect did not seize control of the Emperor's forces. Meanwhile, the goddess Nuwa was filled with deep suspicion, equally perplexed by the source of Tongtian's confidence. This inevitably led her gaze to Hongzhe, pondering whether this young lad possessed some hidden means. Each of the saints harbored their own thoughts, yet their disciples remained oblivious. They could only stand still, awaiting the reincarnation of Fushi into the human realm. Thus, they waited for a full 3 days, until suddenly, Huashu felt a sharp pang of labor. Realizing that her time to give birth had come, her mother, Honghuang, promptly summoned the midwife, preparing to assist her daughter in childbirth. After a long 12 years of pregnancy, Huashu was finally on the verge of delivering, causing the entire Huashu tribe to erupt in jubilant celebration. In an instant, all the tribe's folk prostrated themselves, offering prayers for Huashu and her soon-to-be-born child. Before long, the skies transformed dramatically, with crimson clouds enveloping half the heavens. Although it did not reach the majestic sight of purple chi spanning 30,000 miles, it certainly qualified as an extraordinary phenomenon. Shortly thereafter, the soul of Fushi materialized in the air. Just as he was about to reincarnate, he caught sight of the 3 pure ones and the goddess Nuwa. Though he could not fathom why the disciples of the 3 teachings had gathered in the Huashu tribe, there was no time to inquire. He could only smile and nod at Nuwa, then clasp his fists in greeting to the 3 pure ones. Finally, he transformed into a beam of red light, descending into the birthing chamber. Immediately, the sound of a baby's cry resonated from within, as the former great saint of the demon clan, Fushi, reincarnated as the human named Mushi. With Fushi's descent, Hongzhe stepped forward and addressed the 3 pure ones. Master and esteemed uncles, now that His Majesty Fushi has been born, it is time for this contest to commence. As the saying goes, there is a proper order of seniority. Should we not begin with the disciples of my esteemed great uncle, followed by the disciples of the lamp teacher, and finally, myself, Hongzhe? Hongzhe was not merely inquiring, but rather establishing the order of appearance for the 3. By introducing the principle of seniority first, he effectively left Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzuan with no option but to accept his proposal. If they permitted Hongzhe to go first, it would imply that Tongtian held seniority over them, or that they cared little for the hierarchy of age. Thus, Laozi had no choice but to respond to Master Xuandu, saying, "In that case, you may proceed first." He then promptly handed the Taiji diagram to Master Xuandu. Upon witnessing Laozi transfer the Taiji diagram to Master Xuandu, the disciples of the Jie Sect were filled with indignation. Even the disciples of the Chan sect whispered amongst themselves, questioning whether their master had become somewhat unscrupulous. The human teachings inherently possessed the fortune of the human race, and naturally, their disciples were no exception, especially considering that Master Xuandu was a primeval human. Now wielding the Taiji diagram to suppress the fortune of the human teachings, who could possibly triumph over him? Regrettably, they found themselves powerless to alter the course of events, left only to watch in indignation as Master Xuandu took to the skies. There, he cast the Tai Chi diagram outward with a flourish, proclaiming, "I am Xuandu, disciple of the human sect, and by the decree of my revered teacher, the sage of Ta Ching, I am here to offer blessings for Fushi. Let the fortune of humanity arise." As soon as his words echoed through the air, over 10% of humanity's fortune began to coalesce in the heavens, drawn by the allure of the Tai Chi diagram, ultimately heading toward the birthing chamber. Witnessing his successful invocation of such a significant portion of humanity's fortune, a smile inevitably graced Xuandu's face. Though it was merely a tenth, it was an accomplishment beyond the reach of others. After all, even Nuwa and Laozi could only command 2/10 of humanity's contract. In Xuandu's eyes, humanity could never rival the sages. Even if he were to become the future emperor of heaven, to receive over 10% of humanity's fortune was already an immense favor bestowed upon him. He even believed that the Lantern Master would struggle to summon humanity's fortune, likely only managing a mere tenth at best. As for Hongzhe, although he was also an innate human, the Jie Sect lacked the backing of humanity's fortune, Thus, he could only muster a mere 10 to 12% of his own. Thus, Xuandu reveled in his triumph as he retracted the Tai Chi diagram and approached Laozi. With both hands cradling the diagram, he presented it before Laozi, stating, "I humbly ask my esteemed teacher not to chastise me for summoning a mere tenth of humanity's fortune for the newly born emperor." Laozi, his expression impassive, nodded and accepted the Tai Chi diagram, then turned to Yuanshi Tianzuan, saying, "It is now your turn to allow the Lantern Master to take action." Yuanshi Tianzuan nodded and addressed the Lantern Master. "Now that Xuandu has summoned over 10% of humanity's fortune, do you believe you can surpass him?" The Lantern Master instantly grasped Yuanshi Tianzuan's intent and shook his head in response. "I must respectfully inform you, Master, that I am utterly incapable of summoning humanity's fortune. Even if I were to draw upon the fortune of my own teachings, it would scarcely amount to a tenth. Therefore, I have decided to concede. For utilizing the fortune of my teachings would be akin to cheating." Yuanshi Tianzuan, pleased by the Lantern Master's principled stance, felt a quiet joy within. This outcome was undoubtedly the most favorable for him. The dignity of the Chan sect was preserved, and the Lantern Master's reputation remained intact. There was even a rumor circulating that the Chan sect could summon a tenth of humanity's fortune, which would qualify them to mentor the future human emperor. Chapter 64. This pit is certainly not small. With the Lantern Master choosing to withdraw, it was now time for Hongzhe to take the stage. Thus, Yuanshi Tianzuan turned his gaze toward Tongtian Jiaozhu and spoke. The third junior brother, Randang, felt an inferiority to Xiandu, unable to mobilize a greater share of the human fortune to bolster the emperor. The next course of action would depend on the capabilities of Hongzhe to see how much human fortune he could summon. Before Tongtian could speak, Laozi interjected, addressing the third junior brother. "Earlier, I had Xiandu utilize the Taiji diagram, which essentially engaged a portion of the human teaching's fortune, allowing him to gather more than 10% of the scattered human fortune. Therefore, I believe the third junior brother should also allow Hongzhe to tap into the fortune of the, for enhancing the emperor's fortune is pivotal in this competition." Upon hearing this, Tongtian could not help but inwardly curse, thinking how Yuanshi Tianzuan and Laozi were in perfect harmony. When Randang admitted defeat earlier, he had claimed that utilizing the fortune of the Chan teaching was akin to cheating, yet Laozi had remained silent. Now that the tables had turned, it seemed somewhat blatant that Laozi would utter such words. As a result, a hint of displeasure crossed Tongtian's face, but fortunately, Hongzhe then spoke up. "Rest assured, Master Uncle, since the method of competition was proposed by me, I would never consider forfeiting. To abandon this challenge would only invite ridicule from the world, suggesting that I lack the courage to engage. As for your suggestion to have me mobilize this fortune to consolidate more of the scattered human fortune for the emperor, I believe it is unnecessary. After all, if such a trivial matter as mobilizing human fortune requires the involvement of this resources, what qualifications would I have to guide the emperor in the future?" Listening to Hongzhe's response, Tongtian felt an overwhelming mix of pride and dismay. His disciple was indeed bringing him honor, subtly belittling both Xiandu and Randang in his words. Yuanshi Tianzuan and Laozi could also discern the disdain in Hongzhe's remarks towards Xiandu and Randang. Thus, Yuanshi Tianzuan directly commented, "Posturing verbally is fruitless. You should focus on overcoming Xiandu first." With a smile, Hongzhe nodded at Yuanshi Tianzuan, then proposed, "Master Second Uncle, how about we raise the stakes a little?" Yuanshi Tianzuan was momentarily taken aback and then inquired, "What stakes do you wish to raise?" It seemed Yuanshi Tianzuan had already assumed that Hongzhe was destined to lose this match. "Then, Master Second Uncle, would you dare to wager all the teachings of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors?" He continued, "In other words, should I miraculously triumph over Master Xiandu, the Chan teaching would lose the right to instruct the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Conversely, if I lose, they would also withdraw from teaching the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Of course, you may refuse to raise the stakes, but in that case, we must find another way to compete. After all, Master Xiandu has already utilized the human teaching's fortune, which, to some extent, has compromised the fairness of the contest. Otherwise, Master Randang would not choose to abstain, for this is his silent resistance." Lo and behold, Tongtian Cult Master was on the verge of rising to applaud, thinking to himself that his disciple was indeed a master of muddling through. Even Master Randang was taken aback, stunned into silence, fearing that his father might actually believe Hongzhe's words, which would inevitably bind him in karma. Simultaneously, Yuanshi Tianzuan couldn't help but cast a glance towards Laozi, for he too was uncertain of Hongzhe's true intentions. Did he genuinely possess an unassailable strategy to completely oust the Chan sect, or was he merely blustering? attempting to alter the competition's dynamics to grant Jie Jiao a glimmer of hope? Laozi, of course, understood Yuan Shi Tianzun's thoughts, as he harbored similar doubts. However, Laozi could not fathom how, without the aid of Nuwa, Hongzhe could possibly mobilize more than a tenth of the human fortune. Ultimately, Laozi concluded that Hongzhe was merely bluffing, trying to intimidate Yuan Shi Tianzun. Thus, Laozi nodded at Yuan Shi Tianzun, which allowed him to relax. He then addressed Hongzhe, "Since you have spoken, I, as your second elder, cannot refuse. However, it is only fair that I am allowed to propose certain conditions." Hongzhe smiled and nodded in agreement, acknowledging that a wager must indeed be mutually agreed upon. Yuan Shi Tianzun replied, "I see you are quite confident, so you must have a solid grasp of victory. Given that you have raised the stakes to such an extent, you will need to mobilize at least double the fortune of the human race from Xuandu to claim victory. Of course, if you cannot achieve double, it will not count as a loss, as long as you can match Xuandu. The result will then be a tie. However, if you fail to mobilize even a tenth, it shall be deemed a loss. And Jie Jiao will no longer have the opportunity to guide the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors." Upon finishing, a smirk of satisfaction appeared at the corner of his mouth, as he mused about the tricks Hongzhe might play. Meanwhile, the disciples of Jie Jiao erupted in uproar, and had it not been for Yuan Shi Tianzun being a sage, they might have rushed forward to give him a good thrashing. Nevertheless, all eyes turned to Tongtian cult master, hoping their master would avenge the grievances of the senior brother. Tongtian cult master did not disappoint. With a grim expression, he inquired of Laozi, "Senior brother, do you also concur with the second elder's proposal?" Laozi replied with an impassive demeanor, "As Hongzhe has stated, since this is a wager, both parties must reach a consensus. I am but a mere witness and have no authority to comment." Laozi distanced himself from the matter, as if he had no desire to partake in it. Yet, Tongtian cult master was well aware that Laozi was subtly aiding Yuan Shi Tianzun. Otherwise, when he spoke of mobilizing the fortune, how could he suddenly allow Xuandu to participate? However, the Tongtian refrained from further comments to Laozi, fully aware of Laozi's temperament. Thus, he turned his gaze towards the Yuan Shi Tianzun. "Second brother, your actions seem a tad excessive, do they not?" Yuan Shi Tianzun furrowed his brow, replying, "Third junior, it was your disciple who first proposed this. I am merely reciprocating. Do you truly believe that everything must be dictated by your apprentice for it to be deemed fair and just?" Tongtian found himself momentarily speechless at Yuan Shi Tianzun's retort. And at that moment, Hongzhe spoke up directly. "Master, second uncle is correct. You should agree to second uncle's proposal. It would be best to seal it with a handshake, lest either party reneges midway." Chapter 65. The dust settles. The Jie Sect triumphs. Upon hearing this, Tongtian nodded, his expression dark as he extended his right palm. This inevitably caused a flicker of hesitation in Yuan Shi Tianzun, but at this juncture, he could not afford to retract. He extended his hand to complete the handshake oath with Tongtian. Observing the handshake between Tongtian and Yuan Shi Tianzun, Hongzhe finally revealed a triumphant smile. He slowly ascended into the air, a radiant aura enveloping him, exuding an undeniable charisma that left Guiling Shengmu and the others starry-eyed. Subsequently, Hongzhe clasped his hands before his chest, and a small seal, the size of a child, materialized in his grasp. As he gently raised it, the seal expanded, ultimately reaching the size of a human head. To his astonishment, a trace of the aura of the human emperor flowed around the seal, eliciting shock from Yuan Shi Tianzun. Even Laozi was taken aback, exclaiming, "The treasure of humanity, the Kongtong seal, can establish the human emperor. How could this Kongtong seal be in Hongzhe's possession?" Upon hearing Laozi mention the Kongtong seal, Yuan Shi Tianzun's expression darkened considerably. He coldly snorted and addressed Tongtian. "Third junior, you truly have a cunning plan. Having bestowed this Kongtong seal upon Hongzhe so early." Tongtian shook his head dismissively. "Second brother, you overestimate my junior. I am not fated to possess the Kongtong seal." Witnessing Tongtian's denial, Yuan Shi Tianzun was about to question him, but at that moment, Nuwa spoke up. "The Kongtong seal did not originally exist in this world. It came into being because I created the human race. At that time, I sought to claim the Kongtong seal for myself, but unfortunately, I was fated to be without it. The Kongtong seal recognized its master autonomously, merging uncontrollably with Hongzhe. Thus, I can attest for Tongtian. The Kongtong seal was not bestowed upon Hongzhe by him." Nuwa's half-truthful explanation left Yuan Shi Tianzun at a loss for words. At this moment, Laozi spoke, expressing his understanding of why the third junior brother would accept him as the foremost disciple of the Jie Sect. It was clear that this step had been foreseen long ago. "Regrettably, as the leader of the human sect, I find myself deceived and left in the dark. while what should have belonged to my sect has instead become a disciple of the third junior brother. Laozi's words were imbued with a poignant sorrow, as if he had missed a monumental opportunity. Beside him, the Grand Master Xuandu had also lost the pride he had previously displayed. Instead, his gaze toward Hongze now bore a hint of jealousy, as he pondered why, created by the same Nuwa, Hongze was granted such fortune. While he himself had endured countless trials to enter the human sect, he had knelt at the foot of Shouyang Mountain for 3 full years before receiving his master's benevolence and admission. Consequently, the Grand Master Xuandu felt that Nuwa must have shown favoritism during creation, leading to his own lesser fortune compared to Hongze. This sentiment of dissatisfaction only deepened his already tenuous connection with Nuwa, unknowingly binding him to her, with profound karmic consequences that would irrevocably alter his life at this moment. Unperturbed by such thoughts, Hongze gently pushed the Kantong seal outward, allowing it to float gracefully above the birthing chamber. He then proclaimed, "I am Hongze, the direct disciple of the Jie Sect, a being of the innate human race created by the Holy Mother. Today, at the behest of my esteemed master, the celestial saint of the upper purity and the Holy Mother Nuwa, I am to establish the heavenly sovereign for the human race. I hereby bestow the name Fushi upon the son of Huashu, who will ultimately lead humanity and become the sovereign of the primordial wilderness. The fortune of the human race. Come forth." As Hongze's words resonated, the earth itself transformed, with the fortune of humanity converging from all directions. Remarkably, nearly half of it gathered and descended into the birthing chamber. The fortune scattered among humanity amounted to 60%, while the remaining 40% was held by Laozi and the Holy Mother Nuwa. Previously, Grand Master Xuandu had amassed over 10% of this human fortune. With the addition of what Hongze had gathered, they perfectly aligned at 60%. This signified that all the scattered fortune among humanity had coalesced upon Fushi. Alas, it was destined that the heavenly sovereign could not possess all human fortune. Ultimately, 10% drifted away again, scattering back among humanity. Even so, Fushi possessed 50% of the human fortune, surpassing the combined total of Laozi and Nuwa, which stood at 40%. This also underscored the truth of what the lantern-bearing Taoist had stated earlier, that the Chan sect's ability to mobilize a mere 10% of human fortune was nothing more than an empty assertion. This revelation darkened the countenance of the primordial supreme being, yet apart from his displeasure, what could he do? The disciples of the Chan sect bowed their heads, lacking even the courage to glance at him, fearing they might become scapegoats for his ire amidst the chaos. At this moment, the Grand Master Xuandu gritted his teeth. His fists clenched, as he cast a gaze filled with resentment towards Hongze. However, what transpired next was even more astonishing to everyone present, including the sages, who could hardly fathom Hongze's unexpected generosity. With a swift motion, Hongze raised his hand and struck the Kantong seal, which instantly transformed into a streak of luminous energy. Racing into the birthing chamber, as the Kantong seal harmoniously merged with Fushi, it firmly secured the fortune of humanity that resided within him. Simultaneously, Huashu emerged from the chamber, cradling Fushi, and knelt on the ground to express her gratitude to Hongze. At that moment, Hongze spoke, "Huashu, your son has been named Fushi and is destined to be the future emperor of humanity. The Dao ancestor has decreed that disciples from the 3 teachings must guide the emperor, allowing him to mature and lead humanity. Today, I appoint the Holy Mother Wudong as his teacher. Do you have any objections?" Huashu, overwhelmed with gratitude, immediately paid her respects to Hongze once more, declaring that her son's opportunity to learn under Sister Wudong was an immense blessing, and thus she harbored no dissent. Hongze nodded approvingly and addressed the Holy Mother Wudong. "From this day forth, you shall be the teacher of the emperor. It is imperative that you guide him diligently, ensuring his swift growth." The Holy Mother Wudong bowed to Hongze and then turned to pay her respects to the 3 purities and the goddess Nuwa. She then gracefully ascended, landing beside Huashu, and gently took Fushi into her arms. With this, everything had come to a close, and the Taoist conference of the 3 teachings concluded with the utter triumph of the Jie Sect. Although the primordial lord felt a myriad of unwillingness in his heart, he had no choice but to accept this reality. With a sullen expression, he stood up without uttering a word of farewell, leading the disciples of the Chan sect away. Upon witnessing the primordial lord's departure with his disciples, Laozi rose as well, bowing respectfully to the master Tongtian and the goddess Nuwa. "Third junior brother, Sister Nuwa, do visit me at the Beijing Palace on Shouyang Mountain when you have the time. I shall ensure that fragrant tea awaits you." With that, he departed alongside the Grand Master Xuandu, who still regarded Hongze with palpable hostility. However, Hongze paid this animosity no heed. In his heart, he had already considered the disciples of the human sect and the Chan sect as adversaries. Since it was fated that the two sides would eventually confront one another in an irreconcilable conflict, he preferred to hasten the inevitable, rather than let the disciples of the Jie sect remain under the illusion that the three teachings were united, especially Master Tongtian, who only thought of resistance after witnessing the slaughter of his 4 elite outer disciples and 2 third-generation direct disciples. At this moment, Hongzhe wore a broad smile as he approached Master Tongtian and spoke. Master, at this recent assembly of the 3 teachings of the Shin Men, I have indeed garnered numerous benefits. Henceforth, I must retreat into seclusion for contemplation, which I estimate will require no less than 10,000 years. During my period of seclusion, I must trouble you, Master, to manage the Jie sect on your own. Observing Hongzhe's desire to shirk his responsibilities, a knowing smile graced the countenance of the Tongtian leader. Your cultivation has reached a bottleneck, and mere seclusion will not suffice for your breakthrough. What you truly require is experience and the search for opportunities. Once the right moment arrives, you shall be able to transcend and achieve the status of a quasi-saint. Conversely, I, your master, felt a stirring within me at the moment you proclaimed yourself the human sovereign, sensing that I am on the verge of breaking through to the pinnacle of sainthood. Thus, during the coming 10 millennia, it is I who truly needs to enter seclusion for contemplation. While I am in my retreat, you shall continue to oversee the Jie sect in my stead. Hongzhe was taken aback, realizing that his shamelessness was rivaled by the Tongtian leader's own. Left with no choice, he reluctantly made a request of his master. If you insist on having me manage the Jie sect, it is acceptable. But you must agree to 3 conditions of mine. Otherwise, I shall retreat into seclusion, and whoever wishes to manage the Jie sect may do so. For I shall not take on that burden. Upon hearing Hongzhe audaciously lay down conditions, the Tongtian leader not only refrained from anger, but instead responded with a broad smile and a nod. Speak your mind. As long as your requests are not too outrageous, I shall certainly acquiesce. With reluctance, Hongzhe articulated his demands. In truth, his requests were quite simple. First, he wished for his master to impart the myriad formations of the 10,000 immortals array to him. Almost immediately, the Tongtian leader produced numerous formation diagrams, casting them all to Hongzhe. These are the formations I have meticulously researched over countless epochs. Today, I bestow them upon you in their entirety. Initially taken aback, Hongzhe swallowed hard before continuing. Secondly, I hope my master can provide me with the 4 swords of the Zhuzhen. Before he could finish his sentence, the Tongtian leader directly tossed forth the 4 swords of the Zhuzhen, accompanied by the heart-piercing lock, the purple lightning hammer, and other magical artifacts. Except for the Qingping sword, which I must keep close, I am giving you all these today. At this moment, Hongzhe's eyes nearly fell to the ground as he gazed incredulously at the Tongtian leader. Master, are you not afraid that I might abscond with these treasures? In the past, your grand teacher established the treasure cliff outside the Zixiao Palace, distributing treasures among the 3,000 guests of the palace. I, too, must learn from your grand teacher and cannot attach excessive importance to these artifacts. Whether you use these treasures to establish your own sect or to stir up chaos in the Honghuang, it is of no concern to me. Indeed, the Tongtian leader was resolute. Whatever you, Hongzhe, choose to do, I shall support, as long as you manage the Jie sect on my behalf. In a moment of desperation, Hongzhe was compelled to propose a third and final demand, that his disciples be granted the authority to take on students in place of their master, and to expel unfilial disciples from the Jie sect, thereby purging its ranks. As soon as Hongzhe's words fell, the Tongtian, unable to contain his eagerness, was about to acquiesce, prompting Hongzhe to swiftly raise a hand to halt him. Master, have you truly considered the implications? This arrangement would effectively render you subordinate to your disciples. I fear that in a millennium hence, the disciples of the Jie sect may only recognize me as their elder brother, forgetting entirely who their master is. With a dismissive wave, Tongtian displayed an air of indifference, suggesting that he would have no qualms about Hongzhe assuming the role of leader. Do you truly believe I would be perturbed by such trivial matters? He retorted. Following this, Tongtian harnessed his saintly powers to amplify his voice throughout the vast expanse of the Honghuang. I am Tongtian, the saint of the upper clear, and I hereby entrust the Jie sect to Hongzhe for stewardship. Hongzhe's words are my own, and his intentions reflect my will. Should anyone dare to wrong my disciple Hongzhe, I shall ensure their utter annihilation. With this proclamation, any further discourse Hongzhe might have entertained became redundant. Observing Hongzhe's despondency, akin to a frostbitten eggplant, a triumphant smile crept across Tongtian's face. This scene did not escape the watchful gaze of Nuwa, who found herself taken aback. She pondered whether Tongtian had succumbed to madness. Even if Hongzhe's performance today was commendable, did it warrant the complete subjugation of the Jie sect to him? Simultaneously, She could not help but feel that Tongtian displayed an utter lack of shame, calculating against his own disciple without restraint. Thus, Nua's heart was torn, uncertain whether Tongtian's actions were a wise decision or merely a spur-of-the-moment whim. However, recalling the foresight with which he had appointed Honghuang as the Jie Sect's elder brother, she began to reconsider, no longer viewing his actions as impulsive. Ultimately, regardless of Tongtian's motivations, it was fortuitous for Nua, for ensuring that her elder brother was not imprisoned within the Fire Cloud Cave was the crux of the matter. Now that Honghuang could mobilize the entire strength of the Jie Sect, he indeed represented a formidable ally. Thus, Nua addressed Tongtian, "Brother Tongtian, might you find the time to visit my humble Honghuang palace?" Tongtian had only ventured to Nua's Honghuang palace twice. First, to congratulate her on her sanctification, and second, during the War of the Witch and Demon, when he, alongside several other saints, had cornered Nua within her palace. Hearing her invitation now stirred a sense of suspicion within him. Reflecting on how Honghuang had invoked her name while channeling the fortunes of humanity, an unusual feeling arose within him. He nodded and replied, "Since my sister extends an invitation, I shall not decline. Today, I shall take you to experience the grandeur of your esteemed master Nua's Honghuang palace." At this moment, Honghuang gazed at Tongtian with eyes filled with disdain, pondering when his master had become so unscrupulous. Could it be that he was influenced by his own actions? Chapter 67. Preparations for the demolition of the Bo Palace. It was Honghuang's first visit to the palace of Nua, and the scenery here stood in stark contrast to that of Bo Palace. Bo Palace, in essence, resembled a grand cavern, spacious yet unremarkable, with its stone walls adorned with spiritual roots and celestial herbs. Beyond that, there was little of note. Perhaps the most remarkable aspect was the presence of a sage within its depths. However, the palace of Nua was an entirely different spectacle, truly deserving of the description resplendent. The interior of the grand hall was intricately decorated with dragons and phoenixes, reminiscent of ancient imperial palaces. Unable to contain himself, Honghuang turned to Tongtian and remarked, "Master, behold the grandeur of the Mother Goddess's palace. This is truly the essence of a sage's domain. Why not, upon our return to Golden Island, dismantle your Bo Palace and construct a magnificent palace of our own?" Tongtian shot a fierce glare at Honghuang, choosing not to respond to his words. Instead, he addressed the goddess seated at the main seat. "Sister Nua, having enjoyed the tea, is it not time we discussed matters of significance?" Nua placed her teacup down and directly spoke to Tongtian. "I wonder if Brother Tongtian remembers that fateful time when my elder brother Fushi perished during the calamity of the witches and demons, and you, along with several other sages, blocked the entrance to my palace?" The mention of this past by the goddess caused an unmistakable hint of embarrassment to flicker across Tongtian's face. Reluctantly, he replied, "Of course, I have not forgotten, brother. One can only blame Fushi for being caught in the calamity. My two fellow brothers and I, along with the two sages of the West, had no choice but to act thus." Tongtian's explanation was nearly indistinguishable from silence. In essence, it reflected his concern that Nua might aid the demon race. Should that occur, the balance between the witches and demons would be disrupted, leading to a mutual downfall. Nua understood this reasoning as well. Yet since Tongtian did not openly confront it, she felt no need to dwell on the matter. After all, the past was behind them. And even if they dredged up old grievances, it could not alter the facts that had transpired. Nua's purpose in bringing up this matter was singular, to segue into her subsequent discourse. Nodding thoughtfully, she continued, "Brother Tongtian, regardless of the reasons, you have indeed committed this act, which signifies a debt of causality owed to me. As it happens, I require your assistance with a matter, and this serves as an opportunity to settle that debt. Would you be willing to oblige?" Tongtian could not help but think that this was likely her true intention. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing that suspicion and simply nodded in agreement, responding to Nua, "Senior brother, I indeed owe junior sister a karmic debt, and now that she wishes to resolve this matter, I am naturally elated. However, I must clarify beforehand that there are certain things I may not be able to accomplish, and I hope junior sister In will not impose unreasonable demands upon me." Inwan nodded in acknowledgement and then addressed the Tongtian master. "Tongtian, what do you perceive as the distinguishing features of this Taoist conference compared to previous ones?" The Tongtian master was taken aback by Inwa's unexpected pivot, inquiring about the Taoist conference. This left him somewhat perplexed, and he could only respond with a forced smile. "There's nothing particularly different. It's always the same. Yet I sense that both senior brother Laozi and senior brother Yuanshi seem to have conspired against you, Tongtian. Are you suggesting that this rivalry is merely a struggle for the title of Heavenly Emperor's master? I suspect the situation is far more intricate than that." Tongtian chuckled and shook his head. Has junior sister Inhua forgotten that our second senior brother is inherently proud and highly concerned with his reputation? In previous Taoist conferences, Hongzhe never participated, resulting in victories for the second senior brother's disciples. Now that Hongzhe is involved, his presence has led to repeated setbacks for the second senior brother's faction, inevitably affecting his pride. Thus, our eldest senior brother has chosen to assist him. Tongtian's explanation seemed sound, yet Inhua shook her head in disagreement. Perhaps we do not grasp the full depth of this matter. Rather, it is Hongzhe, being directly involved, who possesses greater insight. Since both Hongzhe and you, Tongtian, have arrived at Inhua Palace, let us hear Hongzhe's analysis. Tongtian naturally did not decline and turned his gaze towards Hongzhe. At that moment, Tongtian was filled with exasperation, for Hongzhe was engrossed in sketching with paper and pen. A detailed blueprint had begun to take shape in Hongzhe's hands, and it appeared that he was nearing completion. Fuming, Tongtian bellowed, "What are you doing? Are you truly planning to dismantle my Bo Palace?" Hongzhe did not even lift his head, continuing to refine his drawing. As he completed the final stroke, he presented the blueprint to Tongtian. "Master, look. If Bo Palace were constructed in this manner, it would undoubtedly be the most impressive sanctuary among all the saints. When the new Bo Palace is finished, you could host a grand banquet for our two esteemed uncles and the Holy Mother, as well as the two saints from the West. They would surely envy you, and in no time, you would become the most illustrious among the saints." Observing Hongzhe's whimsical musings, Inhua had already discerned his reluctance to discuss the matter at hand. Nevertheless, she was not inclined to let Hongzhe off the hook and directly addressed him. "Hongzhe, I have a few inquiries to make, and you need only respond with a simple yes or no." A sense of foreboding surged within Hongzhe, as it seemed that today, some matters could not remain unspoken. Reluctantly, he tucked the blueprints into his bosom and addressed the goddess Nuwa, stating, "Feel free to ask any questions you may have, for I shall speak candidly." Nuwa nodded, inquiring about the extent of his mastery over the art of divination, asking if he had ever delved into the river of destiny. Hongzhe affirmed with a nod. "For tens of thousands of years, your cultivation has stagnated, yet you have been cursed by the heavenly path due to your exploration of the river of destiny?" He nodded once more. Just as Nuwa was poised to pose another question, the Taoist leader Tongtian interjected with a smile. "Sister Nuwa, the two questions you just raised seem rather disconnected from the discourse of the three teachings of the Xianmen." In truth, Tongtian was acutely aware that Hongzhe was deliberately avoiding the topic. However, under Nuwa's pressing gaze, Hongzhe found himself cornered, with no means to evade the conversation. This realization left Tongtian with a twinge of regret for having brought Hongzhe to the palace of Nuwa. Hence, he interrupted Nuwa, determined to assist Hongzhe to the best of his ability. Chapter 68. Seizing the opportunity regrettably for Tongtian, Nuwa remained undeterred and continued her inquiries. "At today's conference of the three teachings, did your master uncle and second master uncle intentionally target your teacher?" Hongzhe could only continue to nod in affirmation. "Is their purpose to prepare for the next calamity of heaven and earth?" He nodded again. "Do you possess knowledge of the key to the upcoming calamity?" Upon hearing this, even Tongtian exhibited signs of unease, his gaze fixated on Hongzhe with a glimmer of yearning, hoping for another nod in response. For even sages, unable to manipulate the laws of heaven, could not glimpse into the river of destiny. Thus, the insights a sage could glean pertained only to events spanning the coming millennia. Should the matter involve the next calamity, even a sage would hesitate to venture such predictions, lest they provoke the backlash of the heavenly path. Ultimately, Hongzhe did not disappoint Tongtian, affirming with yet another nod. This revelation elicited joy within Nuwa, who thought to herself, "Ah, this clever rascal, ultimately succumbing before me." She then addressed Tongtian, saying, "Brother Tongtian, this is not our first encounter with Hongzhe. 12 years ago, in the Huashu tribe, I had previously met him. At that time, he was orchestrating matters involving the Wudong Holy Mother, attempting to draw near to Huashu. Having caught him in the act, he divulged certain truths regarding the river of destiny and the forthcoming calamity. Otherwise, I would not be questioning him today." Tongtian nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze shifting back to Hongzhe, tinged with a hint of reproach. Hongzhe had long anticipated this outcome. He knew that in due time, Tongtian would undoubtedly seek an explanation from him for not forewarning him. Thus, as Nuwa posed her question, Hongzhe had already devised a countermeasure. With a face full of grievance, he spoke to Tongtian, saying, "Master, please do not regard me with such a gaze. I too bear my own unspeakable burdens." Tongtian replied, "Regardless of your tribulations, I must know everything you are aware of." Sighing deeply, Hongzhe resumed his grandiloquent discourse. He recounted the time when his master had just accepted him as a disciple. During a moment of meditation, inexplicably, he touched upon the pinnacle of divination, even glimpsing the river of fate. Regrettably, he failed to comprehend the extent of his capabilities and foolishly attempted to alter the course of destiny. Consequently, he fell victim to the curse of the heavenly path. This had resulted in his cultivation stagnating at the celestial immortal realm for countless millennia, preventing him from ascending to the true immortal stage. Perhaps out of pity for him, the heavenly path finally granted him an opportunity, promising to elevate his cultivation to the true immortal realm. This chance lay in revealing to the Holy Mother the fate of the human emperor reincarnated from the demon clan's great sage Fushi after attaining enlightenment. It also involved disclosing to her why she had been gradually forgotten by humanity, leading to the eventual extinction of the remaining human fortune. Upon hearing Hongza's narrative, Nuwa furrowed her brow. So, it appears our encounter at the Huashu tribe was not mere chance, but rather you were deliberately waiting for me? Hongza nodded, explaining that this was why he had initially confided in the Holy Mother rather than his master. Tongtian's discontent dissipated upon hearing this, and he remarked, "No wonder I often felt lost when attempting to divine matters concerning you. It turns out your fate is shrouded in the curse of the heavenly path, which elucidates why even the sages cannot fully comprehend you." However, Nuwa harbored a different thought. She vividly recalled Hongza's assertion that Tongtian would not believe his words, as he could not fathom his brothers betraying him. Now, Hongza had presented an altered narrative in front of Tongtian, prompting Nuwa to suspect that hidden truths remained. Either Hongza was spinning fanciful tales, or there were matters Tongtian was not meant to know. Thus, Nuwa began to subtly probe, directly questioning Hongza. "According to the heavenly path's design, you revealed the fates of my brother and me, enabling your ascent to the true immortal realm. Yet, on the heavenly ladder of my senior brother, your cultivation has seen successive breakthroughs. Had I not intervened, you would likely have already attained the status of a quasi-saint by now, wouldn't you? What, then, have you fulfilled in the decree of the heavenly Tao to experience such profound ascension?" In his heart, Hongzhe mused, "Oh, Nuwa, how cruel you are. Each word feels like a dagger piercing my heart." Fortunately, he had already prepared a response and calmly began to speak. This time, Hongzhe had forged an agreement with the heavenly Tao to accomplish what he had failed to achieve in the past, altering the currents of fate. Simultaneously, he sensed that the one who had cast the curse upon him might not be the original heavenly Tao of the primordial era. Indeed, he suspected that this entity surpassed even the might of the primordial heavenly Tao. Otherwise, if it existed within the river of fate, the primordial heavenly Tao could not be oblivious to its presence, nor could it allow its continued existence. Did this other heavenly Tao reveal itself to you in the river of fate? Hongzhe shook his head. Not at all. It merely claimed to be the Tao, never asserting itself as the heavenly Tao, nor denying its identity as the primordial heavenly Tao. His suspicion arose from the tasks assigned to him, which seemed trivial for the primordial heavenly Tao, hardly requiring his involvement. Instantly, the expressions of the Lord of the Celestial Gate and Lady Nuwa turned grave, and in unison, they instructed Hongzhe that this matter must not be mentioned to anyone else under any circumstance. This was precisely the outcome Hongzhe desired. He aimed to convey to the Lord of the Celestial Gate and Lady Nuwa that he spoke of the great Tao, not the heavenly Tao. Only in this manner could he prevent them from probing further into his words. Indeed, Hongzhe's objective was achieved, for the Lord of the Celestial Gate and Lady Nuwa ceased their inquiries. Yet, Hongzhe was not inclined to remain silent. He sought to seize this opportunity to impart some understanding to the Lord of the Celestial Gate. "Master, Holy Mother, rest assured, I shall not disclose this matter to anyone outside of you two. However, since we have broached the subject, allow me to speak of the impending calamity." Although he had only glimpsed the outcome, not the entirety of the events, he understood that the Jie Sect would meet its complete destruction in the next great tribulation. The entire sect, comprising tens of thousands, would be reduced to but one remaining disciple, Sister Wu Dang. The others would either perish or flee, with some even reduced to mere mounts for others. The architects of this calamity were none other than the Great Master and Second Master, who conspired with the two saints of the West to deceive both the Master and the Holy Mother. Under ordinary circumstances, Hongzhe's words might have been met with skepticism from the Lord of the Celestial Gate, but now there was no room for disbelief. With a serious demeanor, the Lord of the Celestial Gate addressed Hongzhe. "Can you truly alter the currents of fate? For the sake of humanity, for my master, and for the numerous brethren of the Jie Sect, do I truly possess a choice?" Hongzhe's retort elicited a mixture of joy and an inexplicable sense of foreboding within the Lord of the Celestial Gate. "With unwavering ambition, I shall wholeheartedly support you. Upon our return to the Golden Tortoise Island and the Azure Palace, I will appoint you as the deputy leader of the. The moment Hongzhe heard that the Lord Tongtian intended to bestow upon him such a significant role, his expression shifted dramatically. Master, you cannot do this. You are a revered sage. How can you place everything upon your disciples' shoulders? Are you not afraid that a single misstep on my part might lead to eternal regret and the downfall of the entire? The Lord Tongtian chuckled and shook his head. If it is destined that the must face this calamity, do you believe I can alter the arrangements of the heavens? Do not forget, you alone possess the ability to glimpse the river of fate and bear the responsibility of altering its course. Thus, you are the hope of the. This matter is settled. Proceed boldly, for in critical moments, I shall be your unwavering support. Just as Hongzhe was about to speak, the goddess Nuwa interjected. I find Tongtian's approach commendable, and I assure you that I will also lend my assistance when the time is crucial. Witnessing the consensus between the Lord Tongtian and the goddess Nuwa, Hongzhe's expression revealed a hint of resignation. Master, Holy Mother, it seems you have overlooked a crucial point. A tree that stands out in the forest will inevitably be felled by the wind. Therefore, you should strive to protect me and allow me to remain in the shadows. Upon hearing this, the Lord Tongtian nodded in agreement. Indeed, you make a valid point. Very well, you shall temporarily manage and we shall discuss the matter of the deputy leader later. With the Lord Tongtian abandoning the notion of appointing him as deputy leader, Hongzhe exhaled a sigh of relief. Subsequently, the three engaged in prolonged discussions within the Nuwa Palace, after which the Lord Tongtian departed with Hongzhe. Observing their retreating figures, Nuwa sighed softly. One can only blame me for attaining enlightenment through virtue, being the weakest among the 6 saints. Otherwise, I would not be subjected to such treatment. After leaving the Nuwa Palace, Hongzhe did not accompany the Lord Tongtian back to the Golden Tortoise Island and the Azure Palace. Instead, he headed directly towards the Guishu tribe. This back-and-forth journey consumed a decade, and now Fushi was no longer the infant in swaddling clothes, but rather a young man who had studied under the Wudong Holy Mother for 10 years. Meanwhile, Jinling Holy Mother, Guiling Holy Mother, and the 3 Shaos also remained within the Guishu tribe. Jinling Holy Mother had learned traditional characters under the tutelage of Wudong Holy Mother and had thoroughly grasped the 3 strategies and 6 principles, beginning to instruct Fushi in the art of warfare to prepare for the future unification of humanity. Thus, upon Hongzhe's arrival at the Guishu tribe, he was greeted by a scene of flourishing vitality. Under Guishu's guidance, the tribe members had successfully cultivated the seeds left by Hongzhe over several generations. Now, even if the Guishu tribe members refrained from hunting, they could sustain themselves through these seeds. This signified that, due to Hongzhe's influence, the fate of humanity had indeed begun to shift. However, to the way of heaven, these are merely insignificant forces, and thus it will not intervene. One day, Fushi had just returned from studying with the Mother of No Constraints when he encountered a man clad in a Taoist robe. Noticing the stranger's unfamiliarity, Fushi approached to inquire about his origins and purpose in the Guishu tribe. The man was none other than Hongzhe, who had just returned from the palace of Nuwa. Recognizing Fushi at once, Hongzhe smiled and spoke. You must be Fushi. I am Hongzhe from here to visit you in the Guishu tribe. Upon learning the visitor was Hongzhe, Fushi immediately intended to pay his respects, for he had heard his master speak of a highly esteemed elder. Now that he was finally meeting him in person, how could Fushi not feel exhilaration and offer a grand salute? Yet, Hongzhe would not accept such reverence, for Fushi was destined to be the future emperor. Apart from his guiding master, even saints would hesitate to receive such honors. This was also the reason why the saints had gone to great lengths to confine him within the fire cloud cave. Hongzhe swiftly sidestepped and extended a hand to assist Fushi to his feet, saying, "There is no need for such formalities. Instead, tell me about what you have learned during this time." Subsequently, Hongzhe led Fushi to a remote mountain not far from the Guishu tribe. They found a flat boulder and sat directly upon it. Following this, Hongzhe began to question Fushi, who responded with remarkable fluency, leaving Hongzhe exceedingly satisfied. He thought to himself, truly, he is the destined emperor. His wisdom is indeed unparalleled. Observing Fushi's accomplishments, Hongzhe directly inquired, "You have made some progress in your studies, so I shall ask you several questions regarding the development of the human race. What do you believe are the key difficulties faced by humanity at present, and how should they be resolved?" Hongzhe understood the futility of mere theoretical discussion better than anyone, and he would not allow Fushi to be a mere bookworm incapable of practical application. Fushi did not disappoint him and promptly replied, "In response to your esteemed elder, I believe that humanity is scattered across the vast wilderness, existing in tribes. While daily life may proceed smoothly, in times of natural disaster, it becomes exceedingly difficult for them to ensure their own survival. Unfortunately, humanity lacks the skill of divination and is unable to foresee the onset of calamities. Moreover, tribes often engage in conflicts over territory and resources, leading to incessant internal strife. Therefore, for humanity to develop swiftly, it is imperative to address both the threats posed by natural disasters and the ongoing internal discord. Hongzhe nodded thoughtfully and asked, "What strategies do you propose to tackle these challenges?" Fushi sighed and replied, "I have learned the art of divination from my master, which enables me to predict the arrival of natural disasters. However, this art of divination necessitates a certain level of cultivation, and the degree of that cultivation plays a crucial role in the outcomes of the divination. As it stands, promoting this practice among the human race remains utterly unfeasible. Regarding the resolution of internal strife between tribes, it is imperative to foster agreements among them, to establish a non-aggression pact. The foremost prerequisite is to ensure they possess sufficient provisions. Yet, in this era, each tribe is grappling with a meager existence, making abundant food a distant possibility. Particularly in winter, the trials faced by the human race become even more formidable. In extreme circumstances, elders may collectively choose to fast, conserving food for the younger generation. Chapter 70. Fushi receives the river diagram and Luo book. Upon hearing Fushi's words, Hongzhe felt no shock, for all of this was already within his understanding. Even in the primal world, humanity resides in a rudimentary society, where sustenance and natural calamities are their greatest adversaries. Thus, when Hongzhe posed such a question to Fushi, it was with the intent to assist him in finding a solution. However, Hongzhe could not directly instruct Fushi to construct cities to shield against wild beasts, nor could he explicitly suggest that Fushi utilize the river diagram and Luo book to comprehend the 8 trigrams of Fushi and propagate the art of divination among humanity. Nevertheless, Hongzhe could subtly convey his message, trusting that Fushi's intelligence would grasp the underlying meaning. Standing before Fushi, Hongzhe spoke. "Have you ever contemplated establishing a set of rules for the human race? For without rules, order cannot prevail. With regulations in place, a standard emerges, guiding humanity's development and preventing numerous issues from arising. However, to set these rules, you must be the supreme sovereign of humanity. Your words must be executed without question. Thus, your current task is to strengthen the Huashu tribe, for only through its empowerment will neighboring tribes seek allegiance. As more tribes come to unite under Huashu, it shall transform into a larger entity, thereby mitigating internal conflicts among tribes. Should the day come when you encompass all humanity under your dominion, internal strife shall cease to exist entirely. As for your belief that the art of divination cannot be passed down, I beg to differ. Have you observed that prior to natural disasters, the creatures of the mountains possess an uncanny ability to sense impending danger long before humans do, evading peril? They are neither proficient in magic nor do they possess any cultivation. How then do they decipher the signs of catastrophe? This indicates that prior to calamities, many manifestations arise. If you can identify these signs, it is entirely possible to guide humanity in evading disaster." After speaking, Hongzhe directly took Fushi into the sky. Standing in midair, gazing down upon the majestic mountains and landscapes, Fushi felt a profound clarity. At the same time, numerous shapes began to form in his mind, fragments of the Fushi Bagua. Regrettably, no matter how hard Fushi tried, he could not merge these scattered pieces. Hongzhe understood that without the assistance of the river diagram and Luo book, Fushi could never hope to create the Fushi Bagua. Even so, Hongzhe chose not to present the river diagram and Luo book directly, instead standing quietly beside Fushi, waiting. From day to night, as the clarity of the landscape faded, the vast expanse of stars emerged. Fushi was soon captivated by the celestial display, and once again, countless fragments appeared. As the fragments multiplied, Fushi's countenance grew increasingly solemn, which brought a satisfying nod from Hongzhe. Thus, Hongzhe and Fushi lingered in the sky for a full 49 days. On this day, Fushi finally experienced an epiphany and began to sketch in the void before him. The most fundamental shape of the Fushi Bagua gradually materialized with his drawing. Alas, this was merely the most basic form, and the complete Fushi Bagua was still light years away. Realizing the time had come to present the river diagram and Luo book, Hongzhe waved his hand, summoning the sacred texts into his grasp. "Here lies the river diagram and Luo book, which shall aid you in completing the Fushi Bagua. Today, I bestow them upon you, hoping you will bring prosperity to humanity." Gratefully, Fushi accepted the river diagram and Luo book, not forgetting to bow in gratitude to Hongzhe. However, he soon discovered that Hongzhe had vanished without a trace, leaving his gesture unacknowledged. Ultimately, Fushi could only bow in the direction of Jinling Island and the Bio Palace, declaring, as a disciple of the 3 generations of the I shall not disappoint my esteemed master. With that, Fushi seated himself upon the clouds, one hand cradling the river diagram and the other the Luo book, and commenced his contemplation. After 3 years of profound study, Fushi finally comprehended the river diagram and Luo book, completing the Fushi Bagua. With a beaming smile, he tucked away the sacred texts and descended from the clouds, returning to the Huashu tribe. After presenting the river diagram and Luo book to Fushi, Hongzhe did not depart the Huashu tribe immediately, but instead sought out the Wudong Holy Mother and others. He also entrusted another gift, prepared for Fushi, to the Wudong Holy Mother, instructing her to present it to Fushi once he grasped the Fushi Bagua. Now that the Wudong Holy Mother saw that Fushi had indeed mastered the Fushi Bagua, she knew it was time to deliver the gift left by Hongzhe. She promptly retrieved a wooden box and addressed Fushi, saying, "Your esteemed master has instructed that when you achieve understanding of the Fushi Bagua, I should present this wooden box to you. When you behold the contents of the wooden box, a sense of familiarity will undoubtedly wash over you, evoking memories that have long faded from your consciousness." With that, he directly handed the wooden box to Fushi, leaving the latter visibly perplexed. This only deepened the air of mystery surrounding his venerable master. Fushi, trembling, received the wooden box from the hands of the sacred mother. As the box was gradually opened, a cascade of radiant, multicolored light burst forth. It wasn't until Fushi reached into the box that the vibrant glow began to recede. At that moment, it became clear that the object within was none other than the Fushi Qin. Upon touching the Fushi Qin, an electric charge surged through Fushi's entire being, momentarily rendering him motionless, his eyes slowly closing. Thus, Fushi stood in place for a full 49 days before finally opening his eyes. He then removed the Fushi Qin from the box, placed it upon the table, and began to play. The sound of the Fushi Qin resonated not merely as an enchanting melody, but it stirred the hearts of many. Notably, the 6 sages simultaneously opened their eyes, turning their gaze towards the Huashu tribe. Laozi, with an expressionless visage, spoke, "How can this be? Fushi has recovered memories of his past life? The primordial celestial. I did not anticipate that Sister In Hua had such a contingency, sealing Fushi's past life memories within the Fushi Qin." The 2 Western saints wore enigmatic smiles, with the Taoist Cunning exclaiming, "Brother, it seems the 3 teachings of the profound gate will become even more lively this time. We may reap the benefits. Perhaps we can also claim a share of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors." In contrast to these 4, the Lord of Heaven displayed a look of contentment, while the Mother In Hua shed a single crystalline tear. Chapter 71. The artifact suppressing the fortune of the great teachings. As the melody concluded, the 10-year-old Fushi sighed, with an unexpected air of maturity. He then waved his hand over the Fushi Qin, drawing it into his sea of consciousness. He bowed towards the direction of Jinling Island's Bio Palace. Speaking thus, "Fushi understands the good intentions of my esteemed master. From this day forth, I, Fushi of the human race, shall lead humanity to become the sovereign of this primordial world." This declaration signified his unwavering allegiance, even with the recollection of his past life. He remained Fushi of the human race, not a great saint of the demon clan. With the restoration of his past life memories, his path of cultivation would surely flourish, and the Sacred Mother had little left to impart. Despite Fushi's earnest entreaties, the Sacred Mother and her companions ultimately chose to return to Jinling Island's Bio Palace, accompanying Fushi's mother, Huashu, to the palace as well. What followed was the gradual rise of humanity under Fushi's leadership. However, these matters no longer require Hongzhe's concern. At this moment, he is scrutinizing the Bio Palace. The Tongtian sits upon his cloud bed, eyes tightly closed, seemingly in a state of profound enlightenment. Yet, this is merely a facade. He is acutely aware of every movement made by Hongzhe, observing Hongzhe as he wields pen and paper, meticulously documenting his surroundings. The Tongtian's anxiety deepens, fearing that Hongzhe might indeed dismantle his cherished Bio Palace. Alas, as fate would have it, after Hongzhe completed his circuit of the palace, he finally spoke aloud. "Though the Enhua's temple is grand, it lacks the requisite prestige," Hongzhe mused. "I shall construct this Bio Palace into 9 tiers, akin to the heavens above. The 9th tier shall be reserved for my esteemed master, while the 8th tier serves as a treasury for his treasures, and the 7th shall host his teachings." Listening to Hongzhe's elaborate plans for the 9-tiered Bio Palace, the Tongtian felt a flicker of longing, realizing that this envisioned palace might surpass his current dwelling within the cave. However, he could not permit Hongzhe to act recklessly. For the Bio Palace serves another vital purpose. It is meant to suppress the fortunes of the Jie Sect. Unlike the Rinjiao and Chanjiao, which possessed the Tai Chi diagram and Panga banner to secure their fortunes, even the Western sects boast advantages, such as the 12-petal lotus of merit. In contrast, The Jie Sect only wields the 4 swords of extermination, which, while capable of vanquishing foes, lack the true power to stabilize fortunes. Thus, the Tongtian diligently gathered disciples, hoping to harness the collective might of the myriad immortals to bolster the Jie Sect's fortunes. The Bo Palace stands as the linchpin in this endeavor, and the Tongtian could not allow Hongzhe to dismantle it. He felt an urgency to intervene. If he did not act swiftly, it might soon be too late. As Hongzhe had already begun to step outside, murmuring to himself. With the blueprints in hand, all that remained was for the Jie Sect's members to contribute rare materials, and construction could commence. Unable to maintain his pretense any longer, the Tongtian opened his eyes and spoke. Hongzhe, why must you dismantle my Bo Palace? Are you not aware of its unique significance? Upon hearing the Tongtian's voice, a smile crept across Hongzhe's lips, realizing that the master could no longer feign ignorance. He turned to the Tongtian, bowing respectfully, and replied, Master, your awakening is most timely. Had you delayed a few more nights, I would have been compelled to proceed with the demolition. The Tongtian furrowed his brow. I am inquiring about the unique significance of the Bo Palace. Do you truly understand its importance? Hongzhe nodded. Gathering the celestial fortunes of the myriad immortals of the Jie Sect to compensate for the lack of a suppressive artifact for the sect's fortunes. Since you are aware of this, do you not fear that attempting to encroach upon the Baiyao Palace may result in the depletion of the Jie Sect's fortunes, ultimately leading to its demise? Hongzhe had awaited this very inquiry from the Tongtian Patriarch. Upon hearing it, he approached the Patriarch and asked, Has Master considered that relying solely on the gathering of fortunes through the myriad immortals of the Jie Sect is but a fleeting solution? Human hearts are capricious. Once they waver, they cease to provide fortune to the Jie Sect. This is the more favorable scenario, should any disciple of the Jie Sect commit heinous acts. It would further draw upon the sect's fortunes to atone. Thus, the method employed by Master to suppress fortunes through the myriad immortals is merely a temporary quenching of thirst with poison. This may indeed be the seed of destruction sown for the Jie Sect, compelling the disciple to dismantle it. The Tongtian Patriarch, well aware of the validity of Hongzhe's assertions, would not have risen to the status of sage otherwise. He sighed and replied, How could I not understand the truths you speak? Yet, I have a question. Without the myriad immortals of the Jie Sect, from whence would the sect's fortunes derive? It is quite simple, Master, Hongzhe responded. You should seek an artifact capable of suppressing fortunes that would remedy this deficiency. Why rely on the most unstable of hearts to consolidate the fortunes of our sect? The Tongtian Patriarch smiled wryly, acknowledging the ease of the suggestion. How many artifacts in this world possess the ability to suppress fortunes? Aside from the Taiji diagram and the Panga banner, perhaps the finest is the Eastern Emperor bell in the possession of the Eastern Emperor Tai. Alas, that bell has transformed into the Chaos Bell, lost to the void. Following the fall of the Eastern Emperor, even if I were willing to settle for the 12th grade Lotus platform to suppress the fortunes of our Jie Sect, where might I find such a relic? The 12th grade Black Lotus of Annihilation vanished with the fall of the demonic ancestor, and the 12th grade White Lotus of Purity has already become the instrument of enlightenment for you and your 2 masters. The remaining 12th grade Golden Lotus of Virtue and 12th grade Red Lotus of Karmic Fire are held by the Taoist of Enlightenment and the Old Ancestor of the Underworld River, respectively. Therefore, the hope of finding an artifact to suppress the fortunes of the great sect is all but extinguished. Of course, should you discover the Chaos Bell or the fabled 12th grade Black Lotus of Annihilation, the matter would be entirely different. However, allow me to caution you. Under no circumstances should you covet the 12th grade Red Lotus of Karmic Fire belonging to the Old Ancestor of the Underworld River. Hongzhe shook his head in response to the Tongtian Patriarch. Master, you need not worry. I would never provoke the Old Ancestor of the Underworld River. However, I believe you may have overlooked something. The methods to suppress the fortunes of the great sect are not limited to those you mentioned. At the very least, I am aware of another artifact, one that will soon be capable of suppressing fortunes. It lies in the hands of the Holy Mother, the treasure of fate, the red embroidered ball, which gathers the destinies of all unions. Chapter 72. The legacy tasks of the great Dao System. Upon hearing Hongzhe mention that the red embroidered ball in the hands of Goddess Nuwa possesses the ability to suppress the fortune of the great teaching, Tongtian Jinling could not help but feel a sense of incredulity. He then addressed Hongzhe. Although that red embroidered ball is indeed a congenital spiritual treasure, it lacks the efficacy to suppress fortune. Otherwise, how could Sister Nuwa be unaware, allowing her own fortune to continuously diminish? Hongzhe replied with a smile, because the Holy Mother, like our master, knows only one aspect and not the other. She perceives the red embroidered ball merely as a congenital treasure, unaware that it is a treasure capable of advancement. By utilizing it to complete the 3 marriages of heaven, earth, and humanity, it could absorb sufficient essence of marital fortune. At that time, the Holy Mother may even utilize it to sever the third corpse upon achieving sanctification, while simultaneously acquiring a treasure of marital affinity. Upon hearing this, Tongtian furrowed his brows, pondering for a moment before nodding in agreement. Now that you mention it, I seem to recall that when Sister Nuwa employed the red embroidered ball to preside over the wedding of the Heavenly Emperor Dijuan and the Sisters of Xia, the ball indeed underwent a peculiar transformation. It appears this is what you refer to as the heavenly marriage. However, I wonder where the earthly and human marriages will be validated. I am not entirely certain, the disciple admitted, but I can vaguely sense that both the earthly and human marriages are related to the human race, and they present opportunities that must not be missed. If the Holy Mother were to miss them, the red embroidered ball would never again advance to become a treasure of marital affinity. Additionally, her cultivation will remain forever stagnant, and her fortune will gradually dissipate. Tongtian nodded. In that case, you must keep a vigilant eye on your Aunt Nuwa and ensure she does not miss this opportunity. Honghuang nodded in agreement, acknowledging the master's kind-heartedness, always considering others even in dire straits, unaware that his own situation was even more precarious. With Honghuang's words, Tongtian finally recalled that he too lacked a treasure capable of suppressing the fortune of the great teaching. He then asked Honghuang, "Are you suggesting that I possess a treasure that can advance?" Observing the eager expression on Tongtian's face, Honghuang decisively shook his head. A bucket of cold water was poured over Tongtian, extinguishing the fervor in his heart. He then retorted irritably, "After all this, it remains the same. What treasure can suppress the fortune of the? Is it supposed to leap forth on its own?" To Tongtian's surprise, Honghuang indeed nodded. He then reminded Tongtian, "If Master merely desires a 12th grade lotus platform to suppress the fortune of the, that would be exceedingly simple. For within the pond of my backyard garden lies a 12th grade pure world white lotus, which has already transcended the post-heaven into the pre-heaven phase. I estimate that in a few hundred years, it will bloom and bear fruit. However, I believe that the treasures employed by my great-uncle S. Renjiao and my second-uncle S. Chanjiao to suppress the fortune of the great teaching are all top-tier congenital treasures. If my master were to employ the 12th grade pure world white lotus to suppress the fortunes of my, it is likely that, in an unseen manner, he would concede to my two esteemed senior brothers. Thus, I believe that the only treasure worthy of stabilizing the fortunes of my, aside from the chaos bell, is without a second option." The Master of Heaven smiled wryly. He too understood that the chaos bell is indeed the optimal choice. Regrettably, when the Eastern Emperor Tai fell, I was unable to retrieve it from I. Moreover, over the course of these millennia, I have never ceased my search for it, but alas, I am still at a loss. Since you are resolute in dismantling my Azure Palace, then go ahead and make your attempts. If you can locate the chaos bell, that would be splendid. If not, we shall have to settle for less. I only hope that when the time comes, you do not hesitate to part with the 12th grade pure world white lotus. Honghuang understood that the Master of Heaven was correct. Some matters are fortuitous and cannot be forced. Thus, he nodded in agreement and spoke, "Master, do not worry. If I can stabilize the of the, I am willing to transform into a treasure. Therefore, do not think that I would shy away from a 12th grade lotus seat. However, I firmly believe that nothing is insurmountable for those with determination. I will surely find the chaos bell." The Master of Heaven smiled and nodded. "If that is the case, I shall await your return after you have rebuilt the Azure Palace." With that, the Master of Heaven vanished from the cloud bed. After leaving the Azure Palace, the Master of Heaven found himself at a loss as to where to go, for he certainly would not visit his two senior brothers. Ultimately, with no other options, he decided to disturb the goddess Nuwa and made his way to the palace of Nuwa. Upon learning that the Master of Heaven was homeless, the goddess Nuwa could not help but burst into a flower-like laughter. Subsequently, from the Master of Heaven, she learned of Honghuang's perspective on the red embroidery ball, which inevitably sparked her anticipation. Unfortunately, it remained merely anticipation, as she could do nothing herself. In fact, had Honghuang not mentioned it, she would have been unaware of her past involvement in the celestial marriage. However, at this moment, Honghuang was not concerned with where the Master of Heaven had wandered, but returned to his palace. He also instructed the water and fire boys to strike the fish drum above the Azure Palace, gathering the myriad immortals of the Azure Palace. Upon returning to his palace, Honghuang began calculating the heavenly materials and earthly treasures required for the reconstruction of the Azure Palace, pondering how much would be necessary. Ultimately, when he beheld the results of his calculations, he found it hard to believe his own eyes. He even contemplated whether to cut corners, for the expenditure was indeed vast. In the end, Honghuang abandoned the idea of economizing, for if one were to build, it must be the best. Once everything was prepared, He awaited the myriad immortals of the to arrive at the Golden Horn Island Azure Palace. At that moment, Hongzhe could not help but gaze at the very center of the blueprint. At the very heart of the place, there hung a grand clock. This was the location of the Chaos Clock. Unfortunately, the whereabouts of the Chaos Clock remain unknown to Hongzhe. However, it is evident that Hongzhe is neither aimlessly wandering nor an optimistic dreamer. The very proposal he has put forth, along with his intention to construct a new Bo palace around the Chaos Clock, indicates that he possesses certain clues. Ultimately, Hongzhe unfurled a scroll upon the table. This scroll was a depiction of the primordial universe, crafted by Hongzhe in accordance with the guidance of the great Dao System. It encompassed every inch of the vast lands of the primordial realm, including the hidden realms yet to be discovered. At that moment, Hongzhe's gaze fixed upon the Guishu, a place so perilous that even the sages dared not tread. Even Hongjun Dao was reluctant to step even a fraction into it. This illustrates the formidable dangers that lurk within Guishu. Thus, Hongzhe firmly believed that the Eastern Emperor clock resided within Guishu, concealing a monumental secret. Otherwise, the great Dao System would not have entrusted him with the task of exploring Guishu. Chapter 73. The Perilous Pilu Immortal. Upon arriving outside the Bo Palace, Hongzhe beheld throngs of disciples from the Jie Sect gathered there. Simultaneously, the disciples recognized Hongzhe and respectfully bowed, greeting him as the senior brother. Though Dao Daoist was reluctant at heart, he still performed a proper bow. He then addressed Hongzhe directly, "Senior brother, your sudden sounding of the fish drum atop Bo Palace. What is the purpose of this action? Is the master preparing to expound upon the great Dao? Or is there some significant announcement to be made?" The insinuation in Dao Daoist's words was clear. He questioned Hongzhe's authority to strike the fish drum at will. Hongzhe, fully aware of the underlying meaning in Dao Daoist's remarks, chose not to engage in a petty dispute. In fact, he had already resolved in his heart that one day he would expel Dao Daoist from the Jie Sect. After all, this future leader of the Buddhist sect was adept at sowing discord. Keeping him within the Jie Sect was a perpetual threat. However, the time was not yet ripe. It was essential to wait for the opportune moment to achieve the most effective outcome. Thus, with a smile, Hongzhe addressed Dao Daoist. "Indeed, there is a significant matter to announce today. Our master intends to reconstruct the Bo Palace. Presently, the Bo Palace is merely a cave and fails to embody the master's status as a sage. Therefore, our next task is to renovate it into a 9-story palace based on the existing structure. However, the materials required for this reconstruction are no small matter. Henceforth, I urge all fellow disciples to gather rare treasures from heaven and earth in preparation for the reconstruction of Bo Palace. As the saying goes, many hands make light work. With our tens of thousands of disciples from the Jie Sect, constructing a 99-story palace should pose no insurmountable challenge." As Hongzhe's words echoed, Pai Lucian was the first to leap forward, addressing Hongzhe directly. "Master brother, is the reconstruction of the Bo Palace the idea of our master? Or is it your own conception? Does it matter?" Hongzhe replied, his expression impassive. "Of course it matters, and the distinction is significant," Pai Lucian retorted. "Moreover, I believe our master would never make such an absurd decision. A sage is a paragon for all cultivators, even if seated upon a mere stone. That stone serves as the sage's sanctum. If a 9-story Bo Palace were truly to be erected, it would inevitably attract criticism from the cultivators of the world. Therefore, I can assert with certainty that this notion originates solely from you, Master Brother. Just as you transformed the original thatched hut into the current Hongzhe Dao Palace, it is driven by a desire for vanity. Even if you were to strip me of all my cultivation today, I, Pai Lucian, would still have to admonish you. Thus, I implore you to open the gates of the Bo Palace, so we may together pay our respects to our master." As soon as Pai Lucian finished speaking, the disciples following the Dao Daoist surged forth, launching a fervent verbal assault against Hongzhe, nearly branding him as a historical villain of the Jie Sect. Hongzhe had anticipated dissent regarding the reconstruction of the Bo Palace, yet he had not foreseen that Dao Daoist and his followers would seize this opportunity to strike. With a cold snort, he retorted, "Pai Lucian, your assertions are quite bold. I would like to inquire why you oppose the reconstruction of the Bo Palace. Are you perhaps concerned about providing precious materials?" With a disdainful expression, Pai Lucian replied, "If it were indeed our master's wish to rebuild the Bo Palace, I, Pai Lucian, would not utter a word of complaint, even if I were to serve as its foundation. However, if it is merely for your vanity, Master Brother, then I would not be willing to part with even a single stone." Nodding in acknowledgement, Hongzhe extended his hand, and the 4 swords of Zhuzhen materialized before him. The appearance of the swords astonished all the Jie Sect disciples, who wondered if the master had bestowed the 4 swords upon Hongzhi. Particularly, Dao Bao Daoist was filled with trepidation, fearing that it was indeed the Tongtian master who had granted the swords to Hongzhi. Alas, with the 4 swords present, even Dao Bao Daoist dared not utter a word. At that moment, Hongzhi spoke. Our master foresaw that there would be those with ulterior motives who would oppose this endeavor. Therefore, he entrusted the 4 swords of Zhuzhen to me, so that I, Hongzhi, might wield them against such nefarious individuals. At this revelation, Pai Lu Xian fell silent, fearing that any further words might lead to his demise at the hands of the 4 swords. Meanwhile, the Holy Mother of Wudong had also stepped forward, directly voicing her thoughts. Dear fellow disciples, I trust you have all heard the announcement made by our esteemed master regarding the 3 realms. Our master made it abundantly clear that the eldest senior brother shall oversee the teachings of our sect, and his words and actions embody the will of our master. To show disrespect towards the eldest senior brother is tantamount to disrespecting our master himself. Now, the audacious Pai Lu has openly confronted the eldest senior brother, attempting to thwart the reconstruction of the Bio Palace. His malicious intent is all too apparent. He aims to obstruct our sect's emergence in this prosperous era. When the label of the unyielding virgin was cast upon him, Pai Lu recoiled in fear, taking several steps back. Should this accusation be substantiated, his fate would undoubtedly be reduced to ashes. Even if Hongzhi refrains from intervening, the thousands of disciples from our sect would ensure his obliteration. Fortunately, at this moment, Daoist Duo Bao interjected, glaring at Pai Lu and declaring, Pai Lu, is it because the eldest senior brother rendered your cultivation powerless that you harbor such resentment towards him? If this is merely the case, then your pettiness is evident, and a simple reprimand should suffice. However, if, as junior sister Wu Dang suggests, you harbor ulterior motives against our sect, do not blame the eldest senior brother for taking decisive action. Daoist Duo Bao had unwittingly provided Pai Lu with a way out, and naturally, Pai Lu seized the opportunity. With a solemn expression, he asserted, nothing escapes the keen observation of Daoist Duo Bao. Indeed, my grievances stem from the eldest senior brother's actions, which stripped away my hard-earned cultivation. I ask you all, who among you could withstand such a blow without holding a grudge against him? Now that the matter is laid bare, do as you wish, eldest senior brother. I am not one to flinch in the face of death. Observing Pai Lu's fearless demeanor, Daoist Duo Bao felt a sense of relief wash over him and spoke to Hongzhi, eldest senior brother, while Pai Lu is at fault. His actions are not without cause. I implore you to show leniency. Chapter 74. Pai Lu's reluctance to acknowledge his faults. Hongzhi was not oblivious to Daoist Duo Bao's intentions. Witnessing their synchronized performance was quite the spectacle. However, instead of addressing Daoist Duo Bao, he approached Pai Lu directly and stated, do you harbor hatred towards me? Do you resent me for dismantling your cultivation? Without a hint of fear, Pai Lu nodded, well aware that having offended Hongzhi, the latter would not dare to bring about his demise. Such an act would tarnish Hongzhi's reputation, branding him as one who seeks personal vengeance and reflecting poorly on his stewardship of the sect. Yet, Pai Lu could not anticipate the chilling words that followed from Hongzhi, which sent a shiver down his spine. Slowly, Hongzhi turned away, and his expression darkened ominously. Pray tell, why have you rendered your cultivation null and void? Is it not a consequence of your own actions? And do you believe that merely because I have stripped you of your powers, you are entitled to clandestinely practice the teachings of the Western sect? These words from Hongzhi undoubtedly stirred a tempest, leaving thousands of disciples of the Jie Sect utterly astounded. Particularly, the Daoist Duo Bao found himself in a state of heightened anxiety. In stark contrast, the 3,000 disciples who had cultivated the Great Dream Sutra remained blissfully unaware of any impending crisis, as they had never realized that the upper clear dream they practiced was, in fact, the Great Dream Sutra of the Western sect. Even so, the glances cast towards the immortal Pai Lu were tinged with disbelief. At that moment, immortal Pai Lu, of course, was not one to submit quietly. He fixed a fierce gaze upon Hongzhi and declared, Hongzhi, as the senior disciple of the Jie Sect, your words must be substantiated with evidence. Otherwise, it will be deemed by your peers as mere retaliation. Furthermore, should you fail to provide me, Pai Lu, with a satisfactory explanation today, I shall pursue you to the ends of the earth, even at the cost of my own life. For a cultivator, reputation holds greater significance than life itself. It is not uncommon for practitioners to sacrifice their lives for the sake of honor. Thus, Pai Lu's fervor was entirely justified in the eyes of the onlookers. Yet, a disdainful smile crept onto Hongzhi's face. Even if one were to practice the teachings of another sect, one would at least seek to cultivate a superior method. But you have chosen a method so common within the Western sect. one that even an ordinary person could easily practice. Do you truly believe that the Great Dream Sutra could lead you to attain the Tao fruit of the Great Luo, or grant you an eternal golden body? The depth of Hongzhe's understanding of the Great Dream Sutra unsettled Pai Lu, though his visage remained impassive, his eyes locked in fury upon Hongzhe. These are but your fabrications, Hongzhe. Where's your proof? What evidence do you possess to substantiate your claim that I, Pai Lu, have practiced the Great Dream Sutra you speak of? When Pai Lu had received the Great Dream Sutra from the Taoist Zhuan, he had inquired whether his practice would be discovered by his peers or by the master of the celestial. The Taoist Zhuan had assured him that this was no ordinary Great Dream Sutra, but rather an innate method derived from the insights of his senior brother, the Taoist Jie, obtained during a dream. Unless someone could invade his dream, even a sage could not perceive it. Nevertheless, at this moment, Pai Lu's heart was fraught with unease. Perhaps this is what it means to be a thief with a guilty conscience. However, Hongzhe did not afford him the opportunity for introspection. Instead, he waved his hand through the void. A grand scroll of the Tao materialized before the assembly, gradually unfurling before their eyes. Hongzhe pointed to the ethereal scroll and addressed Pai Lu directly. Dare you enter the void scroll to prove your innocence? The venerable Pai Lu has witnessed the malevolent vehicle unleashed by Hongzhe, which ensnared the dragon-headed immortal. Since that day, the dragon-headed immortal has not re-emerged, leaving his fate shrouded in mystery. Now, the thought of stepping into Hongzhe's void scroll instills a sense of repulsion within him, to the point of fear. Yet, he cannot voice such trepidation. Pai Lu, with a cold scoff, remarked, "This void scroll is your treasure. It is entirely at your discretion. Should I, Pai Lu, enter the void scroll, I fear even my words would fail to clarify my situation." His arguments were reasoned and compelling, prompting nods of agreement from the disciples of the Jie Sect. Hongzhe, however, anticipated Pai Lu's myriad excuses to evade entering the void scroll. In truth, his intention in presenting the scroll was not to compel Pai Lu's entrance, for the scroll held no power to induce dreams. He boldly declared, "It seems you harbor guilt, which is why you hesitate to enter the void scroll. Yet today, I shall ensure you submit to the truth, lest you vanish without understanding where you faltered." With a decisive gesture, he shook the void scroll, and from within it emerged the figure of the dragon-headed immortal, previously ensnared by Hongzhe. Though trapped within the void scroll, Hongzhe did not restrict the dragon-headed immortal's freedom. Instead, he allowed him to cultivate within its confines. This fortuitous circumstance granted the dragon-headed immortal immense opportunities, elevating his cultivation to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Hongzhe had ventured into the void scroll on multiple occasions, engaging in extensive discussions with the dragon-headed immortal. Initially, the latter held a strong aversion to Hongzhe, perceiving him as an adversary. However, as the dragon-headed immortal's cultivation progressed, his resentment gradually faded, leading him to sit down with Hongzhe for heartfelt conversations. Through this, Hongzhe discerned the reasons behind the hostility of the 7 immortals in attendance. It was not due to disloyalty to the Jie Sect, but rather the machinations of those who incited discord from the shadows, specifically Pai Lu and the long-eared immortal. They sowed discord, claiming Hongzhe was unworthy of his position, thereby rallying others to oust him from his role as the eldest disciple, replacing him with the Taoist multi-treasure as the new leader of the Jie Sect. The dragon-headed immortal, along with the golden light immortal, the spirit tooth immortal, and the cloudy sky immortal, united in their dedication to the Jie Sect. They believed that Hongzhe's leadership, especially in his current capacity, would lead the sect to ruin. Hence, they chose to support Taoist multi-treasure, embarking on a path of opposition against Hongzhe. Subsequently, Hongzhe brought the golden light immortal into the void scroll to visit the dragon-headed immortal, who relayed the events of the 3 Teachings Conference in their entirety. This compelled the Qiushou immortal to fully submit to Hongzhe. However, he chose not to depart from the void scroll for the sake of more profound cultivation. Hongzhe learned that the Pai Lu immortal was practicing the Great Dream Sutra, an insight he had inadvertently gathered from Jinling Immortal and Qiushou Immortal. Otherwise, he would not have contemplated confronting Pai Lu immortal today, nor would he have even prepared to bring him to his demise. Chapter 75. Cleansing the sect. The sudden appearance of Qiushou Immortal instilled an ominous premonition in Taoist Duobao's heart. Yet, at that moment, what could he possibly do? He could only watch helplessly, hoping that his fears would not materialize. Meanwhile, Qiushou Immortal performed a half-masterly salute to Hongzhe and spoke. "I pay my respects to my elder brother. May I inquire what instructions you have in summoning me?" Hongzhe extended his hand to assist Qiushou Immortal to his feet, and then inquired, "From where did you learn the Shanqing Dream Realm?" Upon hearing Hongzhe mention the Shanqing Dream Realm, Qiushou Immortal immediately discerned Hongzhe's intentions. His gaze fell directly upon Pai Lu Immortal as he responded. "In reply to my elder brother, The Shangqing Dream Realm was acquired by Pai Lu Immortal from the West, originally named the Great Dream Sutra. It is a technique for cultivation within dreams, allowing practitioners to rapidly enhance their strength. On that fateful day, when you reduced Pai Lu Immortal's cultivation to the celestial immortal realm, it was indeed through the Great Dream Sutra that he elevated his level within a short period. This matter is known not only to me, but also to Jinling Immortal and the others, as they were present at the time. However, since we cultivate the Shangqing Immortal Scriptures, there was no necessity for us to practice the Great Dream Sutra, hence we did not truly engage in its cultivation. Hongzhe nodded, and then turned his gaze towards Jinling Immortal. Understanding that it was his moment to speak, Jinling Immortal directly affirmed, "Elder brother. Every word Qiu Immortal has uttered is true, and I, Jinling Immortal, can vouch for him." At this point, Pai Lu Immortal could no longer maintain his composure. Realizing that evasion was no longer a possibility, he braced himself for flight, for he was acutely aware of the fate awaiting him should he remain. Yet, Hongzhe would not grant him such an opportunity, his gaze immediately locking onto him. He then directly questioned, "Pai Lu Immortal, should you not provide me with an explanation now?" Pai Lu Immortal glanced at Hongzhe and replied, "And if so, what of it? Should I be blamed? Were it not for you having crippled my cultivation that day, why would I need to abandon my strengths to practice the Great Dream Sutra? What a villain who plays the victim. Why then did you rename the Great Dream Sutra as the Shangqing Dream Realm and pass it on to my disciples of the Jie Sect?" At this juncture, Pai Lu Immortal was no longer inclined to offer explanations. He discreetly produced a talisman. Once he shattered the talisman in his grasp, he could instantaneously tear through the void and escape from this land of turmoil, the Golden Island. Thus, emboldened by his secretive preparations, he tightened his grip on the talisman while laughing heartily at Hongzhe. "Hongzhe, listen closely. Sooner or later, I shall settle this karmic debt with you, Pai Lu Xian. Today, I shall not accompany you any longer." With that, he prepared to shatter the talisman and flee, but the next scene was beyond his wildest imagination. The long-eared Jinling Xian, standing behind him, unexpectedly launched an attack. The dual wheels of yin and yang pierced through Pai Lu Xian's body, shattering his very soul. Thus, Pai Lu Xian transformed into ashes, his expression one of unwillingness, never daring to envision such an end. At that moment, Jinling Xian spat disdainfully and remarked, "I have long suspected that Pai Lu Xian was secretly colluding with the Western teachings, but lacked evidence. Now that he has publicly admitted it, I, Jinling Xian, have every reason to cleanse the gates of my sect." Although Hongzhe understood that Jinling Xian was silencing him, he felt powerless to intervene. Furthermore, he had not prepared to take immediate action. He chose not to pursue the matter any further and spoke to Jinling Xian, "Junior brother Jinling. For your efforts in purging the sect, I shall inform our master. However, should there be a next time, I hope you will exercise more caution. After all, we were once fellow disciples. It is wise to leave a path of retreat." By uttering these words, Hongzhe effectively acknowledged Jinling Xian's actions that had left Pai Lu Xian in a state of despair, a course of action he had never intended to endorse. Although Jinling Xian recognized that Hongzhe was subtly setting him up, he nodded in agreement. After all, only with Pai Lu Xian's demise could he and Dao Daoren find peace of mind. Thus, Jinling Xian repeatedly nodded and assured Hongzhe, "Senior brother, your admonition is entirely justified. It was indeed my momentary fury that led me to act so decisively." Hongzhe nodded, choosing not to dwell on the matter further. He then spoke directly, "What transpired was merely a minor interlude, and I shall convey this to our master. As for the gathering of rare herbs and treasures, I must rely on all of you, my fellow disciples. I hope you will lend your strength to our sect." At that moment, no one dared to oppose Hongzhe, not even Dao Daoren, who chose to remain silent. Thus, the assembled crowd bowed to Hongzhe, assuring him that they would spare no effort in their search for rare treasures. Hongzhe nodded once more and continued, "You may hand over the collected treasures directly to junior brother Jinling. He will record your names, and when the 9-story Bayou Palace is completed, our master will erect a monument of merit outside the palace, listing your contributions." Hongzhe's approach was undoubtedly inspired by the teachings of the future Buddhist sects, and it was a tried-and-true method. It is likely that individuals in later generations would generously contribute, motivated by the desire for their names to be inscribed upon the monument of merit. Even the current practitioners of the primordial wilderness cannot escape the prevailing customs, especially when it comes to the merit monument outside the Azure Palace. Thus, the disciples of the were filled with excitement, eager to offer more rare treasures from heaven and earth to secure a more favorable position on the merit tablet. Consequently, many bid farewell to Hongzhe, some returning to their own caves to fetch precious materials, while others hastened to the famous mountains and rivers in search of resources. However, for Hongzhe, None of these matters piqued his interest, as he had an important task that only he could fulfill. After sending off the disciples, Hongzhe returned directly to his own Hongzhe Dao Palace. In the cave of the Treasure Taoist, the Treasure Taoist sat opposite the long-eared and bright light immortal. The Treasure Taoist sighed, realizing that they had been caught off guard by Hongzhe's unexpected capabilities. The long-eared and bright light immortal, however, shook his head and said, "There is no need for such despair, senior brother. I believe this may yet yield the best outcome." Upon hearing this, a look of confusion crossed the Treasure Taoist's face. "Are you not mistaken? The likes of the Golden Light Immortal and the Dragon-Headed Immortal have clearly severed ties with us. Even the venerable Pihu has become a discarded pawn. How could we possibly find any fortune in this? It seems likely that Hongzhe will turn his attention towards us." Chapter 76. The clash between the azure sky and the hen. The long-eared and bright light immortal shook his head once more, replying, "Senior brother, you seem to overlook one crucial detail. Does Hongzhe dare to act against you? You are not like the venerable Pihu. You are among the earliest disciples of our master, who holds a greater fondness for you than for Hongzhe. Unfortunately, Hongzhe possesses the fortune of the human race, which is why our master appointed him as the eldest disciple of the. He is all too aware of this. Hence he only dares to intimidate venerable Pihu while refraining from taking any real action against you." After the Tao conference of the three teachings of the Xinmen, the actions displayed by Hongzhe had already spread throughout the primordial wilderness. Although the Treasure Taoist and his companions did not attend the Huashu tribe, they learned of the events through their fellow disciples. This is why the long-eared and bright light immortal spoke thus, and the Treasure Taoist found merit in his words. He nodded in agreement, stating, "While that may be true, our strength has indeed been diminished by Hongzhe's actions." However, the Treasure Taoist was taken aback when the long-eared and bright light immortal shook his head again and directly stated, "Senior brother, you are mistaken. What Hongzhe has done today has not weakened your power, rather, it has augmented it. For at the Tao conference of the three teachings, he single-handedly turned the tide, captivating the attention of our master and the two esteemed uncles. This has inevitably caused a sense of wavering among the 3,000 disciples who once stood by your side. Much like Jing Guangxian and Ling Yaxian, they have gradually begun to distance themselves from Brother Duobao, and today they have explicitly declared their stance. However, due to the events of today, it seems that the 3,000 fellow disciples can no longer separate themselves from Brother Duobao. After all, they have all cultivated the supreme clarity dream, and their hearts are constantly laden with the fear of retribution from Hongzhe in the future. Thus, they must rely on Brother Duobao, and it is likely that they will soon seek him out." Following this analysis from Chang'er Ding Guangxian, the weight on Duobao Taoist's face finally lifted. At that moment, unexpectedly, Jin Guxian requested an audience outside the cave, eliciting a knowing smile from Chang'er Ding Guangxian. Returning to Hongzhe Dao Palace, Hongzhe reopened the vast map of the primordial realms. As he scrutinized the Guishu, Xiaobai entered with measured steps. "Master, the Golden Spirit Mistress and her companions have arrived." Upon hearing this, Hongzhe's immediate reaction was to rush out, fearing that he might be too late and find his vegetable garden ravaged by those mischievous little witches. However, to his surprise, this time they behaved quite properly and did not entertain any thoughts of raiding his garden. Moreover, standing outside the Hongzhe Dao Palace were not only the Golden Spirit Mistress and her companions, but also Ling Yaxian, Qiu Shouxian, Jing Guangxian, and Wu Yunxian. Individuals who seldom visited the palace now gathered alongside the Golden Spirit Mistress. Along with the Zhao Gongming siblings, a total of 11 individuals converged upon Hongzhe Dao Palace. An unprecedented occurrence that piqued Hongzhe's curiosity. He immediately inquired, "What brings all of you together, and why have you come to Brother's abode?" However, he cautioned, "Let me be frank, you would do well not to have any designs on my vegetable garden." Observing Hongzhe's somewhat petty demeanor, the Turtle Spirit Mistress could not suppress a smirk. She then replied earnestly, "Do you truly believe we are only here to feast? We have come to see the Master Brother for a serious matter to discuss." Upon hearing this, Hongzhe's face brightened with a smile. "That's splendid. As long as you're not here to take advantage of me, I welcome any matter at hand." Afterward, he gestured for everyone to enter the Hongzhe Dao Palace. Once inside, Hongzhe ensured that Xiaobai and Shaoxi served the guests fine tea. Yet, at that moment, he suddenly noticed that only 10 individuals remained before him. Upon closer inspection, he realized Bai Xiao was missing, which instilled within him an ominous premonition. Soon after, the sound of chaos erupted, and without needing to ask, Hongzhe understood that the girl must have gone to raid the chicken coop. He promptly made his way outside the palace, only to find he was still a step too late. In the present day, Bai Xiao finds herself in a predicament akin to that of the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit, pecked mercilessly by a few hens. Yet, unlike the Holy Mother, Bai Xiao maintains a perpetual smile upon her visage. Upon closer inspection, one observes that she clutches an egg in one hand, steadfastly refusing to relinquish it despite the hens fluttering chaotically around her. This sight leaves Hongzhe both amused and perplexed, unable to fathom why she would exert such effort to pilfer eggs from the henhouse. After all, if she desired them, he would have gladly provided her with a few. With a sigh of resignation, he inquires, Bai Xiao, what on earth are you doing? Even if your cravings have gotten the better of you, you could have simply asked your elder brother. Why resort to raiding the henhouse directly? Furthermore, you are now a dignified Deluo Golden Immortal. How could you allow a few chickens to render you so disheveled? As Hongzhe emerged, the hens immediately settled down. Yet their gazes towards Bai Xiao still bore a flicker of indignation. Bai Xiao chuckled and plucked a stray feather from her mouth, then replied, Elder brother, you are unaware of the prowess of these hens. Not only I, but even my brother Zhao Gongming would struggle to gain the upper hand against them. In recent times, Hongzhe had also discerned that these hens, along with his trusty donkey and the koi in the backyard pond, exhibited peculiar behavior. After all, he had ascended beyond the mere realm of a true immortal, now standing at the pinnacle of the Deluo Golden Immortal stage. Thus, upon hearing Bai Xiao's words, he redirected his gaze toward the hens, causing them to huddle together and feign sleep and fright. Fortunately, Hongzhe did not delve too deeply into this matter. Instead, he continued to question Bai Xiao, what is your purpose in stealing eggs? I distinctly recall having given you plenty. Is it not sufficient? Bai Xiao shook her head with a look of grievance. I am not after the eggs for consumption. I wish to incubate chicks. However, the eggs you gifted me are incapable of hatching. I suspect they have been stored for too long, which is why I sought to procure a couple of fresh ones from the henhouse. Who would have thought these creatures would make me look so foolish? Upon hearing Bai Xiao's intention to hatch chicks, Hongzhe could no longer contain his laughter and remarked, how can you expect to hatch chicks with only hens and no roosters? The eggs they lay cannot possibly yield chicks. Chapter 77. This trouble is no small matter. Bai Xiao was momentarily taken aback by Hongzhe's words, glancing at the egg in her hand. At that moment, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit and others emerged, bursting into laughter at the sight of Bai Xiao. Zhao Gongming approached his foolish sister and remarked, as the saying goes, without the sun, the shade cannot grow. Without the shade, life cannot flourish. The harmony of yin and yang is the genesis of all things. Do you not grasp this fundamental truth? Bai Xiao nodded, seemingly understanding yet still confused, and then turned to Hongzhe to respond. Master brother, how about you procure a few roosters for them tomorrow? Upon the utterance of Bai Xiao's words, the turtle spirit mother immediately stood up, wholeheartedly in agreement. Sister Bai Xiao is right. We need a rooster to keep these hens in check. Otherwise, their behavior is utterly unacceptable. Having also suffered under the tyranny of these hens, the turtle spirit mother empathized deeply with Bai Xiao. At that moment, Zhao Gongming shook his head and spoke. Do you believe that Master Brother's hens are no different from ordinary ones? You are gravely mistaken. These hens likely possess the bloodline of a phoenix. They may not just be a rare breed within this primordial realm, but truly exceptional beings. As Zhao Gongming finished speaking, Hongzhe's brow furrowed. He distinctly remembered how these hens and other creatures had come into his possession, not through a trek in the dense woods, but rather as a gift from the Dao System. This realization sparked a thought in Hongzhe, prompting him to stride directly towards the chicken coop. Channeling his immense Deluo Jin Xian aura to its fullest extent, he exerted pressure towards the hens. It is worth noting that these hens were utterly devoid of cultivation. Even those below the Golden Immortal level would likely be crushed under his formidable might. However, to Hongzhe's astonishment, these hens remained unscathed, merely lowering their heads in submission. In that moment, Hongzhe comprehended that these hens possessed extraordinary abilities. With a cold snort, he declared, I did not expect you to possess such cultivation. In that case, today I shall grant you the opportunity to transform and attain enlightenment. Should you miss this chance, you shall remain hens for all eternity, with no hope of transformation unless the sun rises in the west. With Hongzhe's words, the hens exchanged glances, realizing that their master was not merely threatening them. It appeared their fortunate days were finally at an end. They hastily decided to transform, lest they be doomed to remain in their current forms for eternity. Ultimately, the hens reached a consensus and took flight from the coop. Initially, they retained their hen-like appearances, but as they soared into the air, their forms began to change. Vibrant, multicolored plumage sprouted from their bodies, their wings grew robust, and even their tails adorned themselves with exquisite feathers. What once were mere old hens transcended into the embodiment of phoenixes. Following a brilliant flash of multicolored light, the 6 hens transformed into 6 ethereal fairies. Each fairy donned resplendent garments of colorful silk as they gracefully descended from the heavens. Upon reaching Hongzhe, the 6 fairies first performed a respectful bow before addressing him. "We pay our respects, Master. Our current cultivation is entirely due to your benevolence. Though today I have attained transformation and enlightenment, I wish to remain by my master's side forever, serving him." Hongzhe extended his hand to assist them in rising and spoke to the 6 celestial handmaidens. "I observe that your cultivation has all reached the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal realm, nearly on par with my own. How could I, in good conscience, allow you to serve as mere maids, thereby squandering your lives? When I have the opportunity to meet my master, I will implore him to accept you as disciples, allowing you to cultivate the teachings of the—" As soon as Hongzhe finished speaking, the 6 celestial maidens knelt once more, tears streaming down their faces as they proclaimed, "Master, we were born due to you, embarked on the path of cultivation because of you, and today, we have attained transformation and enlightenment through you. Everything we possess is a gift from you. How could we possibly leave your side?" Meanwhile, one of the celestial maidens had risen and approached the Golden Spirit Matriarch. "Golden Spirit Matriarch, you must persuade our master not to cast us away." The Golden Spirit Matriarch was momentarily taken aback, wondering when she had become their matriarch. In the next instant, she comprehended the implication of the celestial maiden's words, her face flushing with embarrassment. At that moment, the remaining 5 celestial maidens had also positioned themselves beside different individuals, uttering the same plea. To this, Zhao Gongming took a step back, discreetly signaling to Jin Guangxian and the others. Naturally, Jin Guangxian and the others understood the situation and cooperatively retreated to Zhao Gongming's side. Ling Yaxian softly remarked to Zhao Gongming, "Brother Gongming, it seems my senior sisters are all the beloved confidants of our eldest brother?" Beside them, Wu Yunxian shot a disdainful glare at Ling Yaxian and retorted, "Do you think anyone besides our eldest brother is worthy of our senior sisters?" Qiu Xian nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, apart from our eldest brother, I would not accept anyone else as my sister-in-law." At this moment, Hongzhe was too preoccupied to concern himself with Zhao Gongming and their conversation. He stood there awkwardly. Both the Golden Spirit Matriarch and the other matriarchs, including the 3 heavens goddesses, gazed at him with eager anticipation, waiting for his response to affirm their status as matriarchs. Just as Hongzhe was at a loss, a donkey in the stable brayed loudly. Seizing the moment, Hongzhe turned to the donkey and declared, "If I am not mistaken, you too must now be a great Luo Golden Immortal. Why have you not transformed yet?" Upon receiving Hongzhe's command, the donkey leapt into the air, its fur instantly morphing into scales. Even its previously bare head sprouted dragon horns. At this moment, observing that donkey, it was far from an ordinary beast. It was, in fact, a vivid embodiment of a Qilin. Subsequently, the donkey rolled in midair and transformed into a young man. He descended from the clouds and knelt before Hongzhe, exclaiming, "I pay my respects to my master." Although the donkey had now taken human form, it would forever remain the master's steed. In Chapter 78, titled "The Blessings of the Cheese Are Not Easily Enjoyed," whether regarding the 6 hens or this very donkey, the inaugural words upon their transformation were a steadfast refusal to alter their identity. This left Hongzhe feeling immensely helpless, yet at that moment, the donkey exchanged a knowing glance with the primordial wilderness. Hongzhe instantly understood and spoke, "Surely, those koi are no ordinary fish." With that, he turned and headed towards the backyard, paying no mind to the 6 eager junior sisters. Before long, the backyard erupted in golden radiance, and 5 golden dragons materialized in midair. It was evident that the 5 koi from Hongzhe's pond had now achieved their transformation. Soon, 5 men clad in golden armor strode forth from the backyard, bowing respectfully to the gathered company. One among them spoke, "Esteemed uncles, my master has departed from Jinling Island. Before leaving, he instructed us to host you well and not to treat you with any neglect." At this juncture, everyone present comprehended the situation. Hongzhe had seized the opportunity to make his escape. The 6 women, including the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, were incensed, stamping their feet in frustration, wishing they could chase after Hongzhe and bring him back. Unfortunately, even if they wished to pursue him, they had no knowledge of his whereabouts. At that moment, Zhao Gongming approached, wearing a smile as he remarked, "Elder brother, within the chicken coop, phoenixes are raised, in the donkey stable, Qilins are fed, and in the pond, golden dragons swim. Now that dragons, phoenixes, and Qilins have all transformed, you have gained 12 additional great Luo Golden Immortals by your side. Truly, this is a cause for celebration." As for which of the junior sisters will ultimately become the mistress of the Hongzhe Taoist Palace, or if they all shall, that can only be determined upon the elder brother's return. For now, Let us hasten to savor the fragrant tea prepared by the elder brother. It would not be in vain for us to visit the Hongzhe Taoist Palace. With that, he gestured invitingly to the Golden Immortals and stepped towards the Hongzhe Taoist Palace. Despite the unwillingness of the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit and her companions, they followed the 6 Hen Immortals into the palace. After leaving Jinling Island, Hongzhe murmured to himself, "They say one should enjoy the blessings of the cheese. But when such fortune arrives, not everyone can bear its weight." Once upon a time, Hongzhe imagined himself surrounded by beautiful companions. Yet now that the opportunity has presented itself, he is overwhelmed with fear, wishing to flee and never confront it again. Perhaps this encapsulates the distinction between ideals and reality. At the moment when one's aspirations come to fruition, one may not truly possess the fortitude to endure it. Thus, Hongzhe meandered through his thoughts while journeying westward. Consequently, he was destined to traverse the western blissful world of Lingshan. However, this serene destination was not the culmination of his journey. Hongzhe intended to pass through the western blissful world before reaching the entrance to the Guishu. Originally, this Guishu did not exist at the dawn of creation. It came into being as a result of the fierce battle between the Dao ancestor Hongjun and the demon ancestor Luo, who at the peak of Mount Sumeru, which shattered the fabric of space and allowed the endless aura of demonic energy to seep in, thus forming the Guishu. Therefore, this place is not only a forbidden realm for cultivators, but also for demonic practitioners, with few daring to tread even a step within. Even the 2 Western saints, deeply rooted in the West, must caution their disciples to steer clear of the Guishu. For their safety, they have even erected a seal beyond the Guishu to prevent their disciples from unwittingly trespassing. Although Hongzhe was aware of the perils that lay within the Guishu, he found himself compelled to venture there. Regardless of his plans, as long as the Jie Sect lacked the treasure to suppress the fortune, he would inevitably follow the destined path. Even if he managed to escape, he would merely become a pitiful wretch, akin to a stray dog. Unless he could attain the level of a saint and contend with other saints, he would remain vulnerable to being subdued at any moment. Even should he ascend to sainthood, he would likely meet a fate similar to that of his master, Tongtian, being imprisoned within the Zhixiao Palace by Hongjun. Thus, Hongzhe was left with no choice but to take a gamble, daring to explore the Guishu. His confidence stemmed from the already uninstalled Great Dao System. Although the system had been dismantled, it had left him with significant resources. In addition to the 9 artifacts acquired upon achieving the 9 saints of the Dao, he also possessed the Honghuang Myriad Worlds map and the Guishu compass. The Honghuang Myriad Worlds map delineated every inch of the primordial land, including the Guishu. It is more accurate to describe this map as a navigation tool for the primordial era. Complementing it was the Guishu compass in Hongzhe's possession. As long as he held the Honghuang Myriad Worlds map and the Guishu compass, the Guishu could not confine him. Thus, even should he encounter peril within the Guishu, his life would remain unharmed. At this moment, guided by the Honghuang Myriad Worlds map, Hongzhe advanced toward the entrance of the Guishu. However, just then, a stout figure suddenly obstructed his path. The rotund Taoist bowed to Hongzhe and, with a smile, inquired, "Pray tell, from whence do you hail? And to where do you wish to go?" Upon seeing the figure's visage, a name instantaneously surfaced in Hongzhe's mind. With large ears and drooping shoulders, a beaming smile, and a rotund belly, this figure unmistakably embodies the future Buddha Maitreya. At that moment, Hongzhe halted his ascent through the clouds, bowed respectfully, and inquired, "My esteemed friend, are you not the foremost disciple of the 2 holy sages of the West, the Maitreya Taoist?" As anticipated by Hongzhe, the individual indeed turned out to be Maitreya Taoist. With a face full of astonishment, he responded, "Ever since I became a disciple, I have never left the West. How did you come to recognize me?" Hongzhe chuckled softly, explaining, "As a leading disciple of the sages, even if you were to meditate in seclusion daily, the practitioners of the world would still be aware of you. Thus, it is no surprise that I recognize you, as many in the East are familiar with your name." Maitreya Taoist's smile widened further, and he asked Hongzhe, "May I inquire how you are addressed?" Without hesitation, Hongzhe replied, "I am Hongzhe of the Jiejiao. I have come to meet my 2 esteemed masters today. Would you be so kind as to guide me?" Since he encountered Maitreya Taoist, Hongzhe realized that slipping unnoticed past the western holy mountain was no longer feasible. Therefore, he opted for a straightforward approach to meet the 2 sages, as they would undoubtedly refrain from detaining him against his will. Upon hearing that Hongzhe sought an audience with his 2 revered teachers, Maitreya Taoist nodded without hesitation and gestured for Hongzhe to follow him toward the gates of the western holy mountain. Chapter 79. The subtle intentions of the guiding Taoist. The news of Hongzhe's arrival momentarily took both the guiding Taoist and the Zhuani Taoist by surprise. "Brother, It seems that Hongze has come without a trivial purpose, remarked the guiding Taoist. He nodded in agreement, suspecting it was likely related to the matter of Pihu, and perhaps even a summons for accountability. Zhuanti Taoist shook his head, stating, if he were truly here to demand an explanation, it would more likely be the Tongtian patriarch making the visit rather than Hongze. After all, given his standing, he does not possess the authority to behave so audaciously within our Western paradise. Regardless of the reason for his visit, could it be that we, as distinguished sages, would fear a mere great Luo Golden Immortal? Thus, the guiding Taoist commanded that Hongze be welcomed into the Western paradise. Upon entering this celestial realm, Hongze was met with an ambience of ethereal grandeur. Everywhere he looked, he saw arhats seated in meditation, either reciting sacred texts or basking in the warm sunlight with closed eyes. It was undeniably a place of bliss, evoking a sense of longing within him. Had he not hailed from a later era and been well versed in the tenets of the Western teachings, he might have felt a twinge of desire for this tranquil haven. At that moment, Mithriya Taoist, who accompanied Hongze, smiled and asked, Dear friend Hongze, how does our Western paradise compare to the Jiejiao? With a smile, Hongze responded, the disciples of Jiejiao strive diligently, dedicating themselves to seclusion and contemplation, seldom indulging in the leisurely comforts enjoyed by the disciples of the Western teachings. Upon hearing Hongze's words, Mithriya could not help but smile, and he directly addressed Hongze, saying, My esteemed masters have stated that cultivation relies on fortuitous encounters. When the time is ripe, all will come to fruition. Otherwise, no matter how arduously one practices for 1,000 years, it would yield no results. Furthermore, a true cultivator must harbor compassion for the suffering of the world. Only by extending a helping hand in times of peril does one achieve genuine cultivation. Hongze nodded in agreement, yet internally, he could not help but scoff. You may boast, but alas, your rhetoric holds no sway before me, Hongze. Nevertheless, Hongze refrained from engaging in a debate with Mithriya, as it would bear no fruit for him. Thus, the two continued their light-hearted conversation as they made their way toward the center of the land of ultimate bliss. At the heart of this realm lies the 8 Treasures Merit Pool, adjacent to which stands a grand temple known as the Great Thunder Sound Temple, the sacred ground of the guiding and the primordial purity sages. Presently, the temple's doors stood wide open, flanked by countless disciples of the Western teachings. As if to welcome Hongze, without hesitation, Hongze strode confidently into the Great Thunder Sound Temple, soon encountering the 2 revered sages seated in the main hall. He bowed respectfully and announced, I, the junior disciple Hongze of the, pay my respects to the 2 saints. The guiding sage waved a hand, lifting Hongze to his feet, and inquired, Nephew Hongze, why are you here instead of attending to your master at the Golden Turtle Island's Azure Pool? With a smile, Hongze replied without hesitation, I have come seeking a favor. I have heard that you possess the Azure Lotus treasure banner. I wish to borrow it for a few days, and I assure you it will be returned personally after use. The 2 sages were taken aback, not expecting Hongze to seek their treasure. Their brows knitted in concern as they exchanged glances. With the myriad treasures in Tongtian's possession, why would Hongze come to us for a banner? Though the Azure Lotus treasure banner belongs to the 5 directions, I wield the Flame Light banner, and the Primordial Lord possesses the Earthly Yellow banner. It seems rather incongruous for him to seek our Azure Lotus banner, the Primordial Purity sage whispered anxiously to the guiding sage. In response, the guiding sage advised, Do not be hasty. Let us observe what scheme he intends to unfold. If Hongze were to realize that his momentary whim had instilled such trepidation in the 2 sages, he would likely boast about it for a lifetime. At that moment, the guiding sage spoke again. Indeed, I possess the Azure Lotus treasure banner. If you wish to borrow it, that can be arranged. However, I must ask what purpose you intend to use it for. To prevent any malevolent deeds that might inadvertently involve our Western teachings in unfavorable karma. Hongze smiled and said, In truth, there is nothing remarkable about it. I merely wish to venture into the realm of Guishu. I require the Qinglian Bao's banner from Master Jiejin for protection. Of course, if Master Jiejin would graciously lend me the 12-petaled Golden Lotus of Merit, that would be even more desirable. At this revelation, Jiejin Taoist finally comprehended that Hongze intended to enter the perilous realm of Guishu. This left Jiejin Taoist perplexed. Who, under normal circumstances, would willingly march toward certain death? He then inquired of Hongze, Are you aware of the nature of the realm of Guishu? It was formed when our esteemed ancestor battled the demon ancestor Luo Ho atop Mount Sumeru, shattering the barriers of space. Given your understanding of the hazards that lie within, why would you still wish to proceed? Do you not fear that it may be a one-way journey? Hongze chuckled and shook his head. Am I not acutely aware of the dangers of the realm of Guishu? Alas, my cultivation has reached an impasse, preventing further advancement. Only by harnessing the essence of Guishu can I attain enlightenment and ultimately transform into a quasi-saint. Thus, despite the inherent dangers, I must brave the risks and venture forth. His reasoning was sound, leaving Jie Daoist without doubt. He then opened his divine eye, preparing to discern what might be amiss with Hongzhe that necessitated the essence of Guishu. The essence, a fusion of the two demonic energies, could annihilate a cultivator upon careless ingestion, underscoring the perilous nature of the realm of Guishu and serving as a deterrent for many. However, upon gazing at Hongzhe, Jie Daoist beheld only a vast expanse of white. At that moment, Hongzhe sensed the scrutiny of Jie Daoist and spoke up, Master Jie. There is no need for such efforts. I am the devourer of heaven, as mentioned by our esteemed ancestor. Even you, a revered saint, would find it challenging to perceive my true nature. Upon hearing Hongzhe declare himself as the devourer of heaven, Jie Daoist retracted his divine eye. He recalled the information he had received during the Daoist debate at the Three Purities, where it was indeed stated that Hongzhe was the devourer of heaven. Yet, this stirred a sense of concern within Jie Daoist, fearing that Hongzhe might unearth tremendous opportunities from the realm of Guishu. Such a development would exponentially enhance the strength of the Jie Sect, posing a significant threat to the growth of his Western teachings. Consequently, he not only refrained from lending the Qinglian Bao's banner to Hongzhe, but also devised plans to obstruct his journey. Chapter 80. The team of swine determined to prevent Hongzhe from entering the realm of Guishu. Jie Daoist sought a suitable justification. He addressed Hongzhe, saying, Nephew Hongzhe, I believe it unnecessary to complicate matters. The realm of Guishu is fraught with dangers, where a moment's carelessness could lead to irreversible consequences. In the western blissful world of the spiritual mountain, there exists a place known as the Eight Treasures Pool of Merit. The waters of the Eight Treasures Merit Pool possess the remarkable ability to reverse the postnatal into the prenatal. I believe, dear disciple, that if you remain within the Eight Treasures Merit Pool for a full cycle of 81 years, you shall certainly attain enlightenment. Having uttered these words, the guiding master rose to his feet, indicating his intent to personally escort Hongzhe to the Eight Treasures Merit Pool. However, Hongzhe could not fathom the prospect of entering the pool, let alone spending 81 years submerged within it. While others may be unaware of the true nature of the Eight Treasures Merit Pool, Hongzhe was all too familiar with its implications. No matter how resolute one's will may be, immersion in the pool would gradually lead one to forget their original aspirations, ultimately transforming them into unwavering adherents of the Western teachings. Consequently, Hongzhe promptly waved his hand, stating that since his esteemed master was unwilling to lend him the treasure, he would take his leave for now. As for the matter of entering the Eight Treasures Merit Pool, it could only be addressed at a later time. He believed that opportunities would surely arise in the future. After bowing respectfully to both the guiding master and the Zhuan master, Hongzhe turned to depart from the Great Thunder Sound Temple. However, Zhuan could not allow Hongzhe to leave so easily. With a mere wave of his hand, the temple's grand doors thunderously closed shut. Upon witnessing the doors slam shut, a sense of dread washed over Hongzhe. Initially, he had thought that the two saints of the West would not dare to act against him, considering the time had not yet come for the calamity of the canonization. Yet, seeing the current situation, it appeared they were prepared to disregard such considerations entirely. It seemed they intended to forcibly cast him into the Eight Treasures Merit Pool. Left with no choice, Hongzhe halted his steps and turned to face Zhuan, inquiring, What is your intention, Master Zhuan? Do you mean to compel me to stay? With a smile, Zhuan replied, Dear disciple Hongzhe, this is for your own good. The Eight Treasures Merit Pool indeed possesses the power to grant you enlightenment, and it is entirely possible for you to sever the three corpses therein. Thus, there is no need for you to decline. I shall take you to the Eight Treasures Merit Pool. As he spoke, Zhuan produced the Seven Treasures Marvelous Tree, preparing to summon its power upon Hongzhe. Hongzhe was acutely aware of the formidable nature of the Seven Treasures Marvelous Tree, renowned for its ability to surpass all else. Even the five-colored divine light of Tongtian paled in comparison, rendering it inconsequential. Just as Hongzhe pondered his next move, he suddenly recalled the four swords of Zhu Xian. If the Seven Treasures Marvelous Tree could dismiss the four swords, there would be no need for the four saints to contend with them. He could handle it all alone. Thus, Hongzhe gently stepped upon the ground, and the Zhu Xian formation swiftly rose beneath him. Simultaneously, the four swords of Zhu Xian positioned themselves at the four cardinal points around Hongzhe, completing the formation in an instant. Standing within the Zhu Xian formation, Hongzhe addressed Zhuan, Master Zhuan, I trust you recognize what this is? Why not do it this way? You may open the grand gates of the Leying Temple and allow it to be as if the junior had never graced this place. The renowned name of the Zhuxian array is known to all, yet how many have truly witnessed its formidable presence? Thus, the disciples of the Western teachings, including the Methria Taoist, naturally do not recognize this as the Zhuxian array. However, this does not imply that the two saints of the West are oblivious. At that moment, the Zhuanti Taoist promptly withdrew the seven treasures mysterious tree and turned to face his companion, the Jiayin Taoist. Brother, I did not anticipate that the Tongtian patriarch would bestow the Zhuxian four swords upon him. It seems that forcibly taking him to the eight treasures pool of merit is no longer feasible. Moreover, if today's events reach the ears of the Tongtian patriarch, he is bound to seek trouble in our Western Pure Land. What do you think, brother? How can we navigate this situation to achieve a favorable resolution? The Jiayin Taoist shot a glare at the Zhuanti Taoist, thinking to himself that after his junior brother had stirred up this predicament, he would now have to clean up the mess. Initially, the Jiayin Taoist had a straightforward plan. It would be ideal to deceive Hongzhe into the eight treasures pool, and if that failed, to prevent him from entering the return to ruins. Yet, his unfortunate junior brother misunderstood the intentions, believing that he was prepared to forcibly cast Hongzhe into the eight treasures pool. At this juncture, retreating was no longer an option. Releasing Hongzhe would surely invite the Tongtian patriarch's wrath upon them. Conversely, if they did not release him, and Hongzhe truly activated the Zhuxian array, chaos would undoubtedly ensue within the Pure Land. Although Hongzhe was but a single individual wielding the Zhuxian sword array, it did not necessarily require the four saints to dismantle it. Nevertheless, the Zhuxian four swords were the treasures of the Tongtian patriarch, and should anyone assault the array, he would most certainly sense it immediately. By the time they managed to dismantle the Zhuxian array and cast Hongzhe into the eight treasures pool, the Tongtian patriarch would likely have already arrived at the Western Pure Land. In desperation, the Jiayin Taoist attempted to smooth over the situation, saying, "Junior brother, you need not worry any longer. Our disciple Hongzhe possesses the Zhuxian array bestowed upon him by the Tongtian patriarch. Even if he were to enter the return to ruins, he would assuredly emerge unscathed." The Zhuanti Taoist understood that the Jiayin Taoist was providing him an avenue for retreat. Seizing the opportunity, he replied, "Brother, if I do not personally test this, how could our nephew Hongzhe possibly reveal the Zhuxian four swords?" Observing the interplay between the Jiayin Taoist and the Zhuanti Taoist, Hongzhe could not help but think to himself that these two would be a perfect duo for a comedy act, one the straight man and the other the joker. However, Hongzhe did not retract the Zhuxian array, but instead spoke from within it. "Since both esteemed uncles believe that I possess the ability to enter the return to ruins, might I inquire if you would lend me the Jinling Bao's flag for a while?" The Jiayin Taoist was taken aback. He had not expected that Hongzhe would still be coveting his treasured Jinling Bao's flag. In truth, the Jiayin Taoist had no intention of allowing Hongzhe to trust his words. His sole aim was to voice this statement, so that if the Tongtian patriarch were to arrive, he could use this as a pretext to evade responsibility. He stated that he did not genuinely intend to send Hongzhe into the Ba Baogongda pool. Rather, it was a test of his ability to enter the Guishu realm. At that time, even though the Tongtian cult master was well aware of the underlying motives, he could do nothing due to the decorum amongst saints. However, now that Hongzhe had once again approached him regarding borrowing the Jinling Bao's flag, it inevitably placed the Jiayin Taoist in a rather awkward position. Meanwhile, the Zhuanti Taoist whispered, "Brother, does he not wish to enter the Guishu realm? Why not personally escort him to the entrance of the Guishu realm, while I discreetly follow him in? At that moment, taking advantage of his inattention, we could ensure his complete annihilation within the Guishu realm, thus resolving everything." Chapter 81. Hongzhe enters the Guishu realm. The Jiayin Taoist considered this a mutually beneficial plan and addressed Hongzhe, stating, "Since you, my nephew, possess the capability to safeguard yourself within the Guishu realm, I shall not impede your path any further, lest I incur the ire of brother Tongtian, who might believe I obstructed your fortune. However, for the sake of safety, I have decided to personally escort you to the entrance of the Guishu realm. Please follow me." With that, the Jiayin Taoist rose and stepped towards the entrance of the Great Thunder Sound Temple. For precaution, Hongzhe concealed the Zhuxian array. Yet the array diagram remained beneath his feet. Should he sense even the slightest anomaly, he could instantly activate the array. Nevertheless, the Jiayin Taoist remained oblivious to this and genuinely prepared to lead Hongzhe to the entrance of the Guishu realm. At that moment, Hongzhe spoke, "Master Jiayin, might I request the temporary use of the Jinling Bao's flag?" This request caused the Jiayin Taoist, who was about to exit the Great Thunder Sound Temple, to halt abruptly. Internally, he chastised Hongzhe for his audacity. Yet, at this juncture, what could he do to assuage Hongzhe's concerns? The Jain Daoist reluctantly resolved to lend him the Jinling Bao's flag. After all, once Hongzhi perished within the Guishu realm, the flag would inevitably return to his possession, rendering his worries unfounded. He then remarked, "Nephew Hongzhi, I almost forgot your request." With a swift motion, he grasped the air, and the Jinling Bao's flag materialized in his hand. He then tossed it to Hongzhi with a decisive gesture, devoid of hesitation. This sudden generosity perplexed Hongzhi, who could not fathom why the Jain Daoist had become so magnanimous. In truth, Hongzhi harbored doubts regarding the sincerity of the Jain Daoist's offer, considering that he could easily fabricate various excuses to deny having the flag on his person. Thus, a flicker of apprehension arose within Hongzhi, sensing that there must be some ulterior motive behind the Jain Daoist's actions. Nevertheless, he accepted the Jinling Bao's flag and bowed in gratitude to the Jain Daoist. Yet, in the next moment, he seamlessly stored the Jinling Bao's flag within the void scroll. The ethereal scroll represents the instrument of enlightenment for Hongzhi, who has attained the path of the divine painter, distinguishing it from mere magical artifacts. Therefore, as the azure lotus treasure flag was absorbed into the void scroll by Hongzhi, the guide of the path felt the aura of the azure lotus treasure flag dissipate completely. This revelation momentarily stunned the guide, who mused to himself, astonished by the multitude of treasures possessed by Hongzhi. However, he did not perceive it as the instrument of enlightenment granted by Hongzhi, but rather assumed it was bestowed upon him by the celestial teacher. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of private joy and communicated discreetly with the Zhuani patriarch. Despite the plethora of treasures on Hongzhi, they could not be transported out of the Guishu realm. Otherwise, they would inevitably attract the attention of the celestial teacher, potentially leading to Hongzhi's demise due to their actions. After this exchange, the guide promptly departed from the Great Thunder Sound Temple, heading directly toward the entrance of the Guishu realm with Hongzhi in tow. As they exited the temple, the figure of the Zhuani patriarch vanished as well. At this juncture, the guide had already begun to disrupt the celestial mechanisms to prevent other sages from probing into Hongzhi's affairs. The two saints of the West were confident in their meticulous plans, feeling no trepidation whatsoever. Their journey spanned several tens of thousands of miles, and soon Hongzhi noticed that the path ahead was shrouded in mist. The guide halted his steps and addressed Hongzhi, stating, "We are but 1,000 miles from the entrance of Guishu. To prevent anyone from accidentally entering this realm, I have established a sealing barrier here. Please wait a moment while I open the barrier, and then we shall proceed together to the entrance." After speaking, he formed hand seals and began to chant incantations. Gradually, the enveloping white mist parted, revealing a faintly discernible path before Hongzhi. The guide did not allow Hongzhi to hesitate. He stepped onto the path first, leading Hongzhi into the mist. After traveling nearly another 1,000 miles, the atmospheric currents grew increasingly turbulent, prompting the guide to stop once more. Ahead lay the entrance to Guishu, a place even sages dare not tread lightly. "Hongzhi, my dear disciple, have you truly made up your mind to enter this realm?" Hongzhi nodded, expressing gratitude to his uncle for both the treasure and the guidance, vowing to inform his master of this matter. He would ensure his master prepared a lavish gift to express thanks to the two uncles in the western blissful world of Spiritual Mountain. Upon finishing his words, he lightly stepped forward, instantly forming the extermination of immortals array centered around him. The guide observed as Hongzhi resolutely advanced toward the Guishu realm. Concurrently, a slight distortion occurred in the space beside the guide, signaling that the Zhuani patriarch had followed them. The guide then pushed his hand forward, sending a beam of golden light into the distortion. It was indeed the guide to the Dao who temporarily entrusted the 12-petal merit golden lotus to the Zhuani Daoist to safeguard him from potential perils within the realm of the Guishu. Once all matters were arranged, the guide to the Dao departed directly from the entrance of the Guishu and returned to the Great Thunder Sound Temple. At this juncture, Hongzhi had already stepped through the portal of the Guishu, entering its enigmatic domain. Suddenly, he sensed the spiritual energy before him becoming exceedingly tumultuous, intertwined with a hint of malevolence. Fortunately, the extermination of immortals array stood resolute, effectively keeping the volatile energies of the Guishu at bay. Nonetheless, Hongzhi remained on high alert, taking each cautious step forward with utmost care. Yet, maneuvering the extermination of immortals array proved to be a formidable challenge. Not to mention that Hongzhi was merely a great Luo Golden Immortal. Even the heavenly teacher would find such a task daunting. Thus, after half a day, Hongzhi had only traversed a few miles, leaving him in a state of helplessness. He mused that if this continued, by the time the calamity of the function had concluded, he might not even locate the Chaos Bell. In his desperation, Hongzhi resolved to retract the extermination of immortals array, recognizing that this was the only way to hasten his search. Unbeknownst to him, someone had long been lurking nearby, awaiting the moment Hongze would withdraw the array. This individual was none other than the Zhuani Daoist, who had stealthily followed Hongze into the Guishu. Thus, at the instant Hongze retracted the extermination of Immortals array, the Zhuani Daoist made his move. However, he did not confront Hongze directly. Rather, he covertly amassed a substantial amount of Guishu energy and propelled it towards Hongze, believing he was preparing to absorb it. This maneuver would surely inundate Hongze, exceeding his capacity to endure. Chapter 82. The Great Battle within the Guishu. Hongze's true intention was not to absorb the Guishu energy. Hence, he could not be easily outmaneuvered by the Zhuani Daoist's clandestine scheme. Nevertheless, the sudden influx of immense Guishu energy directed at him instilled an unprecedented sense of peril. Hongze reached out into the void, summoning the extermination sword into his grasp. As the extermination sword positioned itself before him, the swirling Guishu energy was astonishingly drawn into the blade's essence. Simultaneously, the sword emitted a radiant glow, enveloping Hongze in its protective embrace. This unexpected turn of events brought an undeniable thrill to Hongze's heart. He could also distinctly sense the power of the extermination sword escalating continuously, prompting a sense of vigilance within him, for no phenomenon should surpass its limits. Thus, Hongze remained ever watchful, mindful of the threshold the extermination sword could withstand against the Guishu energy. Should it exceed this limit, it could very well sustain damage. Moreover, there were 3 other treasured swords to consider. Hongze was not inclined to favor one at the expense of the others. Unlike Hongze's exuberance, at this moment, the Daoist Zhuan was gritting his teeth in frustration. He could hardly fathom that his seemingly trivial action had inadvertently aided Hongze. Simultaneously, he became acutely aware that Hongze was gradually venturing deeper into the core of the Guishu, which filled him with profound trepidation. Despite being a sage, Zhuan dared not truly penetrate the heart of the Guishu. In his understanding, should Hongze persist in his advance, he would undoubtedly be torn to shreds by the energies of the Guishu. If it were merely a matter of Hongze meeting his demise within the Guishu, Zhuan could easily remain a mere observer from the sidelines. However, he could not relinquish the treasures possessed by Hongze, especially the 4 swords of the immortal execution, gifted by the Heavenly Master. Should the Western sect acquire the 4 swords of the immortal execution, they might not even need to await the calamity of the Fengshen to rise to power prematurely. After all, at that time, with the 12-petal merit golden lotus to suppress fortune and the 4 swords of the immortal execution for slaughter, who would dare to thwart the brilliance of the Western sect? Of course, even if Zhuan obtained the 4 swords of the immortal execution, he would never casually dismiss others. He would undoubtedly seek every possible means to secretly refine the swords and, at a critical juncture, deliver a lethal blow to the 3 pure ones. In any case, for whatever reason, Zhuan could not allow Hongze to proceed any further. Otherwise, even if Hongze were to perish, he would remain bereft of any of Hongze's treasures. He stealthily grasped the 6 pure bamboo, preparing to surreptitiously snatch the sword of immortal execution from Hongze's grasp. However, just as Zhuan swung the 6 pure bamboo, Hongze unexpectedly sheathed the sword of immortal execution. As Hongze prepared to draw the sword of slaughtering immortals, he suddenly sensed danger. Instinctively, he retreated, evading Zhuan strike. Hongze withdrew for more than 10 paces, then unfurled the void scroll, retrieving the Jinling precious banner. Unbeknownst to him that Zhuan was covertly plotting against him, he assumed it was merely the indigenous inhabitants of the Guishu. Thus, with one hand holding the Jinling precious banner, he called out, "Who dares to launch a stealthy attack against me? Come forth and face Hongze in battle." Seeing that Hongze was unaware of his hidden presence, Zhuan could not help but take note of this. He reached up to his face, altering his appearance and attire. At that moment, Zhuan appeared with a fearsome grin, exuding an aura replete with bloodlust. In his hand, he wielded a demon-subduing staff. His eyes blazing with fury as he gazed at Hongze, he proclaimed, "Old rodent, how dare you trespass into the Guishu? Today shall mark your demise." With that, he charged directly at Hongze, leaving Hongze utterly astonished. While defending with the Jinling precious banner, he discreetly cast the sword of immortal execution array at his feet. Zhuan initial strike was thwarted by the Jinling precious banner, prompting him to prepare for another assault on Hongze. Regrettably, the Zhuxian array has now materialized beside Hongze, rendering him momentarily helpless against it. One can only blame the Daoist Zhuan for his reluctance to reveal his identity. Otherwise, he would never have afforded Hongze the opportunity to set up the Zhuxian array. Had he covertly wielded the 7 treasures mysterious tree, Hongze would have undoubtedly fallen under control. Oblivious to the peril, this fortunate turn of events allowed Hongze to evade disaster and commence the activation of the Zhuxian array. sending forth a barrage of sword lights directed at Daoist Zhuan. It was at this juncture that Zhuan realized he was ensnared within the Zhuxian array, a revelation that left him astounded. He could only hope that the array crafted solely by Hongzhe would be inferior to that which 4 individuals could establish. Nevertheless, the relentless onslaught of sword lights left Zhuan in a state of utter disarray. Had the Daoist Jie been present, their combined efforts might have enabled them to dismantle the Zhuxian array after some time. Alas, Zhuan found himself alone, making the task of breaking the array all the more formidable. This predicament filled him with regret for not delivering a decisive blow to Hongzhe, granting him a chance to turn the tide. Yet, regardless of Zhuan lamentations, the reality of his entrapment within the Zhuxian array remained unchanged. To Hongzhe, Zhuan was merely a native of the Guishu, and he showed no mercy in his assault. Primarily, Hongzhe adhered to his fundamental combat principle, to strike for the kill. Thus, he was not only activating the Zhuxian array, but he also reopened the Void Scroll. The demon commander, the ghost car, transformed into a 9-headed monstrosity, soaring forth from the scroll. Subsequently, Hongzhe produced the Dao Gold Brush, an artifact acquired upon attaining the title of the Daoist Saint. With deft strokes, he conjured sword lights aimed directly at Daoist Zhuan. This was merely the beginning. Hongzhe then unleashed the myriad flavors of fire, a power he had gained upon achieving the title of culinary saint. Following this, he summoned all the Dao artifacts obtained during his attainment of the 9 saints, launching them toward Zhuan in a singular, overwhelming wave. Zhuan could scarcely fathom that Hongzhe possessed such an abundance of innate treasures, each one a supreme innate spiritual treasure, each alone capable of causing him considerable distress. This realization dawned upon Zhuan, who understood that he was utterly incapable of vanquishing Hongzhe under these circumstances, let alone seizing his treasures. Were it not for the true spirit of the sage being entrusted to the heavenly Dao, he might have found himself in dire peril. Even so, had he delayed in his escape, sustaining grievous injuries would have been inevitable. Just as Zhuan sought an opportunity to flee, the cosmic transformation hammer descended upon his back with a resounding crash. This hammer, a manifestation of the Daoist artisan saint's attainment, bore a power that was indeed formidable. Chapter 83. Discoveries within the abyss. Upon being struck on the back by the forge of creation, the Daoist Zhuan felt a tumult of energy and blood surging within him. In an instant, he expelled a stream of golden blood, his complexion turning a ghastly white. This spectacle momentarily stunned Hongzhe. Who else in the myriad worlds of the primordial era could expel golden blood, if not a saint? Concurrently, the voice of the ghost chariot echoed in Hongzhe's ears, cautioning him that their opponent had attained the saint realm. As the words were spoken, the ghost chariot positioned itself protectively before Hongzhe, fearing that he might be harmed by the saint's attack. Yet, the chariot overlooked the fact that Hongzhe was currently presiding over the execution of the Immortals array. As long as the 4 swords of execution remained untouched, even a saint would be unable to inflict harm upon him. Nonetheless, Hongzhe felt quite pleased with the ghost chariot's actions. He then unfurled the Void Scroll, drawing the chariot into its embrace. After all, confronting an adversary of such caliber made any stealthy maneuver with the ghost chariot impractical. There was a genuine risk of losing the chariot to the hands of this formidable saint. At the same time, a flicker of concern crossed Hongzhe's mind. If a saint resided within the abyss, his purpose for this journey might be thwarted. Just as he pondered this, he suddenly observed a radiant glow emanating from beneath Zhuan-Ti's feet, revealing the 12-petaled golden lotus of merit. In that moment, Hongzhe comprehended the truth. The figure before him was none other than the Daoist Zhuan. Given that Zhuan had altered his appearance, Hongzhe could only deduce his identity through the manifestation of the 12-petaled golden lotus. Failing to recognize him as Zhuan and mistakenly believing him to be the guiding Daoist who had led him to the door of the abyss. With a cold snort, Hongzhe remarked, "Master Jie, why must you resort to such measures? Do you truly wish to drive your junior to his demise?" Zhuan, realizing his identity had been unveiled, was taken aback by Hongzhe's misidentification of him as the guiding Daoist. However, for Zhuan, this was not without its advantages, as it effectively served to obfuscate the truth. Even if the heavenly teacher were to confront him later and discover that the guiding Daoist had suffered no grave injuries, he would be left with little recourse to argue. Thus, at that moment, Zhuan paid no heed to Hongzhe, swiftly retreating from the execution of the Immortals array. Even so, he stumbled slightly before resolutely making his way toward the door of the abyss. Hongzhe, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, dared not pursue him relentlessly. After all, he was a dignified saint. Instead, he took a seat where he was, allowing the 4 swords of execution to absorb the essence of the abyss. He remained in this meditative state for several years, until the four swords reached a state of complete saturation. With a wave of his hand, he retracted the execution array, and the celestial lotus treasure banner above his head continued its journey into the void. Although the celestial lotus treasure banner was a supreme, innate spiritual treasure, it too began to tremble before the overwhelming essence of the abyss. Hongzhi understood that relying on the Qinglian Bao's banner to venture toward the heart of the Guishu was utterly impossible. Such an endeavor would not only lead to the destruction of the banner, but also cost him his very life within this desolate realm. Left with no alternative, Hongzhi halted his advance and expanded his divine consciousness to probe the depths of Guishu. Although his cultivation was merely that of a great Luo Golden Immortal, his divine awareness had attained the level of a Dao Saint. Thus, he navigated the Guishu without any hindrance, successfully exploring hundreds of miles ahead. Regrettably, the outcome of his exploration revealed nothing but a shroud of mist, devoid of any tangible entities. However, the malevolent aura within the mist was incomparably stronger than the atmosphere surrounding him. At this moment, a hint of hesitation washed over Hongzhi. After all, the further he pressed on, the more perilous his situation became. This realization elucidated why even saints were reluctant to delve into the Guishu. After all this effort, he discovered that the periphery of Guishu held nothing, and all secrets were undoubtedly concealed at its core. Yet, even a saint would find it impossible to reach the center of Guishu unscathed. Did this not imply that Hongzhi's journey would result in naught? Refusing to return empty-handed, Hongzhi found himself contemplating his next course of action. Ultimately, he decided to summon all the treasures he possessed, suspending them above his head. In an instant, a radiant aura enveloped him, effectively distancing the ominous energy of Guishu by over 3 feet. This alleviated the pressure he felt, allowing him to continue his exploration. Alas, as he drew nearer to the center of Guishu, the pressure intensified. Now, Hongzhi could only ensure that the space within a meter around him remained unaffected by the Guishu's energy. Should he proceed further, he risked being consumed by it. Unbeknownst to him, the position he reached was already the limit attainable by a saint, and that was only when utilizing treasures. The fact that he still had a meter of safe space indicated that he possessed the capacity to advance. However, this was not solely due to the potency of the treasures above his head. Rather, it was the unassuming Tao of the 9 saints that had now proven its absolute efficacy. Steeling himself against the mounting pressure, Hongzhi pressed onward. Traversing nearly another few hundred miles, the Guishu's energy now encroached upon him, rendering any further movement impossible. To advance even a single step would invite the ominous energy into his body, with consequences that could scarcely be imagined. Reluctantly, Hongzhi paused once more and utilized his divine awareness to continue his exploration into the Guishu. Suddenly, he discerned that what lay ahead was no longer merely an ethereal mist, but a palpable presence. This inevitably filled Hongzhi's heart with joy, prompting him to further amplify his spiritual awareness in hopes of discerning the true nature of the entity before him. Gradually, the outline of the entity materialized within Hongzhi's mind, revealing that it was, in fact, a corpse suspended in midair. This corpse did not belong to a human. Rather, it resembled a large bird akin to a phoenix. Hongzhi intensified his spiritual exploration and discovered, to his astonishment, that this avian creature bore 3 legs. With its crimson feathers resembling those of a phoenix, could it indeed be the legendary 3-legged golden crow? Understanding the identity of the corpse before him filled Hongzhi with a sense of anticipation. The 3-legged golden crow is a divine bird born from the sun, and throughout history, there have been a total of 12. Among these, 10 are second-generation golden crows, and of the second generation, one still exists in the mortal realm, none other than the Taoist Luya. The remaining 9 have long since transformed into corpses, and now they reside within him. This implies that the 3-legged golden crow corpse before him could only belong to either Emperor Jun or the Eastern Emperor Tai.